Ah, that's really cool. Okay. I think we are live. I think everything is doing the functioning and working in the way that God intended. Oops. Okay, wait. Amazing. Wow, I just love it when things like do what I hope that they do. Anyways, hi, welcome. This is gonna be a very long stream. Last night I calculated, like, added up the timestamps for all. Well, timestamps? That's not the word. And whatever. I just added up how long all my videos are. How long it would take to watch all of it. It's over 24 hours. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream because I have to work tomorrow and I need sleep before I do that. What I am going to do is a 12-hour, maybe 16-hour stream. Approximately that range. And this is going to be a very long, very casual, and I am going to watch as much of it as possible. I am going to skip a fair amount, and so that makes me think of, well, it's not really going to take a full 24 hours because I'm going to skip a bunch. But I want to be commentating on it and writing stuff down and kind of mapping things out. And so then that part of me says, well, it's going to take longer. So I don't know, maybe this will be a two-parter, and I'll watch like the first half of my videos today. I don't know. We'll just see how far we get. You'll also get a bit of a day in the life following me along all day, because basically all I did today is I woke up actually like a half hour earlier than expected. Okay, hold on. Following me along all day because we're having basically all I did today is we're having tech issues. I'm trying to figure out why my webcam isn't working and where the stream cut off. What was the last thing you heard? Woke up, so actually like a half hour earlier than expected. Oh, okay, that's where it cut off. Okay, hold on. Let me along. That's where it cut off. Okay. Come on, why is the webcam not working? Ah. Alright, we're back. Yes, so we're off to an amazing start, you know. Okay, so what happened? Everything froze. Everything. I couldn't even open my start menu. I couldn't even control Alt-Delete. So we're off to a great start. Alright, anyways. Look, it looks as if it's not going to split this out into a secondary stream, which is amazing. That is a problem that I foresaw would probably happen, and I'm so glad that it's not doing that. Which is amazing, because I'm doing the thing where I scheduled out of a stream. Anyways, let's get to the point of this thing, because anyone watching this back, this is a disaster of an intro. But hey, I warned you. I told you this is a live stream. It's going to be very casual, because I am a one-man show here. Anyways, so where I left off is I woke up like a half hour earlier than I was planning on, which is a very good thing, because all I did this morning is I went to the bathroom. I dug out my extra USB extension cable so that my webcam can reach my kitchen. I cleaned out my browser tabs, brushed my teeth. I think that's it. And barely had enough time to get all of that done in time for the stream. I haven't even gotten to eat breakfast yet or have any coffee yet, because my mouthwash says that you are really supposed to wait a half an hour after using it before you eat anything or drink anything, which I always do. I always do that half hour thing. So I, first thing in the morning, get some water, brush my teeth, wait a half an hour, usually enough time for me to write in my journal or go do some exercise or something, and then I come back and I eat breakfast and I have coffee and get the day started. So that's what we're going to do in about 22 minutes. I'm gonna drag you over there. We'll have a little intermission where I will go drink my coffee And okay, hold on. The stream is saying that we might have it's saying that we might have a bitrate problem. It said that on other streams. I don't know if I can change the bitrate while I'm streaming. I just really don't want to drop frames. I've dropped no frames, so can I do this? Just slightly increase the bitrate while streaming. Yes, it appears. Ho ho! We'll try that for a little while. Okay, so watching. Oh, right. I've. Oh, what a disaster of a beginning to the video. Watching all of my content. That is the point of this video. Why am I doing this? Ah, yes, 10 minutes into the stream, and finally I'm getting to the why. Because I say very frequently in my videos that I hate my videos. That I want, like, inexplainably badly to want, or no, I want inexplainably badly to make better content, and that I can't stand, I hate the stuff that I have made. But then when I actually go back and watch any of my videos, they're not that bad. So basically, I'm going to be commentating on my videos and talking about behind the scenes stuff, my thought process behind it all, and also kind of reality checking myself of like, do I actually hate my own videos? Are they really that bad? Because I don't know. It is that feeling based in reality, or is it caused by something else that I need to work out upstairs? Not upstairs, upstairs. So let's make sure you're not going to see anything you shouldn't see. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Let me just open up our first batch of videos here. Oop, hold on. No, not like that. It still says the bitrate's low. Well, let's bump it up a tiny bit more. No drop frames yet. Alright, let's open up our first batch of videos. Now, the videos very early on, I am very proud of. I put work into them. And also, when I first started this channel, I had absolutely zero idea of if I was going to upload daily or have no upload schedule and just upload absolutely whenever. If I take a 2-month break, so what? All I did know is I wanted to use this channel because, well, actually, let's not say that yet. That's a spoiler for later. Not later in the stream, like much later. And I wanted to start, I have this first upload on December 21st, on the winter solstice. So here's the first upload. My name is Anthony O'Hearn. I'm 25 years old, and I've had enough of this life. Time to start a new one, I guess. And that is the basis of this entire channel. That is the cornerstone upon which every other video has been made, and every decision I've made since that moment. That was not just meant to be like a piece of art, that was genuine expression. Also, can we talk about how well those sound effects worked? It was literally just me going, psh! I didn't put in any other sound effects. I can see how that could definitely be perceived as very cringe, especially the finger guns. But like, I'm not gonna use an airsoft gun that would look too real and be, I don't know. Whatever. I like that one. It's not at all what I had wanted it to be at the time, but I don't even remember what I had wanted it to be. All I know is there's so much more I wanted to put into it, but I chose to not put all that extra work into it and to just have it actually be a thing, because if I had tried to put all this extra work into it, it never would have gotten finished, and it definitely wouldn't have gotten finished in time, and then it just wouldn't have existed at all. So I chose to just put it out as it was and call it good enough, and it was good enough. Alright, so the next, oh god, this next video, doing nothing for 30 minutes.
So life can be overwhelming sometimes.
Yep.
So I'm going to intentionally
Can you hear me?
take a break
Is my audio
from
decent?
everything and
I'm
just
gonna
do
turn
nothing.
I'm gonna turn my other self down. Oh, gosh dang it! I'm a professional. Alright. This is. Oh, okay. Let's turn my other self down a little bit more, I guess. Try something like that. Start you over. Yep. Why are there black bars? Hold up. What the fuck? Did I have that on my previous video? I did. But not that one. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold the fuck up. Why? What the fuck happened to this video? Hold on. No. This one is fine. Oh no. Oh, I did something very wrong that I just never even noticed. Okay. Anyways, yeah, so this video, now you can't hear. What the fuck? Now you can't even hear this dick dumbass that way. This dick shit. Okay, because fucking OBS, I dragged my down to like minus 9.9 decibels, and it just went down to fucking negative infinity for no goddamn reason.
So life can be overwhelming sometimes.
Testing audio levels.
So I'm going to intentionally take a break.
You're still too
from
loud.
Everything and just do nothing. When
Ooh, awful. What happened to the
they
color
don't
change?
want to do anything.
Testing audio levels.
Oh, an
Testing
interruption.
audio
I see,
levels.
Okay. Okay, never mind. But the color.
Let's hope
life
that's good enough.
can be overwhelming sometimes.
Yep.
So I'm going to intentionally
Oh,
take
hold on. This plant is what's in the way. I can't see the audio levels. That's why I keep like looking over here.
a break
All right.
from everything.
That looks
and
better.
Just do nothing.
Yep.
When people are depressed, they don't want to do anything. Oh, an interruption, I see. Okay, never mind. But the color on this camera is all wrong.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can fix
What'd
that.
you do?
Ah! I still feel like I look really yellow.
Yeah, you are. You're really yellow. There you go.
Alright, that's a little bit better.
I think it was white balancing to the
Timer
wall.
for 30 minutes because Canon cameras only record for 30 minutes at a time.
Yeah. It's really annoying.
Alright.
There's
So,
no reason for that.
when you're depressed,
You don't want to do anything.
And-
No, I've not watched this video a billion times. I just knew what he was going to say because I was repeating what I had already said before.
people always assume that this is a bad thing and that we need to not give in to it, and to fight against that, to continue to do things, to just push our way through and just man up and power through it, and to go to friends and family for support and to vent, and all of that is well and good.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's got to be some sort of merit to our instincts.
I just thought of something. Should I watch all my videos at 2x speed? Alright.
To not want to do anything. Like,
see, this is how I experience it when I'm editing. I watch everything at 2x speed while editing because I can edit a little bit quicker that way. So
my understanding of the term having a breakdown simply means that you are just unable to function. The same way your car would break down. Whatever causes it to break down, it's like it just can't function. You can't just keep powering through after you've snapped your engine block in half. It doesn't work. Don't tell me that's another interruption. I need to get my new apartment soon. But so
I have it. All right, that's very good news.
Do nothing intentionally, not to sit here unable to do things and feeling guilty about being unable to do things, but to just choose to do nothing on purpose.
Yep.
For the next 30 minutes or like 28 minutes at this point, which I realize ends up turning into basically meditation, which I have a little bit of experience with. But I don't know, it was a weird video idea. But well, I'll dive into that in a different video. All right.
Yeah. So that's the
I've
idea.
never been filmed while meditating, I guess. I still don't really know how to do it, but I guess I'm just gonna sit here and try to do nothing, or I'm gonna sit here and do nothing, which will inevitably lead me to just like wandering thoughts in my head. Whatever.
Yeah. So this is
So itchy. I wasn't while I was talking. Everything was fine, and then it's like the first thing that happens every time I try to meditate. It's like really itchy. All the extra showers of staying clean after every shift at work due to the pandemic is like definitely not helping. It's like drying out my skin, making this worse. Oh, I'm so not comfortable. Okay, I'm gonna do nothing. I'm not gonna talk. I'm gonna do nothing.
so. What'd you say? So this is the foundation of the channel, basically. Life is overwhelming. Let's start a new one. Let's start from scratch, from nothing. Everything.
I feel like I should narrate what's happening.
No, shut the fuck up and do nothing.
I like choose to
I am trying to narrate here.
went away. It's really weird.
Yeah.
And that's not something new to me, at least, because I have some experience in meditation.
I'm gonna
My
turn
entire understanding of it basically is you just focus on the breath.
myself down a little bit in my headphones.
Do other thoughts.
Testing audio levels.
Maybe it's a parkour video I saw a couple of days ago. Maybe, I don't know. I could come up with a billion examples, but that you get the point that the mind wanders. It likes to think.
Yeah.
It's taking time to intentionally not think, to just focus on the breath. That's my understanding of it.
Well, I also like to think, aside from the mind liking to think, but I like to think. So that was the foundation.
The mind
Is
already wandering right there.
shut the
To,
fuck up.
maybe 10 years from now, someone's gonna make a meme about, you can't make a video about nothing. What's the video idea? There has to be an idea. No, the video's about nothing. And then insert this video.
I do think about that a
Oh
lot.
my god, I just realized this is the Seinfeld-esque video. What's the
I forgot about that.
There you go, mind
Yeah,
wandered. Okay.
I do think about that very, very often, where I see somewhat. Shut the fuck up.
No think, empty head.
I see very frequently ways in which my own content could be memed or like fan edited, and so I want to. I haven't.
I've tried meditation before, like I said.
Shut the fuck up. I haven't been doing this idea, but what I want to do is just make my own memes of my own content and my own fan edits, because in a weird way I end up watching fan edits of my favorite YouTubers more than my favorite YouTubers. So it's like, what if I just made my own fan edits? What if my favorite YouTubers made their own fan edits? Be their own number one fan.
Never managed to stick with it. I was using the Headspace app for a while, and I think I was down to like 3 minutes a day, and I couldn't even keep up with that to like
Yeah.
a daily habit, a daily routine. So this 30 minutes just might actually be the longest I've ever actually tried to. Well, no, I think I tried to meditate once while I didn't have my phone on me and I was waiting for my laundry, the washer and dryer, and those cycles are generally about 40 plus minutes. So yeah, maybe I have kind of tried this before, but the camera on me is so different because it's like I feel like I want to.
That's a fast washer.
Express what I'm thinking. When the whole point of this is to not think, to just recognize when I've had a thought, and then
My current washer
thought that, and
takes like an hour, and the trier takes like 2 hours. So this basically is what happened the whole video. Is I was supposed to sit there doing nothing, and instead I kept talking about whatever came to mind. But back to what I was trying to say is this was the foundation of the entire channel. Everything, fuck off. Watching YouTube videos, all social media. I quit all social media. I'll admit, I've gone back to like TikTok a few times since starting the channel. I went on Instagram briefly. I haven't gone on Facebook. Haven't gone on Twitter. I do kind of miss Twitter. I want to go back to that because I think it can be used in a healthy way more easily than these other platforms because it's not as enticing, I guess. But yeah, this is the idea. As much as possible, I limited interaction with other people, or at least tried to be more aware or more analytical of the interactions that I had with other people. Yeah, I was kind of like checking in every time I got distracted and kind of like letting you know, I guess that way I have some sort of measure of how often I got distracted by myself.
Except for sleep. Well, no, unless if you have trouble falling asleep, but once you're asleep, I suppose there's light sleepers. What's the point of what I'm saying? No point. Just thought, I guess. I don't know. What is this video? Oh, why did I open my eyes? Because now I see I've only been doing this for 11 minutes. I'm only a third of the way in. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, I'll take these off, and I can't see the camera. There, I actually can. Like, hold on. But you can gauge the distance. There's the camera, and then the like viewfinder is about this much further away, like that distance from the lens. I can't see it. I can't read the numbers. I can just barely outline the shape of the person. Anyways, okay.
Yeah, my eyes are really bad. I don't want to finish watching this. This is boring as hell. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Okay. There is some validity to that. To me hating my own content. Being like, this is garbage and I would not watch this. Because I wasn't like that I had said at the beginning of the stream. I wasn't thinking about that at all when I just now said that I don't want to watch this. I just genuinely don't want to watch this. Not even for the sake of content, which is crazy because like content is one of the few things that I care deeply about and am willing to do absurd things for. And so
I just remembered that I totally forgot to start this video off the way that I wanted to. The idea I had for like a couple weeks is I was going to start. Well, no, hold on. I'll just insert that clip at the beginning of the video. Hopefully I'll remember by the time I'm done with this. Back to no think. It's so hard to not think.
I guess I didn't remember.
But then when I try to not do anything...
Yeah, so that's weird. That's very, very strange, because life was overwhelming, and I didn't want to do anything, so I decided to do nothing, but then I couldn't. Which is very frustrating. And so then it's like, well, what do I want to do? If I don't actually want to do nothing. What do I actually want to do? Well, because clearly I'm misunderstanding my own mind at that point. And so... yeah, I'm gonna write that down because this is part of what I want to do with this stream. Is for the entire duration of this channel, I should have been writing things down more, and I just wasn't. So I want to, by going back and watching them all, I'm gonna try to write down as much as I can of what I should have written back then. Wrote back then. Okay. Don't wanna do anything, but can't do nothing. What do I wanna do? And then that leads into, what do I have to do? But we are getting very, very close to breakfast time. So I'm going to attempt to switch to my Bluetooth earbuds because, well, will this actually, I think, hold on. I'll be right back. I think I could actually make... Hold on. I think I could actually make my headphones stretch that far. Where'd my text go? Bruh. I changed the font and my text disappeared. Why do I just have the dumbest tech problems all the time? There's my alarm to start making breakfast and our kofif. Change the font. And it... Bruh, I swear to God, I have the dumbest fucking tech problems. Fucking why? I change the font and the text disappears. I don't want your trash default font. I hate it so much when shit just doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Very few things, if anything, that pisses me off more than that. Can I just not do that fucking font? Webdings. How about that? Nah, fuck you. Webdings works. No, it doesn't. Just... all I want is BRB. I can't have the only font that I ever use. The only font I ever use, and I can't have it. This is not the font. I don't want this font. Whatever. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab more audio extension cables. Could have sworn that I had more stretchy ones like this, but I'm not seeing them. I just have these ones. All right. Let's hope that it's enough. We'll find out. So, this is where we take a little bit of a break from the reacting. Actually, I'm gonna let that keep playing for the sake of saving time. And I'm gonna bring you with me to the kitchen. My cables here. Okay. Ah. Hold on. Okay. Light switches. There's my headphone cable. No reach. There's my computer. Oh no, it's hooked. Gosh dang it. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, where am I gonna put you? Actually, can I put you right here? On top of my headphone cable? No, here we go. Headphone cable in the bookcase. Oh god, I've stepped in garbage. Because I haven't picked it up yet because I changed I took the garbage out last weekend and then I didn't put any bag in. So I just started putting my garbage in a bag of popcorn on the floor. Because I didn't know where any plastic bags were to be able to put one in my garbage can. Okay. Let's move the cable. God, this is a disaster of a stream already. I can't see what's happening. Ah! Fuck these handles. And fuck anyone that wants this little nub on here. I hate that shit. It's hooked on my pants and pants pockets. Whoever invented handles that function like that, fuck that person. Okay, hold on. Oh, cables everywhere. Entangled on everything. You shush. That's... here, let me just turn this screen so I can see it from the kitchen. That way I can tell what the hell I'm actually doing. Also, no reacting because I'm pissed off. And I just want to make breakfast. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Now I can see what I'm doing. Isn't everything just infinitely so much better? So I apologize for the mess, because I actually live here, and like I actually have to do things. Yeah, this pan's dirty. I didn't empty the dishwasher yet. Got a fresh pan here. So I'm gonna make some eggs and coffee. No one in chat. That's fine. This is fine. Alright. I should make sausages first. That's a good idea. Breakfast. That is my wonderful broken spatula. Cool. Get that started. Coffee. Why are there fruit flies? Fuck off, fruit flies. Alright. I'm gonna go with this one today. And we're also gonna go very light on the coffee today because this is a lighter roast than what I'm used to, and also I'm just not really needing coffee today. But I think maybe in like 10 hours or so I might be changing my mind on that. But like obviously I'm not gonna drink hours. No, I'm not gonna drink coffee 10 hours from now. That would be a nightmare. This is what I'm doing now. This is much more so what my mornings tend to look like. Nothing like that wonderful cinematic video here you got of me making coffee. It's more like this, the hectic chaos of stepping over dishes, dirty dishes, because I haven't put them in the dishwasher, because I haven't emptied the dishwasher, because I've been too busy making the thumbnail for this stream last night. I'm proud of that one. Yes, it is just straight up a rip-off of Sneako's thumbnail, but come on, that's a good thing. Alright. Watching cables. Amazing. Don't unplug. There's sausages. That's as far as I can go. I need a longer cable. Hello and welcome to my apartment. Here are my books. Here's my knowledge. Here are my knowledge caps. And the rest of my knowledge. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a really long day. Alright. Let's get my headphones. So, actually my headphone cables go significantly farther than my webcam cable. This is the part where meditation gets very uncomfortable. Because like I said, I didn't want to do anything, and so I chose to intentionally do nothing, but then I found that I couldn't, and then just everything gets painful. Like physically painful.
Oh, my back. And not just my back, it's like everything. I feel a crush right here.
Everything.
And it's like everything is just so physically uncomfortable.
It's super
my legs
weird.
stiff.
I don't understand.
It's hard to do nothing.
Oh.
What the hell?
Wait. My audio levels are all
And
wrong.
I'm not old.
Because I'm very
It's
far
really hard
away
to do
from the
nothing.
microphone. And I have to speak louder for you
It's
to
like as I
hear
focus
me.
on the physical discomfort, it becomes worse. And as I focus on the breath and,
Alright,
and
this is
the
a
inherent relaxing
disaster.
qualities of that, of just like what it feels like to breathe, then I become more relaxed and I just don't notice the physical pain. But it's like, I guess after a little while there, either I wasn't focusing on the breath hard enough, or the physical pain was just, or not pain, just discomfort, was just actually getting.
Alright, scratch that. I'm not going to be able to do long distance kitchen reactions with my computer in the other room. That's not going to be a thing. Alright. Time to make the coffee. I hate this thing, yeah. There's that. Could you even see it? It doesn't pour out the tip. It fucking drains down the bottom. Unless if I pour quickly. I need to get one of those like fancy things for pouring this properly. Ugh, this can be some really weak coffee. I like my coffee as strong as possible. So it's a good thing I bought milk last night, because just plain weak coffee. If it's strong coffee, I'll drink it straight. If it's weak coffee, I need something in it to make it drinkable. Yeah, it's so weak. Okay, the sausages are almost ready. I don't think I showed that in the fancy coffee video where I shake it to kind of gather all the coffee together, and then it, like, drains better or more. Sausages are almost ready, I think. Okay. I did, however, show this. Oh, that just might be the worst it's ever done. Where it just didn't go on the paper towel. I collect the coffee grounds because it's very good for gardening. I don't have a garden, but I saved them for my mom's garden. The stream is completely derailed. I'm not even reacting anymore. We'll get back to it, I swear. There we go. Oh no. They're all stuck to the pan. Let it go for just slightly too long. And yes, pouring slowly does matter because of the sleuthing system in this pot. Gets all the fine grounds out of the coffee. Okay. Oh, stop it. There we go. Like. Stop rolling. They keep rolling off the spatula. Okay, so note to self, I need more webcams. I need more USB extensions so I can get my microphone over here. Why am I putting the plate over there? Here. I need more HDMI extensions so I can have a monitor in the kitchen if I ever do a Twitch cooking stream, which certainly should happen at some point. Alright. Eggs. I promise we'll get back to the actual content soon. I don't know why I keep saying that as if I have a bunch of people like nagging on me of, come on, get back to the video, this is not what we tuned in for. Because there's literally no one. Wash that little bit of egg off my thumbs. It's like no matter how hard you try, no matter how well you crack an egg, there's always going to be just a little bit that gets on your fingers. Just a little bit. I never did it perfect. At least in my experience. And assuming that I got the temperature right, the amount of time it takes me to wash my hands, my eggs will be ready to flip. Not quite. Washed them too quickly. Fork. Alright, let's see how awful this weak coffee is. Horrible. But it will keep me awake on a long day. Eggs aren't quite there yet. Oh, bruh. That almost never happens. Alright. That's drinkable. Practically water at that point. Okay. Not quite. So, streaming is lonely with no one in chat. And I've also realized what I was doing wrong is I forgot to turn the burner back down a little bit before I switched from porkies to eggs. So there you go, you get the presentable side, and I get to eat the burnt side. Alright, this is fine. And also my counter is still wet from something. Need to wipe it down. Don't know what it's all about. Okay, let's get back to the point of this stream. Fuck. I almost spilt my coffee on everything by tripping on the webcam cable. Hello. Okay. Headphones. Oh no, I shut off my monitor. I shut off my second monitor. I can't see anything. Okay. 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 All right, let's get back to this nonsense.
It was worse. And as I focused
That was
on
a
the breath
disaster.
and just like
I was really hoping that would have gone better. Oh well.
picture here, and it's like everything is just so physically uncomfortable. My legs stiff. It's hard to do nothing. Like, what the hell? And I'm not old. It's really hard to do nothing. I don't understand. It's like as I focus on the physical discomfort, it becomes worse. And as I focus on the breath and just like the inherent relaxing qualities of that, of just like what it feels like to breathe, then I become more relaxed and I just don't notice the physical pain. But it's like, I guess after a little while there, either I wasn't focusing on the breath hard enough, or the physical pain was just, or not pain, just discomfort, was just actually getting to be too intense. I don't know.
I remember being very surprised by this, even though I already knew this. I'd already experienced this. But because I was coming at it with fresh eyes, kind of treating it as a novel experience, even though it's one I had already had before, I feel like that insight hit me harder and maybe stuck a bit better.
Should I stand up and stretch? Should I just go back to it? That was like a solid stretch of like a couple minutes there, at least, that I was like actually kind of not thinking about the past, thinking about the future, and like wondering, just like actually focusing on what it feels like to exist here and now, and just like the peace of the calmness of just existing.
The goal also with this channel was to take an outsider perspective on everything. That if you've ever heard of outsider art, basically it's art created by people that have never seen art. They don't know what art is supposed to look like. And so they make stuff that looks bad, but it's their genuine expression. And also their lack of skill with the medium of drawing or whatever. And so I wanted to try to take an outsider perspective on everything. Excuse me. To analyze everything that exists for myself, rather than constantly basing everything I know off of everything constantly basing everything I experience off of everything I already know, which I also found to be basically impossible.
Existing and not having.
Because, like, I'm saying a lot of stereotypical meditation things here.
Having any worries or regrets for those, just for those couple minutes where I'm just focused on now. Which I've definitely experienced that many times before, since I have some types of meditation, but I just never kept it up with it and made it like a daily practice. And I think that's probably the trick to like getting better at it. I'm sorry, I keep looking at the viewfinder. Let me just, should I flip it away or not? Because then I get paranoid that it's going to like not record. Because that's the worst when I do something specifically for. Well, I don't know. I'm not really doing this specifically for video, but also kind of, I don't know. When you make videos for a long time, the lines get blurred between what I'm doing because I want to do it and then filming it, and what I'm doing for a video. But anyways, back to that mind wander, tangent aside. Back to the point of what I was going to say is, I had many thoughts.
This is actually quite a blurring of that line as well. I intended on doing this, and I was just like, I'll stream it, free content.
That I decided to withhold, because prior to making this video, I was on the fence about, am I going to just narrate the whole thing and express every thought that I have in between the times of focus, or am I going to actually just try to meditate on camera, which was surprisingly difficult because I want to narrate everything and express every thought and document what I'm thinking. So actually having a camera on me actually made it much more difficult, because, like I said, I wanted to express those thoughts. But I still got a few minutes think I'm going to try it again. I'm like suddenly just feeling so much better after just moving a little bit. So now I'm thinking like probably a lot of that discomfort was all mental and not actual physical. Just try this for a few more minutes, and then some of the things I thought about I do actually want to say at the end of the video. Also, I have a timer on my phone. I hope it's copyright-free sound, but I'm a small YouTuber. That doesn't matter. So just don't worry about it. No think. No think. Empty head. See, immediately the back hurts again. The brain's playing tricks on me or something. Oh, the itch. The itches are back. Discomfort. Okay, I got 2 minutes. I can do.
It's all in your head.
Oh, my foot. Oh, suddenly that hurts really bad. Oh, wiggle my, ow. Wiggle my foot out of that position, and my back hurts, and what is that? Oh, everything. This is awful. See, immediately, so much physical discomfort, uncomfort. I'm so uncomfy right now. Oh, this is crazy. Like I just said a few moments ago, I was feeling fine, and then the instant I decided I'm gonna try to do nothing, suddenly the body's just like, yeah, we need to move. All right. Now I have 1 minute left. I can do this for 1 minute.
Very strange. That wasn't the alarm in the video. That was my alarm saying, we've been streaming for an hour. And I haven't even finished my second video. Granted, this is a very, very long video. But I have...
Wow. That scared the crap out of me. And then I think it went for like 3 seconds. I hit stop and I look over in the movie. I think, did the camera say the movie has stopped?
I have hourly alarms set to remind me to sit for a couple minutes every hour because this is a standing desk.
Anyways, the recording stopped, and so then I hit stop and then immediately hit record again. So you got to see my reaction, hopefully, because that actually scared me. This last half hour actually went much quicker than I expected, which is weird because like while it was happening, it felt like forever. But now that's over, it feels like it went quick. So yeah, this was actually, interestingly, I had a first during that little section around like what, 18 to 23 minutes, somewhere in there, where I started seeing behind my eyelids. You know, like if you rub your eyes like in the shower or something, and then you start seeing like the pattern things or whatever, because eyes are weird. I started seeing this like jaggedy circles, like exploding sphere, neuron-looking things, just like.
I've seen this many times since then. Actually, it's weird.
Like come out from behind me, pass through me, and then like fade into the distance and get smaller, and then just disappear. And it just kept doing that. And so I tried to focus on that because it's like, ooh, that looks cool. Then. Oh, it's a cool design, cool. Maybe I could draw it. Maybe. I think I'll draw that and I'll make that like the video thumbnail. So what you saw when you clicked on the video, that's what I was seeing. I'll try to draw it. I'm not a very good artist. Or I just haven't practiced art very much. So I tried focusing on that, and that led to all kinds of crazy, just like, you ever see? Oh wait, hold on, hold on. Let me get up. This is one of my masks that I wear to work. You people. I hope it's not mirrored and it doesn't say we. I hope it like actually says we people. Anyways, like you see this, I got a Grinch on here. You see these little virusy thingies? Oh, come on. Oh, he was on manual focus this whole time. Oh, at least I was in focus. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me. Yeah, get these little virusy guys. Yeah, it looked kind of like that one, I guess. Virusy guy.
Part of me misses having my beard that short because that was so nice. It feels so different on your face.
There you go.
To have a mask over a beard versus not a beard.
See, I'm fogging up. There we go. Yeah, I'm one of those people that my glasses are always over my mask like that because otherwise I can't see anything. It fogs up. But as long as I keep the mask entirely... Oh, that hurt. My butt. As long as the mask is entirely under my glasses, then they don't fog up. So usually like half of my glasses is covered up by mask. Anyways, that's what I've seen. I'm trying to remember what else I wanted to say. It's kind of like trying to remember a dream. I had a very strange dream yesterday morning, but I'm not going to get into that in this video.
Hold on, I hear my phone. Who is texting me at this time on this day? When I'm in the middle of something? It was just people responding to a text I sent out to several people last night about I made a very smart decision. I took the motorcycle on a day that I knew I needed to buy eggs. It was fine. It was fine. There was no cracks, actually. I put it in my backpack and yeah, went fine.
I keep looking over there. I'm sorry. I need to look at you. Hi, hello, viewer. How's it going?
Hey,
Okay,
how's it
why am I
going?
wasting time watching something like this?
Yeah, why are you wasting time watching something like this? What the fuck are you doing?
Alright, what was I gonna say? Oh, right. I had a thingy.
Why am I wasting my time watching something like this? Because I'm trying to like get back into the same thought processes I was in then, so I can get them down on paper.
That I wanted to put at the beginning of the video, but I forgot to record it before the video, so I put recording it after the video, but you saw it before the video. So I'm gonna record that thing now. What did I want to say? Oh, dang it, what did I want to say? I can't remember. And see, this is like one of the reasons why I wanted to just go ahead and express every thought I was having as I was having them, because there was something that I really wanted to say at the beginning of the video. I had the idea of that would be how I started the video for the last like week or so. But then when it came time to actually do the video, wait, hold on, let me put this in autofocus.
Yeah, so like I should have wrote. Why do I keep saying wroten instead of wrote or written? I just keep saying wroten. I should have written it down. Yes, that time was on purpose. Like weeks before making the video. I should have written all of these things down months before starting the channel when I started thinking about like how I wanted to do this.
Can you do that while I'm recording? Hold on. Yes, I can. So when it came time to actually record the video, I just blanked on it and just went right into this. And then I thought of it halfway through the video. I was like, oh, I need to record that after so I can put it at the beginning. And now I can't remember what I was going to say. Well, I should have just said it because then I could go back and watch the video. That is one thing I foresaw as a possible advantage to recording meditating, is because then I could just quickly say a thought instead of having to stop meditating, write something down, and then try to come back to it. But I can't remember. I'm really upset by that because I really wanted to start off the video with that clip.
See, this is why I hate meditation, because if I think of something I want to write, I'm gonna fucking write it, which goes against the opposite, goes against meditation. It is the opposite of meditation, is that if you think of something you want to write or say or do, you're supposed to just not. And I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to not do the things that I want to do, because I spent my whole fucking life not doing the things I want to do.
Oh, just shut off the camera so I can remember. So I think that'll be it for today.
Can you even hear me? Okay, yeah, audio's still working.
And, I don't know what this video is. It's nothing. Anyways, this outro has gone on for way too long. Bye. What's the point of this video? What do you take from it? What do you learn from it? I don't know. That's up to you. Alright? So I just finished editing it and now I just watched it back. And this video turned out not at all how I thought or hoped or expected or anything. Doing nothing is really difficult, like really, really difficult.
It's really weird seeing my old place, especially going back there. It's so different now. It's weird.
Not only did I not do nothing because I meditated, but I meditated badly because I kept talking. But then what's the point of meditating? Because I wanted to say those things and I chose not to. I had thoughts and I was like, hey, that's a good thought. I should do that. But then I just ignored it and went back to existing. What is the point of existing if you're not going to do anything, I guess? That sentence went not at all where I thought it was going, but I'm not upset about where it went. I don't understand why people meditate, and I wanted to do nothing, but doing nothing is difficult and basically impossible. And so then comes the question of, do I actually want to do nothing, or do I just need to spend more time thinking, or is thinking what's stressing me out and I need to spend less time thinking? What is interesting that I discovered from this is that I did want things. The point of this is that when depressed, you don't want to do anything, so let's go ahead and do nothing. But then I had thoughts, and I went, hey, I want to say that, or I want to do that. I want to put that at the beginning of the video. I had wants, which was actually interesting. By wanting to do nothing, and then trying to do nothing, I then found other things that I actually did want to do. So maybe that's the point of all this, is really not to just do nothing, but to be okay with doing nothing until you want to do something, but then go ahead and do that thing, rather than to just continue doing nothing. Yeah, that's an ending I'm satisfied with.
Wait,
Go ahead and do this.
say that
This
again.
is really not to just do nothing, but to be okay with doing nothing until you want to do something, but then go ahead and do that thing, rather than to just continue doing nothing. Yeah, that's an ending I'm satisfied with.
Yeah, so that's where we started off with, was I don't want to do anything, but I do want to make videos. And so immediately that splits off into two directions. And that's the only thing I had to do on a daily basis, was make a video. Every day, make a video. Get out of bed, and that's it. Well, get out of bed, and brush my teeth, and all these other things I started adding to my daily list very quickly. think now's a good time to break out one of the things. I'll be right back again. Give me like 20 seconds. Check my phone real quick. Who's responding and why and what are they saying? Okay. Display board. I have 16 of these because they went clearance. Oh, stop texting me. I'm busy. These went on clearance, 70% off. And I bought 16. I literally went there and said, I'll take your entire stock. Yes. Get rid of that. Okay. So I have enough to just shut the fuck up. I have enough to cover all my walls. Alright. But that's not what we're doing today. I want my measuring tape. Okay, measuring tape. Because then this is 4 feet, so let's go right at the 2 foot mark. This little, I want to mark out the center of this thing. And I want to build a map of the channel. And this is something I've wanted to do since I started the channel, and I just haven't. 3 feet. 36 is going to give me... Jesus Christ, stay. Thank you. Nope. Right there. That's the center. Actually, here, let me just measure this way again. Ah. That's the center. Right there. So, start over. Start over. You can't see that at all. Oh no. Here. Start over. That's as far as we've gotten. That's all we've done. This is gonna be a long day. So I don't want to do anything. So I try to do nothing. And I find that I can't, and that I actually do want to do things. Like making videos. No, not watching that again. Alright, third video. Most important thing in my life. Sleep. Hello. I'm up against a different wall today. Because today I'm discussing the most important thing. My bed. So I don't know what's wrong with that microphone. It still has that problem. And it's infuriating. Deal with it. Yeah, when someone gets to like the maximum point of depression, this is the only thing left that matters. And I think that sleep and having a sleep schedule is the most important thing, hands down, because everything is built on the daily schedule. All of life is lived one day at a time. If you can have lots of good days in a row, then you'll have good weeks, good months. If you have lots of bad days in a row, then, life is kind of cumulative in that way. Oh, I'm getting poked in the eyes. Okay. This is weird. A little bit weird. I don't know what I didn't have any idea of what I'm gonna say in this video. Basically, I was just like, What do you mean? You just hit record and start talking about sleep? You strip life down to the absolute bare bones minimum. Yeah, there's nothing. There is awake and asleep. As I did in my previous video, when awake, I was like, I'm gonna do nothing. I'm stripping my life down to the absolute minimum. I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing. And I've actually kind of done that a lot in my own free time. I've gotten rid of all my social media. I've just been spending a lot of time, not just during that video, but a lot of time intentionally just not doing things and allowing myself to just kind of, I guess, decompress almost from the overwhelmingness of modern life and just kind of recoup and have the space, both physically with physical items, mentally with taking a break from thoughts, and time-wise not doing things, just spending time, I guess. Trying to remember the point of that sentence I was trying to get to. Just existing and spending my waking hours in that way, kind of like as the complete opposite of the way that I've lived my life for most of my life, to strip life down to its basics, its bare minimum, and then slowly rebuild it all from there. And then document that process on the channel of me trying to figure out how to live a good life, I guess. That's not where I expected this video to go, but I think that's okay. I'll leave that in the video rather than saving it for some other video. Back to the point of this video, as I got distracted there. Sleep. When you're at the absolute rock bottom of depressed and you don't want to do anything, the one thing you do want to do is sleep. Sleep is, like I said, it's, to me, I think it's the most important thing in life. well, maybe I wouldn't say, oh, I don't know. See, now that I said that out loud into a camera, suddenly it's like, ooh, that's not a good thing to say. But, I mean, honestly, even when I get so low that I don't want to journal, I don't want to make videos, I don't want to do anything. The one thing, I don't want to go to work, but I still go, because, you know, you gotta. Nope. Even when I get so low that I don't want to journal, I don't want to make videos, I don't want to do anything. The one thing, I don't want to go to work, but I still go, because, you know, you gotta. Sleep is important, and having a good sleep schedule is important. I've done a lot of experimenting with different sleep schedules, and it's incredible how much of an effect that has on you, even though you don't realize it, because it is a very cumulative thing, where like one bad night of sleep isn't gonna affect it that much. You'll be a little tired at work, a little grumpy, but you know, next night you get a good sleep and you're back to normal. But if you have a bad night of sleep day after day, night after night after night after night for weeks, then it really like wears on you really fast.
So pretty much all of my talking has been for the sake of anyone watching this back later, because there's no one watching, there's no one here. And as I said earlier, I have been in this stream and everything in this channel, I've been blurring the lines between what I'm doing for the sake of doing and what I'm doing for the sake of content. And what I'm doing for the sake of doing and just happen to be making content of. But really, it's the doing it that matters. And I think this entire stream, it's the doing it that matters. It's the writing everything down, the reacting of the content, the getting back into those mind spaces so I can make the shit on paper that I've known all along I should have been making, but I just wasn't. So I'm going to be talking a lot less. I'm still going to be reacting. I'm still going to have things to say about these videos. But this stream is for me. This is not for you.
It can be really, really, like, even borderline traumatic. After night after night after night after night for weeks, be really, really, like, even borderline traumatic. I've had that in the past, where I would have panic attacks every time I would lay down to sleep, because I would fear not being able to get to sleep, and so then I would panic, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep. And it was this constant self-fulfilling prophecy almost, where fearing the thing caused the thing that I feared. And actually, I've got a friend who's going through something similar right now.
He's doing much better.
And I really worry about him.
I did think about that this early on in the channel, is about the people that are watching, because as far as I'm aware, he was actually the only one that knew about this channel at that point. And that's only because it had come up in conversation, like, either shortly before the channel or like shortly after, but I wasn't planning on telling anyone about any of this. This entire channel is for me, not for you. Or at least it started that way. I'm sure it'll pivot at some point.
It's not fun. And his has other causes that are a little bit out of his control at the moment, which honestly I feel like that almost makes it worse than what I had gone through, because for me it was just a matter of learning to control my anxiety and learn to just breathe and stay calm. And I guess the way I overcame it back then was learning to I was really bad at meditation.
This is more along the lines of how I've wanted to operate the channel. Doing first, analyzing second. Not trying to analyze everything as I'm doing it, but just say things
and then come back to it later and process the things. Just think things and then process the thoughts. Not trying to do both at once, because I did try that and it doesn't work. Had a problem of falling asleep while meditating, but on the bright side, that helped me actually get to bed. So I would just like do the same technique of focus. I am not on 2x speed. This could take fucking forever.
Focusing on the breath.
That's better.
Like, I'm talking about meditation on the channel way more than I expected. I thought that would be like a one-time thing, but it keeps coming back up. Where I don't really intend to call it that either. It's like just the idea of doing nothing, focusing on your breath. Anytime you think about something else, be like, nope, and then you just like focus on that, and just like experience what it is to exist without having to think about anything. It's almost, which is basically kind of like, well, actually, I would say that is even more peaceful than sleep, because when you're sleeping, your conscious mind is kind of shut off, I guess, but the subconscious mind is still going. And this is not just something we know, like from brain scans or sleep studies or something. This is actually something I've experienced myself, where there are many times where I was having like a very light sleep, and I would like be half awake halfway through the night, and kind of realize that I was just thinking like ADHD mode, nonstop, lightning speed, like thoughts flying all over the place, crazy, like processing things in my subconscious mind the entire night. And so it's like no wonder I wake up in the morning, I'm still exhausted, because I'm still thinking at maximum speed at all times. And I don't know if that's actually if it's just me. I'm sure it's definitely not just me. It's gotta be other people experience that too. And I don't know if that's really an ADHD thing. And I don't know if I may be technically diagnosed with ADHD, but like I was a little kid, and I don't know if I would say I still fall into that category, but I definitely do still have some plenty of attributes of that. And of course, we don't fully even understand what ADHD even really is. But that's, again, a topic for a whole different video. I'm not diving into that right now. Point of this is sleep. And, oh yeah, another like interesting thing I've discovered on my own that I figured I could mention too is that everyone's familiar with the idea of sleep debt. Let's say that your body requires 8 hours of sleep, and you're only getting 7 hours of sleep a night. And that, like, again, one night of being 1 hour short of sleep isn't going to bug you that much. 2 nights will bug you a little bit. You keep going. Eventually, this really wears on you. And so it slowly builds up over time, and you have to slowly pay it off over time. So the term sleep debt works really well. Am I still recording? Yes. Okay, thank goodness. I got scared for a second there. My arm's getting tired. I have to keep switching arms. And I've actually discovered the opposite is true as well. That if let's say I need 8 hours of sleep and I get 9 every night, I can actually build up what I would call a sleep savings. And so I did this for a while, where I was sleeping way too much every night for weeks, maybe months, because I was depressed and I didn't want to get up and do anything, so I just would like, go back to sleep. And I would build up this sleep savings, and how I proved this is then I would have an all-nighter, where I just wouldn't sleep, and it was so much easier than normally. And it's because I'd already built up all that extra sleep, versus if I was already just barely getting enough sleep before and I tried to pull all-nighter, it was really difficult. So that was really interesting too, and that's something I don't think I've ever seen anyone talk about, ever. So that just may be an original thought. That'd be pretty cool. Who knows, maybe we'll get some sleep studies on that someday in the future. Maybe I'll do them. I don't know. Anyways, take care of yourselves out there. I'm trying to take care of myself here. And, happy holidays and blah, blah, blah. Peace. Rest easy.
Okay.
We've talked about doing nothing while awake, and we've talked about how we're actually doing something while we're asleep. Now let's talk
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this thing.
about doing something while awake. So you wouldn't think so, but doing nothing is actually really exhausting. If you do that for a long period of time, where
Wait.
all you do...
I want to look at the project file for this video, because what did I do wrong? What did I do?
We've talked about
It is in the rendered file. Oof. Okay, it's in the rendered file, but is it in the project file? It's not. In the project file, it looks fine. So it was just some sort of incorrect rendering setting. That's all it was.
do is sleep and sit awake doing nothing. And I have done this in the past. I haven't done it recently because I had already done this and it was awful. You sleep and then you wake up and you lay in bed and you don't do anything, and then you go back to sleep and you wake up and you lay in bed and you don't do anything, you go back to sleep. I did this years and years ago for quite a while back when I didn't have a job to go to. Nowadays I can't do that because I have a job to go to, which I'm very grateful for. But yeah, it's exhausting in a really weird way and physically demanding in a really weird way, and you start getting really sore and achy and whatever. So the body definitely requires movement. Well, luckily my job is actually pretty physically demanding, so I don't really have to worry too much about not getting enough physical activity. I've even had chunks of time, like several weeks at a time, where literally all I did was work and sleep because I just didn't want to do anything. So I would just go to sleep and sleep for 16 hours sometimes. Yeah, that'll happen. Sadly, it is raining outside, so I'd rather not go out there for some physical activity because it's gross and wet, and I wish I would have grabbed a shot when it was actually downpouring because then you could see that it's raining out. Versus like now the sun is out or starting to come out, so it looks like I could go outside, but actually it's winter in Wisconsin, so it's very cold. So I don't want to go outside anyway. I actually tried going for a run the other week, anyways, and I barely made it around the block before my lungs are absolutely killing me. And I figured, yeah, I probably shouldn't be stressing out my lungs while there's a respiratory illness going around. I'm also just kind of stalling for the moment so that you guys can see this like word art looking transition across the corner from where I'm filming this. Here we go. The birth of Jesus Christ! And then it burns into flames. So my indoor free time physical activity has basically been limited to this thing. This is a very old phone of mine. If I can get it to turn on, there we go. HTC, quietly brilliant. Okay, do it, is it? Sometimes it does it, sometimes it won't. There you go, followed by the loudest fucking Beats Audio startup sound I've ever heard from a phone. So you're probably confused and wondering what the hell I mean that this is my physical activity. Basically, I forgot the password to this thing a long time ago, and so I've been testing every single possible combination. It requires at least 4 numbers, so like I started off with 0000, enter. Okay, 0001, enter. 0002, enter. 0003, enter. 0004, enter. 0005, enter. That's where the problem comes in, because it limits me to 5 password attempts at a time, and then I have to wait 30 seconds, and then I can do 5 more, and then I have to wait 30 seconds. So, in between those 30-second intervals, I've been basically just running in place, or jogging in place, or doing high knees, or like heel kicks, or whatever, just moving at all for 30 seconds at a time, in between password attempts, or in between like batches of password attempts, 5 at a time. As you can see, I've made it up to 1600. I'm guessing, I think I honestly probably started off the password with a 9, because that's like what I used to do back then. But I guess I'm just gonna keep on working at that for like a half an hour every day. Generally, I think I can go through about 100 passwords in 15 minutes, and then like 200 in 30 minutes. So that's what I'm gonna try to do every day. So my daily routine at this point, like I said, the point of this channel was stripping my life down to nothing, down to the bare minimum, and then rebuilding it up from there, and starting a new life. And so at this point, my daily routine is 1 minute of meditation and like 15 to 30 minutes of trying to crack this phone, and then making a video, because that's making a video is like one of the few things that I actually still do want to do. So here we go. I'm gonna put in my first 5 attempts, start the timer, run around, blah blah. All right. So last one I left off was at 1600. So I'm gonna do 1601. 1602, 1603, 1604, 1605, and yes, it's going to vibrate with every single button press, and I can't change that until I figure out the password, and I start the 30-second timer, and then I run around like this for 30 seconds.
I put so much effort into this video.
Between me, the 30 seconds actually starting on the HTC phone, and then me pressing to start the timer on my Google Pixel 4a XL. I don't know what it is. I think it's a 4XL. So this one is actually ready. This one's actually ready slightly before the
I put so much effort into this video, doing the multicam, the editing on this alone.
30 seconds. Second timer, and you can see there's already a discrepancy. So actually, I guess I'll drop it a couple more seconds. I was doing this a while ago and I figured out the ideal timer duration, but I've forgotten since then. So I'll drop it by a couple more seconds this time. We were at where were we? Oh no, 1610 was the last one. So now we're at 1611, 1612, 1613, 1614, 1615. All right, cool. Now I'll drop this down to 26 seconds. And that's lining up a little bit better, a little more closely. 16:15, that's where I left off. And so that's the other thing I'll do while I'm jogging in place, is I would just repeat the number to myself, like an absolute madman running in place, yelling numbers, so that I can remember what number I left off at. So 16:15, 16:15, 16:15, 16:15, time. I'm already starting to sweat. So 16:16 is next, 16:17, 16:18, 16:19, 16:20. And let's just go ahead and start the timer right away. And you can see that one is actually a little bit below now, which is good, because that's going to account for the couple of seconds it takes me to start the timer and to stop the timer in between.
Okay.
So 16... Where did I leave off? 16, I think 16.2, 16.2, 16.
I'm gonna put this away.
And so I look like an absolute madman. This is ridiculousness. But I think that is something good to accept. Hold on, like 16, 16, 24, 16, 25. I really hope I didn't make a mistake there. 25. So the last one I tried was 25, and I've made 25 attempts. So therefore, I am on the right path. All right, I haven't made a big mistake. Sometimes I'll forget, and I'll have to like redo a batch, and then the number I left off at and the number of attempts that I've made will not match up, and then things get very confusing. But 16.25, that's where I left off. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, right, I was saying, well, no, hold on, let me do this first before I get distracted and do it wrong. 1626, 1627, 1628, 1629, 1630. Okay, I was saying the ridiculousness of what I'm doing here. This as a physical activity, I think that's a good thing to accept and actually do, because the point of physical activity is just to move. Like, we can label different movements and be like, this is walking in place, this is jogging in place, this is running in place, or whatever. We can, hold on, timer's about to go off. Shoot, where was I? 1630, 1631, 1632, 1633, 1634, 1635. 35. Okay, so I did right. So timer. We can label squats, jump squats, box jumps, whatever. We can label all these movements. We can say overhand pull-up, underhand pull-up, muscle-up, pull-up to a dip, whatever. Doesn't matter what you call it. The point is to move. The body doesn't care how many reps of how many... Shush. The body doesn't care how many reps of how many sets or whatever, in the way that we can... Oh, wait. 1636, 1637, 1638, 1639, 1640... 40. Okay, we're good. The body just needs to move. It needs a challenge in the sense of, like, use it or lose it. If you don't use your body, it will atrophy. And so just doing anything at all, no matter how ridiculous, as long as you're not like doing something stupid where you're going to injure yourself, but something as silly as this is valid exercise.
So the meditation video is pretty trash. This video is not amazing, but still, I was starting off the channel in the way that I wanted to, and I think it was going very well. I was at least making things the way I wanted to make them. Just doing, just saying. and not judging and actually making shit and just putting shit out there and seeing what happens. And this is still December of 2020 at this point. Not quite New Year's yet. But then once we start getting to spring of 2021, that's where I started falling into some excessive self-analysis. And I say excessive because it wasn't beneficial. It wasn't, it just wasn't helping in the way that it should have. And that's something I want to pay more attention to when I get to that point, is trying to figure out how I could have done it differently.
And I'm like, it gets me, gets the heart pumping. Where did I leave off? 1640, 1641, 1642, 1643, 1644, 1645. I'm going very quick, and I kind of scare myself when I go that quick because it's like, wait, did I do it right? And then I want to do it over. But actually, this is my second time doing the 1600s, so the chances of me screwing up on the same number twice is very, very small. So I've actually done far more attempts than 1600 attempts on this device, but because I keep on, that 30 seconds goes quick. Hold on, where did I leave off? 1646, 1647, 1648, 1649, 1650. Yes, okay. Because I keep screwing up and then just redoing that batch of 100, I haven't gotten that far because I just really want to make sure I'm doing it right. So I'm allowing myself to talk now and explain all this stuff while I'm doing the 1600s because, like I said, the chance of me doing the same number wrong both this time and the last time I did the 1600s is very, very small. And I'm pretty confident that I will have done them correctly. 1651, 1652, 1653, 1654, 1655. But yeah, this is all it takes. Literally just run around in your room. You don't need equipment. You don't need gym membership. Just move. Just do anything is good exercise. That's something
I actually do have a gym membership. And I haven't gone since COVID started, and I'm still paying for it. But I have my own shower now, so I should just go to the gym because I can come home and shower.
That I learned very early on in with exercise. So this is getting me, I'm already working up a sweat. I'm already getting short of breath every time I have to stop and do this thing right here. 1655 is where I left, I believe. 1656, 1657, 1658, 1658, 1660. 60. So let me measure that in 5 seconds. 1660 is where I left off. 1660, 1660, 1660. I just realized I just went past to the number 1602. That is one of my favorite video games of all time. And I definitely have been craving it lately. So I've considered, I'll probably mix in some gaming content on this channel as well. Yeah. Just a little foreshadowing of things to come. 1661, 1662, 1663, 1664, 1665.
Things to come sooner than then.
My throat's getting dry already, so 1665, I can remember. And when I was, I already feel like, yeah, like the body is struggling. Why is the phone ringing? Why do we have a landline in 2020? No, don't listen to the voicemail. It says their phone number. 1666, oh no, 1667, 1668, 1669, 1670. 70 times, and away we go. 1670, 1670. Yeah, so when I wasn't filming myself and I was just doing this alone, with no one else here, I was just going 1670, 1670, 1670, 1670, 1670, 1670, 1670, like an absolute madman. But hey, it's exercise. And I'm really exhausted, so that's...
I did genuinely actually do that for months. Oh, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah. So basically, the title says it all. I am watching all my content. Actually, not all of it, but I'm going to, as much as possible, because I am reanalyzing and mapping out everything that I've done so far. And I'm also, I'm reanalyzing it and trying to figure out how to do things better. And I forgot the other sentence I was going to say, but welcome to the stream. The stream is more so for me than for any potential viewer. It's more so of this is something I wanted to do anyway, to do this analysis and try to understand, to try to figure out how to do things better, and I was like, hey, I'll just stream it, free content.
1671, 1672, 1673, 1674, 1675.
But I appreciate you tuning in.
We're almost there. I'm getting close. We're at 75.
You're probably on break at work, I'm assuming. How's that going?
I don't forget what number I left off on. Alright. 1681.
I just thought of, so imagine if you just 20 minutes later you go flying by my window on your lawnmower, oh, hey. That'd be funny.
1684, 1685. This is my quarantine madness workout.
Yep.
This is what I was doing very on and off this summer. But now, this is going to be part of my daily routine. I'm going to crack this phone from like 2014-ish, I'm guessing. I don't remember exactly when I had this phone. I don't remember exactly when I had this phone, but man, it would be really cool to see what kind of cringe I got hiding in here. 1686, 1687, 1688.
It would be.
1690.
I'm not giving any spoilers since I'm not giving any spoilers on if I cracked this phone or not, because that video hasn't come out yet.
More, because every time I open up the HTC, it's already ready. So if I can drop the timer like another second or two to where I can see.
Oh, right. That's the other thing I was gonna say. Is last night I had tabulated all of the durations of all my videos, and if I were to actually watch all the content that I've made on this channel over the last like 9 months or so, it would literally be over 24 hours. So I'm just not going to do that. This might be like a 2-part stream where I watch 12 hours worth of content a day and then I do another 12 hours a different day. We'll see. All right. Ah, that one. Nice. Don't say too much, because the stream will still be public after it's done, and the chat replay will still exist. So,
I can see the little 30-second waiting.
but I don't know. I assume that you would not say things that work would not want you to say anyway. So, you're fine.
Expired the instant I open the device. The instant I swipe up and then I see like the little, you must wait 30 seconds. If I can get it that close, that's like the ideal timer length.
All right.
Because then to be, no, I'm more so about like being efficient with the time and getting as many passwords in as quickly as possible, because I just really, really want to get back into this device. Here, sound didn't go off.
Okay. This.
Perfect. I'm gonna leave the video here. I'm gonna drop. I see there. Hold on. Let me just. Ta-da. There you go. I started at 10:15. 15 minutes on the dot. Perfect. I'm gonna leave the video here. I'm gonna grab a drink of water. And then I think I'll do another round on my own. Yeah. Because last time, what was it, like 2 days ago or whatever, 3 days ago when I tried the 1600s, I did the 1600s and the 1700s. The 1600s.
I'll also say I appreciate you tuning in, but also if you're out there, don't use up all your data, because I know you guys kind of rely on having a little bit of data. So.
I'm pretty sure I did right, but then the 1700s, I'm like, oh, I have to have made a mistake in here because I was being distracted and not paying attention. And I like think I pressed maybe 1705, and I was supposed to do 1750, or who knows, I don't know. So.
Otherwise, I'd say just leave the phone on in your break room. Or in the break room. Just leave the stream on. Leave your phone in the truck and let it keep playing. But actually, no. Then you wouldn't be able to listen to your music while you're working. Whatever.
I mean, this is I'm putting this back in my daily routine, and I think you guys as well should do anything, literally just like this. Instead of sitting, like maybe you're watching TV and you just do this casually. You don't even have to go like.
Instead of sitting, I have a standing desk, and it's wobbly. Yeah.
Speed like I was and burn yourself out to death. Exercise is good. It's important. It's necessary.
The hell was that?
So, yeah, that's my workout routine, I guess. Professional trainers, leave a review. Make a review video of my workout.
I have a coworker who's actually a personal trainer, and I no, not this video, but a different video similar to this that he watched, and yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Gave me some critiques.
Drink some water. Stay hydrated. Also, I wanted to show like a brief behind the scenes of what I got going on here, as far as like how I was filming that with a webcam, and then
webcam.
I got this tripod there.
Grandpa's tripod. Oh, rest in peace, my ring light. When I was setting up my standing desk, it fell.
Real simple.
Sad
also,
days.
I realized that 1770 is really hard to say, like, really, really fast. 1770, 1770, 1770, 1770, 1770. I say it okay there, but when I'm, like, jogging and trying to say it at the same time, yikes. I dare you to try it. Actually, let's just say it quicker. 1770, 1770, 1770, 1770, 1770, 1770. I had a third thing I wanted to interrupt with. I can't remember what it was. I remember now. Okay, well, never mind. So you already saw that part in the video. Go outside and be physically active. Go away, car. I'm trying to film a video here. HTC quietly. It's not even in focus. Dang it! Gotta redo that whole shot. Shut the phone. Come on. Shut the phone off. Redo the shot because it wasn't in focus. Now the battery's dying. Another phone cover came off, and I had to redo that shot too because it rolled over there where my passwords are on that piece of paper, and I can't show that shot now because it rolled. It won't turn on for some reason. It's a fidget spinner. Excuse me, I'm filming here, so I don't want to go do a physical activity. Fuck you. I'd rather not go. There's so many cars, and I don't want to fuck you while it would fuck you. So I'd rather not. Well, there's a fuck you. Well, there's a fuck you. It's only 4 or 5. Yeah.
Well, there's a fuck you. Well, there's a fuck you. I was proud of that edit. Humbug. Yeah, I don't know what causes that sound. Something's wrong with that mic. I need to just buy a new mic, which really sucks, because, like, I don't know what happened to it. Why? Jesus Christ.
So I despise Christmas and everything about it.
Oh, wait, no, I did that on purpose. Where yeah. You can see... Why am I pointing? You can't see what I'm pointing at. You can see that the video froze, and then it just does the bzzz, where the sound is faster. I did that on purpose in editing. That way it would give you time to read that message, or at least realize that you need to pause to read
I
it.
despise Christmas and everything about it. Well, almost everything about it. So we'll
Okay.
start off with the good things about Christmas. Gatherings with people you care about. That's obviously a good thing any time of year. And that's about it. I really cannot think of another good thing about Christmas. So the downsides of Christmas, well, for starters, gatherings with people you don't really want to see, but you have like that social contract or whatever, and you're like required to see them. You're not really required to see them, but there is that people will kind of have negative feelings towards you if you don't come see them. Oh, my battery's dying. Let's see if I can finish this video before the battery dies. Probably my biggest complaint about Christmas is just how our like consumerist culture has completely capitalized on that and turned it into this big money-making thing. Because Christmas is not at all what it was ever meant to be in the first place. Because what it is now is basically it's all about gifts. You gotta buy stuff, and it's all about this consumerist culture of buying things you don't need and buying things for other people that they don't need and wasting money on all this non-essential stuff. And you are required to give people gifts in the same way that you aren't required to give them gifts. But if you don't, there's sort of that negative undertone of like, oh, you didn't give me a gift this year. Gift giving should always come from within, from a desire to give, from wanting to make the other person happy, not from a sense of, oh, I gotta get you a gift now because you're probably gonna give me a gift because you think that you have to give me a gift because you think I'm gonna give you a gift. And it's this like cyclical thing where people are only giving each other gifts because they think that other people are gonna give them gifts and they feel obligated to do so. And so everyone's wasting money on all this unnecessary junk that no one wants. And then you got regifting and people that like, oh, oops, I don't know what happened to it because I actually donated it because I don't want this stuff. Or every once in a while, and actually, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes you do get something really cool, something you actually enjoy. Like this year, I got some heated gloves. Fantastic. I'll use those while skiing. I'll use those like in early spring and late motorcycle.
I can't wait for skiing. And I am shocked that I'm saying that because I hate the cold. But I am so excited for skiing.
Late motorcycle, early spring, late fall when I'm on a motorcycle. Those are great, but all gift giving should come from a place of wanting to give.
Oh.
I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes you do get something really cool, something you actually enjoy. Like this year, I got some heated gloves. Fantastic. I'll use those while skiing. I'll use those like in early spring and late motorcycle. Late motorcycle, early spring, late fall when I'm on a motorcycle. Those are great, but all gift giving should come from a place of wanting to give, wanting to make the other person happy because you can, not from the sense of obligation. I had to change the battery right there. I didn't make it in time. But I guess a good way of summarizing it is that giving from a sense of obligation basically creates feelings of resentment, even if very subtle. Even if you deny that you feel resentment, like it's still kind of there. It's hiding in the background. And so for years, I haven't given gifts, and I've asked people to not give me gifts unless they actually want to give me something. Like this year, I only gave one gift because I saw this thing really a couple months ago. I saw it online, and I immediately thought of this person. I was like, oh, they would love this, and so I got it for them. That's how gift giving should be. Not a sense of like, okay, here's my checklist of all the people I gotta get stuff for. Oh, and what do I get them? You know, of course, the only exception to me not giving gifts is me and my siblings all pitch in on stuff for my parents every year, and so like I'll toss in however much I owe on that. So I'm contributing to that, and that I don't really feel resentment for. That's fair. That's our agreement. So, and I mean, of course, they're my parents. I should be nice to them, I guess. Well, actually, honestly, I could say, and I like at this point, I'm just really hoping that my family members don't watch this video, but I could say that really has a sense of obligation in there because if I were to not pitch in, and my other siblings all pitched in on the gift, but then I didn't, they would obviously feel that like have that negative resentment toward me of like, oh, he didn't pitch in on the gift, he's not giving gifts. What's wrong? You know, it's still there, even though I just denied it. I didn't even realize that. I didn't think about that, or I didn't like that wasn't planned. I haven't scripted anything for any of my videos, but like I didn't think that through ahead of time. I just realized it now as I was filming this that
I didn't script anything back then, but I'm beginning to try to plan my videos out better in advance nowadays.
just doing
That's what this is all about.
the thing that I had just described right before doing it, that I was denying it and be like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Of course I'm going to give a gift to my parents. But even though there's a very subtle thing underneath the surface, and I don't know if my siblings feel the same way or not. Honestly, I've never talked about that in particular. I have about this sort of thing in general, but not about pitching in towards my parents. But that's one of those things where it's like the social taboo of not doing that outweighs the discomfort of doing that, and because then I feel uncomfortable with the fact that I would be uncomfortable with it. I feel like there's a lot of things in life that are not like the social taboo around those certain things develops very naturally because there are certain things that we just naturally are uncomfortable about, and then people kind of shun other people for wanting to talk about those things because they're uncomfortable that the other person is talking about it, which just makes it even harder for someone to talk about because they're already uncomfortable. But I don't really have any good way of summarizing all that or wrapping it up. So I guess I can just move on to the next point and say that if you strip away all of my complaints about Christmas and bring it back to what it was originally meant to be, I still don't have any interest in it because I don't celebrate Christ. So I basically have zero interest in anything Christmas related whatsoever. Now, what I do have interest in is the winter solstice, not for any sort of like silly spiritual reasons, but just for the like reality and practicality of the fact that it is the shortest day of the year. It's all upwards from here. The days are getting longer, we're getting more sunlight, and that can kind of give us some more hope to help us make it through the literal dark days that are still yet to come because it takes quite a while for the days to start getting noticeably longer. And of course, the body requires sunlight. We suffer without it. We don't get enough vitamin D, so like I take vitamin D in the winter because I live up in Wisconsin. And I could say also some other things I do appreciate about the Christmas season. Some Christmas music, a lot of it I really don't like, but some of it's very good. I like the general feel of Christmas music, even if I don't agree with the exact lyrics of many of the Christmas songs. I appreciate Christmas lights. I love the soft, warm glow of them. I love sitting inside, thankful that someone invented like an indoor furnace, whoever that is. I'm very, very grateful that they existed, and that I can like sit in a soft, cushiony chair with a warm blanket and a hot chocolate and the warm glow of the Christmas lights and just stare out the window at the snow. It's peaceful. It's nice. I like that. It's cozy. And like I said, I appreciate the gatherings with people that you do care about, like friends and family, because these are literal dark days that you're living through when the days are shorter. You don't get as much sunlight, and having that support network can be good. I'm still not 100% convinced on this, but everyone else seems to be convinced that socializing in some form or another is a requirement for mental health. I joke about not really needing socializing, but on a real note, if I think in terms of like if I was the last person alive, I wouldn't want to survive. So I may be like a hardcore introvert, but I do still need some level of socializing. So yes, actually, socializing in some form or another is required on some level. I had more than I wanted to say, but I'm trying to remember what else. What else did I want to talk about? Well, I can't remember what else I was going to say, so if it's important enough, I'll put it in a different video. So, oh, happy holidays! I was just about to say happy holidays, and then I remembered that's the rest of what I was going to say. Actually, I'm gonna post this video. I'm gonna talk about the happy holiday. I'm gonna talk about the happy holiday. I'm gonna talk about the happy holiday stuff in a different video, and I'll post that tomorrow because I talked long enough, and I feel like the duration of speech has rendered it viable to post them in 2 separate videos instead of all together in one. So to cap this video off, I would say my ideal way of celebrating the holiday season would be doing things you enjoy doing with the people you enjoy having in your life, and just remembering to take the time to be happy because it's very easy to forget these days. Take care.
All right. Happy Holidays versus Merry Christmas. I grew up in a Christian household. Of course, we celebrated Christmas. Every year, we would tell everyone Merry Christmas. I would say, like, the day after Thanksgiving, we would be willing to start saying Merry Christmas to everyone we saw. That greeting would last at least until New Year's. Some of the more religious people in my family were more insistent that the Christmas season lasted for months after Christmas, and that Christmas was just the start of the Christmas season, and so they would use that greeting well into the next year. Even though around here, actually leaving your Christmas lights up past January 15th is a misdemeanor. And so, of course, as a little kid, like that's what I grew up with. So
Oh yeah, also, again, this stupid rendering error. Actually, now that I've seen a couple videos like this, I think I remember... Yeah, at some point I had realized that this was a problem, that I had Yep, I remember that now. I had a incorrect rendering setting for like the first couple weeks of the channel, or first week of the channel. That was...
That's all I knew, and then I just kind of went along with it. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's just what you do. And then, you become a teen, and you start questioning everything, trying to figure stuff out for yourself instead of just blatantly taking everyone's word for everything. And then, you go from being a Christian to an atheist, and then dealing with, like, existentialism and nihilism, and having many attempts at absurdism, and then slipping back into nihilism. But all the while, still just kind of doing Christmas because it's what you do. Because it's what I knew. And then there's the happy holidays people. And the religious members of my family would get very, very offended and triggered and upset when people would say happy holidays to them. And they would take it as an insult, as an attack on their Christmas season, as an attack on their religion, as an attack on their identity, as a religious person, as someone that celebrates Christ. And so, of course, growing up, I just kind of adopted this same way of thinking, where I would be upset when people would say happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas. But then, I started questioning everything and kind of rejecting religion.
Damn it.
Spending some time exploring what life would be like without religion. And I began to realize there's a lot more holidays than just Christmas and Hanukkah. There's Kwanzaa, and honestly, I don't even know. And there's Yule, and but yeah, honestly, I don't even know what all there is. All I'm aware of is that there are so many other holidays than just Christmas that happen around the same time period. And as I mentioned in yesterday's video, I kind of decided I just don't want to associate myself with Christmas anymore. I just don't really like the holiday. And so the only thing I do celebrate is the solstice. And I say celebrate because I don't really do anything for the solstice. I don't take off of work. I don't have like traditions or rituals or whatever. I just use it as a reminder to try to have something to be grateful for. It's just an acknowledgement and reminding myself to be grateful for the fact that the days are now getting longer, and to hold on to that hope to help get me through the literal dark days that are still yet ahead, because we have short days, long nights, very little sunlight, and so it's like it's uphill from here. The days are getting longer, but it takes time for that to happen. So you hold on to that hope to help get you through. And so that's kind of all I do. I don't really celebrate the solstice in any sort of like spiritual way, although I'll dabble in that sometimes, just because I feel like the human brain does require some sense of reverence, but that's something I have yet to explore in more detail for myself. But anyway, so the last several years, I've not really associated myself with being a Christmas person, and even occasionally kind of entertaining the idea of being a bah humbug type person, because it's a fun persona to put on, and it's fun to get reactions. And then you got people like my coworker who wears the blinking light antlers and the bells on and whatever, and then I'm bah humbug, and it's hilarious to see that kind of clashing. I also hadn't thought of. I now see a juxtaposition between this and videos that I did again later in spring of 2021, where like when I moved here, that was such a process that I could have documented, but I chose not to because I had a sense of that being so far beyond what the channel was at the time. It was so far... How do I phrase this? It was...
So, missed call. Who just called me? And it never rang. And I don't recognize that number. So, like, we've got... This is the map of the channel I have so far. Oh, let me make that big. We've got... Start over. Make vids, camera, bloopers, day-to-day, which is, like, asleep versus awake, doing nothing, doing something. Meditating, which is, like, trying to do nothing but actually still doing something. Then there's the types of meditation, which is no-think. There's analyzing the thinking. There's contemplating, which is thinking intentionally, which is like simultaneously a type of meditation, or actually its own thing. Like, people often say that they're meditating when they're actually contemplating, even though I think these things are completely different. Meditating to me is no-think, and then analyzing the mind is a form of... is like a hybrid between meditation and contemplation, and then contemplation is its own thing. But I put it there because it's like people call it meditation when they're actually contemplating instead, and it's also doing something, which is other doing somethings, which would be exercise and stretching. And then I've got other miscellaneous notes here. But my point being is, from this, I intend to work my way out into everything. Everything that could possibly exist in all of life. I'm mapping it. I'm mapping it. And this is the map that I've talked about in other videos. That I've had this in my head, and now I'm finally taking the time to try to get it down onto paper or cardboard. And so when I had my moving vlog and so many other things that happen, on the day-to-day, in my day-to-day experience of going to work and just living in the modern world, so many things I experience are so far beyond what I have mapped that I choose to just not document them, even though I should anyway, because this video is so far beyond any of this. And this is the way I want to be making things, where I just put the video out anyway. There's so many videos and so much content that I didn't make because I judged myself too much. Self-analysis, self-criticism, self-judging is good, because that is, in my like inexperienced opinion, the catalyst for self-improvement. I may take that back someday, but too much is bad, because too much of it and you just crush yourself into the ground to the point where you're no longer doing things, no longer just experimenting with life. And that's what happened. That's what happened the spring of 2021. Because I was wanting to do this. I knew that I should have been doing this as a behind the scenes the entire duration of this channel, and I just wasn't.
In a friendly way, of course. I'm not going to bash her for celebrating the way she wants to celebrate. If she enjoys that, if that's what brings her happiness in these literal dark days when the days are short and there's not enough sunlight around, then if that's what brings her happiness, then so be it. She can go ahead and do that, and I will just sit here and be annoyed by her bells. And I can just kind of try to remind myself to try to enjoy the bells the way the younger me would, and be like, yes, loud bells, jingle. Anyways, I'm getting on so many tangents today. Right, okay, so that's the point, is I would get annoyed when people would assume that I celebrate Christmas. And so I kind of thought to myself, well, this must be how the Hanukkah people feel when we say Merry Christmas to them. Out of simply wanting to be kind to people, I began saying Happy Holidays because I didn't want to assume that everyone celebrates Christmas. And I think the entire point of the phrase Happy Holidays is to avoid offending people or avoid annoying people and just be like, hey, whatever holiday you celebrate, may be happy. So it's absolutely ridiculous that the Christians, or at least the ones I know, would be offended by this when that's not at all the intent. The intent is to be like, hey, I don't care what you celebrate, I just want you to have a good time doing it, and I wish you well. Very recently, probably within like the last week, I suddenly had this realization of the juxtaposition between my now mindset versus like when I was a little kid, and like seeing who I am now from that perspective and realizing like, oh, I've become a Happy Holidays person. And even though I've been saying Happy Holidays instead of Christmas for several years now, it just like, it shocks me of like, oh, that's a new perspective. Or to see my new perspective from an old perspective. And of course I will say Merry Christmas on Christmas and like even Christmas Eve, and I'll say Merry Christmas to people that I know celebrate Christmas. I'm not going to say Happy Holidays to them because then they're going be upset by it. But yeah, if I know someone's celebrating Christmas, then of course I'll just say Merry Christmas to them. More so I use Happy Holidays when I'm speaking to random people, especially right now working in retail. I see a lot of random people, or like I'll answer the phone and help them out with the problem, and then I'll say, all right, take care, Happy Holidays, instead of like the normal, okay, thanks for calling, have a good day. But yeah, I thought that was interesting, and it'll be interesting to me to hear your thoughts on all this as well. So whatever you celebrate, I hope you have Happy Holidays. Oh yeah, New Year's gets looped in that too. All the holidays. Also, as more people switch to Happy Holidays instead of saying Merry Christmas, I think it'd be fascinating to see if the word Merry just kind of disappears entirely eventually, because I don't think I've ever heard anyone say Merry outside of the context of Merry Christmas, or May your Christmas be merry and bright, or however those song lyrics go. Although, on the contrary, you also have Christmas lights, and those will probably all be called Christmas, and those, I imagine, would probably always be called Christmas lights, even if Christmas went away entirely, because holiday lights sounds weird, or winter lights, string lights. Nah, it's Christmas lights, even if they're not for Christmas. I put up Christmas lights, even though I don't celebrate Christmas, I just enjoy the aesthetic of them.
There are now Easter lights, which is literally just Christmas lights with like Easter colors, pastel. You okay out there? Someone's doing something. So, I don't know, maybe they'll end up being called string lights, even though that just sounds God, I forgot to switch back to the, oh well, you could hear it, I hope. Right?
All right. Happy
You
holidays,
could
first
hear
Merry
me the whole
Christmas. I
time?
grew up.
It's fine. It's fine. That was fine. Alright, this is the point where I fixed the rendering error, and that's my reminder to sit for a little while.
So I was just setting up my tripod.
And this is a
It fell
good
apart.
this is
I
a
was
good
furious. I
video
thought
to
I broke
sit
it
on.
because this is my grandpa's tripod. My grandpa is not alive anymore. This one, I never really got to know him, to be honest. He died when I was very young, and I only know 3 stories. And from what I hear, he seemed like a pretty great guy, a hardworking person that this world needs more of. Nice. And so, like, this tripod is one of the few things that I have of him, and it's something that I actually use. I use it for most of my videos, or as many of them as I can, because I like using it. And it fell apart, and I was furious because I thought I broke it. And so I was like, well, hold on, let me just take apart the other leg of the tripod and see how that looks compared to the one that fell apart. And then I realized all it was a loose screw. It was so convenient. These like little pieces of plastic or metal, who knows what fell out. And that's why I thought I broke it. Shush, phone.
It has like actually like broken since then. This time it was just a loose screw, but now it like actually broke. But my dad fixed it, sort of. It needs like to be tack welded or something. But I don't know. I don't have the equipment for that or knowledge for that, so I really kind of avoid using it now, which is sad.
These little pieces of like plastic metal or like who knows, these little pieces of like I don't know, plastic or metal or who knows what they were. I don't have, that's why I thought that I broke it.
You could see where like I automatically would re-say things if I felt like I didn't say it properly the first time. Because normally I would cut those out, but I just didn't cut it out this time.
It's just falling out. But once I compared it to the other side, it's like, oh, they just slide right in this little slot and they're both held in by.
I've also noticed that's been a trend among like the very professional YouTubers, is they'll intentionally leave in stuff like that to show that they are still doing that in the same way that any beginner YouTuber does, to show that that's something that never really goes away. I think it's hilarious when a very professional YouTuber leaves something like that in on purpose. Good stuff.
And all it was a loose screw. And all I had to do was just take a couple minutes with a screwdriver and put it back together. And it works great. And this is one of the things that, and I love the fact that back in the day, they used to make things that,
Yeah, again, this is something that's so far beyond what the channel was at the time. But I put it out anyway because it was good. It was good content. It was filler content. While I took the time to make things that fit the map of the channel, which is now fallen. Oh, well.
were repairable and worth repairing. This is like a sturdy metal tripod. This thing ain't going anywhere. I bought this other like plastic tripod before I was given this one by my grandma, and that one broke. There was no fixing it. It was just cheap plastic junk, and I paid I don't know how much for it, too much for a piece of junk plastic. This thing, I don't know how old it is, but it's ancient and it's going to last a very long time. It might even outlast me. So quality in your work is very important, and that's something that I definitely really strive for in my videos. And I'm nowhere near the level of quality.
I legit was not expecting to have anything to write from this video, but I think I do actually.
Quality that I want, nowhere near. And actually, like as I was like halfway through the repair process on this tripod, I was like, oh, I should have been filming this. This could be a video. This could be B-roll. This could be something. Yeah. But oh well, I'm still making this here anyway. Don't know what the point of this was. It's just a little story time and my appreciation for the boomers, because they tend to get a lot of hate these days, and they're not all bad. They're not all bad. Everyone's got good and bad in them. Everyone.
Okay. Let's open another batch of videos then.
So today I'm gonna brush my teeth, and not just today. You know, every day. Except I'm depressed and then I don't want to do anything, and then I don't brush my teeth. So yeah, you get your floss. Oh right, this is the greatest thing ever. You can see there. Hold on, let me switch to manual focus. You can see like that little nub there, and there's like a slot underneath it where I can wrap the floss in there. I can't imagine flossing without it. So I get my floss. Oh, oh man, I couldn't have planned that if I tried. I have backup floss. Don't worry.
Fuck.
Man, these ones you get from the dentist, they don't come with very much in them. I kind of use the size of the sink to estimate approximately how much I need. I definitely just grabbed way too much here. Whoops. And then yeah, I can like wrap it around the little nub there, and then oh yeah, I didn't show this part before either. It's got little grooves. So then I just go in the grooves, wrap it around the little nub a few more times, do that 3 times, and boom, I got a really, really easy way to floss. Way back in my throat. Yes, I have teeth down here. I chew as I swallow. And yes, I'm going to continue to talk like this the entire video for the sake of your entertainment, okay? So yeah, I'm very aware that the last few videos, I have definitely strayed from what I've been trying to do lately to rebuild my life and document that process. I've instead, I took a few days to just kind of express some thoughts that I've been having, and I think it's time to get back to what I've been trying to do lately. That's kind of what this video is about. I've actually been doing this whole time that I started this channel, and long before, but I just didn't get around to make a video about it until now. If I try to recap what I've done so far, basically, we started off depressed and not wanting to do anything. And so I decided, you know what, let's just do nothing. And we did. I did nothing for a while, and I did that until I discovered something I wanted to do. And I was like, okay, cool. So now I'm good.
I forgot that I did this in almost every video. I recapped everything that I did so far on the channel in almost every video. At the beginning of every video. To show how each video stemmed from all the previous.
I do that thing. Then I did that thing, and then yeah, I got distracted, just kind of talking about things that I'm thinking about. And now with this video, I'm getting back to doing things that I want to do. One of the things that I want to do is to take care of my teeth. When I don't, they feel disgusting. Man, it's really hard to talk. It's really hard to like actually floss decently, because I'm not gonna do this just for the camera and then like shut the camera off and then like do it properly. I'm trying to like actually do it properly while talking to you. And it's really convenient to undo this process as well. It just unravels and floss comes off this thing. I just rinse the thing.
And I wash it
And then
once
I
in
got
a
this
while.
thing to protect my toothbrush so it doesn't get gross. So I will admit, growing up, I never brushed my teeth. And I mean ever, for years. And I had a lot of cavities, so I had a lot of fillings. And it was obviously painful, and now that I'm an adult, it's expensive. And so, you know, the small inconvenience of having to brush for a few minutes every day definitely does not outweigh the inconvenience of having to have pain and fork over a ton of money that I worked really hard for. It's much, much easier for me to brush my teeth consistently as an adult, because now I am responsible for the consequences. Technically, I've been responsible for the consequences my entire life, because now I have to be willing, and that's never the rest of my life. As a kid, I didn't understand that. You know, see, that's why I'm here. I definitely use way too much things like I spoil all the time. Okay? So talk to me for like what you do with your phone. No, that's what you do with your YouTube. You make a fool of yourself. So I really love to tell you. You know, is this what you want to see? Is this what the people want? And I'm just telling you here, that's not filled yet. So I can't afford to get filled, so I just brush it like extra well. I put a little more emphasis on that area. Is that what you want to see? Is that entertaining? I really hope I can understand what I was just saying so that I can put captions on this. And then I lost my tongue because I heard that is where most of that actually comes from. So and then I split my tongue. And I brushed the front of my teeth, and I lost my tongue again. Yeah, I lost my tongue like that. I can't want to get tongue paper. My tongue splitter. That's how I'm doing that. I'm biting my tongue, you know, it doesn't feel good to bite your tongue. Thank you, Captain Obvious. And
This is awful. This is actually awful.
And my face. And finally, the underappreciated but still very important.
Oh, it's still in my beard.
I've never poured like up here close to my face. It's always like, you know, I don't know, at like waist height. No, it's always at like, you know, rib height.
You couldn't just like rinse your face a bit better first, bro? This is awful. This is awful. I would not watch. I don't want to watch this.
And then there's this.
This
You know,
is
there's
awful.
actually, a pretty big motivator
Why
for
did
me
I
to
make
get
this
the beard.
video?
Because the beard just soaks up so much, and it's really hard to get it clean and dry every day or twice a day. And yes, of course, I'm not like drooling toothpaste all over my beard when I do this normally. So yeah, that's basically my daily routine at this current point. Is I wake up, brush my teeth, and then you know I'm depressed, so I don't want to do anything. So I do nothing, or at least until I think of something I do want to do, and then I go exercise because not doing anything feels awful. But doing
I still have the same zit. That's been there for like 7 years.
something feels a little bit better, and then I'll go do the thing that I
Just
wanted to do.
won't
It's
go
okay.
away.
Do
I have it on both sides actually.
And then, of course, like, go to work and whatever, and do the things that you gotta do, your chores and all that, and I certainly will make videos about those things eventually as well. I really hope that these are decent camera angles, because I just don't want to redo this video. But, like, if I have to, I'll just redo it tomorrow night, because, you know, I'll be doing this again. So, take care of your teeth. It's very, very important, even if not for the sake of having nice teeth, just for the sake of avoiding unnecessary pain and suffering. Also, for the vast majority of my life that I did not brush my teeth, I never realized how gross it was until I started doing it. Then when I would stop, then I would realize, oh wow, now they feel gross, because I had a reference point, so to speak. And so now that I've been doing it almost consistently for the past couple of years, when I do get really depressed and just stop brushing for a couple days, a couple weeks, even skipping 1 day or 2 days, it's like, oh, they feel gross, I gotta brush my teeth. Whereas when that's your norm, you don't realize how gross they are. When all you've ever known is non-brushed, gross teeth, it doesn't feel gross to you. That's just what teeth feel like to you. And so it isn't until you feel clean teeth consistently for a long time that you then can recognize when they actually are getting gross and be like, wow, how did I ever put up with that before? And so I feel that same way mentally when all you've ever known is suffering. Not to say some cliches, but you know, some things are cliche for a reason. It isn't until you experience happiness, joy, pleasure, whatever words you want to describe positive feelings, it isn't until you experience that consistently for a while that you can then recognize when you're not feeling that way and realize, oh man, how did I ever put up with feeling that way all the time? And so when you do slip back into the not so good feelings, then it hurts a lot more because you realize what you're missing out on. But that also gives me a lot more motivation to get back out of the slump. Whereas if you've never been out of a slump, then you will never realize that you're even in a slump in the first place. Brush your teeth. Take care.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm not I'm not very flexible, as you just saw there. I try to, you know, sit down and have a cool intro to this video.
I can't do it. I'm not very flexible. I've spent the majority of my life sitting in a chair or in a recliner or laying in my bed, being very inactive,
And now I have a standing desk.
playing video games, watching YouTube videos, whatever, scrolling on social medias. It's a problem because specifically, like touching my toes, I can't do that. When I sit crisscross applesauce in my spot to meditate every morning, I can't like sit up straight and put my back against the wall. Like it just doesn't go that far. When I got into weightlifting for a little while, I couldn't deadlift because I couldn't keep a straight back and reach the bar to pick it up. So hopefully this is the right angle. That should be right. I don't think I need the tripod. If I keep my back straight and I only bend at the hips like you're supposed to, that's it. I'm being 100% dead serious. Ready? That's it, right there. You know, I'm keeping like my shirt tight so you can see. I'm keeping a straight back. That's it. Hold on, I can't reach you to show you. I can't do it. I can't even see if you can see. I can't do it. Now, of course, if I bend my back and I lurch my back like this, then I can touch my toes, no problem. But like that's not how it works. When you do that, you're not stretching your butt and your hamstring, then you're just like curving your back and you're not really stretching anything, really. So you gotta keep your back straight and feel this. Oh, and I feel it. I just finished. Is this what you want to see? Is this good YouTube content? I just finished doing the heel kicks section of.
Is this a good live stream?
The video that, I don't know if it'll come out before or after this one, but the one where I'm trying to crack into my old phone, and I did a half an hour of heel kicks, basically. I did it like, oh, right, and you gotta keep the knees straight. You saw right there, I was focusing on the stretch here and just automatically allowing my knees to bend. You gotta keep those straight too. Oh, that's a deeper stretch. Yeah, I did 30 seconds at a time of heel kicks with short little breaks in between, and I did that for half an hour. So actually, I'm gonna turn this way a little bit so I'm perpendicular to the wall. And,
I gotta get like a bar stool or like a tall chair where I can sit and still be at desk height because I haven't been sitting every hour like I know I should.
In my toes and my feet. I want to document my progress of like.
Can you
actually,
see me sitting?
No,
you can't.
I can't straighten my knees. There we go. So if I can straighten my knees, that's as far as I can go. Oh man, that's all I can do. I don't know how long you're supposed to stretch for, and then like how long you're supposed to take breaks in between. Oh man, I was just doing. And now see, I'm gonna like counter stretch here too. See this I can do no problem. The knees are not happy. Specifically the left one during the heel kicks, but now the right one feels a little off. So that entire intro to the video, I was just trying to hold that stretch as long as I could, and that's I guess as long as I could. I don't know how long it was, but we'll find out when I edit the video. So I'm just gonna try it again. Oh, my food's ready. Well, no, I want to do this. Oh man, so I'm just gonna hold this for as long as I can, I guess. And this is gonna be a part of my new daily routine. So at this point, to recap, and yes, I'm curving my back a little bit, but still trying to keep the same amount of tension in there. So at this point, to recap, my daily routine is I wake up, I brush my teeth, do nothing until I think of something I want to do, and then I get up and I work out, and then I'll stretch, and then I'll do the thing that I thought of. And so for today, the thing I thought of is stretching. Oh man. Okay, here, let's try. Let's just do this one in this video. Nothing else. I need to go grab my food. I'm so hungry. So I'm gonna interrupt this video by eating while I'm stretching because I just can't wait any longer. But yeah, I have this little box here. I don't need to put my hands against the wall. It's actually a little more convenient, a little more comfortable. I feel like if this is a right angle, like 90 degrees, I feel like this is probably about a 45 right here relative to this. So this would be hold on, I can map 135 degree angle. That's what I'm estimating approximately. And it looks like it's shrinking a little bit already, just because as I've been doing this, I kind of ease into it. But then by tomorrow, I'm gonna be like back up here again. I'm not able to get down this far probably. Oh no, see, as I lean down like this, I already feel it here. And that kind of takes some pressure off of there, and now I'm just not getting stretched there. So you really do. Yep, see now this feels nothing. Oh, now it just feels like the tension of me holding my back straight instead of a stretch. And now I feel the stretch all in there. Oh man. Yeah, let's get multiple angles.
So basically posture matters at all times in all activities. At all times. Like when you're working out, you have to have proper form. When you're stretching, making small changes in the angles of your body affects the effectiveness of the stretch. If you're sitting all day at a desk, you're going to start having problems from that. Even when you, like, if you sleep the wrong way, you get a neck cramp, you get neck pain. So like posture matters at all times.
Yes, let's make a fool of yourself, why don't I?
Which is why I've made a standing desk, because it's healthier to stand the majority of the day and then sit for a couple minutes every hour than to sit the majority of the day and just stand and move around for a couple minutes every hour or so.
Multiple angles. How's it going?
I really need some way to sit other than here because I keep bumping this.
Like this. And then I can just kind of pick up my hand slowly and allow more tension to be placed there. Well, shit, battery died. Why did I do that weird voice? Anyway, so I guess we'll never know how long I can hold that. JK, just wait till I do a compilation video of me doing this every single day and recording myself doing it every single day for a long period of time. And I will compile that footage all together. In the meantime,
And that video doesn't exist yet because I'm still working on it. I have made basically zero progress because it's difficult.
I guess this will be a short video. I'm just going to get back to stretching and eating. Have a good day. Take care. I just finished the... Literally, like, not even 5 seconds ago. I take the camera off the tripod, I put it over here on my desk, and now I'm going to stretch. Right, so yeah, this is added on to the end of what I recorded yesterday. I decided I want to add more onto that video because I laid a good foundation for the video, but I wasn't happy with the second half of it. I'm going to use a stopwatch instead of a timer, and I'm actually going to time myself how long I'm actually stretching for. So we're going to start with a hamstring stretch, and go. And I'm just going to hold this for as long as I possibly can. And again, here's the angle I'm working with. Probably about 135 degree angle, I bet, something like that. I'm just going to hold this for as long as I can. Just sink as deep into it as I can. Because I really, really want to be more flexible, just for the sheer practicality of like being able to move properly. So that's a minute right there. Bottoms of the feet. Well, actually, the whole feet are like starting to tingle. I feel a little numb. Don't know if that's okay, or if that's like a sign that I should stop. Ooh, no, don't put the head down, because then I start feeling a stretch in my lower back. Although actually, that does not seem to be taking away from. Oh, I'm definitely curving my back like really bad right now. You can see the curve right there. Hold on, no, I don't want to take my hand off to show you. You can see it's like curving right here. So actually, let me. Oh, okay. That just transferred a lot more tension back into the legs just by leaning up like that. That's right about the 1 minute 50 second mark. The feet just really start tingling now. That's the 2 minute mark right there. So yeah, note to self, don't lean over just to look at the camera and get my head in frame because it detracts from the stretch. 2:15 there. There's tingling more. See if I can sink deeper into the stretch. That doesn't feel like it's doing anything. Check the angle. No, it's about the way. Ah, wait, maybe. Hold on. Did I actually just sink deeper right there? I'm just holding this for as long as I can until I give up, until I just can't take it anymore. And also, I'm not doing this just in my videos. This is just my stretch post workout once a day. But I'm also stretching like every time I bend over to pick something up. Oh wow, we hit the 3 minute mark and the tingling just started going away. But yeah, I'm trying to be more conscious or more aware of my like form, or body form, or whatever.
I think my new neighbor is moving in right now.
Every time I bend, like lean over a counter, standing instead of sitting at my desk at the end of the day, and like stretching then. Okay, that's 3.5 minutes, and now my feet have gone completely numb. They're not tingling almost at all. All right, well let's try to see if I can sink deeper in. Oh, I feel it, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Oh, right, oddly, I didn't feel sore at all today after yesterday. That's 4 minutes there. Wait, no, hold on, scratch that. I didn't feel sore at all in the hamstrings or the glutes, but I felt it in the calves. So actually, I'm doing that next too. Oh, okay, I think I'm gonna call it right there. That was like 4:15. Oh, yeah, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. That's the longest I can hold it before
I'll be right back. I'm going to dump out
so reset there.
what little bit is left because it's too late in the day to continue drinking it.
Around, like I just walked over there to grab the tripod. Suddenly it's like, oh, how do I describe that feeling? Almost like all the blood is flowing back into my legs. Maybe when I was stretching them, it was like squeezing the blood out of them. You know, when you're like upside down for a long time and then you flip back upside right, and then it's like all the blood rushes into your feet and they feel full and swollen. Or it's the other way around too. If you flip up on your head, you can feel like all that pressure go up in your head from the blood going up in your head. That's what I just felt in my entire legs from the hips down. And I'm still feeling it a bit now. What if I move around a little bit? See, that feels better. Oh, and now it's back. Oh, that's weird. Is that okay? Am I damaging myself in a bad way, or is this a good way? Is this like how stretching's supposed to work? I don't know. All right, let's see if this is a better angle. I definitely waited far too long. Oh no, that's a terrible angle. Hold on. How about that? Can I do that? Is that within frame? That's within frame. I think it's not centered. Am I even recording? I am. Okay. I definitely waited way too long post-workout because now it's like a cool down. Starting the stopwatch right there. I'm much more. It's obviously going to get a better stretch because by the time I get to the second one, it's going to have cool down. But never mind, that doesn't work anyway. So I guess it's just a matter of shoulder strength and enduring it. I'm going to do that one more time because, like I said, my calves were really sore today, and so I just want them to be really not sore tomorrow. Here we go. Set the stopwatch. Didn't even see it. Readjust. Oh wait, hold up. This is better. I forgot about this. Now I'm closer to the wall, and I have my elbows against the wall instead of my palms. There's a bit of a curve in me, so then I can like put more pressure in just by pushing my hips forward to straighten myself out. But by now, my calves have almost completely cooled off. The stretch just doesn't feel like it's doing that much. Yeah, no, that was like 45 seconds, and it just wasn't doing much at all, to be honest. So I missed my window there for having like a really good stretch, but I'm just gonna briefly show you what I was doing here instead. Oh, no, not too far. Hold on. Keep those heels against the floor. Keep the heels against the floor.
Oh my god, those shoes. Oh, those shoes were awful.
Like that. Heels against the floor, and then just, yep, that does very little. Because they've already cooled off. Let me double check, make sure you can see what I'm trying to show. Yep, you can see that fine, and then of course, like, try.
Oh, those shoes were awful. Oh, you're still here. I didn't realize you're still watching. Thank you. We'll see how much content I get to. Oh my god, my face. Horrifying. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. We'll see how much content I get to watch today. How much I get through.
Stretch my shins. I don't know what to do for that because my shins are actually pretty sore too. More so like the ankle. Let me show you. I feel
Have a good day at work.
soreness like right here. Just basically, yeah, that muscle right there, going up the leg. But like just that little spot. And so if I do this kind of stretch here, it doesn't do anything. I don't feel that stretch in the muscle or in the tendons or anything because the bones just can't move any further. So I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I should just massage it. Anyway, so now I'm satisfied with this video. It's probably gonna be a little bit longer than I wanted, but at least I've kind of gotten in everything I wanted in the video. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it and got some sort of value out of it, whether it be entertainment or learning or whatever. I don't know. Take care. So I just finished recording the stretching video. Yes, I know my shoes look really lame, but they're super convenient to just slip on and off. But yeah, I just finished the stretching video, and we discovered basically I cannot stretch my shin or my ankle. I don't know what to do about it because when I try to do this, hold on, there we go. Like literally, I feel no stretch because the bones just cannot go. Wait, I'll show you from this direction. Yeah, now you can see it. Like the bones just don't go. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Okay, I thought I was gonna make this as like an intro to a massaging video, but now I feel the stretch. So I'll just put this in the stretching video. I didn't think of that. That stretching with my shoes on versus off would make a difference. Oh boy, that feels amazing. Oh. I'm not timing it. I'm just kind of doing it. And then this side isn't really as sore. So yeah, I feel the stretch, but I don't really need it. This side needed it. I don't know if I want to go any further though. Okay, so the ankle is as far as it goes. But if I force the toes to bend more, that kind of elongates all the muscles, and now I feel that stretch way up into up here, but on the other side, over there. Oh, that feels awesome. Way up into like up here on my shin, but again on the other side because this is like the inside. This is the inside of my leg, so the muscles on the outside. But if I show you from this direction, then that just looks super weird. You can't see what I'm talking about. But yeah, I feel like way up into there, like halfway up to my knee. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna stop because now I feel like pressure on bones, on joints, and back to the calf, counteracted. I guess I don't know, balance the joint. I don't know. Okay, cool. Glad I figured that out.
All right, kicking my own ass for 30 minutes. This one's all right.
This wasn't clickbait. I'm going to literally do the thing that, yep. So for anyone who hasn't seen my previous video on this, howdy. No, this wasn't clickbait. I'm going to literally do the thing that, yep. So for anyone who hasn't seen my previous video on this, I have this really old phone, and I don't remember the passcode for it. So I am testing every single possible combination. 0000 enter, 0001 enter, 0002 enter, 0003 enter, blah, blah, blah. I made it up to 2800. Today we're going up to 3000. And after each batch of 5 attempts, it makes me wait 30 seconds before I can try 5 more attempts. And so what I've been doing is for 30 seconds at a time, I've been just running in place in between each batch of 5 attempts. But that got really easy, really quick. So yesterday, I already did this. The thing I'm going to do today, I already did it yesterday, where instead of running in place, I did heel kicks for 30 seconds at a time for half an hour. And this was actually a challenge. I was working up a sweat the way I was when I first started this challenge, just running in place. And so today, I was expecting the back of my legs, the hamstrings, and the glutes to be just absolutely dead. And I'm really surprised that they actually just feel fine. So we're going to do it again, except this time I'm going to make a video out of it, whereas yesterday, it was more so just a small part of a larger video that I don't know when I will finish it. But anyways,
It's still not finished.
let's get started. 28:02.
The video, I mean.
28:02, 28:03, 28:04, 28:05. And then I have a little timer here there we go, start that. And here we go. I don't really have much to say. This video is going to be really boring. Hopefully minimal editing. And 28:06, 28:07.
Wait.
I'm just going to kick my own ass for 30 minutes. Or 20 minutes. Generally, 06. One thing you'll definitely notice is in the beginning, I'm like kicking hard with some effort.
Yeah, so this is a video I can skip entirely because it's literally kicking my own ass for 30 minutes. It's the same shit for 30 minutes.
Whatever I'm doing, so I can get ready for work. Jesus Christ. All right, I tried to lean back, but I just...
I'll watch the outro. The endtro. Jesus. I can't believe I've been live for 2 hours already. This is a trash stream.
All right, I tried to lean back, but I just didn't have the leg strength to come back up. Which means work is going to be difficult, because I've already exhausted myself, but oh well. Interestingly, I have found that since I started doing daily exercise in my free time, I've actually been able to work for longer durations of time at work without needing a break. Whereas like before, we get a break every 2 hours. And so before, I'd be at like the hour and a half mark. I'd just be like, oh, another half hour before I can take my break. Versus the last several days, I've been working 3, 4, 5 hours straight. And then it's like, okay, well, I'll just combine 2 breaks into one and have like a long break, which has been very nice. I get to just chill out for a little while and maybe even take a short nap. So that's been interesting. All right, that's it. That's the video. Stay hydrated. I'm going to stretch after this as well, but that's part of a different video. Stay tuned for that. That's it. Thanks for watching. I hope you got some sort of value out of this, entertainment, or a new perspective on like, hey, fucking anything can be exercise, man. Just move. Body doesn't care how many sets of reps of how much weight and which motions and like overhand grip, underhand grip, whatever, wide stance, narrow stance. Body don't care about none of that. Just move. It's good for you, and feel like shit if you don't. So, take care.
Yeah. Good stuff.
So I have a very unpopular opinion. 2020 wasn't that bad. And this may be me just desperately trying to find a silver lining in it. But then, like, what's wrong with that? If something bad happens and you're pessimistic about it, then something bad happened and then it sucks. But if something bad happens and you try to be optimistic about it, then maybe you can find some sort of good thing to come out of it. So I don't see any downside to trying to be an optimist. Other than people that are being more pessimistic or wanting to trauma bond with you will kind of be upset that you're trying to be optimistic. And I personally experienced this myself, where I was the one wanting to be upset about something and wanting to stay upset. And someone else was trying to be like, well, what about this? Maybe you can do this about it and have it turn out not too bad. And I was like, no, I want to be angry. It's like, no, it was terrible. Just let me be angry. And so obviously, if 2020 was a bad year for you, then that's completely completely valid. And I'm not trying to downplay or dismiss any of that. A lot of people did have a bad year. Specifically, anyone that got COVID, anyone that lost their jobs, even if just temporarily, anyone that got evicted because they weren't able to keep up with the bills. There's a lot of rough stuff going around. And if you had a bad year, then of course you had a bad year, and that sucks. And I hope that you can turn it around. And I hope that 2020 is better for you. And I hope that 2021 goes better for you. But I actually had a pretty great year, to be honest. And I just want to share about it because I think there's very few people that are willing to admit that for them 2020 wasn't really that bad because they just want to indulge in being upset with everyone else, which is of course completely valid, and I do plenty of that as well. For me at least, I was working in retail, a pretty safe industry right now. I got way more hours than I used to because we had more people than ever ordering things online instead of coming into the store. And so we were hiring on a ton of new people to help fulfill those online orders, and I got to help out with that a little bit. And I also got a lot more hours than I would usually get because I had to keep the shelves full so that there would be items for them to ship out. I didn't get to see my friends and family that much, and that was kind of a bummer. But this was finally a good excuse to not see some of the people that I didn't really care to see. And also seeing certain people completely reject the idea that COVID exists at all, or maybe they think COVID exists but that masks don't do anything, or they think that God loves them too much to let them get sick. All of which are obviously complete bullshit, and they're just little whiny fact-ignoring babies who can't keep their mask on, the same way a toddler can't keep their pants on. And seeing certain people react that way, this has been like a final straw type of situation where I'm like, you know what? I just don't want those people in my life anymore. And I honestly feel great about it. I cut a lot of people out of my life this year, and I'm still not done, and that's fine. And I genuinely have never felt better about it. Obviously, there's a little bit of loneliness, but that's like par for the course for this year, just because I'm not being around the people that I do still want in my life. This has also definitely been a pretty solid rock bottom for my mental health. Like, there have been countless times throughout my life where I was convinced, all right, this is it. It cannot possibly get any worse. This point, this year, I was like, yeah, no, this actually could not possibly get any worse for my mental health. My living situation and things like that definitely could be worse. And I'm very grateful that I have the situation I do have. But as far as like my mind, I'm 100% convinced it could not possibly have gotten any lower. And so I started this channel. Like that first video I posted, that wasn't just some sort of like edgy nonsense. It's 100% legitimate. So at the very least, this is like an experiment in brutal honesty and being open and trying to fight the stigma around these things. But that tangent aside, another reason this year was great for me is all of this free time allowed me to just do a lot of contemplation about my life in general, and also a lot of cleaning and organizing. I've never been more organized than I am right now, and I'm still not done yet. I still have a little bit more to go. I also donated a ton of stuff that I just don't want or need or use anymore, things that other people can use and get value out of, instead of it just sitting in a garage somewhere. This year has also been a catalyst for me to start making some like big boy decisions, start doing some adulting, and kind of take life a little more seriously and like decide to recommit to life and actually give it a try, instead of just kind of scraping by and living life one day at a time, not really caring about the future. Because being suicidal, I never thought that I had a future, so I never bothered to plan for it. But now I'm actually trying to make some plans for the future. And while I will talk more about that on this channel eventually, I don't want to dive too far into that quite yet. This year has also really showed me that I need to be more proactive about my end of my friendships, that I need to contribute more, that I need to reach out more and keep in touch with people instead of just letting those connections fade out. I would summarize this year, for me at least, is that it just kind of shook me up a little bit to be like, hey, you gotta start actually living. You can't keep banking on the idea that you're gonna finally snap and kill yourself someday. You gotta like actually start living life and give it a real try. And this may just be me or my perception, but it seems like my generation and younger have gotten like a big wake-up call to start actually caring about one another, caring about the planet. We're gonna be in charge soon. We can actually make changes in this world if we really try, if we really want to. And hopefully that's not just me being part of like a little echo chamber online, only seeing people that think similarly to me. I would like to hope that that's actually the majority of the younger people. They're kind of taking this realization much more seriously. I think for me at least.
What is on my cheek? My right cheek.
My entire life, I kind of had this sense of like, well, life just is what it is and it sucks. But now I am attempting to embrace the idea that life can be whatever I want. I just gotta be willing to put in the work to get it, and I definitely am willing. Down with the stagnancy and in with the better. And so to wrap this up, I would say 2020 was not the start of the decade. The zero doesn't count. Next year, starting with the 1, the 2021, that's the start of the new decade. This fine. Which actually holds a very eerie similarity to the previous decade. 2010 was the first time I ever had New Year's resolutions, and I was like all hyped up about them. And then life just kind of went back to normal, and it wasn't until late 2011.
This is good. This is a good video.
I actually started making some changes in my life and started working towards those goals that I had set in 2010. But that didn't last very long, and I didn't achieve very many of those goals in the last decade. But anyways, Happy New Year, even though this is just an arbitrary point on the calendar. But anyways, Happy New Year, take care. All right, on a day-to-day date.
That was good. That was a good video. See, it's only a couple of these that are actually pretty trash, but most of these have been fine.
Happy New Year! Welcome to 2021. It is currently still 2020 for me. I'm recording this immediately after yesterday's video, kind of batch my recordings. So I've been thinking about in the teeth brushing video, I had made the joke about like, is this what you want to see? Is this good YouTube content? Kind of a subtle self-deprecating joke. And I've made that type of joke before, as have plenty of other people. That's been sort of a pseudo-meme for a while now. But I got thinking about that, and I think a better question would be not, is this what you want to see? Is this good YouTube content? But just, what do I want to make? Not, is this what I should be making, or is this what will do well on the platform? Just, what do I want to make? What do I care about? And in extension of that, just, what do I want to do? And then I just happen to be bringing a camera along with me. And I think that's a mindset that I'm going to try to take with me throughout the next year, and I'll of course report back with results at some point of what it will have been like to have tried to carry that mentality with me, because with YouTube there is kind of a give and take of making,
well, to report back, no one watched, well, one person watched this stream, but in general, no one watches my videos. So I think I need to spend a little bit more time on, like, what is good YouTube content? What is something that people are going to actually want to watch? Because this stream is embodying that. What he just said is embodying the idea of just this, like I said it at the beginning of this stream is not for you. This is for me.
Yeah, we attempted to do so from the office here. I was just going to sign in.
Can you hear that? You might be able to hear what he's saying. Whoopsies. Sorry, random guy. Don't talk so loud then. That's my neighbor over there. He's talking very, very loudly on the phone outside. What was I trying to say is that this stream is for me. This is basically a behind the scenes stream. This is a process that I've been needing to do, but I just haven't been doing. And so I was like, screw it, I'm just going to stream it. And actually, I think this is going very, very well, actually, because I'm not getting distracted by all these other things of like, I should put the dishes away. I should clean up that mess on the floor and put a bag in the garbage can so I can get all the garbage off the floor and into the can. If I wasn't streaming, I 100% would have gotten distracted by those things this morning when I was making breakfast and just wouldn't be here doing this. You can't even see my hand. Doing this. So this is actually helping in a weird way to kind of bring you guys along with some BTS. Not the band.
What you want to make and making what does well, of course, if you're trying to make.
Obviously, a Venn diagram of the intersection is what I should be making, but we're getting there, you know. You got the stuff I want to make, the stuff that does well. I make some of this, I make some of that, and we kind of find our way back to the middle.
Make YouTube a career, which of course would be nice, but I really, at this point, do not want to focus on that. I just want to focus on actually doing the thing that I'm doing, which is rebuilding my life, and to not really think about the YouTube stuff quite as much, or at least to try to keep that in check and try to remain focused on living an enjoyable life, I guess. I suppose I should have some New Year's resolutions. I set a whole bunch of resolutions like for the whole decade at the beginning of last year, and due to last year I've made basically zero progress on any of those. I have made progress in other areas of life. For example, I am the most organized I have ever been. I have spent so much of my free time just cleaning and organizing and donating stuff I don't want. And while I'm not gonna go dig through my boxes and like dig out last year's journal to see like what did I actually write down, pretty sure I didn't write get organized on that list, even though it's a great thing to have now done. And so I'm hesitant to say too much as far as 2021 goals, because, as we're very well aware now, you can set the craziest goals in the world, but that doesn't mean you're going to have any chance at reaching them. I guess I don't want to set up an expectation to bite off more than I can chew, or at least to want to bite off more than I'm actually able to, and then be disappointed by that at the end of the year. But not setting goals at all is kind of boring, or not being ambitious enough with the goals is kind of boring. So I have some goals that are kind of like that middle ground where it's like something I really do want to do, but also most likely actually doable. And then I have the things where I'm like, I have no idea if I'm actually going to be able to do that this year, but if I can, that would be amazing. So starting off with the more realistic goals, I would say I want to post...
I don't know if I should watch this yet. I was thinking maybe I shouldn't watch this until the end of the year, but no, I changed my mind. I'll watch it now.
Every single day.
And how many days into the year are we? 244. Yikes. Because I'm about a month behind on videos because I kept taking breaks.
At least one, 0 exceptions. Even if it's just me talking. And that's actually been working pretty well to kind of use that as like filler content while I'm working on my other videos. I also want to get 1% better every day. It doesn't sound like much, but if you really think about it, that adds up exponentially. Even if it wasn't exponential, at the end of the year, I would be 365% better. But if you actually...
Yeah, if you do the math, it's not that It's significantly less, but I mean, it's still improvement regardless.
Do the math, which I don't really care to do right now. It would actually be much more than that, because each
Nope,
day you're 1%
it's less.
better
It's much
than the
less.
previous day, not 1% better than the start of the year.
I-
Say I started.
I completely had misunderstood this at the time, but I mean, the concept still applies. You want to get a little bit better every day. I just did the math wrong.
The skill level of 1, and I go 1% better. Now I'm 1.1. But now I'm 1% better. I'm not 1.2. I'm 1 point, I think. I'm not that good
No, then I would be 1.0101.
at math. No. I would be...
Wait, no. I would be 1.0201? I don't know.
Right? I don't know. Point is,
Oh my god, that one little...
I would be... Right?
That took me so long to put that into the video, because I had to learn how to do
I
it.
don't know. Point is, it builds up. Wait, I have a cousin that's great.
Hold on. I keep forgetting to do the dang thing.
Let me ask him about it. Wait, no, not exponential. Compound. It compounds. Like compound interest. Like on a credit card? Okay, I googled it. Compound interest is calculated by multiplying the initial principal amount by 1 plus the annual interest rate, raised to the number of compound periods minus 1. The total initial amount of the loan is subtracted from the resulting value. Okay, I'm writing this down. That'd be 1.01. What? And I think he's busy, so I'm going to try calling my mom because she has a math degree. Hello, question. If you get 1% better every day, at the end of the year, you would be 365% better. Wait, hold on. Shoot. I'm filming this for my YouTube channel, and I forgot to put you on speaker, so they didn't get to hear your laugh as a reaction. But you would not be 365% better because it compounds. 365% better would be like if each day you were 1% better than the first day. I want to calculate that I would be 1% better than the previous day. So would that work like compound interest?
It sounds like it, but that was always a confusing topic for me, so when I started in 8th grade, it was like, I didn't quite understand because the way I learned it, and then like Nate does it was always totally different.
I might try to figure it out for myself because the equation Google gave me made no sense. Based on their equation, at the end of the year, I would be 1.01% better than the start of the year, which makes no sense.
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's complicated. I didn't even enjoy teaching it when I taught 8th grade because I taught it the way the instructions were and blah, 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 and then it goes to the bank for a loan or whatever, and they would give me the figure, and it's like, that's not the figure I came up with when I calculated it the way I taught 8th grade math.
All right.
It's called statements, like, so I don't know what the bank do. It's totally different than what I taught, so I don't know. I never understood that stuff, and I don't care to learn it.
Is it okay if I use the recording of this call in a YouTube video?
I suppose.
Okay.
Except that it sounds really dumb because I really don't understand stuff anymore.
Yeah. Oh well, it's been my entire lifetime basically since your degree, so I'll forgive you for not remembering.
Well, even like I said, even the way I learned it didn't really match what was the way they were doing it in the real world anyway, so I don't really understand why, but
Yeah,
I can up on that.
that's the American schooling system for you. nothing maps to reality.
Oh, well, I wouldn't quite go to that far.
All right, let me see if I can figure this out for myself. So
Alright.
I don't care. If I get this figured out before I finish editing this video, then this here is the result. This is how much better you'll be at the end of 1 year. I'm not going to calculate it for the next year. So yeah, that's really, really weird. It's actually less than 365 because math is weird. But regardless, whatever, getting better every day is still a good thing. You get the concept. So that was a horrendous tangent. If I try to get back to the point of this video, is I was
I
trying
am so washed out in this video. Look, it's too bright.
to say my goals. Oh, right, I was on the realistic ones. So yeah, I want to work on getting just a little bit better every day at whatever it is I want to do. Whether it be getting stronger, getting more flexible, getting better at editing, getting better at storytelling. I think I already said I want to upload something every single day, and that's how I will get that daily practice. Because my mentality on making videos
See, that looks better.
now is basically I have to put out a video every single day, no matter what. Even if it's a trash video, I still made a video. I still got practice in. Because after spending
Because a trash video is better than no video. Quality is subjective, quantity is objective.
the last 11 years wanting to make videos and not making them, any video is better than no video. And every video is another step towards the ones that I want to make. And logically, I've understood this for like 3 years now, but it isn't until I experience this rock bottom point of not doing
And yet I still take breaks from uploading. I haven't uploaded in like 2 weeks. Why do I do this? We're going to dive into that when we get to that point.
what I've wanted to do, and having lived that way for such a long time, and like taken it to its most extreme points that I've kind of like completely snapped in the opposite direction, where not only do I logically understand it, but I'm living it. It's like listening to other people tell me that, the same way that you're now listening to me tell you that, was not enough. I had to live it myself. I had to go through it and learn the lesson for myself in order to integrate that into my daily experience, in order to have enough resolve to make that commitment that I just can't keep living the way that I was. And so I started this new life. And not just that I started it and it was a one-time thing and now I'm in this new life, but to continually recommit to it every day, even the days I don't want to get out of bed, and I still do. And you will see plenty of those in a longer-term video that I am making right now, one where I'm recording something every day, and then I will compile that footage. Because if you really want something, you have to work for it. That's just how it works. And that's what I'm doing. I want to be more intentional about everything that I do, to not just mindlessly scroll social media, to not just mindlessly binge YouTube videos, to actually engage with life and live life and not just kind of exist and allow time to pass. Now, as far as things that I would like to do, but I have zero idea if I'm actually going to be able to do them or not, if people start actually staying home and actually social distancing, because I will say literally at least 95% of the people I see when I'm working at my day job just straight up don't social distance at all, which is really annoying. If people start taking this seriously, and if the vaccine does very well, and then COVID goes away, I'm going to all the festivals and concerts and conventions and going
Yeah, no, none of that. None of that. I'm a little bit too dark. That didn't really help much.
to
Did
maybe
it.
be in a relationship. That'd be pretty cool. I want to make more friends. I want to make more videos.
Yeah.
I want to do more cool, fun stuff. I want to get outside a lot more. Although going outside is like definitely within the realm of reasonable goals. I'd like to become a full-time YouTuber. But of course, making it on YouTube is very tricky and not something that you can predict at all. You can work your ass off for 8 years and get nowhere. But then other people put out just a couple of great videos in a month and they blow up instantly. So I can't rely on that one at all. But I mean, hey, gotta keep up the dream. The only way it'll happen is if I'm working at it. If I quit working at it, then it's guaranteed it won't happen. And I think most importantly, I just want to not want to die at every moment of every day. And I think I've got lots of other goals too, but these are the ones that I'm already so committed to that I'm going to continue working at them no matter what. Versus the other ones are so far-fetched that if I share them with you, I already get a little bit of satisfaction just out of sharing them and getting people's reactions, to the point where I might not even pursue them simply because I've already gotten that little bit of satisfaction. And I kind of lose the motivation to go after it and get the satisfaction out of actually achieving it. So yeah, I wish you a happy new year. I wish you all the best on all your endeavors. I appreciate you watching. If you enjoy any of my videos, then feel free to subscribe for more and share it with anyone else that might be interested in these. And take care.
Okay.
Alright, so today's video is going to be a little bit shorter, hopefully in one take with zero editing. I just want to talk a little bit about what is currently my video making process, so that I can see the progress when I compare this to like 4 months from now, a year from now, whatever. Yeah, my current process basically is I wake up and then I didn't want to do anything because I'm depressed. I just don't want to do anything. So my first video was like, well, let's just do nothing. And so then I did nothing for a while and I was like, well, I thought of something I want to do. So I did that thing. And so now every day I wake up and I do nothing for a little while until I think of something I want to do, and then I go do that thing. And whatever thing I think of is what I make the video about. And also, as far as like the requirements of life, you have to drink water, you have to eat, you have to sleep. Just like these types of things that I'm also making videos about those as well, as I encounter them. And I'm basically kind of documenting everything. Documenting the entire process of me reanalyzing and rebuilding my life from scratch, from nothing. Starting from doing half an hour, and now I think I'm doing it for 5 minutes every day. But yeah. Wow, this video is way shorter than I expected. I can't believe I managed to pack that much in there. And I have other ideas about how I'm going to evolve my video making process. I keep wanting to say progress, I don't know why. And I will be getting into those hopefully soon. These other ideas of how
I need water.
I can do this. For example, today, I have a video that by the end of today it will be ready for tomorrow. But I didn't. I woke up today and almost every single day since I started this channel, I wake up and I have no idea what I'm going to upload. On most days, every once in a while, I'll have a video ready in advance, which is very nice. And then I'll be like, okay, well, I gotta make one for the next day. That way, tomorrow I will still have one already ready to stay ahead of schedule, which is very nice when I can. But then I also kind of lose the urgency of like, I have to make a video today. And when I don't have that urgency, it's much harder to just kind of scramble to come up with something. And I am forcing myself. I've made a commitment to upload a video every single day, no matter what, even if it's what I would deem to be a trash video, because any video is better than no video. Because I spent the vast majority of my life not doing the things that I want to do, and I can't live like that any longer. So even if I don't like the video I made, at least I've made a video. I spent 11 years on and off making videos, and all the time that I'm not making videos, I want to be making videos. This is just like one of the very few things that I have refused to stop caring about, and I don't want to question why too deeply, because I am convinced that if I do, I will basically nullify that and lose it, if that makes any sense. But I'm already wandering into topics that I will dive into much later. I'm not ready for that discussion yet, or even to process that myself yet. At this point, I just I make a video. That's it. I don't question anything. That's what I do. And this is the first time ever that I've been able to keep up with the daily upload schedule, which is absolutely amazing. I am simultaneously so proud of myself and also terrified, because like I said, almost every day I wake up and I have no idea what I'm going to upload today. On most days, I have several longer term projects that's like I know I'm going to do that thing and film that, but
Because I had this and much more that I haven't written down yet in my head for weeks, if not months, before I started the channel, and I just didn't write it down. If I would have done that 10 months ago, I wouldn't have this problem. I wouldn't have had this problem because I would already have it ready and know what to make every day.
that's like a compilation type video. I do the same thing for weeks, months, I don't know how long, basically until I'm like, yeah, I think that's enough footage, and then compile that together. So I have those in the works, but those aren't ready. And that's what today's video is. Literally, I didn't know what to upload, what to say, what do I do? And so then I make this. I do have, like I said, a ton of ideas, but it's just a matter of getting to them.
A ton of ideas, it's just a matter of writing them.
Because they take time. Like the one that I said that I'm working on right now, it'll be done by the end of the day. But that doesn't help me for today, that helps me for tomorrow. Oh man. So that's basically my process right now. I said it correctly that time, I didn't say progress. And I managed to do this video in one take, and I think I'm satisfied with it. Yeah, that's my process, and we'll see how it evolves when I start getting into these other ideas, which I'm very excited about. Thanks for watching. Yeah, do you make videos too? What's your process? Let me know down in the comment section. Yeah, cool. Have a good day. Wait, no, sorry, no fist bumps. Sorry, PewDiePie. Elbow.
Wait, there was one other thing I was going to write down. Oh. Whoa, wait, hold up. She did a cover of Creep? Where'd it go? Hold up. Is that what that is? She did a cover of Creep 5 days ago? Sorry, I'm getting distracted,
I've been looking
but...
at mattresses online.
The ones that come in a box?
No, a sofa.
When you're here for gonna look you in the eye.
Oh, hell yes. Put that on my watch later list. Anyway, sorry.
So water is pretty important.
It is.
If you go without it, you can die pretty quickly.
Pretty
Also, I'd like
quickly.
to clarify, no, I do not buy these on a regular basis. I bought it once, and I bought it specifically for the bottle, and I refill it because I like glass. You don't get that like plasticky taste to it. Although, obviously, I'm storing water in a plastic jug right now. Which, yes, I refill this as well. I've had this same jug for a while.
Yeah, because I didn't have a reliable source of water in my previous living situation. And I put up with that for 2 years. I literally had every couple days, at least once a week, I would have to go to my parents' place to fill up. I think I had like 4 jugs. Hold up. Wait. 64 ounces is like half a gallon, I think. And that's how much you're supposed to have in a day. Like half a gallon a day. So 7 days, that's 3.5 gallons a day. So yeah, 4 jugs a week. That makes sense. But now I have a faucet and a Brita. And I have cups. I don't have to drink out of bottle at all times. It's so nice.
Really important. How much water should you have per day? 3.7 liters. This contains about 800 milliliters. I'm going to assume that there's 1,000 milliliters in a liter. That means that 3,700 divided by 800. I should drink 4.5 of these per day.
Is that right? 800 mil... Wait. Hold up. 800 milliliters to ounces. No. Yeah. 27. 27 times 4.5. 121. That is twice as much water as I'm supposed to have a day. Okay, that explains why. I knew at some point I did something wrong math-wise, because there was a while there where I was drinking about twice as much as I should have been, because I had done the math wrong, and I was feeling miserable because of it. And that right there, that's the moment where I did it wrong. Because 4.5 of these a day is 121 ounces, which is like almost twice 64.
What? Yesterday I had 2 of these, and I thought that was a lot.
Yeah, 2 of those is reasonable. That's a good amount to have per day.
A bit much.
That's slightly less than what you're supposed to have per day.
15.5 cups. What is 15.5 cups in ounces? 124 ounces. And this contains...
What fucking Mayo Clinic? Hold on. How much water should you drink a day? It brought up the exact same article. What the fuck? Then wait. I thought it was supposed to be 64 ounces a day. Is 64 ounces... Why? See, here's a different source saying, while drinking 64 ounces of water each day isn't a bad thing, it could be too much or not enough for some people. Other guidelines exist, but there's still no true consensus. There's no formal recommendation, because everyone needs different amounts. Well, yeah, like if you're going to exercise, you need more. It's the 8 ounce thing. 8 times 8 is 64. Right? 8 times 8. 64, yeah. But I was accidentally... So that would be drinking 8 ounces every other hour. Because if 24 hours in the day, you sleep for 8, you're awake for 16... So you drink an 8 ounce glass every other hour. For a while there, I was drinking one every hour, which was not good. That was too much. But now freaking Mayo Clinic's trying to tell me that that's reasonable? I mean, there are people that drink a gallon every day, and they're fine. The only potential problem is like not getting enough salt or electrolytes, watering yourself down. Whatever, it's fine.
124.
That's
ounces.
too many.
This contains 3.1. Whoa. Okay, by that math, 124
Yeah, because there's a difference between ounces and fluid ounces, apparently, which is stupid, but whatever.
divided by 3.1. I would need 40 bottles. Okay, I'm clearly doing something wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many of this I'm supposed to have, but point is, you need a lot of water, but not this much. Let's see if
I mean...
and then the glugging. There we go. A nice, smooth, cinematic pour.
I forgot to turn on the 2x again.
Good thing water's clear so you can't see my spill. Except why am I putting cover on when I need to drink this? And better. Cheers. I've never chugged a full one of these. I think I've chugged half once. Normally, I'll go down in like sections like this. I'll kind of use the letters as markers. So that's actually something that why am I so zoomed in? Oh, whoopsies. So that's actually something I do on a daily basis. First thing in the morning before I even go to meditate, which today actually this was after, because I wanted to film and I had to like move my camera around or whatever. But first thing in the morning before I even get dressed, before I put my glasses on, actually second thing in the morning after I turn my alarm off, I chug some water as much as I can. Usually, honestly, just about like that much. But apparently I need more. And so it's like water is super important. It's obviously a part of my daily routine. It's a part of my life, and so I would like to include it in me documenting my life. But how the hell do I make a video about water? Like, what do I say? What do I do? So apparently this is just gonna be a compilation of every time I take a drink of water, I'm gonna film it. I don't know what this video is other than like a reminder. Hey, drink water. It's important. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Oh yeah, I also just remembered I was gonna say too. I've always been a water drinker. I probably, and I'm being dead serious about this, I think I've had less than 100 sodas in my entire life. There was a brief time when I was in an apartment where I didn't trust the water, and so I would drink juice all the time, but it was really hard to find juices with like a reasonable amount of sugar in them. So I'm not going to count that. But yeah, if you combine like soda, energy drinks, alcohol, all that kind of stuff, probably about less than 250 of them in my entire life. I'm halfway through my workout for the day, so here we go. Just a tiny little sip, just to wet the throat. I don't want to have it like sloshing around in there while I'm working out. So I just finished my workout, have a little more water. Yeah. And now breakfast. So I just got off of work. So obviously I didn't bring a camera with me and record every time I drank water there. But generally what I've been trying to do is about a half like normal sized water bottle every time I have a break, which is every 2 hours. So I want to go to bed. But first, some water, and then I'll brush my teeth and then I'll sleep. And to be honest, I might watch a YouTube video or two first. Although, oh wait, no, that's for a different video. Never mind. It is the 31st, last day of the year. Wow. Also, I gotta stop hitting the bottle because then the cap doesn't come off cleanly and it doesn't look cool. This is such an awkward angle to stand at. Wait, here, let me just fix that a little bit better. Anyways, first thing in the morning, I'm gonna finish off yesterday's water because I'm very thirsty.
I've gotten a better, taller tripod since then.
Oh, I dropped my cap. Alright, so it's time to fill up the bottle for the day. Oh, that's not something. So it is time to fill up the bottle. Ah, bloopers to fill up the bottle today. Oh, what was that? I'm gonna do it like that and try to redo that. Whoops, I'm not filming me drinking it. Oh well. So that means I have to leave that in. The whole point of me drinking it to refill it was so that I can cut that out. Alright, let's try this again. And also I'm paying attention to the bottle itself this time and not to the camera. Haha, JK. I wasn't paying attention to the camera last time. I just suck. Now the battery died. I really should start paying attention to that low battery warning instead of being like, nah, I can finish the shot before the battery dies. I can wrap this up. This will be quick, because it never really is that quick. I wasn't even recording, so I'm still slightly thirsty, or at least I was before I took this little sip. So cheers. Tiny sip. I just finished my first 15 minutes. Here I have a little sip of water, except actually just a bit more than a sip. I've been only taking a little sip because I didn't want a bunch of water sloshing around in my stomach while I'm working out, but I've discovered it's far worse to have a bunch of stomach acid sloshing around in your stomach while you're working out. It's a delicate balance. I think it really comes down to just how your stomach feels. So it's like the instant I can feel the water kind of diluting the stomach acid, then it's like, oh, okay, I think that's enough. I don't want to keep going. Even though it feels good to dilute, I don't want to keep going and end up with too much. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I'm just hungry. I'm gonna do my next round 15 minutes, wrap this up so I can eat. All right, time for the post-workout sip. Whoops, I just like instinctually automatically started drinking water post-breakfast. I was like, ah, no, stop drinking. I have to film it for the stupid video. What is this video? I don't know. Drink water, stay hydrated. Cheers.
Such a weird video. But it's a video.
I feel like the amount of water I have at any
Like,
point is basically just
I'm
turning my
still
stomach into
proud
a
that I
distance.
made
That
it.
way I can kind of ratio how much water I need to how much food I ate. Is that an okay way of thinking about it? I think so. All right, so it's already 2 o'clock. I had there's a lot of like water in the food that I had for lunch, so I wasn't really thirsty afterwards. So this is my post-lunch water. Not very much water today. I mean, I'm more than halfway through my day, and I haven't even finished the first bottle, and apparently I'm supposed to drink 4 of these things, which actually kind of makes sense, because I think they say you're supposed to have 8 8-ounce bottles, but this says 3.1 fluid ounces. That makes no sense, because, hold up. Okay, wait, this is 3.1 fluid ounces. No, don't focus on my face. There you go. But then if I go to the nutritional facts, serving size, 8 ounces, serving per container, 3.5. So that means 3.5 times 8, that's like 20, hold up, that's 28 ounces in this, right? So 28 ounces is 3.1 fluid ounces. That's why it's giving me wrong numbers. How many ounces in a fluid ounce? 1 fluid ounce equals 1.04 ounces. Point is, drank. I don't know if I'll continue filming for the rest of today because I have things that I'm going to go do. I have chores, and I'm not bringing my camera with me for those. So, yeah. You know what, actually, I need to pee, so I'm just going to immediately have a bit more water before I do that. I almost dropped my cap again. It's also wonderful how staying hydrated helps the other things move along smoothly. The amount of time it took me for me to get from my chair to the bathroom, and I decided, you know what, I think we should do that too before we head out to go do our chores. So I've done that, and I've gotten everything ready for me to go do those chores, and as some time has passed, and so I think I'm going to try to finish this off, just because I'm going to be away from my water bottle for several hours, so I'll just finish it off. Also, I mentioned that some time has passed because that's actually pretty important. For those who are unaware, it is actually possible to be overhydrated, and that is just as awful as being dehydrated. And I know this because I personally experienced it, and in extreme cases, it can actually be deadly. The overhydration, I mean. Of course, dehydration is deadly. We all know that, but overhydration can be deadly too. And so the body can actually handle a surprising amount of water in a day. 4 of these, apparently. But the important part is that it's spread out throughout the day. If I just chugged 4 of these all at once, I would be in a world of hurt. And I've also found that if I have just a little bit too much water, then just grabbing like a quick little snack bar or whatever can kind of fix the consistency in my stomach and kind of even it out. I don't think that would work as a way of avoiding death from overhydration, but like if you just don't want to feel all sloshy. Happy New Year! It is 2022, the sequel. Hopefully not. It is 2021. Today's gonna be a little different because obviously I slept in, so
Yeah.
I have a lot of chores that I have to do.
The sequel, all right.
I'm gonna drink water, obviously, but I don't know if I'm gonna get a workout in or anything else. Oh, and I need to get a video edited, so I'm gonna skip my workout and edit a video. Not to mention how
What? Why?
Today's gonna be a little different because obviously I slept in, so I have a lot of chores that I have to do to like clean up from last night
Oh.
and get work. I'm gonna drink water, obviously, but I don't know if I'm gonna get my workout in or anything else. Oh, and I need to get a video edited, so I'm gonna skip my workout and edit a video. Not to mention how the further I dive into having multiple long-term projects going on at once, the workout video, the stretching video, the drinking water video, the more I question like, oh man, how am I gonna edit this? How am I gonna make this something worth watching? And then it's like, oh, maybe I should scrap the idea entirely and like use this footage in this other completely different way, and I don't know what I'm doing with my life.
The video's okay, I guess. It had a bit of a lull. Right, so that's something I can get. Words, I know how to use those. Right, so that's something that I think about is if I can have content ready, like well into the future, a week or 2, prepared out in advance, scheduled out, pre-made, already edited, then before it goes live, like a couple days before it goes public, or before I post it, then I can go back and rewatch it from a fresh perspective. Because like when I record something, when I like go directly from idea to record to edit to post with no gaps, I miss things. So when I take the time to write down a ton of ideas, that gives me the space between the coming up with the idea and the actual filming it to refine the idea and figure out which ones are and aren't worth filming. When I take the gap between filming something and editing something, I do forget some of the things I wanted to do in the editing. So I leave notes to myself in the video where, like, if I think of a way, like while I'm recording something, I think of how I want to edit that thing, I will then just immediately tell myself the idea and then return to recording. That way, when I'm editing, I can remember the edit I wanted to make. But also, that time gap between recording and editing kind of detaches me from, or that feels like a weird word, but I don't know any other way of wording it. It detaches me from the recording, from the footage, and so when I go at it to edit it, I have a fresher perspective with fresher eyes, and am able to see edits that I didn't think of right away. that I wouldn't have thought of if I edited it right away. Again, when I take a gap between editing it, like finishing the edit and uploading it, then I can go back and I can rewatch it and again see edits that I didn't see back then, see pacing problems that I didn't see back then. So the ideal process would be taking the time to write down as many ideas as possible. That way I have plenty of time between coming up with the idea and actually filming it, and then filming as many things as possible and having them all kind of like in the pipeline, so to speak, not edited yet, just sitting there waiting, and then taking the time to go edit them later. But not too much later, because you don't want your content to become outdated or late. I just had a moment of panic of like, am I still live? Yes, I am. Yeah. And you don't want to delay your content too much. But you don't want to delay your content too much, because there is some footage that I have from like this spring. And it feels almost too late to put it out. Like, if I were to put that video out now, it would be weird. Like, this is old. Why didn't I put it out then? You know, I've waited too long. And so now, because of the time gap between when I filmed it and when I'm posting it being so much greater than the expected time gap, I have to adjust the way it's edited in order for it to make sense. To give some context of like, hey, this is from back then. This is not fresh from right now. Because the expected, I guess, creation gap is that things get posted as soon as they're made, generally. But I think having a little bit of a gap is very beneficial. Anyways.
Finished breakfast. I'm thirsty.
I was going to write that down, wasn't I?
So I had breakfast while I was editing, and had a couple snack bars and then a little bit more water. I almost hit myself in the head on that because I was paying attention to the camera. I was thinking about if I wanted to finish that off, but nah, just gauging how much is left versus how my stomach feels. I think I'm good. This is such elementary shit. Am I really gonna upload this? Nah, it just means it's more relatable to more people, because everyone drinks water. Except for those like handful of people that only drink soda. Yikes. It is now the 2nd, and it's another one of those days where I gotta get up really early. It's 4 a.m. and I'm very thirsty, although I definitely slept much better than I expected for such a short duration of sleep. Finished off yesterday.
I remember this day.
Fresh full one.
Vividly.
I don't know if it's just me. I would like to assume that's not, but it's like there's a fold in my throat, like right in here somewhere, a fold of like throat skin on the inside of the throat, where it's like pushed up together. So when I'm swallowing, the water just never gets in there, and I can still feel it being dry even as the water is like moving through my throat and getting everything wet. Super annoying. Although I just now realized maybe that's just a little flap, like preventing it from getting into my lungs. So maybe that's a good thing that it still feels dry in there. Done with work, and I have the thirst. So this morning at work I calculated how much water I should be having and how often. Generally they say that you should have 8 8-ounce glasses of water. Your average water bottle is 16 ounces. And so the amount of water that you're supposed to have in a day, divided into the amount of hours that I will generally be awake in a day, I should have approximately half an average water bottle every hour. And before I was actually only
Wrong. Every other hour. That's where I made the mistake.
doing that every other hour. So we're getting hydrated.
This is where I ended up with what I would describe as chronic acute overhydration.
Got a snack, I'm thirsty.
And now I have this video full of incorrect information. I should leave a comment correcting it.
I accidentally fell asleep. I took a nap, and now it's 10:20 p.m. Normally I'm going to bed at 10. Now I just woke up after sleeping for I don't know how long. So I'm just gonna chug the rest of this and go back to sleep, hopefully, and then I'll just wake up like extra early tomorrow. And then tomorrow, I can try to go back to having a mostly normal day. That being said, I have now finally gotten the second half of a day of drinking water after having several days of the first half of the day, because the day I wanted to film this was my day off at work, and I would have had the full day to do it, but then I didn't have the second half of the day because I wandered off. I also did not get very many good burps in this video. Whatever, this feels weird, but it's a video, I guess. Thanks for watching.
Wait, that's how it ends?
Sorry that I would like to share and add on to the end of the video. So you know how with plastic water bottles...
What prompted me to end it? Why then? Why did I could have just continued? I don't know. This was a weird video.
You can keep a tight seal on it and just like cause the bottle to just shrink up as you suck the water out of it. But with glass bottles, you don't have that option. You have to leave a little bit of a gap on the sides of your mouth or the top or wherever to let air in as the water's coming out, and you get that glugging effect as you're drinking it, like this. Because if you keep a tight seal, it'll just create a vacuum inside there, and you'll just like suck your lips into the bottle. But anyways, I had figured this out in high school with plastic bottles, and I would just chug an entire bottle, no problem. And I did this in class once. And apparently this teacher had never seen this before in her entire life, and she was probably in her 50s, maybe 60s. Like she taught my older siblings, and they were in high school when I was born. But anyways, like my amazement that she had never seen this before aside, the funny part is she legit thought I was drowning myself. So that was fun. And so of course I would try to remember to drink water in that teacher's class as often as possible to annoy her. But anyways, thank you for watching. This video was weird, but it's a video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you stay hydrated. It's very important. Even if all you did today was get out of bed and drink some water and then go back to bed and maybe like walk around the house a little bit. Hey, if you're depressed and whatever, and that's all you're able to accomplish, then good on you. That's still something. I've had those days. I've had those days for weeks on end, and you know, sometimes it's just what you gotta go through, I guess. Take care. Apple bump. It's the paper time! So yeah, I put my SD card in there, immediately put it in my computer, and then reached my hand here to start editing, and my arm is wet. Can you even see that? I spilled everywhere while filling this bottle. To grab that shot I just showed you. And then I gotta take the SD card back out of the computer, put it back into the camera so I can film that shot that I just now showed you. Now I can take it back out of the camera, put it back in the computer so I can put this into the video project and edit it into the video.
Yeah. Welcome to my madness.
So today's topic is memes that weren't meant to be.
I think about this pretty often, actually. Last night, for example, it didn't get to upload until 11 o'clock at night. So I was just kind of imagining if I had an audience, if I had 1,000 subscribers or something, and then they could be like, oh no, he's not gonna upload today? What's going on? Is he okay? Why didn't he upload? And then like right to the last minute there at the end of the day, it's like, oh yeah, I got the upload in. And it's the elixir of life. Come on guys, you gotta cut me some slack for spending some extra time to make that video. Not anyone can just go find the elixir of life and get it scheduled out at a normal pace, put it out at the time that my videos are normally out by. And I think about stuff like that where like that could have been like a little tiny meme within the community. And like some of the other videos are kind of similar to how Unis Honest kind of came up with the idea that they can make a video about anything and it'll be funny. And it's like, you can't make a video about drinking water? Watch me. I made a video that was just all about me drinking water. Stuff like that. These could be tiny memes. Those were not good examples. I am failing to come up with good examples right now because I'm on a timeline. I have to get this video out today. Not gonna lie, the daily upload schedule is like, it's very difficult. It's very tricky. But anyways, not just with my own videos, but in general. For some more examples, I could say like there's kind of inside jokes that I have with my friends. Where it's like, oh, if only there were more people that knew about this very niche game from a long time ago, then more people could enjoy these silly jokes that we're making, and we could make a shitposting page about it. But instead, that joke just stays between him and I because no one else plays that game that I know of. And these examples are, of course, just...
We haven't joked about that game in a while. It's a good game, though. I want to play it, but not yet. I'm not at that point. Got other things that need to be done first.
Things that I'm aware of. Within all areas of niches within niches, and considering the insane complexity of life, there is an incredible amount of humor hidden in everything. There are countless jokes that I will never get to hear. And I find it to be slightly annoying how the success of a meme is determined by the popularity of it, how many people find it funny, not by how funny it is. To me, some of the funniest memes are the ones that only me and my friend will understand, or maybe a very small proportion of people will understand. And there's definitely an aspect of that it's so niche and, you wouldn't get it, that actually almost adds to it and makes it more funny. And I think that's a real shame that there's almost a pattern of the things that are the funniest are the least considered to be funny. And the things that are the most laughed at are funny, but oh man, this meme, that's rare meme. So go forth and have inside jokes with your friends that you can say in public and laugh, and everyone else will be very confused and startled and like, oh, what's wrong with this younger generation? Why are they laughing at a picture of a potato? See, I just said picture of a potato randomly. I don't know of any joke associated with a picture of a potato, but I'm sure someone out there will find that hilarious and be like, haha, he gets the joke, he knows that meme. No, I don't know. I just picked that randomly. It's like within the right context, anything can be funny. Why have content when you can have context? Bonus points if you get that reference. Actually, with all the bonus points, all of them except for one. So yes, go forth and have inside jokes with your friends and your family and your strangers that you love. Bye.
Alright, interesting. It's definitely doing an impression of something there. Onwards to the next batch.
So today I want to do a brief little ramble about quality, because I am 100% convinced that quality is subjective. So I'd like to explain and give some examples.
See, so okay. This is where things start to get weird, because when I started over, everything fuck off, everything leave me alone. I'ma just sit here and do nothing and just exist and analyze everything. And so the only things that are left in my experience are I perceive myself to exist, probably. I have thoughts and feelings which derive from previous thoughts and feelings and experiences. And outside influences, which of course may or may not even exist. That's a whole nother topic. And so this is where that outside influence begins to come in, where I'm just repeating things that other people have said, probably, and perhaps not necessarily things that I've come to discover for myself. I don't know.
Well, if you think about in film,
Did I discover this for myself? Let's find out what my thoughts were at the time.
there are films that came out 20, 30 years ago that at the time,
Right. Okay. So perhaps not discovered for myself, but rather after others have said it, then I began to see it as well.
it was the cutting edge, top of the line, like special effects, and it was absolutely amazing. And people were like, their minds were blown. Like, wow, this looks so real. How
Regardless, I still think it's true.
do they do it? It's incredible. But if you look back at it now, compared to the special effects we have available now, it's like, what is this garbage? This is trash. Maybe the story's still good, but the special effects, it's like, oh, what is that? You know. But at the time, it was amazing. So the quality changed, but the content itself did not. Another example: videos that I've made myself. When I made them, I thought it was the greatest thing I'd ever made. Not even a week later, I look back on it and it's like, oh, I don't like this. Oh, I should have done that different. I should change that different. And I should have done this like that. And you critique it. Not you're your own biggest critic. So again, the content itself did not change. Just my perspective on it. So quality is subjective. If we go outside of the realm of video, let's say manufacturing, let's say automotive, a car from the 1940s. When it came out in the 1940s, top of the line car, the most expensive car, and everyone's like, wow, you got that? That's a really nice car. But now it's like, well, what is this old garbage? I want the new stuff. I want heated seats and leather and power sliding doors and a sunroof and all-wheel drive and did I say heated seats and Bluetooth? Stuff like that. So the car itself hasn't changed at all, just our expectations. So I know it sounds very cliche, but I genuinely think that. Wait, no, hold on. I jumped into the wrong. I jumped the wrong part of my thought process here. But let me redo that. So that actually oddly works in very well with what I was going to say next too. Is the number one thing that stopped me from making videos for the majority of my life is I always had a sense of this video isn't good enough. And so then that's where I go to the part that I was jumping to is. I know it sounds kind of cliche, but you have to ask the question, good enough for who? Because if it's not good enough for me, then what do I gotta do to make it better? Or can I just accept that that's the best that I can do? Because maybe for someone who hasn't considered this video could be amazing. It could be great, and it would like give them a new revelation. But for me, this could be like, oh, this is a lame video. It's just me talking again. But they could be like, oh, maybe the lighting is good, or maybe the camera quality is good, or whatever. Versus a camera from 12 years ago. It's all about perspective of what you're expecting. And so, as someone who really wants to make really great videos,
And the perspective is of the average viewer on YouTube and what they expect relative to the average quality of the content on the platform.
this is what I would consider to be a very low quality video. But yeah, 10 years ago, this would have been an amazing video for me to make. There's no way 10 years ago I would have had all this sound foam and this really cool light fixture and this really cool camera and had this sort of thought process. 10 years ago, if I could tell this to me back then, like it would blow my mind. And so 10 years ago, this video would have been amazing. But now I consider it to be like just another talking video. I want to make better content. I want to work on bigger projects, but I just haven't been able to because I've been.
This is a good video. I need to think in this way more often.
Spending time at work. But I really, really want to stick with
This is a really good video
my daily upload schedule, and so I have to just kind of accept that this is good
relative to my perspective.
enough because it could be great for someone else. Yeah, like I said, it's asking the question of good enough for who? Is this video not good enough for me? Am I not content with it? Why? Because I have high expectations?
The stream is perhaps not good. I could condense everything. I could edit this stream down because I feel like I'm getting some good snippets here and there. But no one's gonna watch this whole stream. If you are watching this, are you okay?
If this is the best that I can do at this moment, then so be it. And then
And perhaps I shouldn't be making those self-deprecating jokes, but I should make some sort of lunch soon-ish, eventually.
just need to lower my expectations a little bit and raise my ambitions. Or, yeah, make my expectations my ambitions instead of my expectations and just expect this because this is the best I can do right now. I think I said everything I want to say. So yeah, and I didn't want to talk too much about the realm of perfectionism because that's also, of course, very related to this. But there's nothing. I don't currently have anything new to say about that that other people haven't already said. I guess I could briefly say one perspective on perfectionism that has really helped me. Yeah.
I really wish I had multiple webcams because you can't see that at all. It would have been cool to see this evolve. Oh well.
I did not come up with the idea, but spreading it more could be good. Is the idea that perfectionism is really just insecurity? It's me thinking that my
Yeah, so this is where I'm admitting this is something I did not come up with on my own.
content isn't good enough. I'm insecure about the quality of content that I'm able to produce, and so rather than facing that head on and just putting this out anyway and posting this video anyway and calling it good enough and continuing to put in the practice and work at it, you go to perfectionism and you re-record the video for a 4th time like I'm doing right now. But at least I'm posting it. You know, at least I'm continuing to record it again and again until I get it right, to where I feel comfortable posting it. At least I'm posting something. When you use when perfectionism paralyzes you, as it did for the vast majority of my life, to the
And as it has many times since this video,
point where you just don't try re-recording it, to the point where you just don't post something, and again,
to the point where I just don't even write down the idea because I want to write it properly the first time, which is ridiculous. I have so many notebooks to use up. Like, literally, if I used up a whole page every day, it would take me over a year. I have so many notebooks that I want to just use them up, and yet I hesitate to write. I should be writing everything.
completely outside of the realm of video. I keep talking about video because that's what's relevant to me, but this applies to anything. Maybe you tried talking to a girl and you got embarrassed because you didn't know what to say and you just worded something weird and she got like, I don't know, she turned away. It was like a weirdo. Instead of being, your two options are to be like, oh, that was awful, let's not do that, or to be like, oh, that was awful, let's try again and do better. And by default, I kind of allowed everything to paralyze me for a long time to the point where I just wouldn't do the things I wanted to do because I wouldn't
Why?
be happy with the way that I could do them. And I'm still not happy with any of, well, most of the videos I'm making right now.
No. I'm happy with most of the videos we've seen so far. There's only been a couple that were just genuinely not good. Like, the meditation one was weird. The sleep one was okay. This one was okay. This one was meh. Nah. That one was fine. This one started off weird, but the middle was okay. Or was decent. But pretty much the rest of these have been good, I think.
But I definitely feel like I'm getting better at them. And actually, those tiny little improvements are actually really, really motivating for me to just keep going and to keep getting better, even though I really don't like most of my videos so far. Well, again, it comes. I paused for a minute because I had to reconsider why am I not liking them. It's because I'm looking at my current videos from my old ones. If I pause, as I just did, and then reconsider and be like, well, they're not that bad, and it's what I wanted to do right now. And so then it's like, oh well, these are great. It's crazy how during that pause, my mind just like completely flipped to like, wait, these are great videos. I'm doing the thing that I want to do. And just because I have other things that I want to do later, and I just wish that I was doing those things now because I'm impatient. It's like, come on, keep going. But like, I'm here right now. I'm not there yet. All right, I'm running out of things to say. I think I'll end it there. So yeah. Never allow any excuse to stop you from doing what you want to do and living the life you want to live. It took me way too long to learn that. And never allow any excuse to stop you from doing what you want to do and living the life you want to live. Never allow any excuse to stop you from doing what you want to do and living the life you want to live. It took me way too long to learn that. And I'm still trying to learn it. I still have most days where I sleep in my life you want to live. It took me way too long to learn that. And I'm still trying to learn it. I still have most days where I sleep in my just kind of fall into old habits. It takes a lot of effort to break out of that, to try to change your ways and start to actually do the things you want to do and live the life you want to live and figure it out. Figure out from there. It's a messy process. Life itself is kind of inherently messy and difficult. But of course, that's what makes it worth it. If everything was handed to you, then you wouldn't feel any satisfaction from gaining it. The harder you have to work for something to acquire it or achieve it, the more satisfying it is when you get there. But this is kind of rambling and wandering into other territory. So I'll wrap this up. Let's say I appreciate you watching, even though I don't think this is something worth watching, but I just gotta remind myself for someone else this could be worth watching. I appreciate you watching. If you want to see more, you can subscribe. And yeah, see, look right there. I can't even talk right. Just double over my legs. Yeah, subscribe for more. Share this with anyone else that might enjoy this or get some sort of value out of this, or realizations out of this. I don't know. Feels, what's the word? Feels pretentious to say that. But if I just like really stop and think, like I said, 10 years ago, this information would have changed my life. And so that's where I say, like, if there's anyone that you know who might benefit from hearing this, then yeah, share it with them. You might change their life. That's fucking weird for me to think. Anyways, all right. Take care.
Right.
Pretentious to say that. I appreciate you watching. If you want to see more, then you can subscribe. And see, look at right there. I can't even talk right. Just down below for my words. Yeah, subscribe for more. Share this with anyone else that might enjoy this or get some sort of value out of this, or revelations, realizations out of this. I don't know. Feels, what's the word? Feels pretentious to say that. But if I just like really stop and think, like I said 10 years ago, this information would have changed my life. And so that's where I say, like, if there's anyone that you know who might benefit from hearing this, then yeah, share it with them. You might change their life. It's fucking weird for me to think. Anyways, all right. Take care.
So retroactive isn't quite the word that I'm trying to think of. I don't know if there is a word for quite what I'm trying to think of. But bringing it back again to the start, to the starting over, to the doing nothing, to being incapable of doing nothing, and the mind does what it wants to do. And so, because I can't do nothing, then I either meditate, which is intentionally avoiding thought, or I can analyze my mind and contemplate my thoughts. Analyze how the mind functions and contemplate the thoughts that the mind thinks. And everything that the mind thinks and feels is, as I said already before in this stream, deriving from past experiences, thoughts, and feelings. And so, trying to journal every day to keep a log of everything that I've experienced, I also want to analyze everything that I've already experienced and log all of that. So hold on, I will be right back. Let me grab something. Because if I can understand my past, I can understand my present. And if I can understand my present, I can fix my own mental blockages, and that will unlock my ability to create the future that I desire. So I have this binder of loose leaf paper that has been sitting around for over a year. Then I've been intending on creating a journal of my memory of experiences from prior to when I started journaling. And why did I think of this? I know that I brought this up now for a specific reason. Right, because everything that the mind thinks stems from the past. And so I need to document things as they happen and the past as I remember them in order to understand what's going on there. So there's journaling. I just wanted to do a brief little chat about my reflections on editing talking, because it's weird. It's very, very weird, and it's different than editing pretty much anything else in my experience, because not only do I get to figure out what I want to say and then say it, but I also get to stop and re-say things if I didn't like the way I said it. I can't think of what the word would be. That's driving me insane. Not retroactive. That's not quite what I meant. What I mean.
Can constantly
Also, what I'm saying is based on the previous video and unrelated to this. This is a good video, but I'm just going to let it go while I'm thinking about the previous thing.
rephrase things, reword things, and cut out little snippets, or cut out pauses, cut out ums and pauses to stop and think, cut out anytime I stumble over my words. And on one hand, this allows me to create kind of an illusion of that I have this entire thought process already planned out.
Stop. Hold on. Hold on. I have multiple thought processes going on right now, and I'm trying to lock them down onto paper before I lose them. See, and then suddenly I get a sense of like, this live stream is fucking amazing. This is gonna be really cool someday for people to look back and get a glimpse into my mind. I feel very pretentious in saying that, but I always have this sense of like, someday I'm gonna achieve something great, and people are gonna wonder, how does his mind work? How did he come up with that? How did he do that? And then here it is. You can look back and you can see it. Could you fucking imagine getting to watch a live stream of when, like, Edison invented his light bulb? Like, imagine if he fucking live streamed the process of inventing the light bulb, every single failure, and then he gets it right. That would be, I say fascinating too much, but absolutely fascinating. To get to be a fly on the wall. And that's what I feel like I'm trying to provide here, is I've just always had this sense of like, I have no other choice but to do something amazing with my life. Or at least to try. And if I succeed, then you get insight into the foundational thinking upon which I built my entire understanding of the world. A map of my mind. But what were those two other thought processes? Because I had one that I was trying to write down, and then I got distracted by a new one that was prompted by this, and I was trying to get those here, and then I got distracted by the one that I just said. Now I've said that, and now I can rein myself back in. I'm gonna have to re-prompt myself by rewatching.
So today I want to do a brief look. Messy and difficult. But of course, that's what makes it worth it. If everything was handed to you, then you wouldn't feel any satisfaction from gaining it. The harder you have to work for something to acquire it or achieve it, the more satisfying it is when you get there. But this is kind of rambling and wandering into other territory. So I'll wrap this up. Let's say I appreciate you watching, even though I don't think this is something worth watching, but I just gotta remind myself, for someone else, this could be worth watching. I appreciate you watching. If you want to see more, then you can subscribe. And see, look right there. I can't even talk right. I just stumbled over my words. Yeah, subscribe for more. Share this with anyone else that might enjoy this or get some sort of value out of this, or realizations out of this. I don't know. It feels, what's the word? It feels pretentious to say that. But if I just like really stop and think, like I said, 10 years ago, this information would have changed my life. And so that's where I say, like, if there's anyone that you know who might benefit from hearing this, then share it with them. You might change their life. That's fucking weird for me to think. Anyways, all right. Take care.
I got that one, which is the distinction and separation between thinking and saying. That the concept and the word are separate. That's a branch that I haven't explored much.
In my head. I just wanted to do a brief little chat about my reflections on editing talking, because it's weird. It's very, very weird, and it's different than editing pretty much anything else in my experience, because not only do I get to figure out what I want to say and then say it, but I also get to stop and re-say things if I didn't like the way I said it. I can constantly rephrase things, reword things, and cut out little snippets, or cut out pauses, cut out ums and pauses to stop and think, cut out anytime I stumble over my words. And on one hand, this allows me to create kind of an illusion that I have this entire thought process already planned out in my head. Because the way you, the viewer, experience it as a finished...
I think that was my second train of thought, not my first one. I feel like I've completely lost the first one, which I'm fucking pissed about, because that was the important one. The secondary one was secondary. Because watching that did not re-prompt me to the same thought, it just brought me back to this one. Which means I need to, again, rewatch more of the ending of this one. In the hopes that it'll come back. Also, I want to say, you just got to witness something that I definitely got from my dad, which is you can physically see my indecision when I was just like going back and forth, where that's what's going on in my head, is like, where do I direct my attention? You can physically see my indecision. Super weird. That's something I've noticed about myself, that I've always noticed about my dad growing up, that he does that too. When he can't decide, I don't know, if we're working on something in the garage and he's trying to figure out if like he should grab this tool first or do that thing with that tool first, and he'll instead of just sitting there and thinking about it, he'll just go back and forth between the two until his mind just tells him which one to grab. And I do the same thing. It's super weird.
The videos I'm making right now, but I definitely feel like I'm getting better at them. And actually, those tiny little improvements are actually really, really motivating for me to just keep going and to keep getting better, even though I really don't like most of my videos so far. Well, again, it comes. I paused for a minute because I had to reconsider why am I not liking them. It's because I'm looking at my current videos from my old perspective. If I pause, as I just did, and then reconsider and be like, well, they're not that bad, and it's what I wanted to do right now. And so then it's like, oh well, these are great. It's crazy how during that pause, my mind just like completely flipped to like, wait, these are great videos. I'm doing the thing that I want to do. And just because I have other things that I want to do later, and I just wish that I was doing those things now because I'm impatient. It's like, come on, keep going. But I'm here right now. I'm not there yet. All right, I'm running out of things to say. I think I'll end it there. So yeah. Never allow any excuse to stop you from doing what you want to do and living the life you want to live. It took me way too long to learn that, and I'm still trying to learn it. I still have most days where I sleep in and I just kind of fall into old habits. It takes a lot of effort to break out of that, to try to change your ways and start to actually do the things you want to do and live the life you want to live, and figure it out. Figure it out from there. It's a messy process. Life itself is kind of inherently difficult, but of course that's what makes it worth it. If everything was handed to you, then you wouldn't feel any satisfaction from getting it. The harder you have to work for something to acquire it or achieve it,
right,
the more satisfying it is when you get there. But this is kind of rambling and wandering into other territory. So I'll wrap this up. I'll just say I appreciate you watching, even though I don't think this is something worth watching, but I just gotta remind myself, for someone else, this could be worth watching. I appreciate you watching. If you want to see more, then you can subscribe. And yeah, see, look right there. I can't even talk right. I just stumbled over my words. Yeah, subscribe for more. Share this with anyone else that might enjoy this or get some sort of value out of this, or realizations out of this. I don't know. It feels, what's the word? It feels pretentious to say that. But if I just like really stop and think, like I said, 10 years ago, this information would have changed my life. And so that's where I say, like, if there's anyone that you know who might benefit from hearing this, then yeah, share it with them. You might change their life. That's fucking weird for me to think. Anyways, all right. Take care.
Right. So all it was the retroactive journaling. This big fucking thing sitting right in front of my face. What does my phone want? Who's texting me and why? Okay. That's sufficient.
I just wanted to do a brief little chat about my reflections on
About my
editing
foot up
vlogging
at the-
because it's weird. It's very, very weird, and it's different than editing pretty much anything else in my experience, because not only do I get to figure out what I want to say and then say it, but I also get to stop and re-say things if I didn't like the way I said it. I can constantly rephrase things, reword things, and cut out little snippets, or cut out pauses, cut out ums and pauses to stop and think, cut out anytime I stumble over my words. And on one hand, this allows me to create kind of an illusion that I have this entire thought process already planned out in my head, because the way you, the viewer, experience it as a finished edited product, and I think I might not edit this and just leave all the like brief stutters and rephrasing and pauses and all that stuff in for this video. So it allows me to kind of give you the experience of having the entire thought process flow seamlessly all at once in one nonstop stream of thought, of speech for the entire duration of the video.
And this is because I hadn't been writing. I came up with the idea, I processed it all in my head, and then I immediately went to recording and figured it out as I was recording it, and then would cut out all the bits and make it seamless in the edit. It's like the act of recording and the act of editing was part of the processing, part of the thinking. Whereas it would be much more... this is the more efficient way, but creates a lower quality video, which is acceptable. I have a lot of people make videos that way, but to make a better video so that I can try to make better videos than everyone else, so that I can get people to watch my videos instead of anyone else, it's much more effective. This is more efficient, but more effective to write it down, work it out on paper, rewrite it, work it out on paper, have that be the rewriting process instead of rewriting in the edit.
But that's usually not how speech works. As you can see, even in this video here, where I'm pausing and readjusting the way I'm saying things, and using
There's also avoiding editing, which I have done for a while and intend to continue doing as much as possible for a while, because one, it saves time, but also two, it conveys a more genuine impression of what it would be like to actually have a conversation.
as like filler to kind of avoid the silence, and and using and so and like that kind of stuff. And it's weird because on one hand that allows me to create what I would consider to be a better video. I'm getting my point across. The video itself is a more accurate representation of what I think and feel like in my head than what I'm actually able to portray, because I'm able to edit it and cut things down into the way I wanted it to be in the first place, even though I wasn't able to deliver that myself. But on the other hand, it's an illusion. It's a lie. It's not genuine and authentic. It's not real. And so sometimes it's good to leave some of that stuff in there, some of the pauses, to give a more genuine feel of who I really am and how I'm really thinking, and not just have me spew a thought process at you, but also to kind of have you come along with me as I'm thinking through it, as I'm figuring this out, and having this one-sided discussion with you, this monologue of sorts. But then again, you don't really need to come along with me, because and so having that experience of coming along with me on the journey of figuring this out, I feel like creates a more realistic connection. But also, there's really no need for that, because what is generally considered a higher quality video is, or just like a more well thought out video, is one that has the illusion that I have already planned this out and figured this all out, and I already know what I'm going to say. And obviously I don't. As you can tell, that I've kind of patched a couple little clips in here, like this one right here that interrupted that main clip, which we'll get back to in a minute. But I also remembered while I was editing this, the very small, tiny edits I'm doing in this video. I'm trying to do as little editing as possible in this one as compared to some of my other ones, which you can watch for comparison. But I had thought of while I was editing this that I also forgot to mention pacing. Sometimes you want...
I just want to say too, unrelated to this, this is a messy disaster. This is a messy... wait, hold on, wait. Yes. This is a messy disaster. But I'm so fucking proud of it. This is what I've been putting off for almost a year. And it's not right. And I've got 16 more of these that I will redo this at some point. But just the fact that it exists at all, I'm so fucking proud of it. Like, fucking finally. This is the shit that how you make legitimate progress in life. Ooh, these are getting nasty. That's a totally other topic of debate. Debated if I should trim those up or not. This is how you get shit done in life. You just sit down and fucking do it. Whatever it is that you need to be doing. Whatever it is that you're not doing because you're watching the stream instead. As soon as I say that, I picture my future self watching this as like watching all my content too. Whatever it is that you should be doing, but instead you're wasting your time watching old videos of mine. I like to spend a lot. I in many of my videos, I like to talk to my potential future viewer in the same way that I go back and I watch old videos from my favorite YouTubers. The beard is just getting a little bit out of hand over here. But yeah, in the same way that I like to go back and watch videos from my favorite YouTubers, I like to pretend that someone in the future is going to come back and watch this video. And I spend a lot of time talking to that potential audience. Not to someone who's going to watch this as it's coming out or as it's happening. Because I don't have that.
To make small edits for the pacing of it. Maybe you want a certain like fast-paced, like go type of feel, and so you'll make all those quick little cuts and cut out every little moment of silence. And maybe there's some other moments where I feel it would be beneficial for you to have that illusion, or for you to have the feel of coming along with me, rather than the illusion of well put togetherness. If there are some moments where I feel like the video feels better unedited, then I can leave the spacing, leave the transitional words, the ums and thes and likes, and so and then that also kind of does that thing, and it can also, you see what I'm doing here? Transitional words. I know that was a bit.
I almost like it better here than here.
Many years ago, that's all YouTube.
Even though this is so messy.
And I find, see, there's another one. And I find that I use an extreme abundance of transitional words because there's another one. Because when I'm editing something, sometimes that'll be useful. If I'm taking this clip and instead of putting it there and just cutting out the silence, maybe I actually want to like pull this one over here. Then that transitional word kind of makes the cuts flow more smoothly. But sometimes I want to just take that out entirely and have me just jump right to the next thought, jump into the next sentence, and skip the because. And you can do that if you experiment with that. You'll find out that you can just cut out like. I'm trying to think of a good example, but you can do stuff like that where you just cut out the transitional words, the because, the like, the, and so because of that, you can cut that out entirely and just go right into the next thought, and it feels much more professional and well spoken. Which, as I talk about later in this video, which actually I recorded before this, that's like kind of public speaking 101, is to be more comfortable with the silence, to not use transitional words, and to be more confident in the things you're wanting to say. I don't remember what I'm saying next. I know I've edited to the point where I started this clip, but I don't know what I'm saying next, and so I don't know what to say right now to transition into the next clip. So here's the next clip. And a lot of like public speakers will say that that's kind of like where you would start with improving your speaking, is to get rid of the ums and just be okay with the silence, and be okay with the suspense of bringing someone along with you on your own thought process, on your own mental ride. And I knew I was going somewhere with this video, but I got distracted on that minor tangent, which I'm glad that I did, because I was able to word this and phrase this in a way that I think that I liked. Where was I going with this? See, I'm going to leave this in. Oh, and not to mention, if I decide to re-record something, where I go through my entire thought process and I record the whole thing, maybe it's like 5 minutes of talking, but then it's like, I don't like this section of it, from like minutes 2 to 3.5. So then I'll record it again, and I'll be like, okay, I actually like the beginning of that better, but I like the ending of number 1, but I still didn't like that middle. Okay, I'll record it again. So now the third recording is like, okay, finally, I got that middle part right. And then at the beginning and the end, I still liked the other ones better. And so then I'll take like a chunk from each recording and kind of patch that together and like rearrange them to create the same thought process, the same exact thought process, but like over multiple attempts, multiple renditions, auditions.
This is good shit.
Too.
This is really good shit.
But I like that because it's kind of like writing, where I can rewrite things as much as I want. But I like that because it's kind of like writing. If you write a novel, you can rewrite it as much as you want, in as many different ways as you want, and until you get it in a way that you like it.
I did the thing where I just repeated myself, even though I knew I wasn't going to
another
edit that
aspect
video.
of talking too is it's almost like I'm re-saying it. I'm rewriting it, even though I've never written a script for this channel yet. I probably will for certain videos eventually, but the majority of this is all just kind of off the top of my head, just talking. just expressing thoughts, expressing feelings, expressing realizations and reflections and things I've noticed, patterns I've recognized. And so, yeah, the other thing I want to say about editing talking is I can completely change the meaning of the sentence, of the entire thought process over many sentences, long after I've said them. If I just decide, you know what, I just don't want that sentence, it's a completely valid thought process with it in. But if I take that out, it completely changes the feeling and sometimes the meaning of what is being delivered through this medium. And that's really weird, because it allows me to rethink everything
My back.
long after it's been already said. And I do that anyway. In normal conversation, hours later, I'll be rethinking it and think, oh, I should have said this. And then I will go back to that person and I will re-say it to that person in a different way. And then they'll go, oh, okay, now I get what you mean. But with film, it's more seamless, because I can go back and re-record another little clip to sneak in there. And I've already done this many times on my channel. You've probably never even noticed that clip, that one little like 10-second clip, was recorded like 4 days later than everything else. And it just slides right in there. As long as it's not like a month later, because then you'll see my hair will be longer, or I don't know, something will be different. Maybe I'll be wearing a different shirt. And yeah, editing, talking.
Different
editing,
angle,
thought
different
processes,
lighting, whatever.
Specifically non-scripted things. If you've written a script and you're shooting a short film or something, that's a totally different beast. But
Yeah,
genuine conversation,
totally
like editing a
different
podcast
beast.
is a nightmare. So the amount of attempts I've made
Yeah.
with podcast type or like content with long-form content, conversations like that, I try to leave that as unedited as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because the amount of time that you have to spend to trim it down generally isn't worth it. You just take out some certain chunks of like, oh, this couple of minutes, like 5-minute chunk here, or maybe maybe I'm editing on like a long game stream where I'm talking with my friends for hours and hours and hours. I'll be like, well, we had a good 20-minute chunk here of conversation, and this 10-minute chunk was funny, and so you'll just kind of patch that stuff together. But to actually edit the minutiae, the details, to remove the ums and the thes and the pauses and all that within those contexts isn't worth it.
100%.
So yeah, editing talking is really weird. I don't really know what else to say or how else to summarize this or what else I could add.
No, you said plenty.
I think that's good enough.
Yeah, it's good.
Alright.
That was great, actually.
Wait, thanks for watching, by the way. Stop the recording.
You're
I'm
welcome.
gonna edit anyway to patch these two clips together. But thank you for watching. I hope you
My
enjoyed. Got some sort of value out of this.
pleasure.
Let me know what you
Our
think. I'm really curious as to
pleasure.
discuss this with other people. Yeah, in the comment section. And if you want to see more from me and discuss more stuff like this with me, then subscribe for more. Share this with anyone else that might find this interesting or might also want to discuss this, because I would like to discuss this with people and see what other people think, what your experience is with editing talking. So yeah, thanks for watching. Take care. I don't have the answer to this question, but I would like to talk about it a little bit. And I know I've briefly touched on this in other videos, but this is the first time in my entire life that I've ever been able to actually keep up with a daily upload schedule. And I am so proud of myself. I'm so happy with that. I find that by default, I kind of forget it. And so I intentionally take the time to look back at my channel and like look at what I've done and realize like, wow, I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. I've done it. I'm still doing it. Despite that most days, almost every day, I wake up and I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to upload that day. But I have to upload something. And I don't know what I'm going to upload each day, most days, despite that I have so many video ideas. I haven't even bothered to write them all down because I'm still coming up with new ideas constantly, and there's just so much. I have so many ideas, but a lot of them are things where it's like, that'll take a couple days. So I could start that today, and I have many like longer term videos already in progress. There's some that are going to take a couple days. I have some that will take potentially years, and I have them started. I've started recording. I've started editing. I've created a project. Like, they're in progress. I have videos that will take a month or a couple months. So I can start those. Well, what am I uploading today? So like, I think most of my ideas actually kind of fall into that category. And so it's like, okay, well, put all that aside. What am I do today? What about this one? No, not that one. What about this one? No, not that one. Oh no. And then half an hour goes past, and like, I still haven't started recording something. Oh no. Then another hour goes past, and I'm watching other people's videos instead of thinking of my own, or I've discovered a chore that I need to go do, some adulting that I need to handle. And then another hour goes past, it's like, I gotta go to work soon. I don't have a video ready. And then some days I don't get one ready in time for work, and then I gotta figure one out after work when I should be sleeping. And then that screws up the next day. So the daily upload schedule is very stressful, very hectic. But man, I get excited about the fact that I've been able to do it, and that I'm doing it. But it's so stressful and daunting, and I think the stress itself is detrimental to the daily upload schedule, because when I'm stressed about what am I going to upload today, the ideas don't come. The only times that I'm able to come up with a video idea before work, get it filmed and edited before work, which is the way my daily structure, or my day structure is kind of planned out, is that after work I take my shower and go to bed, and I don't check my phone, I don't do anything. And so my free time is in the morning. But that's for a different video. Where was I going? Hold on, I'm just remapping my thoughts. Bear with me. It'll come back. I'm not gonna edit this one. I just don't want to. Bear with me. How's it going? How are you doing? Okay, no, sorry, I need focus. Right, the stress. The stress of what I'm gonna upload today makes it more difficult for me to think of what I'm gonna upload that day. And the only time that I'm able to come up with something to say, something to do, something to upload, is when I distract myself by watching other people's videos and forget about the fact that I have to upload that day, and then I'll think of something I can do. And I feel like having the subconscious stress of I need to do something is better than the conscious stress of I need to do something, because the only time I'm able to come up with a video idea is when I'm inspired. Like, I come up with an idea. I think about things I'm doing instead of thinking about I need to think about something I need to do. And so the only way, so it's like me being committed to uploading daily creates a stress that I need to upload daily, and I will spend my time thinking about that I need to upload daily instead of thinking about what I'm going to upload. And so the only way that I can upload daily is to ignore that decision and focus on what I want to do, what I want to make, in order to do that. It's weird. It's this mental gymnastics that I have to do. And that was a really weird burp. Yeah, it's a really weird mental gymnastics, and I'm just like, I can definitely see how doing this for years would burn you out. And I mean, I've been burnt out many times and have never even been able to do a daily upload. But because I've committed myself to it, I'm like 100% all in. Like, I have to upload something every single day because I refuse not to, because I've already done the opposite of what I'm doing now. I've already done that for so long, for most of my life, and that just doesn't work. It's me not doing the thing that I value, and so then of course I'm depressed about that. And so, despite how stressful the daily upload schedule is, it actually almost has some level of antidepressant properties to it. Because, oh my god, I've been uploading daily. That's amazing. It may not be the best videos, but it's videos. And I know I've already said this before, and I don't want to repeat myself too much and just post the same thing, rambling about the same thought process in multiple videos. And I realized that this is kind of a cop-out video, where I was like, I can't think of anything else that I would have time to film today, so I'll just make a video about making videos. And not in the way that I want to. I have other videos that are about making videos, and those ones I actually like. That one. Those are really cool ideas. This one's meh. But if it's what I gotta do to scrape by for the day,
No, this is
then
a good
I'm
video.
gonna try to go to bed early, rather than stay up late trying to make something really, really good.
This
Again,
no,
put
this
this out. It's
this is
good enough.
okay.
It's still progress. And I'll go to bed early and I'll work on something better tomorrow. Straight. I'm definitely frustrated with the idea that I have to upload something like this. Because this is not what I would consider a quality video. I don't know. We've already gone over quality being subjective. That I uploaded that already, right? Let me double check. Yeah, we already went over that. So my judgments of this video are irrelevant. Who knows? Maybe I'll watch it back in a week or in a year and be like, hey, shut up, me. This video's fine.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll agree. I don't know.
Yeah. Shut up, me. This video's fine. Like, the first 7 minutes of it were fine. And then you go into that self-doubt. Okay.
I think that's it. I think that's all I have to say right now, and we'll see if my opinion changes after doing this for a very long duration. But my battery's almost dead, so okay, bye. Have a great day. Take care. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Subscribe if you want to see more. Leave a comment about your thoughts. What do you think? What is your response to what I just said? And share it with anyone else who might want to see it. Take care.
Sure. Why not? Two years ago. I'd be interested in what he says about it now. I don't think I'm subscribed to him, but I should be.
Hey guys, Robert.
Shut up. I'll watch you later on my other account.
So I pretty frequently will
Ah.
recap what I've done on this channel because it's relevant, because each video kind of stems directly from one of the previous ones. And so, to recap, I am depressed. I don't want to do anything. And so, I did nothing. And I made a video about doing nothing. I hope that's the right corner, one of these corners, because I'm depressed and I didn't want to do anything. I chose to do nothing, and by doing nothing, I thought of something that I did want to do. And so then I went and did that thing. But what I completely glossed over was the fact that before figuring out that thing, I had already found something I wanted to do, which was to talk to you. And so generally, when interacting with another person, you will start with a greeting. So hello.
But throughout most of 2020, I just straight up did not have the energy to say hello to my new coworkers. So, as a replacement, I would just give them a simple nod, which I thought would be sufficient because I'm acknowledging their existence. I'm not completely ignoring them and just carrying on with my work. I'm nodding. I'm acknowledging their existence. But now, after having done this for many, many months, there's of course all the old coworkers which I was already talking to, but then you have this batch of new coworkers that I have never said hello to, and all I do is nod when I walk past them. And this may be just my perception, maybe this is not true at all, but I get the vibe that they think that I don't like them. It seems to me that they have a sense of, well, why wouldn't he say hello to me? What's wrong with him? Does he not like me? He won't say hello. When that's not at all it. It's that I didn't like myself, and I did not have the energy to be friendly to them because I couldn't be friendly to myself. And that may be something to do with the masks, because you can't tell if I'm like giving a friendly, smiling nod or like an angry or serious, like that type of nod. But so now, as 2021 is here, which is crazy to say, I am trying to say hello or hey or whatever to say good morning, although now I start.
It's still difficult. It's like 8-9 months later. Yeah, 8-9 months later, I still struggle to say hello. This at work, they like require us to greet every guest. They don't want to call them customers, and it's so difficult because any human interaction. Well, that's something I should talk about at length in its own video, but hold on. Shoot. I have no space. Where do I write this? Interacting at all with anyone is extremely exhausting and draining to me because it's unpredictable. You can't predict what other people are going to say or do. You have to, in real time, receive the input of what they're saying, process it, and then generate a response in a reasonable amount of time. And if you're too slow, then like I have to come back an hour later and be like, I've thought of something to say. Like, that's weird, you know? People are unpredictable. Physical objects and physics and gravity and these things are predictable on an intuitive level, and is less draining of energy, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Work in the afternoon, so I've been trying out good afternoon as a greeting, and that just feels weird. To give some sort of verbal greeting as a replacement for the nodding, or at least to combine the both as like a transitional period, because I want to stop using just a nod and start like actually just saying hello.
Yeah. The thing that helps is they consider us business owners where I'm in charge of my department. And so if I think of it in terms of if this was actually my own business, like I have a coworker, well, he was a coworker, I don't think he's coming back, where he runs his own bookstore. It's like, if I ran my own bookstore like he does, I would absolutely greet every single customer, because literally whether or not I have money to live would be dependent on them. So it's like, I want to be friendly to them. And so when I think of it in that way, that's when it makes sense of why you would want your employees greeting every single customer. Part of me is hesitant to, because like it feels disingenuous. Like, I don't These are random people. I don't care. There's no need or reason for me to be friendly to them. When I'm shopping, I want to be left alone. I hate it when employees come greet me, even if it's a local store, like a small little bookstore. Leave me alone. I know how to go look for something myself, or I already know what I want, or whatever. I don't want these salesman people trying to push shit on me. You know, I hate it so much when people try to talk to me when I'm shopping. Just let me do my shopping. And so when I am working in retail, then I do have a reason to talk to them, because my paycheck is essentially dependent upon them. And it feels like the only type of people that want, and I'm probably gonna upset some people by saying this, but the only type of people that want to be greeted by strangers are people that are extremely lonely and do not have enough genuine interaction with people that actually give a shit about them. And so having all retail workers greet all customers just enables these poor, unfortunate, lonely people to sort of get by and get enough social interaction to avoid genuine, real interaction. And it creates this very leech-like dynamic. And it's just all around not good. Like there's no good reason aside from wanting people to feel comfortable at the store and wanting them to buy more things so that I can continue to have a paycheck. Which is counterintuitive, because I at least want to be left alone. If you want to make me feel comfortable, just let me be. So I would just wonder what percentage of people actually enjoy that sort of pointless, superficial garbage interaction with a random stranger that you are never going to see ever again, that you have absolutely zero reason to give a shit about. How many people actually want that? Why would you want that? That is an endless source of frustration for me. I should pop something in the microwave. So I am going to turn the camera, but not move the camera. Gosh dang it, I turned my second monitor off again. That's good enough. And because the headphones reach to the kitchen way easier than the webcam does, so I'm going to continue to react to this while I put something in the microwave for lunch.
But it's surprisingly difficult because there's this precedent set that they think I'm the guy who doesn't say hello, and my subconscious basically sees them as like, oh, that's the person that you just nod to, and so then out of habit I just nod to them, and then I immediately think, dang it, I forgot to say hello, or at least a hey, which I think is much easier. Hey, because I can easily combine those two. And so I've begun trying to say hey or hello to these new people and to start talking with them and start getting to know them and be friendly with them. And some of them will respond and be friendly back, which is pretty cool. Some of them will just nod in response, which to me kind of confirms my suspicions that they now think that I didn't like them, and they're like, hey, okay, why is he saying hello now when he wouldn't before? What does he want? What's going on here? And they're like skeptical of me, which is the complete opposite of what I was trying to do. I was trying to be friendly and like acknowledge their existence instead of just ignoring them. But I guess that backfired and was insufficient relative to the norm being everyone just saying hello to each other. And then there's some people that straight up ignore me, which blows my mind.
And they
because that
still
is so
do.
incredibly rude. I would never ignore someone unless I was like had valid reason to be upset with them. But like, come on, really? I'm trying to be friendly to these people now. I am now saying hello, and they straight up ignore me. And this is not just once, this is multiple times.
And they
don't
still
even
do it.
look at me. They just walk right past.
Yeah.
So that was really unfortunate, and hopefully most of these people will just be seasonal people and they'll be leaving anyway, so I wouldn't have to deal with
they
that.
still work here.
But still, it's just like not a good position to be in, to have a bunch of people that you aren't able to interact with. Especially being that I'm in charge of a couple departments. I'm not really in a leadership position at the moment, but maybe that'll be possible in the future, and so obviously I'm going to need to be friendly with everyone, and I want to be anyway. And it just really sucks that I may have accidentally ruined what could have been friendships simply by just not having the energy to interact with them. On a separate train of thought, which is still related to this though, is howdy. I am from the Midwest. I am not from the South. I spent a week in the South and that's it. No one up here says howdy. No one. But me, apparently, and I don't know why. I've heard that down in the South, down in Texas, that howdy is a valid replacement for hey, how's it going? And that people will actually respond to howdy, a single word, as if it is hey, how's it going? So an example of conversation could be howdy. Good, and you? Which is fascinating because I've just never heard it used in that way. But for whatever reason, I say howdy as a greeting all the time, and I don't know why. I don't know why I started or when I started, but it has been going on for at least more than a year and a half.
I don't do it anymore.
I'm trying to not do that anymore because being like pretty much the only person that uses that around here, I'm pretty sure they all see me as, oh, he's the weird guy that says howdy. Why does he say howdy? He's not from the South. He doesn't
I
have a
stopped
southern
saying
accent.
howdy.
Why is he saying howdy? And so I've been replacing it with a simple hey or ahoy. Which, when talking with my friends, my coworkers that I'm already friendly with, it's super easy for me to say ahoy because there's already that precedent set of me being silly with them. But when I try to use that as a greeting to these other coworkers that I've not already been greeting in any form besides the nod, I don't know how to describe it, but there's like this resistance mentally to where like, oh, it's hard to say ahoy to them. I feel like I'm basically just describing social anxiety. Is
Yeah,
that what this
probably.
is? Do I have that? Probably a little bit at least. But when I'm in the right mood mentally, where I don't care about their response or their perception of me, then I'm able to say it just fine, and then they actually seem to respond better because I'm being more friendly to them, and so then they're going to respond more friendly.
Yeah, so I don't know if you could hear anything I was saying while I was in the kitchen, but for sure, your own mental state plays a huge role in the subtleties of communication, of body language, facial expressions, tone of voice, and other people will intuitively pick up on that. And so your own mental state plays a huge role in how people respond to you. Having a background, no. Just having confidence, no matter what you do, can be a bad thing, but can be a good thing. It's a difficult balance to strike. There was two other things I was going to say. One of them was I have successfully stopped saying howdy all the time. And the other one is that some of these coworkers still work at Target where I work, and they still ignore me. I've been trying to say hello to them for like 7 months, and they won't even look at me. Rude.
Which is fascinating. Another thing I've found to make it far easier to speak to these people that I'm not used to speaking to is skipping the greeting altogether and just jumping right into a conversation, saying a statement or asking a question, or especially when it's something work related where it's like I just actually have to talk to you, I need to transmit this information to you, then it's super easy. I don't think about any of that other stuff at all. I don't think about the fact that I've never said hello to them. I just talk to them. I just say what needs to be said and be like, hey, just so you know, this thing and that and whatever. And so at that point it's like, why do greetings exist at all? Honestly, the way I view it is it's kind of a small casual gesture of saying, hey, I have
positive feelings towards you. May we engage in a conversation? It's like stretching out a hand. Would you like to engage in conversation? Why would you do that when you can just say something? Just start the conversation, just like go right into it, which seems to go so much better. And so, of the many greetings in English, the only one I think is really worth saying is maybe like, hey, just because it's super easy and you can just like spew it out very quickly and automatically and then just jump right into whatever it is that you want to say or ask them. Such as, how's it going? How are you doing? What's new? How's the family? How's the hemorrhoids doing? Etc., etc. So all of that being said, I do, however, think that farewells are worth saying, especially as someone from the Midwest. We're famous for our long goodbyes. I'm gonna butcher this, but there was some sort of meme or quote going around a while ago about a Midwestern goodbye being 45 more minutes of conversation with your hand on the doorknob the whole time after you've already said goodbyes and given hugs and kisses. That is 100% true. We are terrible at goodbyes, and so I am terrible at ending videos. And so I'm working on that. I'm trying to structure some sort of outro, even though I have yet to design some sort of intro or figure out what phrase I want to use as an intro to be my signature YouTuber intro. So I'll give it an attempt. Thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed this video. Subscribe if you want to see more. Comment down below to let me know what you think about this. Maybe say hello. Share this video with anyone else you think might find this fascinating. And take care.
Yeah. This is something that I want to expand upon in future projects. I have ideas in the pipeline. I'm going to write them down so they stay in the pipe and they don't leak out. But that was a good video. Oh, this video. Oh God, this video. Oh no. So this video could have been so much shorter. And would have been so much better if it was so much shorter. I remember the day that I was editing this. I was constantly being distracted by so many things that I did not care about, and I kept trying to politely tell everyone to fuck off and leave me alone and let me edit my videos. All these other things I don't care about. I cared about this video. I cared about videos in general. I still care about videos. And this is a perfect example of what I was trying to say like an hour ago, that if I had something else ready to upload this game. No, I saw this and said game instead. If I had something else ready to upload this day, this video wouldn't have had to come out this day. I could have spent the whole day editing it and still been fine because I would have had something else ready. And then I could have finished this one, left it alone for a couple days, come back and watched it again and realized that there's so much more that could have been cut out of this. This video could have been so much more concise. I kept repeating myself over and over and over because I couldn't remember which things I had said and which things I hadn't. So much of the repeating could have been cut out and spliced down and condensed and concisized. And this video could have been so much shorter and so much better. And I put a lot of fucking effort into this video, and I've begun basically this, but like round 2 of this. And I'm going to try to do it better. But I need to go grab my my cream of wheat. And then we're gonna dive into this absolute monstrosity of a video. Strap in. Here we go.
Hi. Today is the 23rd. It's Festivus for the rest of us. I think that's today. I just thought of that. I am going to continue with this doing nothing / meditation, because trying to do nothing basically just kind of turns into meditation. This last time I tried it was really weird. Basically, I tried to do nothing, and obviously doing nothing is going to lead to you actually just sitting there thinking. And so then I was like, well, what if I try not to think? Wait, that's meditation. Okay, this is meditation.
Okay, so basically, the 21st of December, I made the first video. The 22nd of December, I made the 30 minutes of doing nothing. And now this is the 23rd of December, where I started recording my meditation every day. So this entire time that I've been, like every video that we've watched so far, I've been recording my meditation every single day. As well as the video that I was putting out that day, as well as recording my workout every day, as well as recording my stretching every day. I do so much shit behind the scenes that you guys just haven't seen yet. This you have seen, but there's other things that I'm recording every fucking day that haven't come out and won't for a while.
Video. Oh well, that was like my train of thought, and so I wasn't sure what to do. The first part of the video, I basically just started telling you all my thoughts and expressing them, because having a camera on. Hi, today is the 23rd. It's Festivus for the rest of us. I think that's today. Just thought of that. I am going to continue with this doing nothing.
I've never tried putting peanut butter in cream of wheat. Is that a bad idea? I'm gonna try it.
/ meditation, because trying to do nothing basically just kind of turns into meditation. This last time I tried it was really weird. Basically, I tried to do nothing, and obviously doing nothing is going to lead to you actually just sitting there thinking. And so then I was like, well, what if I try not to think? Wait, that's meditation. Okay, this is a meditation video. Oh well, that was like my train of thought, and so I wasn't sure what to do. The first part of the video, I basically just started telling you all my thoughts and expressing them, because having a camera on me, I just felt that natural urge to do that. Later on in the video, when I tried to like actually do nothing, not only not physically do anything, but not mentally do anything, to try to not.
I also could have put like visuals in here to show you, okay, there's this duration of time, like how many days or weeks did I try meditating in this way, and how many times did I try it in this way. This video could have been so much better.
I think it was far more difficult because I wanted to express those thoughts, and because the thoughts I was having were specifically ones that I actually did want to express. Not just that I wanted to express thoughts in general, but specific ideas that I was like, ooh, I want to say that. And I want to document that so I can remember it later. And I chose not to, for the sake of the experiment, and then I couldn't remember the things later. And I was really annoyed by that, because it was ideas that I wanted to write down so I could do them later. Ideas I wanted to, or ways of phrasing things I wanted to say so that I could put them at the beginning and ending of that video. And so I'm going to try, I guess I'm going to try actually meditating. So like actually doing nothing. Not doing anything physically, not doing anything mentally. And I'm going to try to do it for a minute a day, because who doesn't have a minute? And I feel like breaking it down to the extreme bare minimum is probably a good way to try to like, make it into somewhat of a daily habit, I guess, and see how it goes from there. And I think what I want to do is like track how many times my mind wanders within that minute, and see if I like improve at it and like get distracted less, I guess. Wow, I've already been talking for like almost 4 minutes.
That's pretty good.
Sitting here for 1 minute, so let me get my timer.
I'm gonna put more peanut butter in there.
1 minute.
That's good. I'm gonna put more peanut butter in this, in cream of wheat. It's just so hot, but I'm impatient. I like this. And you get the carbs and the protein.
That went so fast. That felt like 15 seconds. 3 times I counted that I got distracted. At least 3, if not more. There was lots of moments of like very, very small distraction where it's like, am I distracted or not? Nah, I'm kind of focused on both things, I guess. Even though I think there have been like studies saying that the brain like literally cannot be focused on more than one thing at a time, and that we're really, really good nowadays at flipping back and forth between 2 things. Like really, really quickly, just nothing, so really, really fast. And I guess that's technically how multitasking works. I'm gonna look that up, and I suggest you look it up too, and don't take my word for it. But yeah, that's day 1.
See, ideally, I would have taken the time to find that study and link it in the description, but no, I didn't.
This is a long intro to this video. All right. Hello. It is the 24th. It's time for my 1 minute of meditation. Am I going to film this every day? I didn't think about that until just now. Am I going to film this every single day? Or am I just going to do it every day? No, I'm filming for today. I don't want to think right now. I want to know think. So here we go. Start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go. So fast. That goes so fast. Okay. It's hard. I guess I need to redefine getting distracted, because I have many moments. I think I'd say that time maybe like 6, where I had like a thought coming in, but I was like focused on the breath and that thought at the same time, or like not focused on, I don't know, aware of both at the same time. This would come in and I would just like remain focused on this, and then that would just fade out without losing focus on this the whole time. This would come in, and this would come in, and that would come in, and fade back out each time. So I think I should redefine how I'm tracking losing focus, and say each time that I lose focus is each time that I'm no longer focused on this, literally losing the focus, where this comes in, oops, now I'm focused over here. Okay, now I'm back over here. So that would be 1. In that case, I've already forgotten. It was like 2 or 3 doing that. But like 6 or 7 of just like, here's something, nope, staying on this. Here's something, nope, staying on this. Yeah, and then like 2 or 3 where it was like, here's something, oh, I want to think about that. Wait, no, this. Where it tricked me. It got me for a second there. I think that's how I'm going to change it, to not count all these other little ones, just the ones where I noticed that there were a couple seconds where I wasn't thinking about the breath, I guess. Because that's when I'm actually engaging with the thought and continuing that thought process. Okay, cool. See you tomorrow. Maybe I'll go 2 minutes or 2.5. 1's just so short. Although I'm still getting distracted like 3 times in a minute, that's like once every 20 seconds. Maybe I should just keep up with a minute and see if I get better at it, but then maybe the opposite would be like, the more time I spend doing it, maybe the better I'll get at it. I think I'm going to increase my time tomorrow, because this is way too short. Although, I should also say too, the whole point of this was to like make it a long-term habit and try to like actually practice it and try to understand meditation, because I just don't get it. And so if I increase my time too much too quickly, then it becomes overwhelming. So that's something I need to definitely learn to be okay with, is if I have a day where I don't want to do 2.5 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever, to just drop it back down to the lower amount, and be like, yeah, that was just too much too soon or something like that. Because obviously doing an hour a day would be way too much. I just wouldn't keep up with that, because I don't know, maybe I would. Like a week ago, a month ago, definitely not. But now that I'm doing this experiment of stripping my life down to bare basics, and like rebuilding it from the ashes, where it's like I quit all my social media, like literally everything I do. Well, not everything, but the vast majority of what I do, I'm documenting. I'm putting on the channel.
Ideally, everything. I want a DIY Truman Show myself.
The exceptions is like, I was a little tired this morning. I splurged on my time and spent a little bit watching some parkour videos before I managed to get...
Hold on, I said parkour, but at 2x speed, that sounded like I said porn.
I was a little tired this morning. I splurged on my time and spent a little bit watching some parkour videos.
What is the text?
This morning. I splurged on my time and spent a little bit
Why is there text on my face?
watching some parkour.
Parkour!
Before I managed to get out of bed this morning. So like, I'm not documenting that, but I definitely actually want to get back into that, like doing that and training it, and not just watching other people doing that. So like that will end up on this channel. No, okay, I'm rambling. So this is supposed to be 1 minute, and I've recorded like 5 minutes of footage. All right, here we go. It's Christmas. Oh, hold on. Did I use the tripod yesterday? I don't remember. I'll call this good enough, no tripod, and I can fiddle with that. Just set the camera on the desk. Today's Christmas. Merry Christmas, I guess, if you celebrate that. So being today's Christmas, and my workplace is closed, and I have the day off of work, this is my first day off work since I started the channel, I thought maybe I'd treat myself and take, like, not just a minute or half an hour, but like an entire hour, and do nothing for a whole hour. The problem is that my family decided to have their Christmas gathering last night. By the time you're seeing this, I should have already made a video discussing the aspects of that I'm comfortable talking about publicly at this point, because I just don't want to upset anyone by complaining. So yeah, I was up about 2 hours later than usual, and then this morning I slept in 4 hours. Well, actually, I woke up, and then I laid back down, and I was like, nah, I don't want to get up right now. I'll just watch some videos on my phone for a little bit. And then I realized an hour went by. I watched YouTube videos for an entire hour, and it just went by like nothing. I could have sat here and done nothing for an entire hour, and that would have been, I guess, equally as productive, but far more relaxing, I guess. And then I was like, that was a waste of time. I'm going to set my phone down, and then just lay here until I get up the willpower to get up. And then I glanced over at my phone, and another hour had gone by. I was like, oh my god, this is such a waste of time. I just laid there and didn't do nothing, because like my mind was wandering and I was allowing myself to think. So I wasn't doing nothing in the sense of this experiment. I wanted to get up early anyway, because then the next day, tomorrow the 26th, I'm going to have to get up at like 2 a.m. because I have to work at 3 a.m. so I can clearance all the toys before the hordes of people come by the post-Christmas sales, or post-Christmas clearance. So I wanted to get up early today anyway, even if I was going to be tired. But then I was like, I just don't want to move around and exist right now. I just didn't have the willpower to sit here for a minute. like I've said, when I'm sitting here doing nothing, that's what the depression wants me to do. Oh, the battery's dying. Okay, my battery was dying too. That's why I couldn't get up this morning. Yeah, I watched YouTube videos for a whole hour. I uninstalled YouTube from my phone, because I've already quit all other social media. I kept YouTube on my phone because it's a little bit different, whereas like other social media, you're scrolling and like you just see whatever the app wants you to see as you're scrolling, versus YouTube, yes, you're scrolling through, but you are also getting to choose which videos you want to watch, so it's a little bit different, and they've shown that it doesn't have nearly the mental health impacts that normal social media has. But anyway, so I was like, you know what, no, I'm taking YouTube off my phone too. I'm watching it on my computer if I absolutely want to. Did I just as I was saying that, I just cut myself with my own fingernail. They're not even that sharp. My hands are just like really roughed up from like being dry from all the extra washing you do these days, and then putting lotion on them and make it really, really soft, and now I just cut my finger. My lotion is too effective. Makes my hands too soft too quickly. Yeah, and then I just like upset with myself that I didn't get out of bed, and so then I fell back asleep for another 2 hours, and so I was in, well, actually 2.5 hours, and so I was in bed for 4.5 hours more than, or later, 2.5 hours more than usual, and 4.5 hours later than my usual wake up time. And so I had started off thinking, oh, maybe I'll treat myself and sit here for an entire hour. But now I don't have time for that. And then I started thinking of like, oh, maybe I'll forgive myself and not even do 1 minute. Like, but that was the whole point of like breaking this down to 1 minute, is so that I can make it a daily habit, even on the days where I don't have time, because no one doesn't have a minute. There's like, even on your most hectic, crazy days, everyone has at least 1 minute to spare. Granted, this is taking several more minutes than 1 minute because I'm explaining things to you. So I thought about that too. At some point, I'll probably just stop filming myself every day while I'm meditating and just do it. And I also really, that's perfect segue right into the next thing, is I want to stop calling it meditating, even though that's what it is. I was thinking about this yesterday after my 1 minute. This is my third day of doing. Yes, my third day of doing this for 1 minute. And I was thinking about how the perspective on it affects that. So all I'm doing here, the idea was to do nothing. I sit here and I don't do anything, and obviously what's going to happen doing that is you're just going to think. And so it's like, well, I want to not think either. I want to do actually nothing. And so then I'll just like avert my focus to the breath and to like the physical sensation of what it feels like to exist, and like the pressure of myself against the floor and the wall and the air on my skin and the temperature, and just like focus on that so that my mind doesn't wander and think, and like actually just do nothing, just be. And that's meditation, basically. That's all it is. But when I call it meditation, even to myself, not just for anyone watching this, but even to myself, there's all this not stigma, I guess like preconceived notions about it and stereotypes surrounding that word. Calling it meditation versus calling it doing nothing, I'm doing the exact same thing. What I call it kind of reframes my thinking around it and makes it, so like when I call it meditation, it's like becomes something that I have to struggle and practice at and work on, versus when I call it doing nothing, that's just what I want to be doing anyway. Like I said in the first video about when you're depressed, at the absolute rock bottom of depression, you don't want to do anything. And so the entire point of this was to intentionally choose to not do anything. And so like calling it doing nothing, it becomes easier to do, because when I call it meditation, it's like, oh, this is a thing I'm doing. The way I label what I'm doing affects what I'm doing in a way that I don't fully understand yet. To call it doing nothing makes it easier to do, which is really, really weird. Or at least like lessens my resistance to it, I guess. So anyways, I wanted to put that explanation in there, that thought process that I've been having, and now I guess I can begin my 1 minute after, what's that, like 10 minutes of ranting? Alright, let me get a timer. I hope I said everything I wanted to say, and we're starting now. That one's so much better. Yesterday combined with today, I definitely noticed, as I was saying yesterday, sometimes like a thought will be coming in and then it'll kind of fade out, and I'll like still be focused on the breath, but then like kind of focus on two things at the same time. I've noticed that only happens in the pauses between breaths. While I'm breathing in or breathing out, as that's happening. Breathing in, I'm focused on the breath just fine, and then a thought fades in, and then I start breathing out, and that like just naturally kind of goes away. Okay, now I'm breathing out, and then I pause for that split second, and something starts coming in, and then I start breathing out, and then this just kind of fades out as I return my focus to this. That's fascinating. As far as like how many times I was distracted in that minute, I would say like I was half distracted, probably a dozen times. Fully distracted, zero. Maybe I was halfway fully distracted once. I don't know. This is difficult. How do I count this? How do I remain focused on not thinking and just focus on this when I'm trying to count this? I don't know what I'm doing. That's it for today. Alright, it's the 26th, day after Christmas. It's like 2 a.m. I have to go clearance all the toys and Christmas stuff at work before the store opens, so people can go buy go have their Christmas chaos. So I work at 3 a.m. That gives me just enough time at the very least to do this minute of meditation.
I remember this day vividly.
This minute of doing nothing, and then maybe I think I can squeeze in a little bit of So let's do this. Go. Goes so fast. I would say I got distracted like maybe once or twice, kind of. Immediately on my very first out breath, at that first pause, I thought of something. What did I think of? I thought of something immediately. I was like, oh man, I should have said that. And I was like, nope, I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna stop and say every thought I have. I'm gonna do nothing. I've already forgotten. I guess that's the power of like, ignoring thoughts as they go away quickly. Or at least they do for me, because like I said, I'm just kind of practicing this, I guess. So tomorrow I'm gonna increase the time limit to 2.5 minutes. And I'm going to change my mind on one thing and say that if I discover a want, something I want to say, something I want to do, then I will allow myself to say that thing immediately and or stop doing nothing in order to do that thing. And so that's very much not meditating. That is me.
Is there a certain name for this type of, I don't know if it's a chart or a graph or what the hell you'd call this. What the, oh, fucking cream of wheat on my hand, and now on like mouse and mouse pad.
Doing this in my own way of doing nothing, starting the day with doing nothing because I don't want to do anything, and then I discover want, and I was like, oh, okay.
You see what I mean? I'm repeating myself so fucking much.
I'm not gonna stop myself. I'm gonna do that thing. Well, we'll see how that goes. All right, yesterday was a very, very long day, and today is now the 27th, and I'm gonna go for 2.5 times as long as I have been. I'm gonna go for 2.5 minutes, and if I think of something I want to say, that I actually really want to say, then I will allow myself to interrupt myself and say it, and if I think of something I want to do, then I will, I don't know, then I guess I will get up and do that thing, or at least...
So this is not meditation, but it's a method that I think I invented, but I like. Even though it's not meditation, it does not give you any of the benefits of meditation because you're constantly interrupting it. This is why, and this is why I think I hate meditation, but I like contemplation. Like, I spent unexplainable amounts of time. Actually, I probably could actually figure it out, but like, oh my god, so much through 2020, just thinking about everything. It was great.
Write it down and then come back to this, because as we've discovered I have a problem with being able to remember by time I'm finished meditating.
I forgot
And
to
that's
turn
not
the
just something
lights
I've discovered
off.
recently in these last few sessions for this video. This is something I've known. Here we go. Start my timer for 2.5 minutes. Go. It's already daunting, even though I've done much longer durations.
This looks so small from a distance. Oh yeah, this is 16x speed. Hold on. Wow.
It felt like forever. I think just because I was very self-aware the whole time in a different way. I think I'm going to stop filming myself every time. I had said at the beginning that it was immediately done, and that I definitely think contributed.
Yeah, because this is when I started filming my thoughts afterward or beforehand each time, instead of the actual meditation itself.
To it feeling long, because the entire time I was not very relaxed, I was not very focused, and I kept focusing on why isn't it over yet, relative to how quickly it was over before, even though it wasn't that long. It was only 2.5 minutes. It felt long because I kept focusing on the fact that it was still going. I also decided I'm going to stop counting how many times I got distracted, because that time I don't think there was a moment that I was focused. That did not go well. And also, like, this is just going to add up to way too much footage if I do this every day. Too much footage I'm not going to use specifically. I'll use the little, like, thoughts at the beginning and the end, but during, why am I filming myself? It's the same thing every day. I'm getting just minute after minute of the same thing, and I'm not going to use that footage. And I did also think of something that reinforces my next video idea, or I don't know if it was going to be next, but it's definitely one that I was going to do it now.
I also should have done more locations and more camera angles. Would have made it way more interesting instead of just this one of me sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor against the same wall every day.
It's like I have another thing that I can say in that video, another reason to do that video, so that was good. Cool. Oh my god. 7.5. That means I've talked for 5 minutes today. I spent 5 minutes talking today. This is going to be a long video. I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep doing this before I'm like, okay, I have enough footage, let's match this all together. Today is the 28th, and I've slept in a couple hours today. Actually, about 2.5, 3 hours. I guess I'm alright with that. To do
How long did I actually do this for? We'll find out.
that once in a while. If I don't want to do anything, then I don't have to. It felt good to sleep it. Granted, now the other things I want to do, I have much less time. So there's a trade-off. I think I'll be able to pull it off in the amount of time that I still have left. So I'm going to meditate for today. And as of today, I'm going to stop filming myself meditating every day and just film my thoughts. No, not doing good meditate. I'm going to do nothing. It's the same thing. But meditating is doing something. Whatever. Here we go. Well, 30 seconds in, and I already thought of something that I want to say. The way that I'm doing this is to do nothing.
This. This is. Oh, this.
Rejecting the thought. Well, I guess I didn't reject this thought. And it's not really rejecting, it's just kind of being like, yep, I see you, and then returning to my focus to something else. But I was thinking, like, when I'm thinking, that's when I think of something that I want to do. When I'm not thinking, I was thinking that I was thinking that when I'm not thinking, I wouldn't think of something that I want to do because I'm not thinking. But actually, no, I've already proven that wrong. Never mind, that's nonsense. I already disproven that many, many times, because, like, in my first video about this, in most of my recordings for this video, even, like, what I just did right there, I was sitting there not thinking, and then I thought of something. You know what I mean? So I guess I'll do the rest of the 2.5 minutes today. I've got a minute 58 seconds left. I'll do the rest of it. That was about 30 more seconds, and I just thought of another thing I could say.
Because even when I'm not aware of thoughts, they're still processing in the subconscious.
Is also weird when I already have an idea of something I want to do prior to me doing this nothing. So in that case, like, should I skip this entirely and just go straight to the thing that I thought of, or should I do this anyway? Because it's kind of like a good way to start the day, I guess. I don't know. I'm just going to finish up for today, and these are more rhetorical questions, I guess. I don't really have answers, and I haven't taken the time to try to figure out answers. Will I take the time? I don't know. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. That was
I
another 30
should.
seconds. I still have a minute left, and I just thought of also, I was already kind of procrastinating on doing this, because when I got out of bed, I got dressed and whatever, and then I just stared out the window, because we got our first snowfall last night, like legit snowfall. We had like sprinkles before, but now we got like our first legitimate accumulation of the year. And so I was like, I just kind of wandered over to the window and just staring out the window, the snow and the cars going by for I don't know how long I was watching. It's like I kind of already just did nothing for a little while there. Okay, I'm gonna finish my minute. So I immediately thought of something. I tried to wait until the end, and I only managed to wait another 30 seconds.
I have thought about this. The footage itself is good. The storyline, the documentation of my explanation of what's happening, it's all good. I just don't like the edit. And I have considered, what if I like re-edit this video and just re-upload the new edit at some point? I will probably, perhaps, maybe find time to do that at some point. That would be really cool.
Is this what my
Hopefully.
is, or is this like my ability to focus is limited to 30 seconds? I don't know. The thought I had immediately was this whole like interrupting and pausing the timer and then like expressing whatever thought. This is like it's defeating the point, I guess, or like just completely making it so that I'm not doing nothing. And I feel like this is just dumb. Either I'm gonna sit here and do nothing or I'm not. And this whole like interrupting to talk thing is like this middle ground that makes it so I'm not doing nothing. But I still just don't understand the point of meditation at all. I just don't get it to the point where I don't want to continue this. So maybe I'll just stop. I'll finish out this last 30 seconds for today. Hopefully I'll be able to finish it without having another idea of something to say that'll interrupt it.
Yeah, like literally on a day-to-day basis, I had no idea if I was going to continue or not.
Okay, that was atrocious. I finished that last 30 seconds, but today was a disaster. I kept interrupting, I kept talking, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything, except I was. Whatever. This is stupid. Today's the 29th, and I think I figured out last night why yesterday was so much more difficult than usual. So the entire point of doing nothing is because I didn't want to do anything. But, as I even said yesterday, I did want to do something. I already had an idea of something I wanted to do. And so I didn't realize at the time, but I think I realize now, or I think what made it so difficult was that change in perspective. Because if you don't want to do anything, and then you don't do anything, then that's like obviously very natural and easy. But if you do want to do something, and then you don't want to do anything, of course you're going to be frustrated. And so I think that's all it was, is I need to come at it from a different perspective. Then it's like, do I just not do nothing when I want to do something and just skip this morning routine and just go right to doing whatever it is I want to do, which is what I've kind of done most of my life anyway? Or do I then try something new to try to switch back to try to start my day from that perspective of not wanting to do anything and do nothing for a little while, and then slowly build up my day from there, and to take the time to just relax and do nothing, especially because it comes so naturally. Like I even said yesterday, before I sat down to do this, or to do nothing for the video, I was kind of automatically doing nothing, just staring out the window and just looking at the snow and watching the cars go by and just being like, not really being like anything, just kind of being, you know, this is weird. So I think I'm going to obviously try the new thing rather than the thing that I've always already done. That being said, I'm going to stop recording and also stop interrupting and just do the entire 2.5 minutes and just see how that goes. I am glad though that I'm kind of keeping track of the small nitty-gritty thoughts on a day-to-day basis, because this is the sort of stuff that you lose out on in a more all-encompassing look back. Like if I were to just do this every day and then make a video looking back on it, I would have forgotten all of these small complaints. So I just finished my 2.5 minutes and I still struggle to see the value in not thinking. To me, I just need to spend more time thinking to process through things. And I had also thought of during that how the Buddhists would say that all suffering comes from desires. I feel like more so the suffering comes from unfulfilled desires. If I think of something I want to do and then I do it, I'm happy about that. It's only if I think of something I don't do it, or I can't do it, or I fail to figure out how to do it for whatever reason, that you have some sort of suffering. That's like a necessary part of life. If you don't have some sort of upset, then you have no reason to fight back against that and fight through and figure things out, and that's just part of the ups and downs of life. That's not suffering. That's just life. You know how they say there's a difference between sadness and depression. Being upset that you couldn't fulfill a want, that's not depression, that's just sadness. Because all of life involves duality. If you don't experience negative feelings, then you wouldn't know what positive feelings are. If we didn't have light, we wouldn't know what darkness was, because it would just be what always is. We wouldn't have an opposite to even know that it is opposite to something. So the idea of getting rid of your wants to get rid of suffering is completely nonsensical. But at this point I'm getting way ahead of myself. I don't really know that much about Buddhism. Again, I was trying to avoid going towards any of the like meditation and preconceived notions and all that kind of stuff, and just try to focus on doing nothing in its own right. I don't know. So today is the 30th of December 2020.
I've definitely done much better in this video than the previous doing nothing for 30 minutes at describing my own genuine firsthand experience in my own words instead of rephrasing what other people have said about the same type of experience.
Only one day left of the year. That's crazy. So today is the first day, I guess maybe about a week that I just actually don't want to do anything. Starting this channel definitely gave me a big boost of motivation to be like, I'm gonna make a video every morning. That was like what I was feeling. It's like, yeah, let's make a video. Today I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything. And I think this is kind of exaggerated by the fact that I already had a video ready for today. So technically I can get away with not making a video today because there's already one ready. But I would like to stay a day ahead if I can. So if I can make one today and have it ready for tomorrow, type of thing. But the fact that I could get away with not making one today makes me kind of allows me to dive even deeper into just I don't want to do anything. One thing that's been fascinating is like quitting all my social media, quitting pretty much everything. I'll still watch YouTube. I'll spend too much time on YouTube. It's amazing to see what other things I just kind of naturally find to distract myself with. I end up scrolling through my Google Photos app and just like looking at old photos and old TikToks that I had downloaded because I quit TikTok. And so here I am watching the same TikToks I've already seen because I downloaded them. And so it's like, what, 2 hours. 2 hours I just laid in bed and didn't get up. And I didn't even get up to do nothing. I just laid there and thought about stuff and
I remember that.
Scrolled through my photos. I finally got my butt out of bed. And I got plenty of sleep. I don't know why I'm so tired.
No, I recall that. No, I recognize that. There's a difference. Recall is unprompted being able to recall something from memory. Remembering is basically that. You're able to remember something. But had I not had this video right here to prompt me to say that thing, I would not have remembered that. I recognized it. I said the thing, that me said the thing, and then this me remembered that because he said it, I said it. If I hadn't had this video saying those exact words, I never would have remembered that experience. But now I do remember that experience. Quite well, actually. This is part of why I am obsessed with documentation, with journaling every day, with filming everything. Because memory is fucking weird.
And I'm just sore from my workouts, which I posted a different video. So I don't know why I'm so tired, but I'm gonna sit here for 5 minutes today, and I'm going to not interrupt, hopefully. And I'm just gonna do nothing because I actually just don't want to do anything today, which is so. Here we go. So that was different. As soon as I finally started getting into it, then the timer went off. It was really difficult because there's so many things to think about, so many things I could think about. Honestly, very, very few that I actually wanted to think about. One example would be I thought about that 2.5 minutes may feel like a long time while I'm doing it, but at the end of the day, it's like, wait a minute, did I even meditate today? Oh yeah, I guess I did. Oh, it's like 2.5 minutes is such a short amount of time in the scale of the day that I forget, wait, did I even meditate today? And I was like, yeah. And I can go back and check my logs and be like, oh yeah, okay, I did. So I think I'm gonna try to do 5 minutes every day, even though prior to doing it, it seems daunting and like I don't want to do it. But then at the end of the day, it's like, oh, 5 minutes is nothing. And that being said, I did also think of things I wanted to do. I was reminded during my 5 minutes a day of like, oh yeah, I was going to do that thing, and I could go do that thing, and oh, that would be really cool, but I can't do it yet, so I just gotta stay excited for that. There definitely is a factor of that once I get going, it's easier to keep going. Once I get out of bed, it's easier to do things, and like, it's just that initial resistance to starting. Also, eventually I'm gonna get my new apartment and like, rearrange my physical space so that it'll be far less tempting for me to like just get back into bed after turning off my alarm, because right now, although I've kind of always been the type of person that it's like I can fall asleep anytime anywhere. I can get up and like turn off my alarm and do jumping jacks and take a cold shower and then just lay back down and go back to sleep. Like, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, but barring like absurd amounts of coffee that can keep me from falling asleep.
Even then, I have literally finished drinking my coffee, like a strong one, and gone right back. Well, not right back to sleep. Yeah, like a half an hour later, when the coffee starts kicking in, and I fall asleep. Fucking nothing can keep me awake. If I want to sleep, I'll sleep.
I really like sleeping. As far as the conscious mind is concerned, it's the only time that I feel like I'm doing nothing. So you'd think that there would be very little resistance to me getting out of bed and then sitting here doing nothing, instead of laying in bed doing nothing, even though I'm actually still thinking through things, or scrolling on my phone and just like importing more things into my brain to think about and just overwhelming myself more. Anyways, that's enough for today. Today is the 31st, last day of the year. Right? I wanted to mention I've definitely noticed a correlation between my content consuming habits and my motivation or will to create content. Every morning I wake up that I don't want to do anything is always the morning after an unexpected YouTube binge. And I do enjoy watching YouTube. I get value out of the content that I watch there, or at least most of it, some of it. So I think at the very least I really need to crimp down on what types of content I'm watching and be more intentional about what I'm watching and not just kind of mindlessly watching compilation videos. For example, last night I could have sat down and watched a few videos, but that probably would have turned into an hour or longer. And so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go to bed. And now this morning I woke up with 8 new video ideas. Like 8. That's the most I've ever came up with all at once before. Or at least since I've started this channel. Most of these I can actually film today, or at least get started on today. So that's super exciting. But nevertheless, I'm gonna try to sit here for 5 minutes anyway. So I already wrote down all these ideas I came up with. Like as soon as I woke up, I was like, oh yeah, I remember this whole thought process that I had in the dream. And it wasn't that far from reality. It's like I can actually do all these things. This is great. So I wrote all those down. And while I think you're technically not supposed to, I think if I get a good idea while I'm meditating, I think it's worth interrupting it to quick jot something down and then come back. So I'm gonna start trying that, because both of the other options that I've been trying before, interrupting to say it to you and just ignoring the thought, both of those don't work, as I've already discovered for myself. Anyways, let's start the timer and stop the recording. So today was difficult, but not nearly as difficult as the previous days that I did 5 minutes. I found myself kind of imagining myself acting as like the parent or the adult of the situation, and then all these random little thoughts are little children trying to say something, and I'm just kind of going, shh, not now, later, it's okay, say that thought, it's a good thought, that type of thing, go back to my keyboard. Not right now, I'm working right now, but later, I do want to hear it, just not now. It's just not the time. That is until I got an enticing enough thought where it's like, oh, but I really do want to say that. And so I had one of those 30 seconds in, so I stopped the timer, quick typed that out and set that message out, and then restarted the timer and tried getting back into it, and then it like, kept shuffling around or whatever. So I was like, then just start over the timer. So I did, and I made it to 4.5 minutes before a second one of those came in where I was like, ooh, I really want to say that, and I really don't want to forget it. And so I opened my eyes, there's 30 seconds left, and so I was like, oh, I can do this for 30 more seconds. I went back to 30 seconds, and now I came out to say this to you. And the second thing that I thought I wanted to say in this video is something I forgot to say before I started, which is that also my craving for stimulation, and I know that can sound a bit wrong. I'm talking about like wanting to watch an exciting video, whether that be parkour or motorcycle, like close call, almost crash compilations, or maybe it's like an Epic Wins calisthenics video or whatever, just to watch something exciting. I find that my craving for mental stimulation kind of coincides with not wanting to do anything, and of course coincides with the night before of spending time just being mentally stimulated, watching something really cool, and just like sitting here, being like, that's so cool, and just overloading my brain with all these fast-moving images and like taking in all kinds of different information. And there's videos about this thing, and videos about that thing, and videos about that, and then this video is about all these things, and it's just like it gets overwhelming. While I have quit all
just a little bit of everything, all of the time.
I think 99% of what I do with my time in my life is now documented into this channel, including my thoughts on all of these things. I'd say that's one of the few things where it's like I haven't quit YouTube. I'm still watching YouTube to kind of unwind during my free time, but honestly, if I really think about it, it's more like it's actually winding me up more, which is weird. I think I watch videos in my free time because I enjoy it, but I don't think it's relaxing now that I actually analyze how it actually affects me. So that's interesting. All right, that's enough for today. Happy New Year. Good morning. Hello. Happy New Year. It is 2021. Hopefully not 2022. The sequel to 2020. I've made that joke so many times already in so many different videos. It's just
He fucking was. Still is.
not even funny anymore. And I'm gonna probably make that same joke next year when it's actually 2022, not 2022. Anyways, I've been away for a little while. I slept in today. I had a bunch of chores I had to do. I skipped my workout, my stretching, and went straight to editing a video. I do have time to meditate though, but it's not first thing in the morning. I had all this other stuff that I had to do first. So it's like I have to make sure that this gets done, and then if I have time to do any of my normal routine stuff, then I'll do that. And actually, while I was waiting for today's video to render,
Which is the complete fucking opposite of how a morning routine is supposed to function.
upload, I was watching a little, I guess, mini documentary. Basically, it's just a series of interviews on meditation. And one of the guys that they were interviewing actually had a really great way of explaining his perspective on meditation that I really, really like, and I'm going to try to bring with me going forward, because it actually relates to one of my New Year's resolutions. One of my New Year's resolutions was to just be more intentional about everything that I do, to not mindlessly waste time watching YouTube videos or scrolling social media, or basically anything I'm doing. I want to be intentional about it and like actually do that thing, and not just kind of go through the motions of life, but to really engage with life and really be a part of it. And so this guy's explanation of meditation is that there's nothing wrong with thinking as long as it's intentional. You're choosing what to think about and actually processing things instead of just letting your mind wander. And so the real problem with most thinking is that it's not intentional. It's just our minds wandering and thinking random thoughts that we aren't really engaging with. The mind is just kind of doing its own thing.
Yeah, so that's where I come up with structures to prompt myself to be able to consistently and reliably bring back the same thought process. What is happening? If you know, you know.
instead of us using the mind as a tool. And so meditation is intentionally taking a break from that unintentional thinking so that you can be more calm to do intentional thinking and think more clearly. That just completely changes my entire perspective on this. And
Yeah, so I still frequently dabble with the idea of wanting to spend time in contemplation instead of in meditation. Prompted contemplation.
to be much more willing to put up with 5 minutes a day, and maybe in a couple weeks I'll try 10 minutes a day. But I don't know, that's beyond the foreseeable future. Where did my phone go? There it is. I was reaching for my phone where it wasn't. I actually didn't even finish watching that video because I don't have time to, so I'm going to start a 5-minute timer and shut off the camera, and then I'll report back. So that was much better than the last few times, but still very distracted. That being said, it did go better. I was able to mostly remain focused. The only two thoughts that actually really got me and convinced me to open my eyes was, did I even start the timer? Because I didn't want to be sitting here for 10 minutes and then wait for work. I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to open my eyes and check in. Of course, I did set the timer, so then I just went right back to it. And my back is sore. Not the ligaments or the...
Yeah, I was doing the whole stereotypical crisscross applesauce bullshit. No, I'm not gonna do that anymore.
bones or whatever, but the two main muscles that go down alongside your spine, those are just exhausted.
Your spinal erectors.
From sitting up straight crisscross applesauce back up against the wall. I generally have had pretty bad sitting posture for most of my life, so my workouts and my stretching and this sitting here, I'm using my back muscles a lot more than I'm used to, so hopefully those will kind of catch up soon. Alright, it is January 3rd, question mark? Yes, I'll be honest, it's been a rough start to the year. I've had to skip my workout and my stretching and most things for the first 2 days of the year because January 1st I slept in, January 2nd I had to get up really, really early in the morning for an early shift at work, and then I fell asleep early and got nothing done after work. But today's a short day, and I'm going to try to get back to my normal schedule that I've been creating. So here we go.
Very rough start.
About 5 minutes. I'm going to interrupt. Today's at the halfway point, 2.5 minutes in. Even with this new perspective I gained the other day, I'm still really struggling with the idea of ignoring thoughts that I do want to engage with, because the entire point of this new perspective was to intentionally choose which thoughts to engage with, to avoid the mindless wandering and thinking about everything. So again, not thinking of this in terms of meditation, putting all of the preconceived notions aside and trying to figure this out for myself, just starting with the idea of doing nothing. I don't see anything wrong with doing...
See, I see several snippets and points at which I could mash together into a lovely little intro teaser, and that would be a perfect one to put right at the start of the video to set the tone and help the viewer understand what exactly it is that I'm actually trying to do here, which is...
Objective was to intentionally choose which thoughts to engage with, to avoid the mindless wandering and thinking about everything. So again, not thinking of this in terms of meditation, putting all of the preconceived notions aside and trying to figure this out for myself, just starting with the idea of doing nothing. I don't see anything wrong with doing the things that I want to do when I think of them instead of later, because I don't remember them later. And I was also thinking about how generally these meditation people will say that most of your thoughts are regrets, thinking about the past, or worries, thinking about the future. But if I kind of try to pay attention to what my thoughts actually are and try to categorize the thoughts I have, it's more so the mind just wants to do something in general, and it's just processing ideas that aren't really in the past or the future. It's just processing concepts that are time independent. So I don't know what to make of that. Anyways, I'm going to finish the rest of my time for today. So I just finished, and honestly, I think one of the only reasons I still continue to try this and struggle along with it is because there's supposedly a lot of neuroscience that shows that meditation is really good for the brain in various ways, and I don't really know what to do with that information. Like, is this going to make my life feel easier on a day-to-day basis? They say a lot of things about how it can affect your experience, but is it actually going to affect my day-to-day experience, or is it just kind of like a background thing? Kind of like physical exercise, so the rest of the day you feel pretty much the same, maybe with a little bit more energy. That's more of like a long-term thing where you're going to feel better 50 years from now. Is that what this is? Is this like exercise for the brain where I'm not going to notice any effect until I'm like 70, and then I'll be like, well, I think I feel the same, and so I have nothing to compare to know whether or not it helped me or not. I don't know, man. I'm just really tired and exhausted because the last 2 days have been a hectic disaster. Oh boy. So today is January 4th. Whoops. I don't remember if I even meditated yesterday or the day before. I think I did on the 1st. This has been a really rough start to the year. I've been like just barely keeping up with my daily schedule. Actually, I skipped my workout yesterday and the day before, and I skipped stretching after the workout. Last night's video didn't even go up until like 11 o'clock at night, and I don't know what I'm going to upload today. I have kind of an idea that I guess it's going to be good enough, but it's like, life quickly becomes very overwhelming, and then I also need to just spend a lot more time just cleaning. Like, I need to vacuum, I need to clean out the car, I need to reorganize some stuff that I had to tear into to find things right before New Year's.
Fun fact, that shit never changes.
That I was going to use on New Year's. And then yesterday I thought I was having a short day, and then they gave me extra hours. It's like, of course I can't turn that down, but then I have to readjust all of my plans because I was banking on having that time available to make yesterday's video, which is why I had to upload so late. Because
Wait, what?
life quickly becomes very overwhelming, and then I also need to just spend a lot more time just cleaning. Like, I need to vacuum, I need to clean out the car, I need to reorganize some stuff that I had to tear into to find things right before New Year's that I was going to use on New Year's. And then yesterday I thought I was having a short day, and then they gave me extra hours. It's like, of course I can't turn that down, but then I have to readjust all of my plans because I was banking on having that time available to make yesterday's video, which is why
Extra hours at work, I mean.
I had to go out so late because anyway, so amidst all this chaos and me wasting 2 hours this morning just watching YouTube videos, I really need to keep YouTube off my phone. I put it back on my phone while I was waiting for laundry because I was bored. So actually, right now, as I'm recording this video, I'm gonna take YouTube back off my phone again. Why is it being weird? Because that 2 hours could have gone towards cleaning and organizing. It could have gone towards making a better video for today. So amidst all the chaos and overwhelmingness of life, I'm going to enjoy these 5 minutes of peace. So I only made it 4 minutes, not 5, before I thought of something that I just can't ignore because I don't want to forget it, because I actually tried ignoring it and I already started forgetting it. So I had to like pause for a minute and try to retrace my steps, so to speak. And I've only half recovered the idea to be able to say it, so hopefully I'll be able to remember it as I'm saying it. Sorry, I keep looking down at the mess on my phone that I need to vacuum up instead of at you. I find that it's much
I don't remember the mess, so that's good.
harder to just sit and not engage with thoughts, or at least not notice thoughts, after spending time just mindlessly cramming my brain with whatever nonsense my phone can queue up for me to watch and input into my brain. And it's like I'm just like input whenever I'm on my phone. And that input without output has nowhere to go, so it just bounces around my head. And so 25 years of input, scrolling social media, watching YouTube videos, listening to music, watching movies, doing 3 things all at once, input all the time. It's like all these thoughts are just bouncing around my head in complete chaos at all times. And using these devices, my phone, my computer, whatever, to continue this process also kind of stirs up and agitates everything that's already settled to the bottom. Now it's like, okay, it's all back and it's flying around again. And it's hard to ignore it. Or maybe not ignore it, but just it's hard to just be peaceful because it's all
Good stuff. See? If I had edited this video a bit better, it would, this wouldn't be fucking 50 minutes into the video.
stirred up, like sand at the bottom of the ocean. The water gets murky when all the sand gets stirred up. But then I also think about life is inherently chaotic and messy and overwhelming, and so it feels kind of pointless to try to let all the sand settle and just have completely clear water, because life is the chaos. Life is in all of the things that happen, all of the thoughts that you can have, the experiences that you can have, all the things that you can do, and the things that you can think and feel about those things that you can do. The murky water is life. When you let the sand settle and there are no thoughts, that's boring. When you strip your life down to nothing and you do nothing, that's boring. From my perspective, as of this moment, I would say life is about doing things. To me, doing nothing feels like something that you should do only when you are at your most overwhelmed, when you're too anxious to act the way you want, as a way of kind of bringing yourself back into check and being able to function again, and then you can live, versus like the normal way of doing it, trying to keep everything clear and then only having one thought, and okay, let's do that thought. It feels so futile because life is inherently chaotic and overwhelming, and it's like trying to smooth the waters of the ocean, versus I'm saying it'd be far more productive to just learn how to surf. So the 4 minutes was nice, but I just have too much to do to sit here doing that. Alright, today is the 6th. I slept in yesterday and then got called into work early, and the entire day was a complete wash. I didn't get to do anything. After work, I thought about some video ideas and went to bed. That was it. The whole day was a waste. And I actually didn't even get to bed on time like I easily could have. And so today, even though I'm a little bit short on sleep, I'm like, I'm gonna wake up early. I'm gonna have my, today is now the start of the year. Yikes, here we go, 5 minutes on the clock. That was very difficult this time. And just when I was finally starting to get into it is when the timer went off. Mainly it was just like fidgety. Just need to move and like...
Hold on.
itch my nose and like stretch my neck, and I'm trying to just like, nope, just focus on the breath and ignore those the same way I would ignore a thought. Those movements aren't really necessary. I also remembered something I wanted to say beforehand, and so I just quickly jotted it down on a little notepad here and then went right back to it, rather than interrupt and explain the whole thought process and then try to go back to it. I feel like that's actually much better, because I don't really leave the meditative state, or at least the focused state. I just switch my focus from this to writing that thought and then back to this, and it actually flowed pretty seamlessly. So the thing I thought of, not yesterday, the day before, the 4th, I was saying how thoughts come in constantly no matter what you do. And so maybe it's pointless to try to have no thoughts. My understanding of meditation is that the idea is to just be peaceful and allow yourself to come to a state of no thoughts, so that that becomes your new baseline, and you're able to more intentionally and fully engage with each thought that you do want to engage with. And in my hectic, frustrated, overstimulated state from just like having this constant mental input, I was thinking like, well, life is overwhelming itself. Why would I try to get rid of all of it?
This is where the repetitiveness comes in. I literally just explained all of this.
Why would I? Maybe I should just learn how to surf the waves of my thoughts, so to speak. But I thought about that some more over the last 2 days, and I think I was looking at it all wrong. Because that way of looking at it, let's say we compare it to having a messy house. It's much nicer to just keep everything clean and clean up each mess as you go, than to have a disaster with garbage everywhere and to just kind of clean up a little bit as necessary once in a while. Like, oh, I need to work today, so I'll clean off my desk. Oh, well, I need to sleep now, so I'll clean off my bed, but everything else is a disaster. No, it's much nicer to keep everything clean and just clean up each mess as you go. And I think the same kind of concept applies to pretty much everything in life. If we compare it to the virus situation, we do not want to surf the wave of the virus and just like try to carefully keep things just barely under control and just keep society just barely functioning. We would much rather suppress the whole thing, get it under control, and just not have it spreading around. No. Significantly superior. So I guess I'm going to keep trying meditating every day, although I have noticed that during my workouts I can end up in a very similar mental state where I'm just focusing on the movement, the like minor details of the movement, of course focus on the breath. And so maybe at some point I will stop meditating by itself and just like meditate while I'm working out, but I don't know. Definitely not yet or any time within the foreseeable future, because it's a very different type of meditation and much more difficult to do nothing mentally and physically. It's actually pretty easy and actually very natural and automatic for me to do nothing mentally while I'm doing something physically, because I'm just focused on what I'm doing physically. Also, I'd like to start listening to like podcasts or audiobooks or music and stuff like that while I'm working out, and you can't really meditate while you're doing that. So yeah, that's today's reflections. This is going to be a long video. I was just setting up the camera for a different video, but then I thought of another great example is I would much rather have all of my bills paid off and pay them off one at a time as they come than to surf the wave of debt. I also forgot to mention too that kind of the entire point of this experiment in resetting my life and starting over was to make that exact change that I was just describing, to stop trying to surf the wave of chaos in my mind and chaos in my life, and to try to come down to a base level and be like, okay, let's start off with nothing. Let's start by doing nothing, and now I'll slowly add things back into my life one at a time. To actually engage with every aspect of my life fully and intentionally, rather than just passively existing and allowing life to happen. And honestly, my biggest problem I think now, the only thing that I did not quit at this reset point was watching YouTube. I still keep on clicking on recommended videos and just mindlessly watching YouTube for hours at a time instead of searching out what I want to see. Instead of choosing my experience, I'm allowing the algorithm to choose for me, sort of. Like I'm still choosing to allow it to choose for me. Sometimes it recommends something amazing and it's worth it to let the algorithm know what I want to know. But sometimes it's like, yeah, I like watching these, but I'd rather do something else right now, and I keep watching them out of habit, and I don't like that. So if that's you right now, then like I appreciate you watching, but I'd rather you not watch my videos and go do whatever it is you actually want to be doing. Alright, it's now the 7th. I keep sleeping in many hours, but granted I've not been going to bed at the time I should. And I wonder if my sleeping in is me just not wanting to do anything, and so then I should get up and not do anything. And so maybe I should increase the amount of time that I'm doing this each day. But I would really prefer at the moment to get my bedtime under control first, to get to bed on time and see how that affects it, and just kind of get used to doing 5 minutes at a time before I decide to increase it. I don't want to increase my daily requirements too soon. That being said, here we go. Wait. Also, on most of these days I'm sleeping in, I'm kind of starting the day in a bit of a panic to get a video ready, because apparently that's my number one priority. Instead of taking care of myself and having an enjoyable life, I'm more concerned about documenting what's going on. But that's kind of always been my addiction, I guess, is video making. And so, yeah, I usually end up trying to make a video or eating breakfast or listening to Spanish music because I'm trying to learn Spanish. I have no clue what they're saying, but it sounds
That didn't last very long. I still don't know any Spanish. Yo no comprende. No, comprendo. Comprendo.
lovely. And then I have additional resistance to sitting down and meditating for 5 minutes, because I kind of have the sense of, oh, I want it to be first thing in the morning when my mind is fresh and clear and empty. And now I've scrolled on my phone, I've seen the news and my notifications, I've listened to Spanish, and now I've got all this stuff that I put into my head today already, and that's going to just make it more difficult to sit here and do nothing because all that's bouncing around. Versus if I do this immediately when I wake up, then, well, not immediately, they like drink water, put clothes on, brush my teeth, that kind of stuff first. But yeah, if I do it first thing in the morning, I feel like it's supposed to be easier. I haven't done enough of each to really be able to make that comparison for myself. So I'm just going to do this anyway. That was really difficult. Really, really difficult. Also, I should point out too that I'm putting my feet like this with this foot on top today versus my usual like this. And so the physical discomfort made it very difficult, and I just kept moving. I think that's my newest challenge. Hold on, I'm just straightening my legs here, straightening my knees. Okay, I think that's my newest challenge now, is to just sit still, to try to make the discomfort part of the meditation, to just sit here and experience what it feels like to be uncomfortable, and to not do anything about it, but to just experience it, which is not something that I've come up with myself. That's something that I've been told by a billion different meditation apps or YouTube videos or whatever, back when I was like really into this years ago, or at least really trying to get into this, but I still just, I don't get it. Right. So today is the 8th, and I really hate this. I'm really angry and fresh. Oh wait, why is the lighting weird? Come on, camera. Readjust. Anyways, I'm so angry and frustrated, and I hate this, and I don't want to do this. I barely made it 4 minutes, and that's with an interruption for me to write something down. I don't know. In my first video about this, I had like a couple minutes worth of peace, I guess, and I haven't had a single second of that during meditation since switching to 5 minutes. So then I'm thinking either it's too much and I need to drop back to 2.5 minutes, which would be less daunting, even though I still feel like at the end of the day, it's like, wow, that 5 minutes was nothing. I can do 10 minutes, but then I get here and I try to do the 5 minutes. It feels like forever, and I can't stop thinking about things, and I hate it, and I don't want to sit here and do nothing. I want to do things that I want to do. I just don't get the point of meditation, and I am frustrated and angry and sick of it. And so then part of me thinks, well, maybe I'm just overstimulated mentally with all these exciting things to think about by spending too much time on YouTube, and maybe instead I need to do more. Maybe I should do a second 5 minutes a day. I know it's not going to be productive. Hold on, rephrase that. I know that I'm not going to reach that state of peaceful no think because I'm just too angry and frustrated. I just don't want to. So I'm just not gonna. I'm not going to finish my last minute today. I don't even know if I'm going to do this tomorrow. All right, bye. So today I want to talk about wants. I've been still doing meditation every day, and I don't want to. Today was very frustrating. I have been recording my reflections on my meditations every morning, and that video is not out yet, but if you stay tuned, I will be posting that eventually. And you'll see me kind of, I guess, deteriorating into what I just recorded today, that I just don't want to do that anymore. If I try to recap everything I've done so far on this channel, basically, I'm depressed. I don't want to do anything. So I decided I'll sit there and do nothing. But then in sitting there and doing nothing, I thought of things I did want to do. And doing those things brings me good feelings. I decided to continue to start each day doing nothing until I think of something I want to do. The vast majority of the time I can think of something, anything, even the tiniest little thing that I do want to do. Even if I'm still depressed in other ways, because depression is a lot more than just not wanting to do things. I can still think of plenty of things that I want to do. Small things. Even if it's just moving around, walking around just to avoid feeling sore from laying in my bed all the time, which is what led to working out being part of my daily routine, which has been feeling fantastic. Now doing nothing is something I don't want to do, and doing it brings me the opposite of good feelings. Why would I keep doing that? I don't want to do that. Why would I do that if I don't want to do that? Sure, there's the neuroscience saying that's like good for your brain or whatever, but if I don't want to do it, then I'm not going to reach that like peaceful no-think state of mind, and then I'm not going to get the scientific benefits. So doing it for the sake of the scientific benefits of the brain, like being rewired or whatever, doing it for that purpose will specifically cause you to not get that result. In order to get that result, you have to do it not for that result. You have to do it for the sake of doing it. And I don't want to. I don't want to. I just don't want to. And I've also definitely noticed that during my workouts, I reach a more peaceful meditative state of mind than in meditation. That I'm not thinking about things because I'm just focused on the moment, of the present moment, focused on what I'm doing. I've even briefly joked about the idea of replacing meditation with working out, and that's not an original idea by me. Many other people have noticed this. And as far as my reflections on wants, it's like what you want is dependent on what you value. I value feeling good feelings and not feeling bad feelings. That feels like, to me, to be an intrinsic trait of this physical.
And many, many more things. But I was kind of just sticking to a certain section of the map, so to speak.
Vessel. And so if I don't want to be feeling achy and miserable from just laying in my bed and not doing anything, then it just makes sense that I should do something and that I would want to do something, to move around. That's the way I see it, is that all wants come from your values. What do you value? What do you think is important? Whether or not you should think certain things are important is a whole other type of discussion. So actually I thought this was going to be today's video.
Okay. Alright.
Dependent on what you value. I value feeling good feelings and not feeling bad feelings. That feels like, to me, to be an intrinsic trait of this physical vessel. And so if I don't want to be feeling achy and miserable from just laying in my bed and not doing anything, then it just makes sense that I should do something and that I would want to do something, to move around. That's the way I see it, is that all wants come from your values. What do you value? What do you think is important? Whether or not you should think certain things are important is a whole other type of discussion. So actually I thought this was going to be today's video, but instead I think I'm just going to tack this on to the end of the meditation video. Maybe I'll upload that today. Depends on how long it takes for me to edit it. Probably record something else for today just in case, and then this will go out tomorrow. Yeah, I just don't want to meditate anymore. I don't want to do nothing. That's the whole point of this channel, is I don't want to do nothing. I've spent the vast majority of my life wanting to do things, wanting to go out and travel and train parkour and make videos and go to festivals or conventions, and I haven't done the vast majority of the things that I want to do in life. And so I don't want to waste time, even if it's just 5 minutes a day, just sitting here doing nothing. I don't want to waste a single more second of my entire life. If I'm going to live, I want to live. That's why I don't like meditation. That's why it bugs me. That's why it upsets me. That's why it makes me frustrated and angry. That's what makes it so difficult and basically impossible for me to achieve this state of no think, even though I do occasionally, as you saw in the beginning of this video. I think that's it. I think I'm done having meditation as part of my morning routine. I just don't want to anymore. Even though I can absolutely appreciate the idea of starting from a fresh slate every day, being more...
I almost feel like when I'm in this sort of frustrated state, that's when I need it the most. That's when I need it more. But at the exact same time, that's when I most need to not do that and to instead channel that energy into doing things. I don't fucking know.
Intentional about each and everything that you interact with, and choose what thoughts you want to engage with.
Intentionality.
Choose what activities you want to engage with instead of just mindlessly allowing your mind to think and mindlessly scrolling social media and just blasting your brain with all that random input. I see that both of those as basically equivalent, except the input into your brain is either coming from your brain or coming from elsewhere. But they feel the same to me. I think I've said enough. Thank you for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. I want to know, what are your thoughts? What is your experience with meditation? Comment down below. Do you think I should keep trying this? Maybe I should. I think I'll take a break from it for a while. I'll definitely try it again in the future, but I just don't want to right now. And so why should I continue to force myself to do something that I don't want to do? So yeah, thanks for watching. Let me know what you think. Subscribe if you want to see more videos like this, and share this with anyone else you think might find this interesting or gain some sort of insight from my struggles. Thanks for watching. Take care. One last thing I want to add to this. This is now the 9th, the next day. I finished editing this video, at least 99% of it. Of course, I'm going to tack this final thoughts on the end of it and then watch it through one more time just to make sure I got everything right. But I had one last thing that I wanted to
I should have let it sit for a while.
add to this video. And that would be to clarify that this particular type of meditation I've been doing this entire time is called mindfulness meditation. Basically, it's just always being aware of what
This should have been at the fucking beginning.
you're aware of. And if that's a new thought for you, you might have to spend a little time thinking about that. But that's the idea, is to be aware of what you are aware of and to always be focused on the present moment, what you are actually doing, actually experiencing, not to be worrying about the future or having regrets about the past or distracted by ideas that are not relevant to what you are doing right here, right now. And so I think the reason that meditation frustrates me so much more than it ever has before in my life is because I've already been doing this on and off for years. And I think that with mindfulness meditation in particular, it's not about making it a daily habit as something that you use to reset your mind every day. It's more of a skill that you're supposed to take with you at all times and always throughout the whole day, all day, every day. Be aware of what you're aware of and choose what you're going to choose to think about. And while I am far from perfect at it, I definitely do this very, very frequently throughout every day, where I will realize that I am causing myself unnecessary stress by imagining worst case scenarios and how I would react or respond or cope with them and stuff like that, rather than being focused on what I'm actually doing. And I'll realize this and just be like, well, let's just stop thinking about that. I just don't have to think about that. These things will most likely never happen. Why am I wasting mental energy stressing myself out thinking about these things that will most likely never happen? And even if they did happen, I feel like I can trust myself to just know how to respond in the moment. Or rather than stressing myself out about it right now, I can make a mental note of like, hey, this is something I should learn. I should look into this, and then think about it at that time when I am looking into it of like, okay, how should I respond to this? And this is of course.
So, couple of critiques there. No. Very often I don't know how to respond to things and I respond badly. And no, don't analyze things as you're doing them. Separate the two. Do, yes. Badly, yes. Then analyze, then do better.
Just one example. The point being, it's always being aware of what you're aware of and reminding yourself to be focused on what you're doing rather than
And learning from other people's mistakes. It'll save you a lot of your own mistakes as well.
mental note of like, hey, this is something I should learn. I should look into this, and then think about it at that time when I am looking into it of like, okay, how should I respond to this? And this is of course just one example. The point being, it's always being aware of what you're aware of and reminding yourself to be focused on what you're doing rather than all this other nonsense that doesn't really matter, or being focused on what you want to think about, because maybe that particular thing that you are thinking about at this time does matter and you want to process that and figure it out. And yeah, if you want to get really into it, you could technically say that every time you're thinking about the past or the future, you're technically thinking about it in the present moment, and you could be very focused on that and aware that, but at least you're aware that you are diverting your attention away from the present moment, and that you are in this present moment doing that. But that's where things get messy and complicated, and I haven't experimented enough with that to have a proper opinion on it yet. So yeah, I just really want to clarify too that I am far from perfect at this. I'm not always aware of what I'm aware of. My mind wanders all the time, but I have already somewhat developed that skill, at least at the very base level. Maybe it's like I've acquired the skill, but I haven't leveled it up at all. I'm still level 1 or 2, and that I think is
I'm still level 1.
the ultimate way of viewing mindfulness meditation, is not as a daily practice, not as doing nothing, but as a skill, a mental skill.
That you acquire and basically never lose once you truly have it, but you can definitely get worse at it.
Of learning how
But once you're aware of the ability to be aware of what you are aware of, and yes, I said that exactly the way I meant to. Once you are aware of your ability to be aware of what you are aware of, you can basically never be unaware of that ability.
to control your thought.
I mean, I'm sure maybe it's possible, but unlikely.
Practice, not as doing nothing, but as a skill, a mental skill of learning how to control your thoughts, sort of. So, this video was a bit of
No, not to control them. Well, sort of.
a roller coaster, and it's so much longer than I thought it was going to be. This is a mini movie. That being said, if you made it this far, thank you so much. That's like the stereotypical namaste. Genuinely, thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope that you gained at least.
Yeah, if anyone's watching this, thank you. Also, get a life.
some sort of value or insight from my experience. I hope that you can use this as inspiration to begin practice of your own, and no, not a practice, to begin developing that skill for yourself, because it is actually kind of a life-changing skill. It's one of those things where once you already have it, you kind of forget what life was like without it, and it's very easy to forget how nice it is to have it, and to forget that not everyone can like manipulate their thoughts in that way. Well, no, everyone can, but like not everyone does that automatically because it becomes so automatic. So yeah, let me know what you think down in the comment section. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to see more. Be sure to share this video with anyone else you think might find this interesting or gain some value or insight from it, and take care.
Yeah. So I'm doing, I don't know who that is. I'm doing so much stopping and explaining. I'm not even through the first month of videos, and this is we're like nearing halfway through the stream, and I'm not even like a ninth of the way through my videos.
So yeah,
Yikes.
this has been, I'll be honest, a rough start to the year.
Yes, very rough start.
Definitely a lot of old habits are kind of creepy.
What day? Wait, hold up. This is the 10th. And yeah, and the last day. Oh, I put this out like immediately after I finished it on the 9th. Okay.
Been back in because this reset was not as thorough as it could have been. Well,
It's the most thorough one I've ever done. But there comes a certain point where like there are things that I was unable to reset, so to speak. Like I still had to go to work. You know? I think it is incredibly difficult to do a true full reset, and even then, like, it would be such a nightmare to try to document, and it would be so messy and require so much more of this, and there would never be enough time, in the same way that this reset has been. And every reset is, the way it goes is entirely dependent upon what life was like pre-reset. So like if I imagine a hypothetical scenario, what if someone was super fucking rich and they could afford to just not work for like a year? That reset could be so much more thorough and have more time. But would it really be a reset? Because they would still be relying on money that they had earned pre-reset. Preset.
maybe it was as thorough as it could have been because
Yes. Within the context of my life and the opportunities that I had available to me. Yes.
life is inherently kind of messy and chaotic, and so it's like I didn't get rid of my phone and my computer, and like it's still
Yeah. There's so much that didn't get reset, so to speak. So much that is having to be reworked and reanalyzed after the fact. And so really, I think the process of the reset is more important than the moment that I decide to begin that process.
I'll have to go to my job, and how do I word this? I've fallen out of all of the daily routines that I've been trying to build for myself, and I have been falling back into old habits of just wasting time on YouTube or just generally kind of passively existing.
And this is why I consistently say that journaling is the greatest thing I have ever done. Because then at every single day, at the end of the day, you write down what you did that day. And you are forced to face yourself, to be honest with yourself and hold yourself accountable and be like, what did I actually do today? How am I actually spending my time? And that's when that self-awareness trickles into what's the word? It has a domino effect to inevitable it's not the word I was looking for, but it's good enough. Self-improvement in every other area of life. Everything. Journaling is the catalyst for everything. It is the greatest thing I have ever done in my entire life. And yes, that will be a clickbait title someday when I make another video about journaling.
rather than actually doing anything that I actually want to do. This is like a little cop-out video just to keep up with my daily upload schedule, and I'm going to go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow and just try again. Every day is a new day. Every day is a good fresh start, and I'll just like throw in the towel for today and not try to make a great video and just make a good enough video,
Also, that little buzzing, that's from the ring light being too close to the mic.
because that's a part
Rip ring light.
of life. This entire channel basically is kind of an experiment in excessive brutal honesty, being completely open, completely honest about everything.
Yeah, and if I were to DIY Truman Show myself and be like basically live streaming my entire life 24/7, that would hold me so accountable. I genuinely want to do that someday. You know, you see some of these people that live stream for like 2 months. I would get so much shit done because I would have, like, if I slack off, everyone would know.
Sometimes I'm not able to make the video I want to make, but I'm still going to make this. I'm still going to upload this because I'd rather make something than nothing, because I spent my entire life not making videos when I wanted to.
Yet, I continuously and consistently just don't upload things because I judge myself into the fucking ground. Why do I do that? Why? Why do I do that?
But I've already talked about that in other videos, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. But the point of this video is just to be like, yeah, life is difficult.
Why are you not on 2x speed? I don't think the previous video was either. Gosh dang it. This is going to take me so many days to get through all my shit.
Many times. If something doesn't go the way you want, that's okay too. That is
What?
nothing. Then nothing, because I spent my entire life not making videos when I wanted to. But I've already talked about that in other videos, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. But the point of this video is just to be like, yeah, life is difficult sometimes, many times. If something doesn't go the way you want, that's okay too. That is a part of life, and so it is a part of this channel. I'm just tired. I'm so beyond proud of myself. This is the first time in my entire life that I've actually been able to commit or keep up with a daily upload schedule, because I've committed to it. And just scrolling back, looking at what I've done so far, some of these videos I'm pretty proud of. It's like, hey, that's decent. And then some of these are definitely like, oh man, that was a bad video. But it's still a video. There was more I was gonna say. I was hoping to not.
No, at this point, I don't think any of them were truly bad. There's certain parts of ones that could have been trimmed up a bit, but there's none there's not a single one that I wish I wouldn't have made. That's never been an experience for me. I almost constantly am thinking of things that I regret not filming, which is a very non-mindful way of living. There's just an endless list of things that I regret not filming, but I don't think there's a single thing I've ever regretted filming.
Not edit this, but I think I will. So, right, so I was going to talk about how life is inherently kind of messy and complicated and crazy, and so that's why it takes effort to organize it, to kind of wrangle it down into something you can understand, to tidy it up. Chaos is literally, in physics, the default state. And so, of course, in our minds, in our life, in general, chaos is the default. Chaos is the norm. It takes effort to improve things, at least to do what our brain do.
That is an unchecked thought. I don't understand physics, so I shouldn't be touting similes between my experience and the physics that I do not understand. I intend to study physics. Again, even though I took physics in high school, I didn't learn a damn thing. I didn't understand any of it. I intend on learning it properly.
Perceives as improvement, to create order in life. And that chaos is the norm. It takes effort to improve things, at least to do what our brain perceives as improvement, to create order in life. And that's hard to do when you do not have the energy. And that's kind of what this channel is me documenting the process of trying to create order and to kind of create a map of life, so to speak. And I know that exact phrasing probably won't make sense to any of my viewers yet, because I just haven't gotten that far yet. I've got the concept in my mind, but it's taking a long time, and will continue to take a long time to build that out. But I'm doing it. That being said, I'm going to consider today to be a recommitment to this channel and this process and this new way of...
That's what
something
today
having
is.
What I currently deem to be a meaningful
Probably.
video today, and I shall rest and try this again tomorrow. And to help me convince myself that that is an okay thing to do by sharing it with you. But there's a lot to unpack there. In many times on this channel, I've already wandered into territory far beyond the scope of what I have mapped out so far. We'll get there someday. We're getting there. I'm in the process of getting there. So thank you to the 0 people that actually watch my videos on a daily basis. Thank you so much for being here. Yep. Alright. I was just trying to figure out what to name this video, and I realized there actually is some insight that could be gained from this. Mostly just a recognition of how we value work that creates order. Specifically because of what I was just talking about, how to have what we deem a good life requires effort. Of course, we're going to value that and then feel bad if we don't have that. And so that learning self-forgiveness for a lack of perceived productivity is not a response or coping mechanism for the modern world, but rather a method of returning to our baseline simplicity from prior. Because my feeling bad about this is not objective. It's based on what I've learned throughout life. But I'm tired and I lost my thought process, and I think this will be good enough. This is a terrible video.
No, it's not.
I don't know what this is. It annoys me how I have this incredibly powerful tool in my hand. I just cannot, at the moment, seem to make anything good while using it. It annoys the hell out of me.
This video is fine. I wouldn't want to make all my videos like that, because I do have too many videos like that, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it was fine. Like, and then the follow-up video is good.
Yesterday's video was about trying to forgive my...
Hold up. Wait, there was something I wanted to write down from this one.
So yeah, this has been, I'll be honest, a rough start to the year for me. Definitely a lot of old habits. I kind of get rid of my phone and my computer and like schedule, and I'm gonna go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow. I'm still gonna upload this because I'd rather. What I've done so far. Some of these videos I'm pretty proud of. It's like, hey, that's decent. And then some of these are, I beat up. Chaos is literally in physics the probably won't make sense to any of my viewers yet because I just haven't gotten that far yet. I've got the concept in my mind, but it's taking a long time, and will continue to take a long time to do by sharing it with you. But recognition of how we value work that creates order. Specifically because of what I was just talking about, how to have what we deem a good life requires effort. Of course, we're going to value.
Right, so it just makes me think of this. Order versus chaos. It's like, to us, this is order and this is chaos, but to the pine tree, this is order and this is awful, painful chaos. Like, does order and chaos? Yeah, here we go. Order, chaos, from the perspective of the pine tree. So it's like what we view as order and chaos is, I just presume, dependent upon our physical wiring. Which again is another thing that is so far beyond my current understanding that I don't really have any authority to make that sort of metaphor. Simile? Analogy? What's the difference? Metaphor versus analogy versus simile versus allegory versus idiom. Wait, hold up. What's metav? Versus, I already have analogy in there. Idiom. What's a metaph? Alligators. Similes, metaphors, analogies, allegories, and an idiom. What's an idiom? A group of words established by usage as having meaning not deducible from those of the individual words. Rain, cats, and dogs see the light. Yeah, English has so many words like that, like compound verbs, like get up. If you know English, like, you know what that means, but what if you think about just those words in and of themselves, like get as in acquire, up. Like how do you get up? It doesn't make any sense, you know. English is a disaster. All right. No, this is also bullshit. This is he does not really exist. This is a rendering of what sort of natural flesh would be required to survive any car accident. This is bullshit. Similes, figure of speech is essentially in which two essentially unlike things are compared. Okay. metaphors. It designates one thing is used to designate. Similarly, A is like B. A is B, or B substitutes for A. Okay. Analogies. Analogy is a similarity between the like features of two. Okay. An allegory is a representation of abstract ideas or principles by characters, figures of an allegory. The story serves. Oh, it's a type of story, right? As a disguised representation for meanings other than those indicated on the surface. Okay, alligators. Yeah. What is he eating? So I don't, what was I? Right, so this would be none of these? I don't fucking know. Let's carry on.
Do that and then feel bad if we don't have that. And so that learning self-forgiveness for a lack of perceived productivity is not a response or coping mechanism for the modern world, but rather a method of returning to our baseline simplicity from prior. Because my feeling bad about this is not objective. It's based on what I've learned throughout life. But I'm tired and I lost my thought process, and I think this will be good enough. It was a terrible video. I don't know how to put this.
No, it's fine.
Myself for yesterday's video was about trying to forgive myself for finding myself at that moment to be unable to make a video. But it was, I made a video. I made a video about being unable to forgive myself about being unable to make a video. And so then there was no reason to forgive myself because I made a video. But also, even if I actually didn't make a video, if I broke my daily streak, I still think there would be no good reason to forgive myself anyway. If I don't do the thing that I want to do, then I should feel bad about that. Because, as I've said many times throughout this channel, for the vast majority of my life, I have not done the things that I wanted to do, and I have felt bad about that. And it is only the accumulation of that over the last decade, really, that has finally led to this like all-time low breaking point where it's like, I don't care what it takes. I am going to do it. I'm going to live the life I want to live. I'm going to do the things I want to do. I'm going to make a daily video, no matter what it takes. Because I felt bad and didn't forgive myself all those times that I didn't make a video in the past. The negative feelings drove me to finally begin taking the steps towards positive feelings. And I see there to be no valid reason to demonize negative feelings. And the only times that people end up driven to suicide, as I've been driven towards it, but obviously haven't gotten there, but I've been driven in that direction very far, many times. The only time that happened
What the fuck is in my mustache?
is when we are not allowed, either by ourselves or societal stigma or whatever, to feel negative feelings. We're like, you just gotta stay positive and like ignore what's going on in your mind. And that's not good. It's important to acknowledge both sides of life, both sides of the coin, the good and the bad, the yin and the yang, to live a full life, not a half life. So yeah, I'm saying, you should feel bad. I should feel bad. Allow yourself to feel the negative feelings. Actually allow yourself to feel them. Just sit there and feel them. And acknowledge them, recognize that they exist, recognize that they are a part of you, whether you like it or not, and accept them, because you have no other choice. They are already a part of you, whether you like it or not, and so you have no other choice. You must accept them and integrate them into your identity, which in a weird roundabout way is forgiving yourself for feeling bad and allowing yourself to not forgive yourself. Life is weird. Only then can you use them for some sort of good. Don't forgive yourself. It's a waste of time. Pseudo-spiritual morality, high ground bullshit. You're trying to say I'm better than you because I don't have to do that thing that I want to do. You're saying that to yourself. You're saying, I don't need to feel bad feelings. I'm better than that. You're not.
That is part of the duality of life. That's what we're here for, isn't it? A lot to fucking unpack in that sentence. Not today.
I wanted to clarify, I have kind of my main series of videos going on where I'm like on a daily basis kind of analyzing every aspect of my life as I encounter it, and then this is kind of part of a side series where I'm allowing myself to just kind of ramble whatever I'm thinking at the present moment and not scrutinize my thoughts that much, really, to just kind of allow myself to think and express whatever I think, regardless of if it kind of holds up under scrutiny. And it's a place for me to not be scrutinizing myself, and then eventually the goal is that main series will kind of build up to a point where I will be reanalyzing the things that I've said in this series. And I just have the two of them side by side. The videos where I'm like rebuilding my life, and then the videos that I'm just kind of saying whatever. It's two separate things. Yesterday's video, forgiveness is hard, self-forgiveness is hard, and today's video, self-forgiveness is unnecessary and or don't forgive yourself. I don't know why I'm going to title it yet. Both viewpoints, as far as I'm aware, are completely valid, even though they're contradictory. That's something I'll explore eventually as well. I guess I'm saying the entire purpose of this rambling series is don't hold me accountable to what I say, because I will contradict myself. This is just a blank canvas to spew whatever at as I figure things out. AKA, I'm learning to forgive myself for my thoughts that may not be congruent with reality, and I guess I'm asking you.
I just was really digging that specific type of edit at the time.
You to forgive me as well, and just engage in a calm discussion. Like you can get that on the internet. A discussion where we're both just entertaining various viewpoints and not really
Fuck this shit. This is toxic fucking bullshit.
attaching to them and identifying.
Contemplation without interest is nonsensical.
With them and being like, I have to defend this at all costs, because if I don't defend this viewpoint, then I am not defending myself. But
That's how discussion fucking works.
again, it's just like, I am just, in this rambling series, I am wandering into, like, mental territory that is just everywhere. I'm reaching my roots all over the place and making a mess, as opposed to the other series.
Which is the way this is supposed to fucking work. The only problem with this is I was doing not enough analysis of this ramble. And so this is January. Come February into March and April, I started swinging the opposite direction of too much of this in my head, not enough on paper, and not enough of allowing myself.
Is where I am, like, taking it one step at a time and, like, making sure that everything is correct as I go along. Whereas in this series, I'm
Yeah.
just kind of allowing anything goes. Like,
Obviously, the ideal balance is somewhere in the middle.
yes, it's just like two ways of approaching life. This one is chaotic, and I don't think you'll ever actually get anywhere, because this is the way that I've kind of done things, that most people do things, that they just think whatever, and they don't care. Versus the main series is where I'm, like, trying to build a foundation and work my way up to these things from that base level. It's like over-analysis and under-analysis are equally as bad. This series is the under-analysis to counteract the over-analysis in the other series. The duality, man.
Yeah, and basically I just abandoned both series and started cranking out dog shit.
And very soon, I'm actually hoping to start a third series where I'm going to be doing that process of figuring things out, but from another perspective, and we're going to have, like, 2 series of each.
Yeah, I made the first video in that other series and then just never continued it.
Try to figure things out. With this third one in the middle, it'll be just spewing out random things to figure out. So if that sounds interesting to you, then you should subscribe and stay tuned for more, and share this with anyone else who might want to use this series as a medium for discussion. So thanks for watching.
The fuck is that even supposed to mean?
Take care.
So this is the
Yeah, this one. This is the one I was just talking about, where, like, I made it, and I made this first video of this new series, of this new way of looking at things, and then just didn't continue. I put so much fucking work into the prep work of this that was going to be used also as prep work for future videos to build upon this video, and I just never continued it yet.
So this is the beginning of a new series, as opposed to the one that I've been doing, which is reanalyzing every aspect of my life on a day-to-day basis as I encounter it. This one is doing that same type of thing, but from birth up, through toddler age, middle school, to where I am now, and everything in between. Reanalyzing every stage of life, whereas before I was analyzing every aspect of life. I feel like this is a little bit more organized and chronological, and will make a bit more sense, versus the day-to-day approach. It can be kind of random and sporadic, because maybe I'll just, like, get hit with this adulting thing that I have to deal with kind of unexpectedly and out of the blue. I was like, do I make a video about that? No, that won't make any sense, because it doesn't stem from what I'd already done. Versus this way, I can build up to those things. So I was doing a bunch of research in preparation for this video, because I had to figure out, where do I want to start? How do I want to begin this series? And basically, I just ended up watching a ton of videos and reading articles about the process of pregnancy and how the baby actually develops, and that is a horrifying process. Not to mention how traumatic it is to be born and, like, experience, I'd assume, the pain of breathing your first breath. No thank you, I do not want to do that again, and I'm glad that we don't remember it. That being said, they say that your hearing has developed many months before you're born, and that your memory begins to develop many months before you're born, which is why you're able to recognize your mother and father's voices after you're born, which is fascinating and makes me think about ASMR. For me personally, some of my favorite ASMR sounds are brushing, like, fluffy mics or wind sounds or nature sounds, and I wonder if that's possibly tapping into, like, a really deep-seated memory of what it sounds like to be inside of your mom. I know that sounds weird, but if you think about it, when you're not born yet, all you can hear is, like, your mother's heartbeat or breathing, the blood flowing. Of course, I don't know this from experience. I experienced it, but I don't remember it. But I'd imagine that that's probably, like, a deep-seated memory for me, that those types of sounds are very calming and peaceful, not to mention that they sound similar to waves or wind and nature sounds. So of course that's going to be, like, really deep in there. That's going to be relaxing to experience those things, because it's bringing you back to your earliest comfort zone. But enough about the comfort zone. Let's think about how uncomfortable that zone actually is. For example, every one of us is a Bear Grylls. We've all drank our own pee before being born. I guess I kind of assumed this, but didn't really know this. And like I said at the beginning of this video, I was doing some research and watching video articles to figure out, like, where do I begin this, because my sex ed class taught me nothing. It was an absolute joke. To be completely honest, I legit 100% don't even remember if I had one at all. I'm just assuming that I must have. So, like, it taught me nothing. I learned infinitely more about that kind of stuff from watching Seinfeld. That being said, another thing I had no idea about is that females are apparently born already containing every egg that they will ever have. What? They don't just make more throughout their lifetime? They're all already there? Okay, that makes me think about also how we have a word specifically for mother and we have a word specifically for grandmother, but we don't have a word specifically for that mom. Then you just have great-grandmother and great-great-grandmother and great-great-grandma. And that's fascinating, because when someone is pregnant, the baby girl that's inside there already contains the eggs, that when that baby girl is born and grows up, those eggs could become a baby girl, which will then already contain the eggs for their parent. So in a weird way, and I know this could sound weird, but I just don't have any other better way of wording it, is not only was I once inside my mother, but I was actually technically inside my grandmother. So that's fascinating that our language reflects that. And of course, we've had those words long before we ever knew that. I also think about towards the end of pregnancy, you actually, like, flip upside down, and you spend quite a bit of time upside down as you're, like, kind of getting ready to come out, which again makes me think about why children, or at least I, when I was a child, really enjoyed spending time on my head, like flipping upside down in a squishy chair, and just being on my head all the time. Not just because all the blood rushes to your head, you go, but also because it's sort of like going back to an old comfort zone in a weird way. And of course, I don't do this now. This isn't like an instinct now. I haven't been upside down in such a long time that on the rare occasion that I do, it's like, it does not feel good because all the blood rushes to your head, and I'm just not used to that anymore. So it's not comfortable anymore. Also, apparently babies already have pretty long fingernails before they're born and can kind of, like, scratch around inside inside there before they're born, yikes. I am so glad that I am male. I really would not want to experience any of the things that females have to experience. And because being not born yet is really boring, there's not much that I can say about that. The last thing I can think about is circumcision. Why do we do this? It's so messed up. Seriously, as a society, we need to stop doing that. It's just not okay. The only reasons I've ever heard in support of circumcision is that basically it was started as a Christian thing for religious
Judaism, my bad.
reasons and as a hygiene thing because people just didn't know how to wash themselves properly. But we have soaps. Hygiene is a thing now. We know what we're doing. We know how to clean ourselves, most of us. And again, I can't attest to this myself, but apparently that's where the vast majority of your stimulation comes from, is from that part that they remove. And so it's just less enjoyable because that's gone. So fuck you, Christianity. I want it back. But science hasn't developed that far yet. So someone out there, please hurry up, figure this out. Within my lifetime, hopefully, like I can dream. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think about this stuff. It's weird and icky, but it's, you know, we all go through it. My value judgments about this stuff aside, let me know what you think. Subscribe to stay tuned for the continuation of this process of me reanalyzing every step of life along the way up until where I am now and potentially beyond. And take care.
Yeah, so that's a series that I need to dive so much more into. You can see I'm starting to get, no, you can't see. I'm starting to get lines just all over the place. It's getting messy. And it's getting to the point where I might have to redraw this a bit better. But holy shit, this is so fucking cool. I've literally seen this in my head, and to see it on paper and on cardboard. Imperfect as it may be, at least it exists. Wait. Okay. All right, let's open up the next batch of videos here.
The answer is yes. This is definitely 100% a pattern that I've noticed in my life many, many times, because then you don't have to be held accountable for to anything. Your mistakes no longer matter then. You can do whatever you want without fear. And if something goes not well, there's whatever, it doesn't matter. That didn't happen. Nah, forget about that. That's not real. That didn't happen. And so I have now already hit the point where there are videos on my channel that I hate. I hate them. I want to delete them so badly because I've already changed my mind on things that I've said within those videos. And if someone watches that, they're then going to get the wrong impression of me because that video... The answer is yes. This is definitely 100% a pattern that I've noticed in my life many, many times, because then you don't have to be held accountable for anything. Your mistakes no longer matter then. You can do whatever you want without fear. And if something goes not well, there's whatever, it doesn't matter. That didn't happen. Nah, forget about that. That's not real. That didn't happen. And so I have now already hit the point where there are videos on my channel that I...
Sunday, the 29th of August, 2021. Kind of hit a point where I so fucking badly don't want to start over anymore. Hold on, let me switch scenes. This is something I should have discussed more at the beginning of the stream, that I don't want to start over anymore. I'm so sick of starting over. That's what I've done my whole life. Anytime anything goes wrong, I just start over. And I'm sick of redoing the same shit over and over. Like, that's kind of what the stream is I'm going back and I'm reanalyzing everything and doing it over again. Like making a map of the channel, map of my thought process over the last 9 months. But like, this is the one thing that I swore would be different about this channel. Is I would never delete things. I would never start over on a new channel. If I take a break by accident or on purpose, I'll just come back and I'll just pick up where I left off, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And it's mind-blowing to me how that is such an inexplainably powerful change that I've made to my life. Like, I've literally changed my life with that one decision. That this was it. This is the final reset. I can, from this point on, be self-analytical and self-critical of everything. And I can do a bit of a back and forth of like trying to take on more things, and okay, that's too much, let me step back a little bit. I took these last couple weeks of stepping back, and now, okay, we're coming back. I'm rehashing these things so then I can come with a fresh perspective to start taking things back on again to the point where eventually, okay, well, I'm gonna have to back off a bit again. But I'm so sick of starting over. And I cannot possibly convey how strongly I feel that.
The answer is yes. This is definitely 100% a pattern that I've noticed in my life many, many times, because then you don't have to be held accountable to anything.
Yeah, I want to be held accountable, because then what you do matters.
Mistakes no longer matter then. You can do whatever you want without fear. And if something goes not well, there's whatever, it doesn't matter. That didn't happen. Nah, forget about that. That's not real. That didn't happen. And so I have now already hit the point where there are videos on my channel that I hate. I hate them. I want to delete them so badly because I've all...
And now that I've watched them back, whatever, they're fine. The one thing I was really talking about in this video was the one that I earlier in this stream said was a bunch of bullshit. That's the one I was really talking about here. That is like the only one that I really wish I wouldn't have said that, because I knew before I said it, and as I was saying it, it's something that I was going to regret saying, but it's just what I was experiencing at that moment. And so it should exist anyway, because it was a valid moment that I experienced. And there's a lot that can be learned from that.
Already changed my mind on things that I've said within those videos. And if someone watches that, they're then going to get the wrong impression of me, because that video may have only been a week ago, but that's not who I am anymore. It is who I was a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, or whenever I made it, but it's not who I am now. And that is just a side effect of the medium that we are working within. That is a side effect of this platform and how YouTube works. But I hate it so bad.
And how someone can watch that video 3 years from now and my past will exist within their present, and they won't be seeing this follow-up video and this stream giving the fuller picture. And so then if I find myself in contradiction to something I've said before, that just gives me an additional responsibility to put out more content in contradiction to that, in the hopes that people will see the newer stuff and not the old stuff. But there's so many times that YouTubers will take down their old videos because they're worried that it could be spreading dangerous perspectives. But you lose the genuineness and the archivalness of who and what they really were back then. And it's okay to forgive your past self. Just because the market maybe won't, it's because the viewers aren't willing to forgive themselves for their mistakes, and so of course they're not going to forgive the people that they're watching. The self-forgiveness is the thing that I was saying in a previous video is unnecessary and actually quite possibly bad. Because they need to, if you make a mistake, you need to feel bad. Like, that was bad and you should feel bad type of thing. Because those bad, that understanding that it's bad and feeling bad about it is what's going to drive you to do better. Self-forgiveness is a waste of fucking time, except that that was the mistake that you made. Well, I guess that's what self-forgiveness is accepting, like, hey, that's a thing I did, and now we're going to move on. I guess I have kind of a blurry definition of forgiveness, and I now recognize that as I was saying that, I was working with two different definitions, though I don't know fully how to explain either of them. Regardless, there's no fucking way I'm gonna get to watch all my videos today, or even half of them.
I want to delete it, and I'm not going to say which one, mostly because I actually can't remember in which video I sent it, so now what I'm saying. But deleting it is what the old me would have done. That's the pattern that I've lived through my entire life, specifically with YouTube. I would work on making videos as hard as I can, make as many videos as I can, the best videos I can.
And really, well...
And then I'd hit a point where it's like, wait, no, this one there, I hate that, delete it. Okay, let's keep working. Wait, no, these 7 here, I hate those, delete them. Keep working, running away from the past, running towards the future. Oh no, I hate all of them. And then delete it all and start over. And like take a break from YouTube for a while, and then come back to it.
That's the part I think was really the problem. It was the taking a break. And I've considered this, of like, maybe I should delete all my videos every year, but then just keep making more videos. And I talk about that in a later video.
And just rinse and repeat. And I am sick of living that pattern. I refuse to delete that video, any of my videos. I refuse to delete a single one, because not only have I already figured out that that doesn't work, but also, you can look to anyone that has any level of success with this, regardless of how you define success, any level of success on YouTube, they don't delete old videos. They leave it all there. Actually, some of them will, but only after they've already achieved success. And so I'm leaving it there. I'm documenting this process. I am committed to this channel. I'm committed to this new life and that I will not go back on. And as I've actually more than briefly touched on in several previous videos, is I need to learn to just forgive myself and be like, hey, it's okay. That's the best I can do at that moment. Today's a new day, a new week, whatever. Let's do better. Because I'd like to believe that I can. And even though I kind of started the New Game Plus at the beginning of the channel, and now yesterday I've done another reset, I've done a rebirth. It's the same thing, but from a different perspective, and then I have another perspective that I can go at this from, but I'll do that again, and I'll do another fresh start. And I guess I just keep doing these fresh starts. But at least I'm not starting over on YouTube. I guess that's a start. So it's like I've created this weird cop-out situation where I can have fresh starts without starting over, if that makes any sense. Because the rebirth series that I just started is a new fresh start that I have started after the fresh start of this channel starting. And I've got the day-to-day playlist, and now I've got the chronological playlist. Although actually I need to retitle that one, because I just realized that.
Within the context.
Flip to the future one that I have planned already. I don't know, man. Basically, I want to take on the responsibility of what it means to exist. I want to be held accountable for the things that I say, and of course, the thing that I regret saying that I've now changed my mind, I feel required to make a new video stating my new perspective that contradicts the old one. But then do I take the old one down? I don't think so. I'm blanking on the name, but there was a pretty high up there YouTuber that recently just took down a ton of old videos because certain people thought that they were offensive, and other people have made some great videos about why this is not a good thing, and that's something I'm gonna get into eventually, but I 100% agree that we cannot hold our past selves accountable to the same standards that we do our current selves. That other YouTuber, whom I honestly can't remember the name of,
We can, in the sense that, like, we shouldn't honor people that did bad things. But we also cannot forget that they did bad things.
YouTuber.
Like, we have to remember that what they did is not good.
Not deserve all that hate for her videos that were 4-7 years old, because you can see in the newer videos that she does not believe the things that she once said, but people force her to take it down because they're still there and people can still watch those and still be spreading around those bad ideas, and that kind of makes sense why you wouldn't want that out there anymore. But at the cost of authenticity and historical accuracy, it's like when people go back and edit old books to remove, for example, a couple months ago I read Huckleberry Finn for the first time ever. That has the N-word in there a lot. Now, of course, the N-word is not okay. People should not be saying it. That does not mean that we should remove that from that book, because for me, as someone who's grown up in a world without slavery, that book was incredibly jarring to give me a perspective on how things have changed, to see how far we've come. And that's not to say that we don't have a long way to go. That's not to say that there are still problems, because there definitely are. But it's fascinating to see the extreme juxtaposition between how casually they used it then versus how like shunned it is now. And so I think that YouTubers should not have removed her old videos, because it shows growth. It shows that she's human. And I refuse to delete these videos, not only because it shows progression, it's like just accurate to what was, but also for my own ego of keeping up with the daily upload schedule. If I delete a single video, then I won't have proof that I've uploaded every single day without fail. And honestly, the most important reason, which I'm surprised I didn't think of until the end of the video, is because I've spent the vast majority of my life not doing the things I want to do, not making videos when I want to make videos, not making the videos I want to make, and I refuse to continue to live like that. I am committed 100% that every day I'm going to live the life I want to live. I'm going to make videos because that's what I want to do. I'm going to make the videos I want to make. I'm going to do the things I want to do. I'm going to live the life I want to live. Because anything short of that is not worth living. So that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Subscribe for more daily content because I will keep it up. So thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it.
Now, the tricky part is how the fuck do I keep that level of intensity at all times? Because I still agree with everything he just said. And I could allow myself to kind of to get drawn into it and be like, yeah, I'm all psyched up right now too. But that, then that takes a drain on your energy level. And so as I'm watching that, I chose, literally just right now as we were watching that, I chose to detach and just continue to observe it from my current energy level. Also in the name of trying to pace myself for the duration of this stream, which we're almost at the halfway point of. Because it would be so easy to get psyched up, fuck yeah, and agree with me. But I don't know.
So one thing I worry about a lot with these videos is repeating myself. I don't want to have a bunch of videos all saying the exact same thing, but different aspects of information are relevant within the context of different aspects of other information. And so maybe I'm talking about this topic, but this other thing is related, and so I will add that information in because it helps build a bigger picture for this thing. But then in a different video I'm talking about this thing, which is also related to that in a different way, and so I will pull that same thing that I've already said into this video to give a better picture and a more full understanding of this thing. And so I feel like I end up saying the same thing over and over in multiple videos, and it's not the same video. I'm talking about this thing or I'm talking about that thing. And that's just one example of how I end up repeating myself. But that's something I worry about a lot. And I think maybe I probably just shouldn't like it all. Because even in the context of, if I break this down into me and you, the person watching this, you right there, the one who's sitting down watching this through, ignore the camera, ignore the screen, it's just me and you. If you break it down to that level, it's really not that different than most IRL conversations, except that this one is one way. But if I'm talking with a friend IRL, or a coworker or something, as I look back and reflect on how conversations have gone in the past, repeating yourself is completely normal. Not only for different contexts of different concepts and the way things are related in different ways, but also because our memory is not perfect. We don't remember everything. And so there have been countless times where I explained something to someone, and then a week later I have to explain it again so that they can understand. Like, I explained it the first time for them to understand this thing, and now I have to explain it for them to understand this thing, or maybe even just repeating the same thing because they just forgot. And the other way around too. There are things that I just don't remember because your memory is, and this is going to be a butchered explanation, but something along the lines of the memory functions by remembering whatever is deemed most important, whatever you encounter the most often. So if there's something you don't think about very often, if there's something that you haven't encountered very often, of course you're not going to remember it because it wasn't memory worthy, I guess. I don't know. So repeating yourself is completely normal. Yeah, I worry about this, and I don't entirely know why. So I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on this. Let me know down in the comments, especially for any other small YouTubers. That would be, I feel like, probably the perspective that would be most useful for me to hear from. But for anyone in general, you can comment down below and let me know what you think about this. And
I don't see this as a problem at all. In fact, I think it's a good thing. If something is worth saying, I think it's worth saying more than once.
Maybe I should just not worry about that. And honestly, the more that I make these videos, the less I worry about that. Especially because even this video itself, I've already talked about this in a different video, but very briefly and within a different context, and it was just to fill in more info on the topic of that video. Versus this is now the topic of this video, and now I'm referencing other things to fill in the bigger picture of this. And I'll probably make videos about those things in the future, you know?
Yeah, it's more of an observation than a complaint at this point. It felt like a complaint then, but it's fine. Whatever.
So I don't know. I think that's about it. It's a pretty short video because there just isn't that much to say about it. It's just a small little reflection. Yep. So thanks for watching.
Don't worry about it.
Subscribe if you want more, and take care.
Don't worry about it, bro. You're fine. I'm gonna grab a drink of water.
So the statements in this video would be in response to my previous several videos. The previous 3, really, but specifically the previous one, and also kind of pertaining to the entire channel in general. Basically, the idea that knowledge is circular. And not just circular, but actually a better explanation would be more of like a spiral going further in and down. The idea of this is that the first time you do something will never be the best. You can always go back and do better. And so the idea of expecting the first time you do something to be perfect, to get it right the first time, is ridiculous. Because the chances of that are so incredibly small. And I know technically you can get very lucky and like actually do something just right the first time and be like, wow, that was amazing. But the vast majority of the time, even to the point where I could say, you will never get it right the first time. You technically could, but you know, it's just not worth it to even consider that an option because the chances are just so incredibly small. No one ever does anything right the first time. And I know, technically not true, but no one ever does anything right the first time. No one ever gets anything right the first time. No one ever understands something the first time. Like a little baby, you show them a ball and you tell them, hey, this is a ball. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You do that for like 8 months, 12 months, maybe they'll start to say, bah. No, it takes a while for them to figure out the ball. And they have to like flail around and hit it, move around and observe it and figure out what it does before they can understand the concept of a ball. It takes time. So that's kind of what this channel is I am intentionally going back and like circling back and reanalyzing everything that I've already been taking for granted and seeing how I can optimize it. Because once you get one thing learned, once you get that down, then you move on to the next thing. But then you'll learn things there that can help you understand this and understand this better, understand it more deeply. And so the more things you learn, when you circle back to old things, the better understanding you can get of the old things. That new things can help you understand old things better, because of how knowledge and concepts are just this horrifyingly messy web of interconnections, of things that are related to each other in different ways. So that's kind of what I'm doing here with this channel, is I am intentionally going back and reanalyzing every aspect of everything as much as I can.
Every
As deeply
aspect of
and
everything.
thoroughly as I can. And I will continue to do that. I did like this first series where I was just analyzing things on a day-to-day basis as they come to me. Now I'm doing the second series that I started and I am working on behind the scenes as I put out videos like this to kind of stall for time so that I can work on getting more videos of the other series where I'm reanalyzing every step of life from birth on. Then I have another perspective that I can go at this from, another way of doing this where I can do another restart, another way of reanalyzing things.
Which I've already said in other videos.
And gaining better insight. That's kind of what I'm doing, I guess. So that's I guess my way of justifying the video from the 14th.
Which video was that? Ah, the addicted to fresh starts.
Another way of reanalyzing things and gaining better insight. That's kind of what I'm doing, I guess. So that's I guess my way of justifying the video from the 14th.
The addiction to fresh starts.
So let me know what you think about this. What is your experience with this type of thing? Because usually this is kind of just an automatic, natural process that you'll just happen to notice, or at least that was how it was for me with most of my life. That as I would continue to learn new things, I would just kind of automatically notice that I was reprocessing old things in the back of my mind, and I just like come to realizations and be like, oh wow, because of this thing, now I understand that old thing better. So what do you think about this? Have you experienced this? Have you noticed this, or is this a new concept that you haven't noticed yet within your life? Do you disagree with me entirely? Let me know what you think down in the comment section. Thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Subscribe if you want to see more, and take care.
Yeah.
I find it incredibly difficult and awkward to share my videos with anyone, especially like friends, family, and coworkers.
Yeah.
Especially those that are unaware that I have had extensive struggles with mental health.
Yeah.
So if you are someone that I know directly and I sent you this video, it's kind of as a buffer, a warning for the other content that is on my channel, kind of a heads up of what you're getting into. And I wanted to talk briefly about my insecurities with my videos. In years past, it was definitely just not being confident in the quality of my videos, because when I send someone a video, they don't see the countless hours of hard work and effort behind the scenes to create the project. They just see the finished result and how that compares to kind of the level of quality of other content that they watch. And for years, I kind of felt like my videos just weren't kind of measuring up to everything else. And now I'm kind of okay with that. I'm learning to be okay with that and just actually take the time to put in the work to build up the quality. And that's going to take a long time. That's how it is. It takes time. Versus now, it's far more so because of the topics of the videos. Because it is difficult and awkward to talk about like the more negative aspects of life. And it's much, much easier to talk about mental health, mental illness alone in my room to a camera than it is directly face-to-face with someone. But it's incredibly important to discuss those things, because if you metaphorically shed a light on something, now you can get a better idea of what you're working with, and you can actually try to figure things out and find a solution, versus keeping things in the dark and secrecy just makes things more difficult. So it's important to talk about those things, and to not continue the social stigma, to not have it turn into a taboo. And it's so like natural for it to become taboo because it's so uncomfortable to talk about inherently, which only makes it more important not to let it become a taboo. And I think, yeah, people just need to talk about this stuff more. And so at the very least, I can make content about it more. And I could also address my first video. I am very aware that that could be very easily interpreted as like really, really cringy. But I had to make it anyway, because to me, it's 100% genuine. And it's nowhere near what I wanted it to be. But it be. Versus if I had just not made it or not put it out because it wasn't what I wanted it to be. It's better to have it be than not to be, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, thanks for your interest in my videos. I hope you enjoy them and get some sort of value up.
This is when I started paying a little bit more attention to these end cards. If you look at the timing of them popping in.
I don't know. So yeah, thanks for to have it be than not to be, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, thanks for your interest in my videos. I hope you enjoy them and get some sort of value out of them. Let me know down in the comments what you think. Subscribe if you want to see more. If you want to stay tuned to see more. And yeah, take care.
Well, that looks cool. I'm gonna have to watch that later. Here we go. Finally. I've been waiting for this one. And I've been waiting for this one, and the continuation of this series is very, 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 very overdue.
Uploading my videos to YouTube. So therefore, it would make sense that I should understand YouTube, the website. Here we are. This is the website. and I am the website. I have taken over YouTube. It is mine. On the surface, YouTube seems to have a very simple, easy to understand layout. But that is merely a facade on the surface for the average user to have an easy time with this site. But the truth lies just beneath the surface.
Yeah, I tried to make like a little, not clickbait. What's it called? Like when you write a story or read a story or have anything, you gotta have the hook at the beginning to grab their attention and like reel them in and get them interested to keep your watch time up and keep them watching for as long as possible. So I'm exaggerating a little bit, and obviously it's exaggerating. But I need to use the bathroom. So all right, we're back. So yeah, I'm slightly exaggerating at the beginning of the video to kind of the hook to get people's attention, but to be completely honest, yeah, the YouTube's site layout is a fucking nightmare.
Now this whole process that I'm about to site, but the truth lies just beneath the surface. Now this whole process that I'm about to do in this video and in videos to come, I actually already started doing on my own, exploring every dark nook and cranny and back alley of the YouTube website. But it got to be such a jumbled mess that I figured if I make videos about it and stay organized with it, it'll be easier to explore every pathway.
I was expecting myself to say map it out, so I was like, map! Even though actually the map for this is somewhere else, but that paper got kind of torn, so I need to rewrite it on a new page.
And discover what lies.
Oh wait, no, it's written in this journal, isn't it? Didn't I rewrite it already? I think I did already rewrite it onto... Yeah! Ta-da! Here's the map of YouTube. Just like this is the map of my channel, which is so much smaller. I expected there to be so much more. Granted, there's a lot of these videos that are so far beyond what I'm able to figure out at the moment that it's like I don't know where the fuck I would put it. So I'm gonna have to come back and redo this whole process that I'm doing right now later, and I'll skim over the videos more briefly just to put them somewhere. This is not, each of these is not a video. This is a map of conceptness. not of my videos. This is the structure from which I derive my content.
So let's go. So we'll start off with the simple stuff. Got where over here. Hey, look, it's a me. I haven't done a profile picture yet.
I have now.
And we got our notifications or other YouTube apps and create. You can find the things you want to find, and you can go back to where we already are. You got that. You got your Google account, which is a whole different video. I got my channel. Sure, I'll open that in a new tab over there. Yeah, this stuff. I ain't paying for that. Yeah, that. Sure, I'll open that. You're not looking at that. Nope, whatever. Sure. Yeah, of course. I think I'll open that. Let's see what's in there. These two right here are the same as here, these two, so we can skip over them. Then you got, yeah, that is, no, thank you. Simple, right? Just wait. The layout may make sense for a user, but the structure of the website is a disaster. So let's get into that. You got this thing over here. That's where I'm going to be.
I could have done a better job explaining what I meant by the difference between layout and structure. Layout is what the page looks like, where the buttons are laid out on the page. The structure is how the different pages relate to one another.
Focusing my attention. You've got your home button and the other home button. They do the same thing, but this is where we start to go off the deep end. If I open everything over here in this sidebar, you will very quickly begin to see what a shambled mess this website is. So let's do that. We got our trending page, subscriptions page, library, history, your videos, watch later. That's one of my playlists. This is other playlists. We got this and that and the other and that thing. And don't forget about all of these. These are all good things. Settings, I think we already opened that before. Now we're already getting into the dangerous territory where I gotta look up there and make sure that the blue flashes to know if it actually opened the tab or not, because we have so many tabs open. Help, you can't open in a new tab. You just open it like this. But rather than clicking on individual articles, I can open these in new tabs up there. And then this thing is the same thing as this thing, which does this, which I don't want to do because I have no feedback yet. Although this whole video basically is kind of feedback. And then we get to the real mess. You thought this disaster up here was a mess? No. This is the, nope, is the real mess down here. All right, here we go. About, press, copyright, contact us, creators, ads, developers, new features. So we've done step 1. I have opened everything that you could possibly open from the home page, except for an actual video. You know, the entire purpose of the website. So let me get a piece of paper. I want to map this out.
Map this out on
multi-angle.
paper. Map this out.
So we got the home page right up
Yeah,
here.
this
is where we're
exact
starting.
piece of paper
So yeah,
got
we wrote
ripped
down
up.
Home. That's all we've done
Got
so
torn.
far. We've done the home page. That's it. So if I close the home page, we've got my channel. Look at that. Oh, it's cringe. Why would anyone look at that? All right, knock it off, me. Stop it.
I'll be honest, that's actually really cool to see. And I knew that this was going to be really cool to see. 6 subscribe. Holy shit. I just went from 12 to 13 the other day. Even though I was at 14 a couple months ago. Like, I actually was actively losing subscribers for a while. I really should take a look at what I was uploading when that happened, because, you know, analytics.
So anyways,
Shit. There
it's
we
the
go.
same as anyone else's channel. I can customize it or manage the videos, but that just sends me to the YouTube Studio, which, if we close the channel, boom, there's my YouTube Studio. Oh no, look at this. Don't look at that. No, don't. But I think I'm going to write down YouTube Studio. Am I even recording? There we go. There's the other camera. I'm going to write down YouTube Studio because that is something...
I am not on 2x again. Gosh dang it.
worth making a video about, but not in this video. So
Yeah, the YouTube Studio is a series all of its own.
But we'll come back to the studio later, so I'm going to close that out. We have settings, but there's nothing worth clicking on here. This brings us to YouTube Studio, which we've already covered. This brings us to a section of my Google account, which again is a different video. This brings us to advanced settings right there. This is Google account stuff. This is Google account stuff. This is YouTube Premium junk, which we already have open in a different tab somewhere. I don't know where. So let's open up these then. and close out the main page. Notifications, this is stuff that you can set to your personal preferences. Again, playback and performance, personal preferences, privacy is personal preferences, connected apps is that if you connect them or not, whatever. Billing payments, I ain't paying you jack shiz. Advanced settings.
I actually am paying them like $5 a month now for a membership.
Now we're on to my data with YouTube, which billing payments, I ain't paying you jack shiz. Advanced settings, yeah, there's nothing here, it's boring. Now we're on to my data with YouTube, which again looks like a Google account thing. Yeah, ooh, what are these? These are, what is, oh. I was hoping it would be like videos or something. So we've already finished all of these things. Therefore, we are on to these things. Trending. It's just more videos, the same as the homepage. No one cares about that. Subscriptions. I'm not subscribed to anyone on this channel. I use a different account for that stuff. But again, same thing. It's just bringing me people's channels. It's bringing me people's videos. Library, which gives me my history, which is right there, and my watch later, which is right there. There, and my playlists, which are right there, and I like videos, which are right there. So library just gives me everything that is already within this section. Therefore, I do not care about library, and I do not care about anything in that section, because we've already dealt with all of that. Then we got YouTube Music. It's exactly the same as the homepage, except it's just music. Gaming, same thing as the homepage, except just gaming. Movies and shows, it's just movies and shows. News, same thing as the homepage, but it's just news. You get the point. The website starts off seductively simple, but we're getting there. We're getting to their deep dark secrets real soon. YouTube Premium, I ain't paying for nothing. Movies and shows again. Gaming again. Live. It's the same thing as the homepage, but it's live. Fashion and beauty, learning, blah, blah, blah. What is this? Why we back to, oh, right, settings again. So get rid of that. We already did that. Report history. I haven't submitted any reports on this account. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. Not only have I cleaned up most of this, but as of this moment, we are now past the surface level. We have gone one layer deep. So we got YouTube help. Now there's a lot of things that I can click on this page. So I'm going to leave it here for the moment. Come back to it. So let's go to the next tab. It's the same thing, just a different tab. So if I go back to the first tab, click on this with the mouse wheel, which opens it in a new tab, then you can see that these two are the same thing. Therefore, I can close both of them, because if I do as I did with the homepage and click on everything I can possibly click on, then I will find that. Again, so there's no need to have it open when I'm just going to re-find it later when I go through this page. So again, let's leave this here just for a moment and kind of see what else is here. We've got about YouTube. We have YouTube blog, how YouTube works, contact us, YouTube creators, YouTube advertising, YouTube developers, terms of service, privacy, policy, and terms. And we just had terms here. I have it again here, sort of. YouTube, how YouTube works. Here we go. We're getting somewhere again. You see how this becomes quickly a tangled mess. We got how YouTube works, but if I go back to which one? This one? This is also how YouTube works. This first one here is copyright under rules and policies, which is under this tab, which means I can go back up to here, and this will give me the homepage of how YouTube works. Now go back over to the second one. It is community guidelines under rules and policies, which is again under the same thing. And I can click here and get to the homepage of how YouTube works. So I will once again have a duplicate. I will close the second one. We have another one exactly the same. So close that one too. And then we have the experimental features, none of which are available right now. So that's lame. Quick recap of the chaos. We already went through the homepage, and there's nothing else there for us. So the homepage brings us videos, the YouTube Studio, which I will talk about in a different video, because that is a very complicated part of the website. Enough so that it warrants its own video or its own series. We got YouTube help. We got about YouTube, YouTube blog, how YouTube works, contact us, YouTube creators, YouTube advertising, YouTube for developers, YouTube terms of service, YouTube privacy policy, which seems to contain the terms of service. Actually, I'm going to open that new tab just to peek. Nope, it's within the same thing here, but not the same thing as that there. So I'll close that and go back to what we just had. And then we got experimental features, none of which are available right now, but I can sign up for them. So let me do that real quick. I think I may have already done this. Yes, I have. So that's it. That is step one. That is part one, and I'm going to split this up into multiple videos and make a whole series about it. So in the next video in the series, I will be diving into each and every one of these, clicking on absolutely every single link within each. So the same way that we started off with home, and I ended up with all of these up top. In the next video, I'm going to start with one of these and end up with a whole bunch of who knows what. So actually, I'm going to write all these down and map this out. We got help, we got about, blog, how it works. I'm going to just write how. Contact us, YouTube for creators, YouTube advertising, YouTube for developers. We got the terms, we got the privacy in terms, which apparently is different. So that's weird. So thank you so much for watching. I know this was very, very basic, but I had to lay the groundwork for what's to come. My body has also just picked a very bad time that I need to go take a bathroom break. So thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me know if you've got
very,
questions,
very
subscribe,
foundational
on this journey of discovering
for
the
the
secrets of YouTube websites.
series.
Share the series with anyone else you think might find interesting. Ta-da. Wait, no, wait.
And I kind of did that hook at the beginning,
At first glance, it seems pretty simple.
which
You know, you
really
got
more
over
so is
here.
like a
Nope.
teaser
How do I
for
need to
future videos in the same series.
so far? Start over.
Yeah. Hit that one. What? Okay. Yeah, so that's a series that I desperately want to get back to, because there's so much more I want to do with it. Shush phone. What do you mean missed call? It never rang. My ringer is on. I don't recognize the number. Leave me alone. This video, I don't remember, but just based on the title, it's going to be frustrating. Wrong button.
Inevitably, every YouTuber eventually runs out of ideas, and then just spends the rest of their YouTube career just continuing to make the same type of content over and over and over again, or at least until they come up with more ideas, and they can kind of use that to tide them over for until they come up with an idea. And I don't want to do that. I don't want that to happen to me. And so I am saying this now before it happens, even though it's already kind of happened a little bit. No, I'm saying this now before I hit like a major creative block where I run out of ideas long enough to not have any videos to make.
that my way of avoiding this, what I'm going to try to do to try to avoid having this ever happen to me, is to just make videos about everything. Everything. Every video topic, every genre, every type of video, every idea is a video idea. Every concept is a video concept. Absolutely everything in all of existence, anything can be a video.
Nothing's off limits.
That's the mentality that I'm going to try to bring to this, and see if I can avoid having a major creative block and to just keep creating no matter what. And inevitably the better ideas will come. Now, this of course immediately leads me into one of the things about life that's fundamental about life that upsets me so much. There are very, very few things that upset me more than the fact that I can't do everything. As a hardcore completionist when it comes to video games, I want to do everything. I don't know any other way of explaining that, like any other simpler way of explaining it. Of course, I could explain it in more detail with more words, but that's just overcomplicating it. I want to do everything. And honestly, I kind of partially blame this on Pokemon. Their slogan, "Gotta catch 'em all," that probably sunk pretty deep in my subconscious as a little kid, and it's like, I have to catch them all. I can't just move on to the next part of the game. I have to catch every Pokemon that's available in this area before I can move on. I have to catch them all. I just have to. You gotta. And so I take that mentality towards everything in life. It's like, I want to do everything. I want not only to do everything, but I want to be the best at everything. I'm going to be the very best. Like, no one ever was. I feel like Pokemon... can I sue Nintendo for, like, not really childhood trauma, but kind of messing me up in a weird way? Yeah, so that's the thing.
Emotional
That upsets me
damages.
so much, and it's something that I still struggle to grapple with on a day-to-day basis, is the idea that I can't do everything, that I have a limited amount of time to exist, and I have to pick and choose how I want to spend my time and what things I want to do, because everything that you do implies something else that you will not be able to do because you spent your time on this thing instead of that thing.
So, everything exists within that. Time management. All of this exists within the structure of that. And mind you, this is a very messy and incomplete map. Very incomplete. I'm just getting started. All right.
And that's because you spent your time on this thing instead of that thing. And that's difficult. But that's just part of life. It's a very, very first world problem, though. Because, like, you know, other people don't really have the option to choose how they're going to spend their time. And so I'm incredibly privileged and grateful that I have that ability to choose how I want to spend my time instead of just struggling to scrape by and doing whatever I can in order to survive. And, you know, seeing how the world's going, I don't know how much longer this will last. Maybe I'll end up like that at some point, but hopefully not. Fingers crossed. Let's just enjoy what we've got while we've got it, I guess. So, thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me know what you think down in the comment section. Subscribe if you want to see more, and take care.
Hello.
Hello. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes.
Cringe. Why are you recording me?
Can I use clips of this for a video?
It
I'll-
depends on what the conversation is.
This year, obviously, I don't really want to be surrounded by a bunch of strangers or like people I see once a year over where we normally go.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't remember if it was me or you that came up with the idea of building our own New Year's ball.
I think you came up with that idea.
I kind of want to do that this year.
Okay.
All right, and we got plenty of snow, so it's like we're not gonna light anything on fire.
How are we gonna set fireworks up on a timer? Fuse.
Well, I'll just have to light it as close to midnight as I can.
Okay, bye.
All right, cool. Bye. Oh, hold on a minute here. You were expecting a clip from later that night, from New Year's Eve, of us exploding that fireworks ball that we were just talking about. Well, we were thinking that the best way to end 2020, because we've just decided that the new decade begins with 2021, not with 2020. You know, it starts with the 1, the first step into the new decade. The 0 doesn't count. That's still part of last decade. And so, the best way to end the...
Nah, we're quit fooling yourself. We really wanted it to be that way, but no, we're definitely in a new decade here.
decade, to cap it off, would be to play the game of the decade. So Minecraft. And not just playing Minecraft, but one of my friends and I have actually never beaten Minecraft legit in survival.
I still haven't.
I've never tried. And we were like, you know what? We've got like 3 hours. We can do this. Let the 3 of us play together, work together, and beat Minecraft. This would be the perfect way to cap off the year. But I don't have a laptop that works, and so I was just going to borrow one of my friend's computers. So he downloaded Minecraft and forgot to download the game. He downloaded the launcher, but then you have to log into the launcher and actually download the game. So we spent the entire night just waiting for the game to download because of his trash internet and never actually got to play.
And now he actually has straight up no internet, so he brings his desktop here to download stuff.
But it was still a good time. We got to just like
Poor guy.
hang out and chat. But yeah, we were challenging ourselves to finish it by the end of the year. Obviously, it didn't happen. But worst of all, what about the fireworks ball? Well, again, in true 2020 fashion, we forgot the lighter. We had the ball. We had the fireworks to stuff in the ball, and we couldn't light them. Honestly, I don't know what we expected. We ended the year pretty much just as yeah, that was 2020. So we finally lit the ball off the other night, better late than never, and here is the footage of that.
Yeah, and that's originally what this video was called. Was better late than never, but I changed the title to make it more clickbaity, and it actually got more views.
Alright. Oh yes, I can definitely see what I'm doing. Cause some death and destruction. Give her parents some gray hairs. The greatest lighter we've ever used. How old are these sparklers? Oh, it's starting to go. Donkey!
I don't know why I said that.
I'm really hoping it'll light some other ones.
Yeah, so the idea here was that like this one was hopefully going to start lighting the other ones near it, but it just didn't. Oh yeah, also I thought they were regular sparklers,
Yeah, normal sparkler.
but apparently not.
I hope it does.
Yeah, so that part where he was saying, I hope it doesn't like the ball, there's a ball on the end of this bottle rocket, and he was talking about that one, I was talking about this one, and we didn't understand that there was a misunderstanding there, and he thought that explosion was, fuck off phone, he thought that explosion was the ball,
Alright, I forgot about that too.
and that it was just really a disappointing bottle rocket.
Now I fear. That's what I was trying to do, but shoot, they weren't going.
Yeah, so it's like once that one's going, then I got scared.
Hey.
You know, I'm trying to light as many as I can, but also I don't want that big one. Like this was very not safe. I genuinely should not have been that close. That was like actually not okay. And I didn't realize at the time that was very not safe. Like I was way too close the whole time filming this. So again, when we talk about ball, he's talking about that one. I'm talking about this one. So when I say the ball is starting to catch fire, that's the one that he thought was the ball on the bottle rocket. But it was actually
Oh yes, 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 and everything's gonna go.
bottle rockets. That was the ball.
Oh shit.
Something hit the van. It was supposed to take the styrofoam ball and all the other fireworks with it. And then it just didn't happen. So we gotta we're gonna do better next year. Get some tape or some glue or something.
Never.
It
I'm
does.
so glad to see it going.
Ah, yes.
Alright.
So,
Now I gotta expect. Any more surprises? I legit feared for my life for a second. Did you hear something hit my car? Something probably hit the truck. You got your flashlight? That went exactly how I hoped it would, plus a little bit extra terror on top.
yeah, so I should have just lit the styrofoam ball.
Next year. I think it's safe to go a little closer.
Well, no, because then all the other ones would have just melted off onto the ground.
The ball did not go flying with.
Yeah, it just shot right out of the ball.
I bet we could figure out a way to affix the rocket to the ball.
Yeah, probably just some super glue. Like a couple days of preparation. I want to inspect.
Yeah, instead of putting it together last second.
Oh yeah, just having a hobo fire.
So that is why we were way too close. That hole was bigger than my head. I was way too close. We should not have been that close.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so the bottle rocket took off. Originally we were going to shoot it off over the water, but it was too windy and we couldn't light anything. So we brought it to the driveway, pointed it out in the gap in the trees. Instead, it curved, it hit a tree, it went down, hit the ground, and then blew up.
Oh yeah, right.
Don't try this at home.
Wow. But how's the truck? Any scratches?
Okay, but I need another bathroom break. So All right, we're back.
Normally those are supposed to be closed. This one just happens to still be.
Yeah. That's scary. That's concerning. We're going to be safer next year.
Yeah, I don't see anything. But I definitely heard something. I'm so glad that worked.
I was pretty proud of that edit too. Oh, this one. Alright. Next. This is already sped up and I'm speeding up even faster.
Wait for it. Let the lighting adjust. So lighting is important. Light, in general, is very important. Specifically, sunlight. Very, very important to get that on a daily
Yes.
basis. And as someone who lives in Wisconsin, who spends most of the time inside playing video games, I don't get enough sunlight most of the year. This last summer, I actually worked several months doing third shift, and so I straight up did not see the sun at all. And during this time, I was actually avoiding the sun intentionally. A quick run home and get my shower and go to bed before the sun came up. And then I would just kind of stay inside and not really go outside until I had to go to work. And so I just straight up did not see sunlight at all for months. I remember my first time stepping outside when I switched back to day shifts. My eyes hurt so bad I could not open them. I had to just stand there and wait for them to adjust before I could move. So yeah, I've had plenty of experience with what it's like to not have enough sunlight. And also taking into account that I have red hair. The same gene that causes that actually causes me to be more efficient at creating vitamin D. So I literally do not need as much sunlight as everyone else in order to get the same amount of vitamin D. So it takes some pretty extreme sunlight deprivation in order for me to begin to feel the effects. And I have felt them. And not just that, but like the mental aspects too. Is like when everything is just dark all the time, it gets really depressing. And not even the darkness itself. Like I get used to it pretty quickly because like that's just how it is in winter. And so you just kind of carry on your normal day-to-day life, not even realizing that it's kind of draining and sapping your energy, or more so just not providing the energy that you would have in the summer, I guess. So like I take vitamin D as a vitamin in the morning during the winter. To be completely honest, I don't know if it's actually helping or not because it is so subtle. It's something that you don't really notice until suddenly you do, and you're like, oh man, I wish it was sunny out. I want to see. Whoopsies, I didn't see my tripod there. I just want to see. I can't see anything. Everything's dark. You have to have headlights on when you're driving all the time, at all times. And I hate driving at night because I can't see. So I've hereby decided that I'm going to start eating my breakfast out by the window and get at least some daylight every single day. And so this video is a reminder to you to get some sunlight, to get some sunshine, because you do need it. We're not really plants, but we do need sunlight. So thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me know about your experience with sunlight deprivation down in the comment section. Subscribe if you want to see more daily content, and take care.
Yeah, I agree. I've been trying to get outside for at least a minute every day. And we'll see. That looks really cool. I should add that to my watch later. We'll see how that goes over the winter. I'm sure, ideally I would be outside for like at least half an hour every day, but even in the winter it's gonna be cold and I'm just not gonna wanna, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. And let's open up the next little batch here. Is this still the first page? Oh my god, I haven't even... Oh my god, this is the first page. This is a good video.
I remember years ago, barefoot running was really, really popular. It was kind of a trend, or at least like lots of people were talking about it at the time. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that are still really into it now, but just at the time, in my perception, it felt like everyone was talking about it. And so, of course, I bought into it. I started doing a lot of barefoot running because I kind of liked running anyway, or at least I liked biking a lot. And I was starting to kind of not like the idea of being dependent on this piece of equipment in order to get anywhere reasonably. It's like if my bike were to break or something, or if I'm in any sort of emergency situation where I need to go a long distance without any assistance, I want to be capable of doing that. And so I started running a lot. And because everyone was talking about barefoot running, I was like, okay, I'll start barefoot running. I even got those like Vibram like toed shoes. It's basically a rubber sock with like zero support. So it's kind of like running barefoot, but you avoid the blisters or stepping on stones or glass, which I've actually luckily never had. The glass part, I've stepped on plenty of stones, or mulch. Basically, it was just really popular and a lot of people were talking about it, and all their explanations of why it's good for you make sense. And it wasn't until after many years of this that I discovered the downsides, the cons of it. Everything has a pro and a con. And if someone's only telling you one side of the story, it is your responsibility to question that and be like, well, but what's the downside? What is the possible repercussions of this? Is this actually good for me? Is it, or is it only good for a certain type of people? And so why do people recommend barefoot running in the first place? It's really good for anyone with really weak feet or with flat arches, which is basically the same. If your foot is flat, it's because these muscles are weak. If you run barefoot and strengthen those muscles, it'll just kind of tense up and raise your arch and give you like an actual arch to your foot. It is a fixable problem. I've been told it's a painful process to go through, but it's supposedly less pain than the back pain and all the other stuff that flat feet will give you. But I didn't have flat arches, I had normal arches. And so doing a lot of barefoot running strengthened my arches and gave me high arches. Now, on first thought, it's like, wouldn't that be a good thing? Like, flat feet is obviously bad because it gives you like back pain and all that kind of stuff. So wouldn't you just think like the higher the arch, the better? Kind of, but no. So many years later, after many years of barefoot running, I had mentioned to my doctor, just kind of on a whim, I didn't really think of this as a problem. I just kind of, it was something weird and interesting. I mentioned to him how if I squeeze my foot, like pull my toes in, I can give myself a foot cramp anytime I want, and it'll just seize up and stay like that, and then I have to like squeeze the muscles on the top of my feet to pull my toes up and like undo the cramp. And he was like, oh, that's really not good. I was like, oh, okay, what do you mean? I didn't think this was a problem. I was just mentioning it because it's like, oh, that's weird. And so he looked at my feet and he's like, man, your arches are really high. I was like, oh, okay, that's good, right? It's like, no. Apparently, if your feet get too strong, the muscle can tear the tendon and just rip itself right off the bone. And I really don't want that, because your muscles can get stronger a lot faster than your tendons and your cartilage and your joints and your bones and all that kind of stuff. I just kind of stopped barefoot running for a long time. I just didn't do it anymore. I even kind of stopped running for a long time. But years after that point, my feet were still having this problem where they were just kind of like achy all the time. And like I got some meaty feet. The bottoms of my feet are like, there's muscle there. And the top of my foot, you basically just feel like, it feels like the top of my hand. You can feel like the little tendon and the bones and stuff. But the bottom is like, there's some meat there. And I tried drinking lots of water. I tried eating lots of bananas. None of that helped. My feet were actually just too strong, or more so too strong relative to the top of my feet and to like the bones and cartilage and ligaments and all that stuff. So if barefoot running or running with shoes with very little to no support in them helps you strengthen your foot, then I needed to do the opposite. I needed really tight shoes with an insert in them to like force my foot to relax, to allow the shoe to do the work, to take the impact rather than my muscles in my foot. And so that's what I did. Eventually I went to like a proper foot place where you stand on the machine and like scans your feet and tells you which insert you need. And I got them. I got like the nice shoes and I put the inserts in them and like laced them up real tight every day. And my feet feel significantly better than they used to. Actually, they're still far from perfect though. And that's probably because I still wear sandals a lot in the summer. I'm still barefoot anytime I'm like not out in public, if I'm just here at home. And also I've just discovered that my right foot is significantly less flexible than my left foot. And then
I could have sworn that I had inserted the picture of the arch thing. It looks like I didn't. So let me find that picture real quick, because I am certain that I can find it relatively quickly. I'm just scrolling back through my archive, my personal archive of images that I've taken over my entire lifetime, trying to find the day that I got my fancy shoes with the inserts. When did I get those? I remember approximately when, I just don't remember like what month. But I'm pretty sure I got them in 2020. I don't think I got them in 2019. Did I get them in 2019? Am I gonna... I don't want to spend that much time scrolling through that many images. Maybe I did get them in 2019. Where, oh, where did that image go? Where, oh, where could it be? I wanted to show for you to know that I do not have flat feet. Bruh. Where? This is taking so much longer than I expected. This is quite a trip back in time, going through, even just briefly skimming through all these images. Fucking memories in this folder. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, I've put in this much time looking for it. So I gotta fucking find it. I can't give up now. It must have been 2019. Wow. I kept those shoes for like a year and a half. Where are they? Where are the shoes? Let's get some shoes. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I should have given up by now, but come on. Are you serious? Where the fuck is that image? Oh my god, this is so far back. What's that? Oh. This is so far back. What the? Come on. I had to have just missed it. Gone right over that image. There's no fucking way that I got those shoes that long ago. I hate to say it, but I think I'm gonna have to just give up on trying to find this. What is that? Oh. Well, that really sucks after spending this much time looking for it. and going through literally years of photos. Wow. Wow. Did not expect to do this today. Okay, I can't find it. I give up. Holy crap, that was a waste of time.
Probably has something to do with work, the way I move when I'm at work. I noticed that whenever I'm like using my foot to push a door open or to like move a cart or to generally anything, I'm always, which way was it? I don't remember. I'm always bracing with one side and using the other side, and that causes like an imbalance and like knee pain. Or like anytime I've got a really heavy cart that I'm pushing pretty quick and I'm like trying to quick come to a stop, I always use the same way. The same way that like if you're getting ready to like race someone, everyone has one foot that just feels natural to put in front of the other, and if you do it the other way around, it just feels weird. It's that type of thing, but I'm doing it all day with all kinds of movements and just slowly, cumulatively creating these imbalances. And I think as far as the long-term effects, I think that is one of the best aspects of being like even slightly into fitness, is you begin to notice these things about your body, and you can kind of correct them or at least counteract them in your fitness or in your workouts to counteract what you're doing on a day-to-day basis in order to prevent what could be some serious long-term pain that I would experience decades later as the result of this imbalance. So to finish this off, I think I'll just show you what I mean with my feet. So there you are on the floor. Now, when I go to stretch my calf, and I'm leaning up against my desk here, you can see I'm keeping the ball of my foot and my heel on the ground, and then I can just lean into it. I can put this here to help keep the heel down and to apply a little bit more pressure into the calf. And then same thing with the right foot. How I noticed that my right foot was significantly less flexible is that I can never keep traction with my right foot. When I put pressure onto the left foot, it stays. I'm putting as much pressure as I can into it right now, and it's staying. When I do my right foot, and notice I'm keeping them lined up, I'm putting it in the exact same position basically, and I put that same amount of pressure in, it slips every time. I cannot keep it on the floor. This has been a problem for like almost a week now, and I've been trying to figure out like why does this happen? And then I figured it out. If I go like this, and in the same way I keep my toes and the ball of my feet on the ground, the same way I was with the ball of my foot and my heel, now I flip to here, and I'm stretching this part. I'm stretching the bottom of my foot. The left foot here is totally fine. I can go like right about there before the ball of my foot starts coming up, and then I can go like this to help keep it down. If I do my right foot, oh, and by the way, that was totally comfortable with the left foot. That felt fine. But if I do the right foot, I can go about, right about there. That's it. And it hurts bad. So if I try to lean into it more, this is where the ball, you probably can't see it because you're on the other side, the ball of my foot is starting to come up now, and I gotta like put this down, it hurts really, really bad. I can't do it. It is significantly less flexible than the other side, and that's the problem. And so as I've mentioned in previous videos, I've been really, really trying to stretch my hamstrings and get more flexible there, but now I've also been really trying to focus on the bottom of my right foot. And so I'll start off my stretching routine by doing hamstrings, left calf, left foot, right foot, and it'll be like, well, the left foot felt fine. It clearly doesn't need a stretch because I need to stretch just the right foot in order to correct the imbalance. So then I'll do hamstrings, left calf, right foot. And it's like, well, the right calf, I can't even get a good stretch in because the right foot is so stiff. It's so cramped. It's almost like it's got a small cramp at all times. So it's like, well, I might as well skip the right calf because I just can't even get a good stretch in. And then I'm not going to do just the left calf because then I'm going to create an imbalance there. So then it becomes just hamstring, right foot, alternating the two. And that has become my new daily like stretching routine. I really don't know what I'm doing, like at all. I'm just kind of experimenting with it and figuring it out. I found that holding a stretch for like 4 minutes is ineffective because you can't even keep the tension in for that long. You just kind of slowly relax, and then you like realize after like 45 seconds that, oh no, I'm not even keeping tension in, I'm not even stretching it. So then you put more pressure back in, and then eventually like after a couple minutes you'll forget and just like slowly start letting off the tension, and then like 45 more seconds later you'll realize, ah shoot, I wasn't doing it. I don't know exactly how long is a good duration to stretch for, but I know that 4 to 5 minutes and above is not worth doing. And I also know that like 30 seconds and less is also not really worth doing because it takes a little time to slowly ease into the stretch and start building up to that point of like maximum tension that you can comfortably handle. And just as you're starting to reach that point, then the timer goes off and it's like, no, I've just gotten to where I'm actually starting to stretch now. I would like to stay in this position and just stretch for a little bit longer. I would say at this point, just from my own experience, not having any idea of what anyone actually recommends, I would say the ideal stretching duration would be like between 1 and 4 minutes, something like that. I don't know. So let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Subscribe if you want to see more. Hopefully I can actually say more instead of just stumbling over all my words all the time. Maybe if I flex out my foot, stretch out my foot a little bit more, then I will stop stumbling. Can I stretch my tongue? How do I stretch my tongue? Maybe then I can speak a little bit more clearly, enunciate a bit better. Anyways, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Subscribe for more. Okay, take care. Bye.
Okay. That's a good video. And then I got this weird comment, like,
so the majority of the content on this channel so far has been me trying to like figure life out, and that's going to be what the majority of it is well into the future. But it's been about like the optimistic side, I guess, of me like trying to put on a happy face and trying to figure things out, versus where we started off was quite the opposite. And I definitely
of me like trying to put on a happy face and trying to figure things out, versus where we started off was quite the opposite. And I definitely intend on talking about that side of life a lot more as well. But I think as far as like the method or process that I have, that I'm in right now, I'm just not at that point yet. Even though, I'll be honest, these last couple days have been real rough. Not just mentally, but also like time-wise, having enough time to do all the things I need to do. I've been skipping my workouts a lot. I haven't been keeping up with like these daily structures that I've been trying to build up for myself. And because I have these other things that just like come at me, it's like, okay, I have to deal with that. I don't even have time to discuss it in a video. It's just like that just has to be dealt with. I have some adulting to do. And most of it is stuff I'm really, really excited about. It's like doing prep work for something that's to come that I can make a video about then when it comes. Sorry, the heater just kicked in, but I refuse to redo this video because it's what, like 9 o'clock? Yeah, it's 9 o'clock at night. I gotta be up at 4 a.m. to work. But I didn't have a video ready. I had no idea what was going to upload today. I still, like, this is just like a total cop-out video because I refuse to break my upload streak. I'm still, like, so incredibly proud of myself that this is the first time in my entire life that I've ever actually been able to keep up with a daily upload schedule for over a month. That's crazy. And I refuse to break that streak, even if this isn't the greatest video. It's just me kind of admitting that it's been real rough. I spent, like, 5 minutes here just standing, well, actually a lot longer than that.
I still, in a way, regret breaking the upload streak, but also I don't because I learn from it.
Pretty much all day, just being like, what do I say? What do I upload? What is today's video? I have no idea. And so that's today's video, is me just saying, like, sometimes you just draw a blank, but I refuse to not.
Hold on, I thought I could hear myself.
I spent like 5 minutes here just standing.
But I can't.
Well, actually, a lot longer than that. Pretty much all day, just being like, what do I say? What do I upload? What is today's video? I have no idea. And so that's today's video, is me just saying, like,
Awful.
Sometimes you just draw a blank, but I refuse to not play my card, so to speak. If I draw a blank card, I've got nothing. I'm still gonna play the blank card. I'm still gonna post this video about, like, I don't know what to upload today. I'm gonna upload something about me not knowing what to upload, rather than to break the streak. And then tomorrow, we do it all over again. And hopefully start catching up, even though I still got so much I need to do. There's just so much to do. That's like one of the biggest struggles in life for anyone, is there's just never enough time to do all the things you want to do. I don't think anyone will ever have a solution to that, except for immortality, which is a whole other mess, and I don't even know if I want that, because there's other things, other implications. No, what's the word? Repercussions? No, I don't know. It's, if you really think about it, it's not as cool as it seems on the surface.
Implications. Ah, shoot.
Really think about it, it's not as cool as it seems on the surface. But that's a topic for a different video. This is gonna be a real short one because I need to get to bed, and that's it. So yeah, I guess I don't know what this video is. I guess this is like, hey, if you're having a rough couple days too, rough life as I have, then, you know, that's all right. Just keep pushing on, I guess, because it beats the alternative. Trust me, I tried the alternative for a long time. It doesn't work. Just keep pushing on. Yeah, thanks so much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comment section. Subscribe if you want to see more, and take care.
Yep. This video. Why the fuck did this video do so good?
Yeah, to be honest, I actually don't really have much to say today. Basically, it's just kind of an extension of yesterday, the whole scraping by thing. All I do have to say is if you're doing lots of like boring, tedious number stuff, this is adulting stuff that I need to handle and deal with. Basically, if you're doing some of that, sea shanties make it slightly less boring. Yeah. I don't know, sometimes you got tedious nonsense you gotta do, and you just gotta do that instead of doing what you want to do. Instead of me making the videos I want to make, I gotta deal with this stuff. You know, this is real life. I gotta just...
That notebook is something that I eventually will make a video about, but just not yet. I guess. No, this one.
There's never enough time to do all the things I need to do.
Yeah. 24/7, pretty much. That's a good story. Alright. So, we did less than a quarter of the videos that I have in over half the stream duration. Granted, the videos start getting a lot shorter from here on out, so let's just keep at it and see how far we can actually get.
That's a great video idea. 40 minutes later. All right, I have finished all my daily morning chores and I am ready to film now. What was the idea?
Just write it down, you dumbass.
I wish I was filming my life at all times, because I was just like chilling out, singing along to some Green Day, and then suddenly I turned and realized, did I just eat 2 boxes of Chex today?
Yes. Yes, I did.
This is a constant battle for me, because I literally only have so much time in a day. Everyone only has 24 hours in a day, except for sleeping for 8 of them, except I sleep for like 9 to 10 to 12 of them. So,
Oh yeah, I got shit in my mustache again. Not literal shit. Food. Fuck you.
though I only have so many hours in a day. Time spent watching videos is good because I can get ideas from them. I can learn from them. I can observe. In the same way a baby has to spend many years observing the world, flailing around, hitting things to try to figure out how things work before he can begin to understand it and to know how to interact with the world. Shush phone. That's the same general concept as I'm watching a ton of content, just input, so that I can understand the medium of video, so that I can begin making output. But I've already been watching videos my entire life, and I have so many ideas. So I don't need to continue this input, because that just builds up more ideas for output. And
I still want to, though, just to keep up to date with what's going on in the world.
I'm clogged on the other end. I'm not creating videos nearly as much or in the way that I want to. It all makes sense now. I'm creatively constipated. No wonder it hurts.
The focus was on the foam instead of my face.
Nearly as much or in the way that I want to. It all makes sense now.
My face is blurry.
I'm creatively constipated.
Look at that foam.
No wonder it hurts.
Look at
For
that
example, you can see the last
foam.
many days I've been posting pretty trash tier content. Well, I don't want to judge it. Like, some of it's alright.
Look at
but
that
it's not what I want to be
foam.
making, because my standards are higher than that. And of course, just watching too much YouTube is definitely not the only reason I'm not having time. It's because I have all this adulting stuff I need to handle. I'm trying to get ready to go to my new apartment hopefully soon. If their website will start working properly, please. This recording might even get
It
interrupted by
works.
phone call, which I will happily accept. I
Well,
almost
wait,
want
that
them to
was
interrupt me.
fingers crossed. That wasn't flipping off. I don't know why I was crossing fingers, because he's the one that wasn't sure if it was going to work. I'm saying it
Go
worked.
to my new apartment hopefully soon. If their website will start working properly, please. This
It's been a long stream, guys. I'm tired.
recording might even get interrupted by a phone call, which I will happily accept. I almost want them to interrupt this video for that phone call. So like, there's a lot going on, and things that are beyond the current scope of this channel, things that I do not yet want to document for the channel, topics that I'm not ready to make videos about yet. And so while that could be content, I am saying no, even though it could be.
It should have been. Fuck you. Wasn't the God damn it. A restart. See, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. This one was good, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trash videos when I could have just made videos about getting an apartment.
This is a constant battle for me because it's the same general concept as I'm watching a ton of content, just my entire on the other. No wonder it hurt. Like, some of it's alright, but it's not what I want to be making, because my standards are higher than that. And of course, just watching too much YouTube is definitely not the only reason I'm not having time. It's because I have all this adulting stuff I need to handle. I'm trying to get ready to go to my new apartment hopefully soon. If their website will start working properly, please. This recording might even get interrupted by a phone call, which I will happily accept. I almost want them to interrupt this video for that phone call. So like, there's a lot going on, and things that are beyond the current scope of this channel, things that I do not yet want to document for the channel, topics that I'm not ready to make videos about yet. And so
Fuck you.
while it could be content, I am saying no, even though it could be. And maybe that's
It
the wrong
should
move,
have been.
probably.
Yeah,
Well,
that
too late
was the
now. I mean,
wrong
I guess I am
move.
in a way going to be making content about the new apartment, because I am going to make a new video in the new apartment, and then all of my videos will be in the new apartment. It's just the process of getting that apartment is something that I was not ready to make a video about yet, because there's so
I
much
should
stuff
have
to
been.
cover first. But that tangent aside, watching too much YouTube is a contributing factor to my lack of time lately. It's really hard to say like what percentage, but you know, any percentage beyond what is necessary is unnecessary and can be cut out, and reallocating that time to other things,
Wow.
like making videos. Oh, microphone.
Thank you,
And
Catherine
especially as someone
Obvious.
who really wants to make videos, I get this sense of guilt and really just lack of enjoyment doing anything else that I would normally enjoy if it's detracting from making videos, which is a major factor contributing to burnout in pretty much every creator ever that's burnt out. So what do I do about this? I don't know yet. Give me a couple years, I'm sure I'll burn out eventually and figure it out then. No, I have video ideas of how I'm going to explore the concept of how to prevent burnout, as many others have attempted as well. I feel like I'm simultaneously completely burnt out and completely like still on fire for making videos, like passionate about like, yes, I want to make videos, but also burnt out, so like, oh, I just don't have the energy. At all times, I am both. I am the raging fire and the extinguished fire at the same time. I am burning the ashes of myself, which are ashes because I have already burned myself. I burned my candle on 1,000 ends. Flood. Your candle has 2 ends? Bro, I have 1,000. Get on my level. I didn't really know where this video was going to go, to be honest. It's not where I expected it to go. Yeah, let me know what you think about this, especially if you are a small-time creator, or if you know any small-time creators that you can send this to, and I can discuss this with them, because I'd be interested in hearing what other people have to say down in the comment section below. So thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Subscribe if you want to see more daily content until I burn out and or die, and take care. Your candle has 2 ends? Bro, I have 1,000. Get on my level.
Okay, where did I leave off?
That's not where I expected it to go. Yeah, let me know what you think about this.
Because the stream
If you know any small-time creators that
had a problem.
I'd be interested in hearing what people have to say down in the comment section below. So thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Subscribe if you want to see more daily content until I burn out and or die, and take care.
Oh, thank goodness. It connected the streams back together. Okay. So you didn't miss anything then, right? Yes. Right. Right? Yes. You missed it a little bit, but my computer did the thing again where everything fucking froze. I couldn't even click shut down. Like I could open the start menu, but clicking this did nothing. So but we're back. I absolutely love that it like reconnected. Like I literally shut my computer down completely, like held the power button, wait a couple seconds, turn it back on, log in, relaunch OBS, reopen my browser, and then start streaming again. And it just put them together. So it's all going to be one VOD. Love that. I don't know if that has to do with streaming in general, or if that is because I scheduled the stream. Point being, let's pick up where we left off. And also this will officially be the longest stream I've done on this channel, which is very cool. So, fucking finally, back to...
Hey, welcome back to exploring the YouTube website. So,
as I was saying, this is a playlist that I add installations to the playlist. I continue making videos on this series, not nearly often enough.
if you haven't already,
Also, I'm gonna sit more because this, like I said, this is officially the longest stream I've done on this channel, and I haven't really taken a proper lunch break where I just sit down for like 30 minutes. I haven't even been taking my full hourly breaks to sit down for like 10 minutes an hour or 5 minutes an hour. I just sit down occasionally.
I recommend watching episode 1 first. If I'm completely honest, it's a little bit boring, but it kind of lays the groundwork and gives you a general idea of what we're doing here. But in case you don't want to watch that one, I'm going to kind of re-explain some stuff here. So basically what I did in that episode is
I should have done like a previously on and then show like a supercut of episode 1.
I started with the YouTube homepage, and I clicked on every link I could possibly find, except for actual videos in YouTube channels, because there is seemingly infinite of those. So I clicked on everything else, and then some of those pages that I had opened, I went through and discovered that there's nothing interesting in there, and so then I closed that page. And I went through a few of them like that and got rid of the pages that I would call dead ends. Because like if you think of the website in like a tree-like structure, the homepage leads to these pages, this page leads to those, this leads to those, this leads to those, and of course there's going to be some crossover where you can get to this page from either of those, and it becomes kind of a tangled web. But that's what you would expect. The problem with the YouTube website is you don't get that. You have all kinds of random pages that don't fit anywhere within the structure. It makes no sense. How am I supposed to get to this? How did I get to this? Where did I find this in the first place? I have the tab open, but where did it come from? And so I guess I'm kind of mapping that out. And so in today's episode, I have these tabs are the ones that we left off with at the end of the last episode, and I'm going to do that exact same process for each of these. I'm going to treat each of these like it's the homepage and click on every single link within it and see what I can open up, see what I can find. And of course, getting rid of any duplicates along the way, getting rid of things I've already seen. And I've reorganized these in order of least likely to most likely to be a dead end page, because I would like to get rid of as many pages as possible, because this process is very complicated and messy, and so I'm trying to stay as organized as possible. This is also my third time attempting to record this episode, because the first time the mic kept quitting on me, and the second time I just wasn't happy with how it was going. So let's try this again. So I'm going to start over here at this end. We got the terms of service, and then we have the privacy and terms, which contains the terms of service. And I was very confused by this last time, but what I figured out is this is the YouTube terms of service, this is the Google privacy policy, and the Google terms of service. I don't care about the Google stuff, because I'm going to do separate videos about that stuff. This series is about YouTube, so I can close that Google tab. So then we got the YouTube terms of service, and I'm not going to waste my time reading these because you don't really need to. This is just a bunch of miscellaneous legal jargon that's meant to protect them in the case of a lawsuit or something. But what I have done is I've already skimmed the whole thing, and I will click on every link within this page, again, because I've already done this before. And of course, this is the most recent version. I'm not going to bother with the previous versions. So we can close that out. That was this, and now we have this. So I'll just do the same thing through this, clicking on everything, because I am just a little bit insane. But also for the sake of thoroughness, this links to this. We've already gone through this, so I'll close it. This is the Google privacy. I don't care about that. This is how YouTube works. I already have that open in a different page, so that's a duplicate. This is something new, but there's nothing interesting. So close that. I have not purchased anything from YouTube, so I can close that. YouTube help. I already have this open in a different tab. This is new. But now I should click on more things. That was boring. Close that. We've already gone through that. Close that. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. We've already gone through the account settings, so close that. Google privacy again. Purchases again. YouTube help again. Google again. Already went through that.
I forgot to reiterate in this video that I'm like, I already read it all. I think I did say it, but I should have reiterated it, that I already read everything on all those pages. That's why I'm closing them out right away. Like clicking on all the links and then closing them out immediately, and not reading everything on them, because I already did it, because it's my third time trying to film the video.
I already went through that. How YouTube works. Duplicate. This is new. YouTube Kids Parental Guide. This is something I will just kind of tuck away and come back to later. YouTube help again. YouTube help. How YouTube works. YouTube help. YouTube works. Help. Privacy. Google. This is new. Let me briefly skim this and click on more things. All right, that's garbage. This is Google Businesses and Data. I don't care about that. Google Data Centers. I don't care about that. YouTube help. How YouTube works. Help. How YouTube works. How YouTube works. Google account. Help. All right. To quickly recap what just happened, we had the terms of service and the privacy and terms. We got rid of the privacy and terms because that's Google stuff. We went through every link in the terms of service, and I've already skimmed it, so like I already know that there's nothing interesting in there or relevant to this video that's worth mentioning in this video. But yeah, we clicked on every single link within the terms of service, and all we ended up with was this Kids Parental Guide, which looks a lot like YouTube help, but it's not apparently. So I'm just gonna put that over by YouTube help and save it for later. And so actually I'm gonna write this down because I'm mapping this out on paper. So onto the second camera angle. You can ignore all of this down here because that is from the first time I tried filming today's video. This we don't care about because that's Google. This terms here led us to the Kids Parental Guide. That is all that we got from there, which this does not make sense to fit within there. It feels like this should be like within here. And maybe it will be. Maybe I'll get to this from here when I go through that page, but this is, I don't know. So we're back to a clean slate. All of that was one tab, one page. We went through one page and we got all of that. And so you see, most of that was duplicates of things we've already seen or I already have open in a different tab waiting for me to go through that thing later. And so I just closed out all the duplicates because I don't care about it. So now that we're back at a fresh, clean slate, I'm gonna go to contact us. Now, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about how YouTube's structure is a disaster. If I go to, say, for example, About YouTube, and we've got this little About YouTube logo up here. Let's say I click on something within that and I go to that. bad example. All right, try the blog. We've got the blog logo up here. We click on something within the blog and go to that page. It says blog up here, and then it bolds this to imply that we are on this page within this. And I can click on this to get back to that, to get back to where that came from. I'm going to close the duplicate. If I go to the contact us page, this is bolded, which implies it's come from one of these. So if I click on these in new tabs, we can see we've got about YouTube, another duplicate, how YouTube works is a duplicate, YouTube jobs, which is new. But all three of these, I've already looked through them, and nowhere on any of them is a link to this contact us. Where did this come from? How do I get to this? I don't understand where this fits within the structure of the site. What I do know is I got this link from the homepage, but it doesn't fit anywhere else. So I'll close out the duplicates and tuck away the YouTube jobs for the moment and back to the contact us. Let's click on every other link within this thing. And again, I don't care about any info within this page. Now we got duplicate, Google Help, duplicate, YouTube Press, that's new, YouTube Creators, which is a duplicate, YouTube Advertising, which is a duplicate, YouTube Help, duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Terms of service we already went through, duplicate, YouTube for developers, duplicate, Google Search Central. That's a Google thing, we don't care about it. This is a YouTube video. This is a video about YouTube. All right, quick recap. We started with contact us and we ended up with YouTube Jobs and Press. So again, I'm gonna write this stuff down. We started this time with contact us. We went through it and we ended up with YouTube Jobs and Press. Cut up. Now hold on a minute. This Press hyphen YouTube.
So this video is a lot like this stream, where this is all behind the scenes shit that you probably don't care about. And this is how I kind of get at the things that I would consider better content. And I basically just kind of decided that I would make this content as well, which may or may not have been a good idea. I don't know yet. I don't have nearly enough viewership data to judge that.
Similar to YouTube for Press, but that is actually the YouTube blog. Why they call it YouTube for Press when it's the blog, I don't know, because this Press hyphen YouTube is completely different. And again, where does this page fit within the website? The same as the contact us page. There's no logo up here, but you can see it turns into a hand, which implies there's a hidden link there. If you look down there, you'll see About. If I click here, I'm going to do it in a new tab like that, clicking the middle mouse button, it brings us to About YouTube, which implies that we can get to Press hyphen YouTube from About YouTube. Well, looky here, we got a little Press link. What if I click on that? Nope, that brings us to the blog, not to Press hyphen YouTube. It brings us to YouTube for Press. So how do I get to this? I know how I got to it. I got to it from the contact us page, but why from there? That's such a weird place to put it within the structure of the site. So I'll close that out because that's a duplicate that I just created. And let's explore this page. So what is this page?
I've watched this back many, many times, and the video makes way more sense at 2x speed, actually. When it's at normal speed, it's too slow, which is fascinating, because I'm talking nonstop the whole time. I'm doing lots of fast-paced cuts. How could I have possibly said this any quicker to make it make more sense? That's fascinating to think about.
YouTube for Press. Wait a minute. Hold on. Press hyphen YouTube. YouTube for Press. But this is YouTube for Press. But this is help me. Whatever. Let's just get through this page and get it out of here. I want to get it off my computer. What is this page? Well, you can quickly find the stats and videos you're looking for, along with the guidelines for crediting and broadcasting them. All right. So this page probably contains stuff that I don't care about, which makes it a dead end, which means I can go through this quickly and then get rid of it and get back to the pages that make sense. YouTube by the numbers. View all YouTube statistics. And it brought us back up to the top of the page. Why? Don't know. Global reach. Over 2 billion logged in users visit YouTube each month, and every day people watch over 1 billion hours of video and generate billions of views, and I contribute a lot. More than 70% of YouTube watch time comes from mobile devices. YouTube has launched local versions in more than 100 countries, and you can navigate YouTube in a total of 80 different languages. No, I can't. I only speak one. Investing in creators. That sounds good to me. The number of channels earning 6 figures per year on YouTube grew more than 40% year after year, or year over year, or year per year. That sounds pretty cool to me. I would like to quit my day job as soon as possible. The number of channels earning 5 figures per year on YouTube grew more than 50% each year. The number of channels with more than 1 million subscribers grew more than 65% per year. Very nice. So you're telling me there's a chance. Copyright. Over the past 5 years, we've paid out over $2 billion to partners who have chosen to monetize their claims using Content ID. There are over 9,000 partners using Content ID, including many major network broadcasters, movie studios, and record labels. YouTube's partners have claimed over 800 million videos since Content ID was implemented. Now, I've got a question. How many of those claims were legitimate? How many were repealed? And how many were valid? We have more than 75 million active reference files in our Content ID database, one of the most comprehensive in the world, that even won a Primetime Emmy. That would be an incredible project to be even a small part of it. Absolutely amazes me what technology is capable of. YouTube Essentials. Me at the Zoo, message from Chad and Steve, YouTube Spotlight, opening those new tabs so that I can continue on this page. Non-commercial use of YouTube videos in the press. Ownership and credit. The YouTube channel owners control the rights to the content displayed on the site. We encourage you to reach out to them directly if you find a video you'd like to display and or reference. When displaying a YouTube video in a broadcast or webcast, please provide both in-screen and verbal attribution. Attribution. By showing the username and or real name of the applicable content owner. Contacting a YouTube channel owner. Clicking on the YouTube username will take you to the main page of the user's channel. Clicking the about tab, most of the channels put your social media links in there. Boring common sense stuff. Basically, this page is directed at people who've never used YouTube before and they want to take advantage of viral trends for their TV broadcasts. What's happening on YouTube? YouTube blog, trends blog, developers blog, and additional press inquiries. Contact press@youtube.com. Check. No, thank you. Now, we got this thing at the bottom of the page. I'm going to come back to this and quickly go through these first. So we got Me at the Zoo. This is the first video ever uploaded to YouTube. If you haven't watched it yet, I highly recommend you do. It's boring to be honest, but it's fascinating. The link is down in the description. Then we got a message from Chad and Steve. This is a public video from the official YouTube channel. YouTube has their own YouTube channel. Rather than watch this right now, I'm just going to click on their channel for the moment. What is up? And I'm going to save this for later. I've got something special planned for that. And then actually we just have that again. It's a duplicate already. And then we have the blog, which actually this is blog.youtube. If I go to the blog I have open right now, it's blog.youtube/press, which means I should just click here and there we go to the homepage of the blog and close out the duplicate. Culture and trends. This is new. Blog again, and the Google email address. So if you have any complaints to Google, there you go. Google them. No, email them. I'm going to bring this back and we're going to write down some stuff. Quick little recap. What did we just do? We went through the press page and we found culture and trends report. Ta-da. Ta-da. Now back to this thing that I said I was going to come back to. This exists at the bottom of almost every page.
Say that again?
No, email them. I'm going to bring this back and we're going to write down some stuff. Quick little recap. What did we just do? We went through the press page and we found culture and trends report. Ta-da. Ta-da. Now back to this thing that I said I was going to come back to. This exists at the bottom of almost every page on YouTube, except for the actual homepage and like a video page and a channel page. This exists at the bottom of not YouTube Help or the Kids Parental Guide, but About YouTube, the blog, the How YouTube Works, the YouTube for Creators, the YouTube for Advertisers, except they put this thing beneath it. Not under YouTube for Developers, under YouTube for Jobs, YouTube Culture and Trends, YouTube Press. This exists at the bottom of most pages. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open every single link within this footer of the page because I only ever have to do this once because it's exactly the same at the bottom of every single one of these. And most of these things that I'm opening right now are duplicates of things that I've already seen and or already have open elsewhere, which means I'm opening these just to reclose most of them, but some of these are definitely new pages I've not seen before. So that means we're done with this press page, we can close it out. Now we got YouTube on Twitter. But is Twitter on YouTube? We got YouTube on Instagram. But is Instagram on YouTube? We got YouTube on Facebook, but I'm pretty sure Facebook is not on YouTube. A duplicate, 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 duplicate. YouTube Go is new. YouTube Kids is new. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. YouTube TV? Do I already have that open somewhere? YouTube TV, duplicate, duplicate. YouTube for Artists, duplicate, duplicate. YouTube Family is new. Creators Research is new. Creator Services Directory next up. Space, VR, Creators for Change, CSAI Match, whatever that is. Social Impact, the homepage. Duplicate, duplicate. Brand Resources, so that's new. Google Privacy Terms is duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. So many duplicate things that we've already had before, but also many things that are new that we have not had before. So again, let's write some stuff down. All of the things that we found from the footer. Ta-da. Those are all the things that we found from the footer. Again, ignore this. So I hope that this is making sense because I'm trying to stay as organized with this as I possibly can. There's actually something I completely forgot to do in the first episode. And
Also, that organization is absolutely fundamental for me to be able to resume this where I left off after having not made any videos in this series in months. But I should be able to pick up exactly where I left off because I was so organized with it and kept it all written down and mapped out.
At the beginning of this episode, but it's okay. We can do it now and it won't be a problem. I briefly skimmed over notifications, YouTube Apps, and YouTube Create. YouTube Create just allows me to upload a video or go live, but this YouTube Apps bring the YouTube TV, YouTube Music, YouTube Kids, Creator Academy, and YouTube for Artists. Most of which are things that I did not have at the end of the previous episode, and I should have, because I should have gone through that, but by this point they are duplicates, because we found these in that footer section. Like YouTube TV is a duplicate, YouTube Music is a duplicate. Now this YouTube Kids is a different YouTube Kids page. If I click on Learn More, it brings us to the one that we already just found. So I can close both of them. Creator Academy is a duplicate, and YouTube for Artists is a duplicate. Now what I want to do is just rearrange all of the tabs, again, in order of least likely to most likely to be a dead end. And so I've got one more page that I want to go through in this video before we kind of wrap things up. The majority of these other pages make sense as to where they fit within the structure of the website. But this brand resources page doesn't. We found it through the footer, but nowhere else. And it doesn't have a logo up here. It does have a hand that brings us to About. Again, you can see that over here. When I hover my mouse up here, you can see down there where it's wanting us to link to. There it is. Brand resources below the building.
Hold on. Where am I putting this?
The launch for our brand resources page doesn't. We found it through the footer. Likely to most likely to be a dead end. And so I've got one more page that I want to go through in this video before we kind of wrap things up. The majority of these other pages make sense as to where they fit within the structure of the website. But this brand resources page doesn't. We found it through the footer, but nowhere else. And it doesn't have a logo up here. It does have a hand that brings us to About. Again, you can see that over here. When I hover my mouse up here, you can see down there where it's wanting us to link to. There it is. Brand resources below the building blocks for our brand. While this page is here to get you started, all uses need to be approved by YouTube. That means every time someone uses the YouTube logo, you have to get permission from YouTube, which I guarantee you does not happen. The vast majority of the times that you see the YouTube logo being used by someone other than YouTube, they are not asking for YouTube's permission every single time. I mean, boom, look at that. I just used the YouTube logo. I didn't ask for their permission. I didn't even use the one from this page that we're about to go through. I got that off of Google Images. Deal with it, YouTube. But anyway, so below the building blocks, I already read that. Fill out our brand use. Did I already read that? Fill out our brand use request form. We got a mostly empty page. You can look over on the right side and just see the scroll bar scrolling to see just how empty this page is. Nice long empty page. I enjoy that.
Right.
Request form. Well, that's within YouTube Help, so I don't care about it. But if I click on this, nothing happens. How about this? There we go. Now back to this. There you go. This is what I was supposed to see in the first place. Official logo. Okay, fine. I'll put that one up here. Maybe I'll put this one up here, and then this one up here. Now I have to download these things.
Hold on.
Mostly empty page. Wait, so below the building blocks, I already
Brand
read that. Fill out our
resources.
did I already read that? Fill out our brand use request form. We got a mostly empty page. You can look over on the right side and just see the scroll bar scrolling to see just how empty this page is. Nice long empty page. I enjoy those. What is this request form? Well, that's within YouTube Help, so I don't care about it. But if I click on this, nothing happens. How about this? There we go. Now back to this. There you go. This is what I was supposed to see in the first place. Official logo. Okay, fine. I'll put that one up here. Maybe I'll put this one up here, and then this one up here. Now I have to download these things just for the sake of using them in this video. Using the YouTube logo. And then it gives us all these like really, really specific rules on how to use their logo. Like apparently these are not allowed. This is illegal. They will sue you if you do this. Look at this. Boom. What you gonna do about it? Yeah, very, very specific rules about exactly how to use their logo and which version to use in which situation. And separate rules for this version with the word, and then another set of rules for this version without the word. All these illegal, banned, forbidden. Not only that, but the colors. They got it right down to the hex code. Any usage of YouTube brand elements needs special approval and must be submitted in English through the brand use request form for review. For non-English requests, please contact your YouTube partnership's counterpart. I wish I had one of those. YouTube reserves the right to object to any inappropriate uses of its trademarks and to enforce its rights at any.
Oh my god. I just saw
I kind of want to.
the clock down here in the video saying it wasn't even 11 a.m. and I was like, what? It's 3:24 p.m.
make a logo out of these colors now, and the logo will look nothing like the YouTube logo. It'll be my own logo, but it'll be made out of YouTube's colors. I'm gonna get sued, aren't I? I highly doubt it. Anyways, so we don't care about that page. That's a dead end page. So I can cross it off on the paper here. I'm not even gonna bother taking the time to move the camera over just so you can watch me scribble out the word Brian. So that's it. That is as far as I'm going today. But one last recap, just for the sake of making sure that everything is clear and easily understandable. We went through these two, got rid of that because it's Google. We went through this and ended up with that. We went through that and ended up with these. We went through that and ended up with that. Then we went through the footer and ended up with all these, and then I went through this and got rid of it. That is all we did today. That's it. And this thing that I kept telling you to ignore because that was from the first time I tried filming this video. Again, this is the third time I tried filming this video. This is now the order in which I have rearranged all of the tabs that are left, which includes all of these and all of these. Whatever is left of these is now in this order, and that is where we will pick up from next time. I really hope this is making sense because this is such a messy and complicated process that I barely understand what I'm doing even while I'm doing it. And so for me to try to explain this to someone else, it's like I have no idea of knowing
You're fine. It makes sense.
if this is going to make sense to anyone else. Because even when I go to edit this video and put it all together, it's already going to make sense to me because I've already
Well, it
done
makes sense to me because I've already done it.
this. I've already seen all this footage because I'm the one filming it. I
Does it make sense to you? There's no one watching.
have no way of knowing if any of this is going to make any sense to anyone other than myself. And I'm 100% okay with that because that is the entire point of this series, is to show you that their structure of their website makes no sense. It is a disaster. It is a mess. It's a complicated, messy process to try to map it out and figure it out, and they need to fix it. YouTube, if you're watching this, please, I require structure and order. I need a, what's it called? A javel? Order in the website. So yeah, that's where I'm going
Gavel.
to call it quits for today. This recording has gone on for far longer than I wanted it to, but finally, the mic did not quit. Not even once the entire time I filmed this, unlike both of the other previous attempts, and I think I finally said everything the way I wanted to say, unlike the second time I tried to film this. So, thank you so much for watching. I genuinely really appreciate it. I hope you got some sort of value or entertainment out of this video. Stay tuned for more as we dive even deeper into the series. In the first episode, I think I said something along the lines of that we had gone from like 1 layer deep to 1.5 layers deep. Like if the website is an onion and we're slowly peeling away 1 layer at a time, we had only gone like a half of a layer deep. At this point, I would say we are definitely a solid 2 layers deep. We're starting to build up momentum. We're getting deeper. We're digging down. We're going to find core. We're going to find what lies within. But the problem is with an onion, with each layer you peel off, you only have 1 more layer, and each layer is smaller than the previous. YouTube is the complete opposite. With every layer you peel off, you discover 14 more, and so you peel off 1 of those, and that creates 14 more, and so it's like a hydra. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me know what you think.
Hydra onion. I demand fan art of a Hydra onion. Ugh.
Down in the comment section, subscribe if you want to see more, smash like, and take care.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google Hydra onion. Nothing good. Alright, so that video I was proud of. That was a good video, you know? And then shit gets real. 11 years on YouTube. Nice happy face. It's a little deceptive.
I remember when I first became obsessed with YouTube. I remember the exact moment that I realized that making YouTube videos was the only thing I actually cared about. And ever since then, doing anything else that I would have normally enjoyed has been no longer enjoyable because it feels like a waste of time. Because that's time that I could be spending making videos.
There are other things that I care about. And actually, I'd say even more so than making videos. Which is quite a statement. But that's through additional self-analysis that came a while after this video.
Or I'm doing things that I could be recording and making a video of that thing because I'm not doing the thing I want to be doing while I'm doing those things. It has permeated every aspect of my life and ruined many of them. Only because that crucial moment, the exact moment that I vividly remember when I realized that I was no longer enjoying playing this game because I could
I was playing Minecraft.
just minimize the game, open up a recording software, hit record, and then go back to playing the game, and suddenly I'm enjoying the game and I'm making videos and I'm enjoying that too. And it's doubling the enjoyment, but instead, I didn't. I just sat there and kept playing the game, not even enjoying it. And that summarizes the last 11 years of my life. I have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and now this one is 12 YouTube channels because I kept quitting and starting over. And when I was really young, I deleted those channels entirely. The accounts don't exist anymore. I do luckily still have some of the videos, at least the important ones.
I've also remembered recently one of my struggles very early with YouTube, like at the very beginning, was that I was using my mom's desktop, Windows XP, and I don't even know how big the hard drive was because that computer is completely dead by now. But the hard drive was either small or just very, very full of her very important files, my mother's very important files, and so I would have to delete my project files, my finished render video. I would have to delete everything. I would upload it to YouTube first, but then delete everything about the video in order to have enough hard drive space to make another video. That's wild that I was willing to put up with that because I just loved making videos so much that I was willing to put up with that. I literally did not even have hard drive space to make another video. It was fucking full. So I would delete my own videos to be able to make more videos. And of course, that's why I have some of my videos, because when I deleted those old channels, whichever ones were not on my hard drive were gone. It just never occurred to me as a child to just, I don't know, do chores or help a neighbor with, like, pulling garden weeds or flower bed weeds, or do fucking something for some change and save up and buy a hard drive. Just never occurred to me. I got fucking 40 terabytes or like 41, 42 terabytes of storage available to me right now. The fuck am I doing? I just want the passion back that I had back then, that I was willing to put up with that. Imagine if I had 42 terabytes available to me back then. Holy shit. The shit that I would have made. See, and now I have that wonderful rant, and I wish I would have been like this instead of like that, but oh well.
This last fall, back in 2020, my mental health was at the absolute rock bottom.
Yeah.
Because I'd gotten to a point where I realized just a few months ago, that feels like forever ago, that
It was also the death of a project that was very special to me, and I totally failed.
regret almost everything. I regret not making the effort to make more friends during high school. I regret the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of decent to great video ideas that I just plain didn't make. Ideas that are now lost to history. I will never get to make these. I regret...
Hold up a second. Wait, hold up a second. I hate to interrupt this wonderful rant, but hold up a second. 11 years times 365 days, that's 4,000. Hundreds of thousands, shut the fuck up. Ideas, sure, but ideas that I could have made into videos realistically, fuck off.
Hundreds of thousands of decent
Shut the
to
fuck
great video ideas that I just plain didn't make. Ideas that are now lost to history. I will never get to make these. I regret so hard. I regret more than anything the fact that I could already be making a living doing YouTube, making fantastic content, significantly better than the garbage that I put out now. Years back when I used to think to myself of what the future could be, what my 10-year anniversary could be on YouTube, when I was a little kid and I would think about what it would be like to be 20 years old, 25 years old, and how great life will be then, how many friends I'll have, how many cool things I'll be doing, how many amazing videos I'll get to make. I would have the hottest girlfriend.
You know, the
stereotypical little kid things that you want. And it's so easy to dismiss them and be like, that's just a silly little kid want. But you know, now I've gone through life in a way where I did not have any of these things. Now I realize that they are important. Those things do matter because it literally changes your life. The choices I've made have given me the life that I have, and I'm not happy with it. I am completely unsatisfied with every aspect of my life because I didn't stick with it. This is why I upload daily.
And it's not just about uploading daily, it's every other aspect of life that I did not continue to put effort into.
Even if it's a garbage video, because any video is better than no video. I refuse to quit, no matter what. I just hope it's not too late. This is the thing that I cry about at night. The fact that I threw away my life by simply just not living the way I wanted to. And I could come up with a billion excuses as to why I didn't this time, or why I quit that channel, why I stopped uploading that time, but in the end, none of that matters. It's either I did it or I didn't. And I didn't. I view myself as a failure in every aspect of life. And all of this stems from that one choice, that one fateful moment, as cliche as that may sound, when I simply didn't do the thing I wanted to do. And that mentality, I guess, has defined my entire life since.
In every aspect of it.
Anytime there's something I care about, something I want to say, I don't. Anytime there's something that I want to do, I don't. I've just sat back and allowed my life to waste away. And I refuse to continue like that. This is why on this channel I am documenting the process of me breaking my life down to absolutely every most basic core attribute of life and reanalyzing everything. And I'm going to figure it all out, and I'm going to fix my life. And one big part of that, at least at this moment, is getting my own living situation. And that, of course, requires having a job, which I, of course, have, and I have to be up very early tomorrow morning. So, while there's plenty more I could say, I could continue rambling about this for a long time, I, at this moment, do not have that time. So, that'll be it for today's video. Thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Share this video with anyone else you think might enjoy it. Share any of my content with anyone you think might enjoy it. Because I don't care what it takes. I will succeed at YouTube. I will make this be what I do with my life. Because it's the only thing I've ever wanted. And this time, I refuse to quit. And I know I've said it before in plenty of videos, and I'm going to say it again. I'm going to continue to say it, to reaffirm it to myself. I refuse to quit. I refuse to continue living the life that I've been living. Life is exhausting, and it takes a lot of effort. But I'm here, I'm putting in the effort. And while looking back is really important to remind yourself of how far you've come, to remind myself of I've actually been, I've been doing it. I've been uploading every day for over a month now. I'm doing it. And that gets me so stoked and so amped up. So looking back is really important, but there's no turning back. That's not an option anymore. Failure is not an option anymore because I've already taken that option. I've already experienced it. I've already accepted that as my fate for years, and it doesn't work. Failure is not an option anymore. I've already tried it. So thank you so much for watching. Take care.
That's a video I'm fucking proud of. That's a video I'm very proud of. Perhaps a bit of a lull in the last 2 minutes there before I kinda, you know how they say the role of the artist is to bring you into hell and back out. Took me a little while. We kind of sat there at the dip for a little while, but we got out. And yeah, that one moment defined every decision I made for that very long chunk of my life. And December 21st of 2020, when I decided to put that first video out on the channel, regardless of it being nowhere near as good as what I wanted it to be, has defined what I have been striving for since then, and what I wish to continue, and what I am continuing to strive for. And it's actually pretty amazing to me, how distant I feel from that version of me that we just saw. At that moment, I was still fully in those feelings. Versus now, it's I'm just ever so slightly no longer in that place because I've put in some effort. I've made some progress, but not much at all. But I've done something. An incredibly small amount, but anything is more than nothing and is a complete 200% distinction, even though it's only like a 1% improvement. Or if I go off the like 1% every day thing, to be honest, I'm probably at like a 15% improvement. I don't know, maybe a 5 or 10%. Let's go 7%. 7's a good number. I'm saying like 7% better than I was then. Even though it feels like a 200% improvement, because having even 1% is 200% more than 0%. I know that's not how math really works, but like, you get what I'm saying. So earlier in the stream, when I was trying to find that picture of the thing where you stand on it and it shows you a map of your feet and how high or low your arches are, like I go back, when I was going back through years of images to try to find that image, I do that fairly regularly, like every couple months, and that really kind of refreshes and cleanses my perspective and tries to get me to see things from a bigger perspective and to quit getting lost in the minutia of the details of the struggles in the day-to-day. But watching my own videos, this is something that I haven't watched pretty much any of these, well, most of them, the vast majority of them, like 90% of them, since I put them out. This is something I don't do. I go back and look at my old images all the time, but I never go back and look at my old videos. Well, not never. Very rarely. Very, very rarely. And that's one I want to see more often. That's one that I can feel it's really, like, it's put me in my place. It's like, hey, everything is based on your perspective. A day off of work now is the same as a day off of work 9 months ago. Is the same as a day off of work 2 weeks ago. 9 months ago, when I had a day off of work, I made a shit ton of videos and scheduled them out in advance. And I worked on shit like this mentally. I didn't write it down the way I am now, the way I should have been all along, but I did this in my head. 2 weeks ago, 4 months ago, when I was taking these breaks, accidental or not, either way, a day off of work was the same, except I just didn't do the things that I knew I needed to do. And the same thing, a day off of work now is the same, except I am choosing to do this thing that has been on my mind for months, literally months at this point. I've had the idea of, like, I should go back and watch all my old videos. I was planning on doing it at the 6-month mark, but we're past that by now. We're well past that. Doing this annually would be pretty much impossible. There's just so many videos. I think semi-annually is a good goal to strive for. Possibly quarterly, like every 3 months. In the same way that when on my daily journal, every morning, every night, I write, but then I also read the previous entry or skim it. Every week, I try to reread or skim the last week worth of videos and do like a summary recap. And then I was also wanting to do like a monthly recap, where I would reread each of the weekly recaps, not every single day. And I just haven't gotten around to it. But I'm finally getting around to this. Like, I'm doing this right now. I'm satisfied with that.
So I've been thinking about this within the context of my videos. When I try to make videos chronologically, where each one stems from a previous one, I don't want to be constantly repeating myself, saying things in like episode 5 episode 5. I'm not really doing episodic type content, I'm just doing content that derives from previous content. I don't want to be
We already discussed this, that I need to just not care about repeating myself, because that's fine. Sorry, I'm adjusting. There's no pockets. I wasn't no. Don't you demonetize me.
repeating myself and saying things that I've already said in a previous video because I've already said it in that video and this video stems from that video, but also making each video as a standalone. You're not gonna watch my content in order, or most people aren't. Sorry, I'm not gonna make assumptions about you. You can do whatever you want if you want to watch my content.
That's what I'm doing.
Doing it all watch. It's really cool. And actually, I wanted to have a brief interruption of today's video just to thank everyone that's coming onto the channel, all the new people. There's been quite a few new people lately. I think we had 7 new people in the last couple weeks. So welcome. Hi. I appreciate you. I appreciate your interest in checking out videos and anyone that's sharing my videos with more people. That's awesome. Back to the main topic of today's video is I'm trying to make each video its own video that you don't have to go watch a different video because I have no idea which one you're gonna see first. I have no idea which one you're gonna want to watch. And maybe this one stems from that one, but maybe you only have interest in this one. You don't want to go watch that one for context. So then I do have to repeat myself in many videos because you're not gonna go watch that one or you don't want to watch that one or whatever. And so it's like I have to include all the information in this video for this video to make sense and stand alone on its own. Also, I see it as not that bad for me to make a second video about something I've already made a video about because there are new people on the channel. And this is not just now, but like in the grand scheme of YouTube, let's say 8 years from now, if I just suddenly get like 500,000 subscribers or something, then it would be totally fine for me to remake old videos because people aren't gonna go back and watch videos that are 8 years old. Well, some people do, but the majority of people won't. And also, I will have to be better at my craft by that point, and I can remake the videos then. So that's something I've been thinking about lately, is trying to strike this delicate balance between leaving some information out to give incentive for you to go watch the other video for context, but also including enough information that each video stands on its own and is good enough as it is. And it's very, very difficult. It's a very delicate balance. But all of that, of course, is within the context of me making videos. The same general concept applies to pretty much everything in life. Each video within a series being good enough to stand on its own and not need the rest of the series makes the video better, and having each of them be able to stand on their own, not needing each other, makes them all better. It makes the whole series better. And so the same general concept applies to everything in life. That say you're working in a team. If you have the skill set to be able to handle everything on your own and not need your teammates, that makes you a better team member. If every member of the team is of this skill level where they don't need anyone else in the team, then you're able to work together and become a better team for it. A better team is created by better team members. I also find this applies within relationships as well. If you are uncomfortable being single and you are dependent on being with this partner, then you don't really have an identity as a person, as your own standalone self. You require this other person as part of who you are. And so then that other person isn't dating a person. They are dating a dependent. It's like dating a child. Oh, I just realized that. I have never worded it that way to myself in my mind while thinking about it until I just said it out loud. You are literally like dating not just a child or an immature person, but almost like your own child because that person is dependent upon you. But if you are completely okay with being single, if you are completely comfortable with who you are in yourself, if you have taken the time away from relationships, if you've taken the time to figure yourself out first, then you can be a better partner because you are literally a partner. You are not a dependent. You are your own person and they are their own person. And each of you not relying on the other makes you better as a person, and being better at being alone makes you better at being together because then this is like an actual person that you're dating. They have interests. They are a person all of their own and have a personality. And this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I have personally experienced this type of relationship dynamic because I was the one being dependent on the other person. My entire identity was that I was dating this other person. I was allowing my depression to force me to quit all of my hobbies, all of my interests. I didn't do anything with my time. I didn't have any career aspirations. I didn't have very many other friends because I'd kind of given up on all of them because I was depressed at the time. And I mean, at the time and now and kind of always. But anyways, my entire self was wrapped up in I am dating this person. And so they weren't dating a person. I wasn't a person. I was a dependent. I was like a child. It was ridiculous. And it was not a good time to enter into a relationship because then my entire identity was dating this other person. And obviously it hurt when they broke up with me, but I needed that to just shake me up and get me back to like figuring out life on my own. And in the exact same way, this also applies to normal friendships as well. If you are afraid of upsetting a friend and afraid of losing that friend because being friends with that person is a part of your identity, then you are unable to be a good friend to them because you aren't your own person that they can be friends with. They are just friends with someone who is friends with them. They are not friends with a person who is a person all of their own. So the best obvious way of gauging this is, are you comfortable insulting your friends, burning them? Not literal burning, but like, ooh, burn. Do people say that anymore? Yeah, I think so. But yeah, if you can't be completely and brutally honest with your friends, are you even friends? If you can't tell them the truth, even when it's gonna hurt them, are you even friends? Because if you're truly friends, you would be willing to tell them the things that they need to hear regardless of how it's gonna make them feel. At least that's what I want. If I did something wrong and I didn't realize it, I wouldn't want my friend to suffer for it and not tell me because he'd be afraid of upsetting me. I would want to know that I'd done wrong without realizing it. I want them to give me those sick burns. I want that legitimate criticism. If you can't criticize your friends, are you even friends? If you aren't able to be completely comfortable with them, are you even friends? If you're so insecure in your own body that you're not allowed to be comfortable with them, are you even friends? If you can't have gay sex with your friends, are you even friends? And last but certainly not least, if I take this general concept and apply it to all of life, the grand scheme of life, we live in a society. If each and every one of us are individually capable of doing all the things that we need to do, that we don't need other people to survive, we can do things on our own, we have the skill sets to be able to figure things out for ourselves, then each of us not needing each other can then work together and do better as a result of not needing to be together, if that makes sense.
I don't know if that joke was like an okay thing to make, but I haven't gotten any hate comments yet, so
I don't really know any other better way of explaining this. And of course, the number one criticism of this concept that I'm proposing is the idea of specializing. So like, let's say you have a town of people a couple thousand years ago or whatever, and one guy just happens to be really, really good at farming. Then it makes sense for him to just do all the farming and everyone else to just not do farming. Everyone else can go do whatever thing they are really, really good at and contribute to the society as a whole. And that's kind of the basis of our society as a whole. This guy's really good at this, so he does that, so no one else has to because he does it for everyone. Same thing for everyone. Each individual person is really, really good at the one thing that they do, and they don't have to think about any of the other things because for every other thing, there is someone else that is really good at it and will do it for them. And this works, obviously. That's the type of world we've lived in for thousands of years, basically ever since the invention of agriculture. But we have lost something along the way. Honestly, the problem with both what I presented at the beginning of this video and what I've just now said as the counter argument is the extremity of it, the extreme version of each. If you have someone who is extremely self-reliant and like actually doesn't need anyone else, and if you have everyone having that mentality, then you lose the efficiency of having one person really good at one thing because all of the time that you spend on other things is detracting from the one thing that you could be really good at. So you don't really want everyone to be good at everything because you lose the efficiency. So in that sense, it doesn't make sense for each person to be capable of doing everything. On the contrary, for the counter argument here, if you have each person only really capable of doing one thing, then for every other thing that they're not specialized in, they will
not
say,
a fart.
someone else will do that. But if you have everyone with the mentality of, someone else will take care of those things, I only care about this, I don't care about anything else, someone else will get it, you create a society of laziness. Because there are many things that someone needs to specialize in, but no one is. Because everyone says, someone else will deal with that, I just do this. And so then there are a lot of things that get ignored. And so that's where you end up with the concept of be the change you want to see in the world. If you see something that does not have enough people specializing in it and being really good at that one thing, then I would go so far as to say that the fact that you have noticed that that need is underserved in society gives you the responsibility to be the person to do that thing, to solve that problem. Just the fact that you noticed the problem and no one else is even willing to acknowledge it, or maybe they're willing to acknowledge it, but they don't care enough to do anything about it. The fact that you've noticed it makes you responsible to do something about it, because no one else will. And so the real core difference between these two is who is willing to take responsibility. If you have everyone doing this, then no one is taking responsibility for everything, and things fall through the cracks. But if you have everyone doing this, then no matter what, everything will have someone willing to do something about it. And so obviously the ideal is somewhere in the middle, but I personally would say maybe a little closer to this side. And that probably has to do something to do with the fact that our society is a little bit closer to this side, like a lot of it closer. And so we need more people this way in order to balance out a little bit. You know, balance. It's good stuff. This is definitely a framework of sorts I want to dive into later, but I want some more time to digest it before I begin to dissect it. And then after which I will digest it some more. I hope that makes sense. But at least then I would have the insert word that I can't think of right now to be able to help other people begin to digest it. I think that's what I want to say. So yeah, let me know what you think about this concept down in the comment section below. Thank you so much for watching. I genuinely appreciate it. Share this video with anyone else you think might find this interesting.
Understanding. Took me... When did this video come out? January 31st. It is now September 1st. January, February, October... Nope. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. 8 months. It took me 8 months to think of the word that I wanted to put in that video. Yeah, I can agree with all that. Also, that was a fantastic video. That was fantastic. And then, like in the previous video, 11 years on YouTube, where I was talking about the trash garbage content I put out nowadays. Shut the fuck up. These videos are fine. They're not what I want to be making, but they're not bad at all. And then there's, well then, yeah, then there's this.
The clock keeps ticking, and the brain isn't thinking. Give me ideas, you stupid piece of junk.
Yeah, so there's that bit. There's that video, and then you can see there's a duplicate right there. Looks like a mistake, but no, this was my April Fool's video. I think.
The brain isn't thinking.
Wait, no, Groundhog's Day. That's what it was. This is my.
Give me ideas, you stupid piece of junk.
That was my Groundhog's Day video. Also, that was not this. February 1st was supposed to be the day that I moved in, but it didn't happen.
Bruh, today was an absolute disaster. I am, like, at this moment at 11:30 at night, I am racing the clock, trying to get this edit done, trying to get this video ready, and there's no way it's not going to happen. So you're getting this garbage instead, and then today's video will be tomorrow's. How close up can I get? Anyways, so yeah, today was an absolute disaster. Feel free to stay tuned for tomorrow's video, which is of today, so you can, like, join in my suffering and or laugh at me. You know, whatever. I don't care. But I started the edit with a little over 2 hours of footage and like 3 hours until midnight. And I was like, I don't know if I can get through all this footage and to upload it and wait for it to process at YouTube before I can let it go live. But I know of at least probably about 40 minutes of that is just going to get cut for sure. So I was like, well, maybe that'll buy me enough time. But no, I've been pretty consistently like having 60 minutes of footage left with 60 minutes left to edit. And now I have 30 minutes of footage left with 30 minutes left to edit. So yeah, sorry, it's gonna go tomorrow instead. Stay tuned. It's a good one. It's a part one of what will hopefully be a good series. Hopefully a series with a good ending is what I really want. So thank you so much for those of you that are actually watching my vids. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me know what you think about them in the comment section below. Each of the such. Share my vids with anyone else who may find them interesting, and take care.
So I'm very confused. First of all, at one point I decided, we didn't get that far yet, but at one point I decided I don't want to make any videos apologizing for not having videos. I got sick of that. Where am I supposed to put this? Here. How about here? But is this the video I was talking about? Or exhaustion, moved in at last, washing my washer, 2 overload. I feel like this is not the video that I was talking about. Maybe it was it this one? Maybe it was this one. I don't remember.
Alright, it's finally here. Today is finally the day. It is my moving vlog. I just woke up, I slept in a little bit, because I have the whole day off of work. I could have moved in like yesterday morning, but I decided I'm going to try to do it today. It'll be so much easier. I got the whole day. So, good morning to a new life. In a new place. This is going to be slightly vlog-like. I haven't done my workouts in several days because I've been prepping, you know. There's all my stuff, and so I'm gonna skip it today as well, to be honest. So
The camera really likes the foam in the background, apparently.
I have the apartment already. I have the keys. The utilities are set up.
That was a great day.
What I need to do yet is I didn't want to wait for my internet provider to ship me a modem, so I went and bought my own. But then it turns out there's a better one on the other side of town. So I'm gonna go return the one I bought yesterday, go buy a new modem. Then I'm gonna take that modem and my absolute
Oh, right.
Piece of junk laptop. Now hold on, back in 2011 when I custom made this thing from like all the drop-down options on the Dell website.
Sorry.
Modem. So I went and bought my own, but then it turns out there's a better one on the other side of town. So I'm gonna go return the one I bought yesterday, go buy a new modem, then I'm gonna take that modem and my absolute piece of junk laptop. Now hold on, back in 2011 when I custom made this thing from like all the drop-down options on the Dell website. Ooh, very near top of the line, amazing computer. Now it's 2021, it's 10 years old, it barely runs like Minecraft super flat or even just like a Google search. It is used and abused. The point is, I just can't seem to part with it because there's so many memories in that thing. And as someone who's really into tech, it's actually kind of useful because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the new modem and my router and the laptop and I'm gonna go over to the new apartment and make sure the internet is actually set up and working already before I start tearing down my studio setup here, because I really don't want to tear all of this down and then set it up there and then the internet doesn't work and then I miss a day of uploads or several days of uploads because the internet isn't working for whatever reason. So we're gonna test it first. Then I gotta do some laundry because last night I still slept here at the old place, and so now I can wash my bed sheets and all my laundry and everything will be clean and I can pack it in with all my other stuff instead of having to keep the dirty laundry separate from all the clean things. As I'm moving, I'll just take up too much space. And dishes too. I'm gonna wash up my last dishes. Everything will be clean. Everything can just get shoved in these containers together. And it's also worth mentioning that over the course of 2020, I did a lot of cleaning and organizing and donating old stuff because in late 2019 and very, very early 2020, I decided I wanted to move cross country, to go to a different state, to go west, south, pointed somewhere warmer. That didn't happen. I'm moving like a mile and a half across town. I'm still in Wisconsin. It's still gonna be cold, but I've got a good job here with people I like to work with, and so I think it's worth sticking around at least for another year. Hopefully, COVID will go away. But the reason I bring this up is because I spent the majority of my free time, this extra free time from social isolating during 2020, organizing all of my stuff because I wanted everything I owned to fit in my van, and I would just make one trip cross country. I wouldn't have to hire a moving company or a truck or whatever, and I could do it all myself. And I basically sorted everything I own into 2 categories: things that I care about, that I actually want to bring with me, and things that I didn't really care about, or I did care about, but I just didn't have any way of bringing it with me, and so I was gonna leave it behind at my parents' place. And so even though I'm only going like a mile and a half, I'm going across town, not across the world, I still want to bring everything over there in one trip, exactly the same way as I would have if I was going cross country, just for the sake of being able to say that I did it. And then all that other miscellaneous stuff that I would not have been able to bring with me, I'll go back and get that stuff later whenever I got time. Hopefully later today, but I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna go eat some breakfast, dig the laptop out of the garage. Yes, I stored it in the garage, just I know it's not good for it. Find a coax cable so that I can hook up the modem, go return the modem and buy a better one, and then I'll see you at the new place to test the internet. So here is the tech box, my cable box. Why are there shoes in my cable box? Let's see if I can manage to dig up some coax cables in here. Who knows, maybe they're in my parents' basement in their cable bin, which is much smaller than mine. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I got a pretty big cable bin. I feel like that would be a really creepy way for a tech guy to get on a girl and be like, hey, welcome back to my place, you got a big giant cable bin. Hey, there we go, I found them. So I've been thinking about this. Now, with HDMI, there's different types of HDMI, but that's with the port itself. You can have HDMI 1, I think there's like 1.2, maybe a 1.3, I don't think there's a 2.0. Regardless, the port is what's different. The cable itself is the same, HDMI cables are HDMI cables. But when it comes to like Ethernet cables, there's Cat 5e, there's Cat 6, apparently there's Cat 8 now, I didn't know about this. Is there different types of coax? This is ancient coax, this is like bunny ears era stuff. I don't even know if this is gonna work, but it's all I got. Oh wait, do I need an Ethernet cable? I have one in my laptop case. Even my briefcase. I should have one in here. I don't. Good thing I thought about that too.
Oh, wow. That's so weird to see.
Alright, I'm being silly. Well, yeah, you can see my toilet. Wow, settings, whoopsies.
Oh my god. Okay. So that's so weird to see. Also, like, jumping around like that is obviously not something that I do for, like, when I'm excited. That was literally purely for the sake of the video. And this is a very common occurrence that I will, like, be filming and then notice that door is open. I'm like, no, you see my toilet. I should shut that. No one wants to see that. I say that all the time, and of fucking course I say that the first time that I get into my apartment.
Alright, silly. Well, yeah, you can see my toilet. Wow.
Oh, that's so weird seeing my place empty. Oh, like the emotional vibe and feel of the place is so different versus now. Here, let me give you a little tour of now. We've got my foam on the walls, my studio set up. We got like socks and masks and stuff that I need to deal with. More foam on the walls. That's for a different video. Instruments, couch and chair, books, hats, and cereal boxes and food and mess and. Huh. Oh, wait. Gosh dang it. Why? Hold on, I should have done it like this. Okay, I'll do it again. Oh, alarm. Time to sit. Okay, I'll show you again. I got foam on the walls in my studio set up here. Got, wait, hold on. Is this sensitive information on the floor? Shit. Shit, that was visible. Shit. Ah, shit. Let's just really hope that wasn't visible on stream. God damn it. Hold on. Nope. Shit. I have to go back and check that like right now. Like right now. Versus now. Here, let me give you a little tour of now. Oh, wait, hold on. No, fuck off. I tried to pause you, instead it muted it. We've got my foam on the walls, my studio set up. We've got socks and masks and stuff that I need to deal with. More foam on the walls. That's for a different video. Instruments, couch and chair, books, hats, cereal boxes of food, mess. That was fine. That was a sufficient tour right there. Huh. Oh, wait. Gosh dang it. Why? Hold on, I should have done it like this. Okay, I'll do it again. Oh, alarm. Time to sit. Okay, I'll show you again. We got foam on the walls, studio set up here. Wait, hold on. Oh, thank goodness. None of it was visible on camera either time. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. This is fine. Shit. No. Give me the. Oh, thank goodness. None of it was visible. Yeah, that's very, very good. Very, very good news. Very, big relief. Because, I mean, could you just imagine if someone, like, I know I can remove, or like I can edit a video while it's on YouTube. Like I can publish a video, post it, and leave it live. Very good. Yeah, it's very good news. I mean, like I was saying, I could have just removed. I would rather not imagine, but like I can go back and I can remove the video from. Or like I can just cut that chunk out while it's on YouTube without having to without having to like take it down, edit it, and re-render it, and then re-upload it. I could have just removed. I don't have to. I would rather not imagine. I don't have to delete it and do that whole mess. The video. It's very, very nice that YouTube offers that actually.
I can just cut that chunk out.
Yeah, that's what I've been
Without
trying to say,
having
but I keep
to-
getting interrupted by myself.
Without having to like take it down, edit it, and re-render it, and then re-upload it. I don't have to. I don't have to delete it and do that.
Yeah, that would have been such a pain.
It's very,
If
very
I had
nice
to
Google offers that.
fucking stop the stream. Well,
I can just.
I guess I have no
Yeah,
people
that's
watching
what I've
anyway,
been
so I
trying
could
to
have just
say, but I
finished
keep
the
getting
stream. But like, if I had viewers, I would have had to stop the stream,
Re-render it and then re-upload it.
do that whole mess, and then oh god, it would have been awful.
I don't have to delete it and do that.
Yeah, that would have been such a pain.
It's very,
If
very
I had
nice
to
Google offers that.
fucking stop the stream. Well, I guess I have no
What?
people watching anyway, so I could have just finished the stream. But like, if I had
Um,
viewers,
Can
I
you speak
could've-
up a little bit? I
I
can't
would've
hear
had
you
to
over
stop
over
the stream.
over them. You're a little bit too quiet. Can you
do
speak
that
up there?
whole mess, and then,
Can you
oh,
stop
God.
talking? I can't hear you. Can you speak up just a little bit, please? Please. Sorry. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to be blocking you there. Yeah. Can you speak up a little bit? I can't hear you over.
Oh yeah, for sure. Should I like?
A little bit too quiet.
Should I turn up my microphone or something?
Can you stop talking?
Oh wait, you're not talking to me. Okay, sorry.
Can you
um,
speak up just a little bit, please?
No,
Please. Sorry.
no. I mean, I'm looking at my audio levels, and I'm probably a bit too loud, to be honest.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Should I like? Should I turn up my microphone or something?
No. He's not talking
Oh,
to you,
wait,
bro.
You're not talking to me.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
fine. Yeah.
No.
You're good.
No.
Good.
I mean, I'm looking at my audio levels, and I'm probably.
Yeah,
a bit
you're
too loud,
you're
to be
fine, bro.
honest.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. What? Oh yeah, for sure. Should I
But
like?
who-
Should I turn up my microphone or something?
No. He's
No.
not talking to you,
Wait,
bro.
you're not talking to me.
Wait,
Yeah. It's
Well, I mean, he's a little bit quiet for me, though.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
You're good. No,
I'm
I'm looking at my audio.
I mean, he might be okay for
Yeah,
you.
you're fine, bro. Don't worry about it.
Are you sure? I think he should worry about it. Yeah, he's really quiet for me. Like, I don't know what are you guys using for mic settings? Because I can't hear him.
Well, I mean, he's a little bit quiet for me, though.
Yeah, me too.
Are you sure? You're good.
No, I don't think he is.
I mean, he might be okay for you. Yeah, you're fine, bro.
I know that, but
I think he should worry about it.
yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit
Yeah,
worried.
he's really quiet for me. Like, I don't know what.
Who are you talking
what
about?
you
I
guys
don't
use for
even
mic
hear him
settings,
at
'cause I
all.
can't hear him. Well, I mean, he's a
I'm not even sure who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Like,
me too.
all I hear is.
Are you sure?
No, I don't think he is.
I mean, he might be okay for you.
No, you're not fine. You're.
know
that, but.
I think he should worry about it.
Yeah, you should
Yeah,
definitely
I mean,
be
I'm a
very,
little
very
bit
worried. I agree there.
Me. Like, I don't know what.
Who are you talking about? I don't even hear him at all. I'm not even sure who you're talking about. Like, all I hear is. I can't even. Wait, who even is this? I don't even recognize that avatar. Can someone. Can someone like turn on usernames per person? Because I.
Yeah, you should definitely be very, very worried. I agree.
Well, and
there.
I mean, these two guys, come on, really? You have the same avatar. Can you... That's really, really not fair, because how am I supposed to differentiate you guys?
Wait, who even is this? I don't even recognize that avatar.
I know, right? Like, they could be teaming up on us, and
Usernames
that's not...
person to
That doesn't seem fair. That's not right.
Yeah, you should definitely.
They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
And I mean, these two guys.
You know,
come
like,
on,
back-
really, you have the same avatar.
Yeah, you know, like back in the day
It's
when...
really, really not
when,
because how am I supposed to?
only one person could have the same user, like no one could have the same username as someone
I know,
else.
right? Like, they could be teaming
Everyone
up on
had a
us
different
and-
username. Like
that's
that
not-
should be a
that doesn't
thing
seem
with
fair.
profile
That's not right.
pictures. Maybe that can be a thing with like
shouldn't be
NFTs
allowed to do that.
someday.
I mean, these two guys.
You know, like back.
You have the same
That'd be crazy. Gary Vee,
Yeah,
get
you know,
on
like
that.
Back in the day That would be super cool if that was like a service
only
that
one person could have the
yeah.
same using. Like no one could have the
Or
same
the
username as
same,
someone else.
yeah, that exact same concept,
Have
but
a
profile
different
pictures,
username.
but applied to like
Like, that should
every
be a thing
website.
with profile pictures. Maybe that can be a thing with like
Where
NFTs.
it would,
someday.
yeah, it would be reliant on the internet, obviously, but like, so that's what
That'd be crazy.
all
Gary
websites
Vee, get
are
on that.
anyway. But yeah, it
That
would be like
super cool
some
if that was, like, a
all
service that,
profile pictures on anything
Yeah.
that would require a profile picture would all
But
be
they're the
authenticated
same-
by some sort of third-party
that exact
service.
same concept of
That
profile
would be so
pictures
cool. Yeah,
applied to, like,
that he
every
gets it.
website.
He gets it.
Where
That would be so
it would-
cool.
yeah, it would be reliant on the internet, obviously, but like
That would be a good use of the
all
NFTs.
websites are anyway. But yeah, it would be like some all profile pictures on every
so
anything
these
that
two
would
guys
require a
here, can
profile
you,
picture would all
like,
be authenticated by
Can
some
you
sort of
send
third-party
me
service?
your Venmo or something?
That would be
Because
so
I
cool,
want to
yeah.
just buy you
That-
guys
see,
a
he
new
gets it.
webcam. This
He
is
gets it.
honestly
be
like
so
fucking
cool.
half of you. Just send me your Venmos. I'll get you all new
That would
webcams
be a
because
good
I
use of NFTs.
can't handle this.
But yeah, it would be
I can't handle this right now. I just no.
so
Fuck all of
these
you.
two guys here, can you like
I'm out of here. Good luck, guys. Shit. Oh, for a second I thought I had the stream settings open instead of the stream health, because then you could see my stream key. But thank goodness you didn't. All right, that was awful. Ugh. That was awful. Where were we? Here. Oh, this. Okay. I get chills just looking at it. And the coloring is all different because this is winter. You know, that's... Oh god, those shoes were awful too.
Anyway, wow, settings, oopsies, I bumped the buttons. Here we are. I got a lot of cleaning to do. Just to make sure everything's sanitary. But first things first. First things first. Shit. First things first. Oh. Internet. This thing has actually zapped me before. Let's see if this thing will boot up. There is visible compensation on the screen. Also, it has to have the power brick plugged in. The battery literally lasts for less than a second. A good old reliable. You can do this. Come on, I believe in you. Can you see that? Oh, wait. Oh, what's the password? Uh-oh. Nope. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah, there we go. It was quite a surprise when I discovered that the brand is Surfboard. I called all my local stores and asked, like, what do you have for modems? And then I was going to write all the model numbers down and go online and, like, figure out which ones are the best. And I had never heard of this Aris Surfboard stuff before. Initial impressions were like, what on earth is that garbage? That sounds like the most knockoff I've ever heard of. But then I go online and every source is saying, like, that is the brand. So I'm like, sure, okay, I'll just have to take their word for it. I thought that was kind of hilarious that I just never thought about modems before, I guess. It's just kind of always been there. The ISP always applied it. Oh, so this is a little trick I do with all of my electronics. Electronics come with the best zip ties. Hold on. So I always put the zip ties at the end of everything that I own because they're just like really nice, high quality zip ties, and that makes everything so much easier when I have to move my computer setup, and not just like from apartment to apartment, but like if I want to bring it to a friend's house for a LAN party or something. Then anytime I want to pack anything up, all the zip ties. I've been saying zip ties this whole time. Sorry, twist ties. Yeah, anytime I want to pack things up, twist ties are always right there. So all of my cables have twist ties on them already, which makes everything very convenient. Get this ancient coax, and then I have to call.
Good
my ISP
stuff.
and give them the MAC address of this modem in order for them to activate it. I guess. Oh no, is this the wrong type of coax? It doesn't like want to go in. I don't want to force it and damage it. I'm gonna have to call my ISP and ask because I don't want to just force something where it doesn't belong.
Welcome to Spectrum Business.
No, I don't want Spectrum Business. Call Spectrum Residential.
Sorry, who do you want to call?
I know it's not on contacts. Just call them.
There are a few choices.
There
Tap
we
the one
go.
you want.
There we go. What? You just hung up on me. Call Spectrum customer support.
Welcome to Spectrum.
There we go.
You're offering Spectrum Mobile. This call may be monitored or recorded.
I know. I'm monitoring and recording it.
Or say, I'm moving.
I'm moving.
After your call, you may receive an opportunity to provide feedback on support we provided you today. We would greatly appreciate your response.
As I greatly appreciate your comments.
Pay your bill and manage your account. Interested in the iPhone 12?
No.
Sorry, you're gonna bring it up, sir.
Yeah, I hear a lot of background noise for you as well.
I'm a call center. Right, I'm
The internet activated for my new apartment. I was getting my own modem, and he said I just gotta call you guys back and give you the MAC address in order for it to work.
Alright, go ahead and get that Mac ID.
Okay. And then I also have a question about coax cables.
Okay.
So, are there different types of coax?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, because I have one here, but it doesn't seem to fit, and I didn't want to force it. On the side of the cable, it says C.
The quantity one screws in?
Yes.
Yeah, no, they're all same size.
Oh, okay. I figured it was hopefully just because it was a brand new modem that it was kind of tight, but I didn't want to force it just in case.
Yeah, it'll be tight.
All right. Otherwise, they're all the same then.
Yeah.
And then I have a laptop here to test it out. You mind if I do that real quick while you're still on the phone? Yeah, my computer's being really weird, so it's not working right now. So I'll test it out. If it doesn't work, I'll call back. But otherwise, thank you.
Alright, yeah, you should be all set to go. It might just take a minute.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Alright, you're welcome. You have a good night.
Yeah. So I've got that plugged in down there. That's my old router. I don't like that one. It wasn't working a while ago. I don't know if it's gonna work now, to be honest. And I also forgot.
Yeah, I finally got rid of it. Or actually, it's sitting over by the door waiting for me to donate it because it's actually running what will soon be an outdated security protocol. So I got a new router.
I should have grabbed a second Ethernet cable to go from the router to the laptop, just in case the Wi-Fi doesn't work on this router. But oh well. So let's try this again. You can see. Oh, why does that look purple? This is like a very light blue for me. The little icon wasn't showing up down there before. So home, it exists. Let's see if I can remember the password. All right, this is promising. I really should just do like a screen record, but I don't have that program loaded on my computer yet, which means I need to go to. Do I not have Firefox installed? I only have Internet Explorer and Edge. Last time I used this computer, I like reset it back to factory defaults, reinstalled the operating system and everything to like have a fresh, clean slate because I was going to get rid of it. So yeah, it looks like I still have Microsoft Edge on here. Anyways, let's see if this works. All right, let's try just Google.com. Oh no, I don't remember what was wrong with this router. All I know is I bought a new one because this one wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. I also am not sure about this. I think I can plug my laptop directly to. Oh, even my phone failed to connect to the network. I think I can plug the laptop directly into the Ethernet to the modem and skip the router entirely. I'm gonna try that. So I'd move my.
Yeah, this is a stressful, awful process.
Laptop.
Because I had literally days of shit just not working properly.
Outlet, which means I had to shut it down and now plug it in and boot back up. But let's try
Spoiler alert.
moving the router from the equation entirely. Why am I so dark? Hacker man. All right. Well, I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but now I'm gonna have to go back to my old place, grab the new router, and see if I can get it to work like that. Hopefully, it's not something wrong with the laptop. It's a good thing it's only like a mile away. All right. It's been a few minutes. I'm back with the new router right there, over here. I mean, it's not new. I've had this one for a while, but it's newer. It's the one I've been using ever since I replaced that one. I didn't bother bringing the camera with me to film that because I'm being lazy. But here we are on the floor again. All right, I also brought another Ethernet cable. The other hope is maybe it just took a little time for it to activate and start working, so it should hopefully maybe work now. Okay, it's connected, but no internet access, so it's still connecting. Am I filming? I do that like probably like 10 times for every video I'm recording. Am I filming? Oh, okay. I usually cut it out of the videos. But I think
Am I streaming?
it's constant. I do that all the time.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
But no internet access. Let's just try Google. That's not working. Next thing I'm going to try just for the heck of it, and those probably won't make any difference at all, to go wired from the router to the laptop. It's not working. Can I like restart the modem? And there's also several of these coax jacks all over the place. There's one over on that wall, and that wall, on the other side of this wall, and the next wall over there. So I can put the modem wherever I want, I think. Why am I so dark? Please enlighten me. That's better. So theoretically, I can put the modem wherever I want, but I wonder if maybe I might have to tell my internet provider which one I'm plugging it into. I doubt I'd have to tell them that. It's so echoey in here. Echo. That shouldn't make a difference, right? I should be able to just plug it into anyone I want and move it around whenever I want. Lower back in, see what happens. You want BTS? Here you go. Look at that mess of cables. Look at that mess of cables. Look at that mess of. Look at those words that I can't say. All right, try it again. Oh, that kind of sort of maybe did something, but didn't load Google. Oh, come on. Let's run the Windows network diagnostics and see what that says. Yeah, even Windows agrees that it's the modem. It just works. Less than that. Oh my god, I just got the joke now. I just got it. Surfboard. For surfing the internet. I just got it now. I just realized why I'm blue. The colors were all wrong because I forgot to set the white balance to auto. In order to get myself to not be like a deep orange in my previous place, I had to lock down the white balance. That's much better. Now it's on auto white balance.
No,
So
that's
the lights are still flashing though.
that's too orange.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna unplug it one more time and wait, and then plug it back in one more time and see if it'll actually connect. Oh, that looks so much better.
No,
Actually,
it's
not
too
really
orange.
And the lights are green, meaning it should be working, but this is still giving me a little exclamation yellow point thing, triangle, which is implying that it's not working, and it is indeed not working. All right, well, I guess I'm calling ISP again, Internet Service Provider, for those who are unaware of that acronym. I wish I was recording that because it literally just asked me if you'd like to activate.
Already connected your new internet modem according to the instructions in your self-install kit. Press 1. Wait 1 moment while I send the activation signal.
Bro, that's what I thought we already did when I was on the phone with him before.
Okay, I sent you the activation signal. In most cases, your equipment will activate within 10 minutes. You can refresh your internet browser to confirm your connection. If the delay is longer than 10 minutes, turn the equipment off and back on to restart the connection. After that, if you continue to have any problems, just call back. To hear that again, press 1.
Cool. Yeah, so right before I hit record, it said, if you would like to activate your self-install kit, press 1. Bruh, that's literally what he was supposed to do before. That was the whole point of me calling him before. It's still not working. Can you see that? Yeah, it's, I'll give it 5, 10 more. I'll give it 20 minutes. I'll go on YouTube on my phone while I wait.
Your mobile. This call may be monitored or recorded. Is this about the self-install kit for your new internet modem? Would you like to activate your equipment now? 1 moment while I pull up your information.
This is 20 minutes later. I already did this.
Have you already connected your new internet modem according to the instructions in your self-install kit?
Yes.
Wait 1 moment while I send the activation signal.
I already did 20 minutes ago.
Okay, I sent you the activation signal. In most cases, if you continue to have any problems, just
Yeah.
I want to speak with this.
okay, video on demand. I'll connect you with a representative to help you with that.
No,
1 moment, please.
that's not what I said. No.
Are you calling about the account associated with 920?
Yes, residential.
I think you said, I'm not sure. Is that right?
No, I said residential.
Sorry, I think you said, I'm not sure.
No.
That's my mistake. I see that you recently called regarding an issue with your cable TV service. Is that why you're calling back?
No.
In a few words, please tell me what you're calling about.
Internet.
Issues with your internet service. 1 moment, please tell me what you'd like help with cable TV, internet, or phone. If you're having trouble.
Internet. I only have
Thanks.
internet.
I'm not seeing an internet outage in your area. Is this about the self-install kit for your new internet modem?
No. It is.
Please tell me what you need help with. Internet. No internet connection at all. Also, what I foresee.
It's like 4 times now that I've tried to activate this modem and it's not, something's not going right.
Now I have seen that it came online for about 40 minutes. 12:18 to 12:57 it was online. It was still difficult to silent.
Nope. It looks like it's resetting right now. It keeps kind of cycling through where all the lights will go off and then it'll blink one at a time as they reconnect, but I haven't been able to load anything.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, please don't let that hour go. Let me see. You're close up to
Yeah, because the lights in the modem looks like it should be working, but then when I go to load something on my computer, it doesn't work.
Okay, so the router, you know, the router as well, correct?
Yes, and that seems to be working too. I've reset that as well.
You see if you pop the signal up for me because it's showing back offline. It's showing online for just like a second.
I also wonder if it would be worth double checking to make sure you guys got MAC ID correct.
I'll repeat it to you. So it's,
Yep.
okay, awesome.
The lights are blinking and now they're on.
Here we go. Okay, I'm just going to plug the router ready now.
Okay, so now I got to what I had before where it says I'm connected, but there's no unit of access.
Just disconnect it again.
That's really good because on my end it's still it's fine with the lights.
Okay, then go ahead and cable the technical and speaker type right over to the wall and it's loading.
Yes. So now it looks like the modem just turned off.
So it's looking again.
Yeah.
Okay, there's something different going on. Let me go ahead and say that she release. Okay, only signal one picking up. Then how cord is it taking? Oh, it's like the plug is at the outlet. Is it like 18 out of it? We can take that.
Now as far as I can tell.
So you sit here waiting to see if it'll pop back online. And you just go ahead and schedule us again.
When you say schedule a technician, is that something that you can do today or are you saying like for later?
Well, that's how I see. I don't know. Until I go in to schedule it. And it just pop back online. Just pop back online.
So I just bought this one brand new this morning. Do you think maybe it might be defective in some way and I could just try exchanging it?
Yeah, definitely. If it's just won't back offline again. It just pop back online for a minute. Offline. Yeah, it could be the modem way it's looking. It looks like the modem's gonna issues. It could be defective modem. You can swap it out. I still want to schedule it. Just in case if the swap out doesn't work for you, we'll still be able to have it. Time frame soon. Call back and schedule it. Possibly a later time frame.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead and take that modem up here, swap it out. We'll see if that fixes the issue for us, right?
Alright, yeah, so then I'll call back and give you guys the new MAC address and try that.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Well, thank you.
Alright, sir. Yeah, we're expecting calls for you every day.
You too. Alright. That's frustrating. So I was just recording for at least like 20 minutes, but I bumped the info button on the camera, so like the screen wasn't displaying what it normally shows. I don't even know if it filmed any of that. Basically, we think it's a defective
It
modem,
did.
so I'm gonna go exchange it for another one. Also, I'm getting hungry. This is taking way longer than it should have. So I'm gonna go exchange the router, modem, go eat, and come back. So it's several hours later. I just snacked on a bunch of Cheerios, and I'm just incredibly frustrated and annoyed. And I had to do a lot of driving back and forth, and I just stopped filming any of it because I was just too tired, I was too hungry and annoyed and frustrated to bother with the camera. Yay.
So yeah, today has been frustrating for many reasons.
I knew this clip was coming. There was no reason for me to be wearing the mask in the car alone, and I knew that. But I didn't, my hands were really gross, and I didn't feel like touching my ears and grabbing the mask to pull it off. But I did go back and forth thinking about that, of like, I should just use some hand sanitizer and clean my hands and take the mask off because I'm going to look ridiculous on camera. But my hands were already so dry that winter from using a lot of hand sanitizer and washing my hands and it being winter. And it's like, I just didn't want to deal with that. And so it's like, I just chose to accept that I'm going to look ridiculous on camera, having a mask on, being alone in the van. I don't need a fucking mask in there. I'm alone. You dumbass. Just accept the hand pain, wash your fucking hands, and take the goddamn mask off so you don't look fucking stupid in the video wearing a mask in a situation where it's not necessary.
But I think honestly, the most frustrating part of the day has been
Was not taking off the mask.
filming, my lack of filmmaker skill building. For example, the sun. I was just thinking that would have been a great.
I think why I put it on is if I remember correctly, I was driving from the store to my apartment and I just left it on because I just, like I said, I just didn't feel like taking it off because my hands were gross and I didn't want to wash them because they were dry and cracked and painful.
Like part throughout the video is every time I would leave my apartment to like go return the old router.
Oh, right.
The most frustrating part of the day has just been my lack of filming, my lack of filmmaker skill building. For example, the sun. I was just thinking that could have been a great like arc throughout the video. Is every time I would leave my apartment to like go return the old router, go buy the new router, go exchange the new router, go grab more cable. Every time I look up and the sun's just like a little bit further across the sky. Now it's like it's almost setting pretty soon. I think about these kind of tiny details all the time, constantly throughout my own day. Of like, if I were filming this, how can I make this more like cinematic? I guess that's one of those things. I could have done that. I could have shown you. So pretty. Actually, that's really nice. Wait, why am I having blinker on straight? Good thing there's no one behind me, so I'm not confusing.
Hold on. Okay, wait. Why are we at the old studio? Why are we not at the new apartment? Well, all right. So today was a disaster. And now the color's wrong. That's a little bit better. Whatever. I just want the internet to work. I want to move. I was supposed to move on the 1st. Today is the 3rd. I'm gonna have to figure this out tomorrow because the internet's still not working. I cannot move until the internet works because I've not had time to prep a ton of videos in advance just in case we determined that the modem was probably defective. So I went and exchanged the modem. So this is my second time I targeted today. Back to the apartment. Third time back to the apartment today. Tried the new modem. That one didn't work either. Then they told me I didn't accept the terms and conditions yet. Okay, no problem. So just send me the terms and conditions. And this is where the real frustration begins. Okay, so they send me the terms and conditions, but I didn't get the email. So they sent it like 3-4 times. I still didn't get the email. Then they sent it through text like 4 times, 5 times. I didn't get the text. Now this is weird because I had enough phone signal to call them, but apparently I couldn't receive their texts. And I had enough phone signal, like data signal, to go to websites on my phone, watch YouTube on my phone. But when I would try to pull down to refresh on Gmail, it would tell me that there's no connection. Okay, well, also then it turned out they got my email address wrong. I have an Irish last name, O'Hearn. When the Irish people came over to America, O'Hearn, actually I think originally it was like this really long Irish or Gaelic phrase that meant messenger of the Lord, is or whatever. And different people with that last name shortened it in different ways. So that's how we got O'Hearn, Ahern, O'Hearn, O-H-E-A-R-N. Mine is O-H-E-R-N. And actually it's capital O apostrophe capital H-E-R-N, lowercase E-R-N. But a lot of computer systems don't like the apostrophe, so I never bothered to mention it, even though I really should because it's like preserving preserving my heritage or whatever. And I am proud to be Irish, obviously, but and I am proud to be Irish. But yeah, no, the apostrophe is just not practical in the modern world. But I know that I spelled out my last name multiple times to make sure they got it right, and they spelled it out loud back to me to make sure they got it right. They still typed it in wrong. So the email address was wrong, the name was wrong on the account, and they said, oh, no problem, we'll fix that. So they changed it on the email. Turns out they didn't change it on the name. My arm's getting tired. I keep switching arms because I left the tripod of the new apartment. Okay, so I don't have enough signal. So I decided to drive to Target and use their public Wi-Fi to get the email. Finally, I get the email, and she says, okay, then we're all good. Just accept the terms and conditions. Have a great day. We end the call. I open up the email, and it's the terms and conditions for phone service. I'm not getting phone service. I'm getting internet service. So I call back again. This is now my fourth person today, I think. Yes, fourth person that I've spoken to. They send me the correct terms and conditions, and then I can agree to those. And then he puts in an order to change my name, which takes like 3 days apparently, and has to get verified in various ways, even though it's literally just one letter. And so I'm like, okay, it's all good. I've accepted the terms and conditions. I can go back to the apartment, and now it'll work fine. Wrong. Just plain doesn't work. And then I think I filmed briefly showing my screen where I showed like the network path, and I was thinking, well, according to their end, everything works fine between them and the modem, and the problem is between the modem and me and my computer. But according to the map that my like network manager or whatever it's called showed, everything's fine up until like a connection between the ISP and I forget what it is, the thing that was right before the network switch, which has something to do with the apartments, I'm assuming. But then if you look at like the bottom right corner of the screen, it gives like a little exclamation point and says no internet service. So then I got thinking, well, I haven't paid my first month's rent yet. Maybe my landlord is cutting me off? That would be really weird though, because the only way to pay for my rent is online. So if I hadn't paid my rent, it would make no sense for him to cut off my internet access, because how else am I supposed to pay for the rent in order to get the internet access? But like, well, maybe because it's the first month's rent. Maybe there's just something weird going on. So I drive back to, oh wait, no, hold on. Before this, I drove back to my old place here to dig out more coax cables, and I thought maybe it's a bad coax cable. I tried swapping different cables. I tried swapping different Ethernet cables. I tried plugging it in different areas of the room because there's multiple coax jacks on multiple walls where you can put the modem kind of wherever you want. Nothing works. Nothing works. That was a trip back here and then back there again to test out different cables. Well, now it's back here again because I need to pay my rent. Except I forgot the router, so now it's back to the new place again to pick up the new router, bring it back to the old place so that I can pay my rent on my computer because I got an email telling me that how much I owe for my first month's rent. And I was like, okay, so I'll just go online and pay that. But when I go on the website, it tells me I don't owe them anything at all. So I decided to just go ahead and pay them however much the email told me, and it tells me that it is like a credit on the account. So whenever they decide to put the bill through to tell me that I owe them, then that'll just automatically pay for it immediately. Theoretically, I don't understand. I've tried everything. I've tried different devices. I've tried different cables. I've tried different routers. I've tried different modems. I've tried calling them. The only thing I have left I can think to do would be to call my landlord and see if he needs to do something. So it was incredibly frustrating, and I decided, well, there's nothing else I can do. The plan for today is I was going to go over there, activate the internet, and it was supposed to take like maybe 30, 40 minutes tops. And then I was going to come back here, grab my laundry, my bed, and all that stuff, and go to my parents' place to do laundry because I don't have a way of doing laundry here, and wash all of that because then I can pack it in with all of my other stuff and pack up my computer and then bring it all over there. Well, obviously I'm not going to pack up my computer or generally anything else, but what I can do today is I went and did all my laundry, and then I went back to the apartment again to check if the internet's working. It's still not working. Then I grabbed my camera. I've come now back to the old place where I'm going to edit this video and upload it for tonight, and then I'm going to bring my bed to the new place, and I'm going to sleep there. I'm going to bring nothing else, just my bed, and I guess my phone and my phone charger, and then I don't work until noon tomorrow, so I got all morning to call the landlord and try to figure this out. Wish me luck. There is no conflict resolution or whatever that like part of the story. So if you would like to have the concluding, closing, good feelings when I finally figure this thing out, then subscribe and stay tuned for the next video, hopefully tomorrow, because man, I wanted to be moved in 2 days ago. This is just so annoying. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. I hope you got a laugh out of my misery, and take care.
Yeah, that sucked. That sucked hard. A tale of terribly timed technical difficulties. Technical tragedies. That would have been better. A tale of terribly timed technical tragedies. I'm gonna change it. So, I don't actually even remember what the result was. Like, I'm sure at some point I figured out what the problem actually was. Oh, fucking duh. Yeah, at some point, I just don't remember how long it took and what it was that was actually causing the problem. So that's what we're finding out next.
Hey, welcome. So, today was exhausting. I have at least like 4 hours worth of editing to do for today's video, aka it's coming out tomorrow instead of today. But it was move day. I'm here, I'm in the new place, my computer is here.
Oh, that's so weird to see. This is something I wish I would have done from the beginning, is to take a picture or take pictures of my space before and after every time I move things around. That'd have been so cool to see.
I'm here, I'm in the new place, my computer is here. We did it. I did it. It was exhausting.
I'm so fucking glad I vlogged this, because this is fucking wild to go back and see the juxtaposition between the me of now, having gotten used to this, versus the me then that was an all new experience. My first ever apartment a regular apartment because all my previous living situations were weird and cheap. Wow.
And you'll get to see it, some of it.
My eyes did the thing.
And you'll get to see it, some of it tomorrow. So thank you so much for being here. I'm not gonna edit because it's 10 o'clock at night and I have at least like 4 hours to do before I can finish that video, and so it's just not gonna happen. So I'm gonna just chill out, enjoy my new place for a little bit, watch some videos from other people, and get some rest. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoy my videos, my other videos. This one's kind of a filler video and be like, hey, I moved, but also you don't get to see it yet because there's just, I don't have the time. But yeah, I hope you enjoy my other videos. I hope you enjoy tomorrow's videos. Subscribe if you want to stay tuned for that. Leave a comment letting me know what you think about it. Leave a like, blah, blah, and take care.
Yeah. Here we go. This is hopefully the video where I find out what went wrong.
Good morning. This thing here just fell off.
Yeah, I've had to put it on the opposite direction so it doesn't fall anymore.
There we go. I fixed it. Spooky dark. Wait for it. Ta-da! Hello. Welcome. It is... What day is it? The 5th. February the 5th.
Yeah, so I was supposed to move in the 1st. I ended up trying to get the internet working on the 3rd. Worked the 4th, and finally I'm moving in the 5th.
So today is finally moving day. Finally. If you haven't already seen this video, I wanted to move in on February 1st. That didn't happen. I tried to move in on February 3rd. That didn't happen. For anyone who doesn't want to watch that video first, I will quickly recap what happened. I didn't have time to prep a ton of videos in advance because I was packing and getting ready to move. And so in order to keep up with my daily upload schedule, the internet has to work here at the new place before I can tear down my computer setup at the old place and even begin packing that to move it over here. Because I don't want to move it over here and then not have internet and just not be able to make videos and then miss an upload. Because it's been like over a month, almost a month and a half, that I haven't missed a daily upload. And that is so exciting. So Wednesday the 3rd, I brought my brand new modem, my router, and my old laptop here to test the internet and make sure everything works, which should have taken me...
I wonder what is the longest I've actually made it. What is my personal PR for daily uploads? Because I want to break that.
Maybe a half an hour tops. Instead, as you'll see in that video, I spent the entire day fighting with the internet. Exchanging modems, swapping out cables, plugging it into different spots on the walls, like I've got a coax jack over there, I've got one over there. If I run over into the bedroom, I've got one there, and I've got one there, and you can see here, I
Wait, whoa.
plug it into different
Everything is
spots on the
so
walls. I've got a coax
empty.
jack over there, I've got one over there. If I run over into the bedroom, I've got one there, and I've got one there, and you can see here, I've got my bed. And at the end of the day, I still...
Everything is so empty. What the hell? Hold up. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna... Well, I can't hold the camera and show you at the same time, so I'll have to put the camera down, then do the thing, and then come back and grab the camera and do the thing again. So I'm just gonna... Parkour! Ow. And now I have to come back. And then I can grab the camera. And then I can parkour. So that I can show you. Mess. My bed is still there. Mess. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't. Ah, cables. Here. Now I can do this thing. I put you. No, stay where I put you, please, sir. Sir, please. Oh my God, cables. Oh, cables. I'm going to cause destruction. Here we go.
Parkour! But now I have to come back over it to get you, so I can do it again. Is this the world's first parkour live stream? I doubt it. Parkour! Okay. I am thoroughly exhausted now, because I didn't go for a run this morning. So that right there is the most exercise I got all day. And now I want to see that.
As you'll see in that video, I engineered that.
Wait. Hold up. Well, the thing, and then come back and grab the camera and do the parkour. Ow. Now I have to, and then I can parkour. And the cables. Parkour. But now I have to come back over it to get you, so I can do it again. Is this the world's first parkour live stream? I doubt it. Parkour. Okay. All right.
Couldn't get it figured out. So that's the only thing I did do the night of the 3rd, is I did all my laundry, and then I brought my bed here, I brought my clean laundry here, and my grandma got me a shower curtain, and I bought little like hooks, the little loops up there.
Yeah, the hook shredded that shower curtain.
Hang it. So massive thanks to Grandma for getting me like a move-in care package. I didn't even get the chance to really see what's all in it. I was just trying to find the shower curtain, and I noticed there's some things in there that's like, what even is this? What do I do with this? But then there's other things like a broom and a dustpan. I'm gonna need a vacuum. I should probably get a rug, because I'm tracking snow into the entryway every time I come in. Anyways, yeah, so the night of the 3rd, I still had to come back here to grab my camera, then go back to the old place, edit all of the footage for the day, and then upload it that night. But I straight up just did not have enough time. So that video went up on the 4th instead. And so then after that, after midnight, I pack up my bed and I bring it over here and I sleep here for the first time. And it was awesome. Especially because I have this lovely south-facing window, and the east is that way. When the sun rises in the east, it's shining this light directly on my bed and wakes me up, which is very good. So I really, really enjoy that. I'm also really, really going to enjoy these southern-facing patio windows, because I'm going to put my computer desk right there and get that nice natural sunlight on me while I'm making videos. This is going to be great. But anyways, yeah, I slept here the night of the 3rd, I wake up the 4th, and I have the whole morning to figure out the internet before I have to work at noon. And it just plain started working for absolutely no reason, no explanation. It just works.
Bruh.
Yes. So yeah, it works. So then I went to work. Then I went to
I'm pretty sure it was the terms and conditions part. Pretty sure.
the studio to upload the video that was supposed to go out on the 3rd, then I uploaded it on the 4th, then I came back here and I showered at the apartment for the first place. And I'm going to set you down because my arm is getting tired. Throughout this moving process, I've been trying to document as much as possible, because when I think about my favorite YouTubers, when they moved, they didn't film much. They just kind of gave a generic tour of the place while it was empty, and then that was really it. Their content just kind of went back to normal, just in a new place. And that's kind of what's going to happen here too, to be completely honest. Although there is some type of content that I'm going to be able to make here that I was unable to make at my previous place. Like cooking, because I straight up didn't have a kitchen there. Oh, I'm so dark again. Stop doing that. Here, will that brighten me up, please? Please. Like things about cooking. I just straight up did not have a kitchen or a fridge or a shower or a way of doing laundry at all for the last 2 years. I will explain more of that later.
Well,
on.
but not at all. I just had to drive 20 minutes each way to do laundry at least once a week.
This having my own place is just. Why am I so dark? I'm gonna have to stand over here. My arm's getting tired. Look at that view.
I fucking love having my own place. It's so expensive, but God, it's worth it.
It's so nice.
Look at that view.
Where did I leave off?
Oh,
right.
Yes. Look at that view. Amazing.
Anyhow, I wanted to document as much of this process as I could, because when I think about watching my favorite YouTubers, I wish they would have shown more of this. I wish I could go back.
And as I said like a couple hours ago, wait, here. Okay, moved in at last, but then we had 1, 2, 3, no. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 garbage videos. 1, 2, 3. Just counting it again. 4, 5 garbage videos in a row. That my excuse then became. Or was it up here? Yeah, somewhere in there. My excuse was that I didn't want to make videos about the preparation, the behind the scenes of the moving process, of fighting with the apartment complex's website and all that garbage. I should have. See, right here.
Think about watching my favorite YouTubers. I wish they would have shown more of this.
I wish I would have documented more. Also, I forgot to turn this up again.
I wish I could go back and watch it and be like, oh man, I'm so proud of that.
I wish, yeah.
As much of this process as I could. Because when I think about watching my favorite YouTubers, I wish they would have shown more of this. I wish I could go back.
Almost every single time I have any sort of complaint with my creative process, the answer is just make more.
And watch it and be like, oh man, I'm so proud of that person. Look at the joy on their face. As you can see, I'm like, this is awesome. But also, I kind of realized that it's not really worth documenting everything because...
Hold on, this is getting annoying. Can I just... I don't feel like unplugging things, so I'll just do that.
Because so much of it can't be documented. There's so many subtle things, like your first time using the back.
There is
Man,
this.
I'm so proud of that person. Look at the joy on their face. As you can
There is this.
see, I'm like, this is awesome.
Hold on.
Also, I kind of realized that it's not really worth documenting everything because so much of it can't be documented. There's so many subtle things, like your first time using the bathroom here, your first shower here, the first time you drop a cereal on the floor and then you gotta pick it up. I'm not sponsored by Cheerios.
You guys don't even know why that's funny yet, because I filmed a thing over the last couple weeks when I wasn't uploading. I filmed a thing and it just hasn't come out yet.
They're on sale. But hey, Cheerios, hit me up. There's so many little...
When I filmed this thing recently, I did not remember this at all.
the first time you drop a Cheerio on the floor and then you gotta pick it up. I'm not sponsored by Cheerios, by the way. I just got a very large box. They're on sale. But hey, Cheerios, hit me up. There's so many little subtle things like that. There's just so much that there's absolutely no way that I could document the feelings that come along with all of this, document my perspective on it. Because you guys don't have the last 2.5 to 7 years of context to understand what a massive thing this is for me to have an apartment. I'm 25 years old.
See, but I could have fucking made content for the last 11 goddamn years, and then you'd have that context, and I'd have an audience to appreciate what an amazing accomplishment this is for me.
This is my first apartment. I lived with my parents. I've lived with a cousin. I've lived like...
I'm yelling at my past self, even though that's not really possible, but I can certainly yell at my future self. Hey, dumbass. Are you still staying the course? Are you still fucking making shit? Good shit? Get your shit together.
Halfway in my car. Kind of lived in my car before, even though I was fortunate to not have to. I've lived in the previous place where, like I said, I didn't have a kitchen at all. I had a mini fridge. I did not...
Dude, that's one upside of having no viewers, is I can do stupid shit like that and I can yell at my future self. Because someday I'm gonna probably watch this back again.
for me to have an apartment. I'm 25 years old. This is my first apartment. I lived with my parents. I lived with a cousin. I've lived like halfway in my car. Kind of lived in my car before, even though I was fortunate to not have to. I've lived in the previous place where, like I said, I didn't have a kitchen at all. I had a mini fridge. I did not have a shower. I showered at the gym until the gym shut down. Then I had a shower at my parents' place. I did my laundry at my parents' place.
Shut down because of COVID.
Now I have my own washer and dryer. I have my own shower. I have a kitchen. This is insane. This is just like, there's so much space. I have so much space. Literally, my bedroom alone in the new place is bigger than the entirety of my previous place, which was a small room and then a closet that I would put myself and all of my stuff in. Like, my bed was in the closet. And when I was like half living in the car, what I mean by that is I would shower at the gym or I would shower at my parents' place because they were still nearby, and I would like use their internet and their bathroom. That way I wouldn't have to like park in random place. I was still parking in their driveway because I just didn't want to be considered moved back in with them. So I slept in the car and tried to do as much as I could in the car as a way of like distancing myself to not allow myself to get too comfortable, so that I can remind myself that when it starts getting cold out, I have to find somewhere to go. I refuse to move back in with them unless absolutely necessary because I am an adult, apparently. I don't know how that happened. So yeah, anyways, the internet works. I woke up this morning, the 5th, and I just did another test here with TestMy. It's the only website that I trust for my internet tests because the Flash-based ones are notoriously... Wait a minute, I just realized Flash is dead. I've been using TestMy for years because the Flash-based speed tests are incredibly inaccurate. Flash is gone though, so all those Flash-based ones don't work anymore. So yeah, I guess it's back to the old place. I can start packing up. See you there. I can also say another reason why I'm
What happened?
struggling to film everything is because moving is
It's only in the left ear.
a hassle, and so filming everything is just another hassle on top of it. All right, let's start tearing down the studio.
Whoa. Hold up. Wait. Who's texting me? Gosh dang it. Okay, cool. Good stuff, but...
And so filming everything is just another hassle on top of it. All right, let's start tearing down the studio.
What the fuck is this music?
Now we got the heavy beast herself. Hey, she's put on a few pounds lately. And then I got this little board underneath her so she's not sucking dust out of the carpet. Well, she's dusty anyway. Hey, drop a like on this video if you want me to make a video about my video making machine.
I will eventually.
Alright, so here's the room. It is pretty much empty. I had my games cabinet there, my desk there, the lamp was right there. You know, I had those boxes over there. This is my computer was over there. There's my chair, some water. And this was my room. I had this thing here. My bed was here and took up half the room, so I had this bit of walking area, and then I put like laundry and stuff there. That is a BB gun. I would like to clarify that is a BB gun. And then I had some shelving up here. And that is the grand tour of my old place. Oh, and some nails for hooks. Yeah, so that is the grand tour of my old place. That was my entire living space
God, the
for
microphone.
2.5 years. So that awful noise was apparently the microphone quitting for quite a while with no explanation. I have no idea. And it's not just this clip. I stopped recording and then started again, and it just kept not working for a while, and then it just randomly cut back in. The point is, I don't remember everything I was talking about. I do remember what I was about to say right when it cut out, so I'm just going to start from there and kind of ramble a little bit about the old place. And I'm just going to do a brief little voiceover for the moment here. Right there, when I'm waving my hand in that direction, there's a separate room, a shared space with a mini fridge and a microwave, and of course a bathroom. But that's it. Oh, and of course a little bit of space in the garage where I can store some stuff as well. No shower and no laundry services. And I chose to live there. I could have gotten an apartment at any time, but I lived there because the rent was really cheap. Pre-COVID, it was extremely convenient. I loved living there. But then COVID hit. Very long story short, I'm not going to dive into that right now. I don't want to be there anymore for many reasons. So here's the thing. After
Yeah. It's so weird going back there and seeing how different it is now.
tires.
Like, I spent 2 years there, but also at the same time it felt like no time at all.
Summer of thinking and planning and measuring and buying storage containers. I have, this is all my retro games. Here's my desk. I have 4 of these and 4 of these. I could fit a little bit more back here, but the computer doesn't fit here. I can obviously fit more things here, but I don't think the computers can fit there. Also, the computer's water cooled, so it has to be the last thing to be loaded and the first thing to be unloaded because I am not going to have those pipes burst. And it's an AIO, so I can't like empty the water and then refill it at a new place. And then this is the rest of my stuff. I have this electric massage pad thing we donate. This is a donate bucket. And then
Oh
these
my
things.
god, this is a fucking
hats,
throwback.
stuff, and like that stuff there, not that, just this, not that, this. AKA after an entire summer of cleaning and organizing and measuring and buying containers, the one thing I did not ever find time to do was a test load to put everything in the van and see does it all fit. How much more do I need to get rid of? Because there are plenty of things in this pile that I would be willing to leave behind. There are plenty of things in the van right now that I would be willing to leave behind if I was going cross country. Because I want to clarify, I'm taking many multiple trips over to the new place because this one trip here was meant to be a simulation of the one trip I would have taken cross country, and everything else is extra. But yeah, after an entire summer of prepping, I admit defeat. I am cold. I wanted to be moved out like 6 months ago. I am cold. I am hungry. I am tired. My back hurts. I didn't get to film me putting them in the van. They are heavy, but I didn't feel like setting up my tripod and leaving the camera out in the cold.
Yeah, that was awful. Wait, let's see if I explain
Tried
it.
at least. But anyways, the sun is setting. It's getting really.
No, I didn't explain it, but I had to like, they had wheels on one side so I could kind of roll them and also slide them on the ice, and then like pick up one end and try to like grab the bottom end and, well, here, hold on. Yeah, I would like slide them and then try to like push and grab and like leverage them up and then just the whole thing so that it's leaning against the side of the van. And then I had to like put my arm under there and grab the handle, or like try to grab underneath and just lift the whole thing up and slide it in. Oh my god. Nightmare.
Gross and dark and dreary, and I want to go unpack this stuff into my new place so I can come back here, grab the computer, grab this stuff, or at least some of it, and try to get as much of it today as possible. At the very least, I have to get the computer over there, so it's gonna have to be 2 trips for today. There's also this is my 3rd vehicle, this Chrysler Town & Country van. I just got it.
Did I just never notice that it was only in the left ear? Like, I could have fixed that in post.
Fall, and I love it. My previous vehicle was a Subaru Outback, which was also amazing, but it just didn't have enough space. I like to go camping in my vehicle, and so this gives me a lot more room to put my stuff in it and to sleep in it. My first vehicle before the Subaru was a Chevy Malibu, 2003, a very tiny car, and it absolutely amazes me that the
Excuse me?
first time I moved out was with the Malibu, and I don't really have that much more than I had back then. It absolutely amazes me that I managed to get all of this to my new apartment, to that place, in that tiny little car. Granted, it was many trips, and this time I'm gonna be able to do it in like 2, 3, 4, 7. Anyways.
Oh wow. Wow.
That is the biggest relief ever. Every time I move my computer.
Yeah. That's better.
What do you want? It's all still there. I literally cannot possibly explain the intensity of the relief.
Ah, goddamn it. Oh, hold on. Forgot to, there we go.
More than many trips. And this time I'm gonna be able to do it in like 2, 3, 4, 7. Anyway. That is the biggest relief ever. Every time I move my computer. Yeah. That's better.
Wow.
It's all still there. I literally cannot possibly explain the intensity of the relief. Not to mention, while I was moving my computer, you can see under that flap, it ripped, and yeah, the whole thing just flopped over real hard, real fast, and I have 2 standard spinny drives in there, so I was getting really worried about those. But we made it. I'm gonna set you down for a minute. I'm just gonna sit on my feet because I forgot to bring my chair. Oh, today was rough. Oh, including this thing here. Hold on, check this.
Oh, yeah. There's so much I didn't film.
I still have it on this little rolly thing because down here it broke.
It's fixed now. Thank you, Dad.
So that's frustrating. And then my battery was about to die while I was trying to do the time lapse, and I'm like, where are my batteries? Here in my room, there's all my tubs. The 4th one's gonna go there. I had to move my bed because here's the 4th one that had my computer stuff. Here's the place. Welcome to my humble abode. I'm probably gonna change up my cable management a little bit. I'm also gonna move the whole thing like further away from the patio door so that I can get in there a little easier. And I need to clean up that mess. Probably put it on the other side of the wall. Probably put it over there. But man.
No, I can't because then I have to run a coax all the way there. So it's still like it's still right there. I haven't done a thing with it. Yeah.
Today was so difficult. There's so much that I wish I could have filmed or would have filmed. Wednesday would have been a great day to move. There was a low wind, it was warm, there was no snow. Today was a snowstorm, enough so that my phone gave me a notification days in advance saying, hey, look, severe storm coming. Buy extra groceries, stock your pantry with extra groceries, see if you can take the day off work, like severe storm coming, you better hunker down and just take it easy. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna move. And it wasn't supposed to come until like late afternoon to evening, and then overnight. It came like last night into early morning of the day. So in some ways, the snow made
Hold the fuck up. Oh god damn it, no. Hold on, wait, hold on. I've realized the mistake. Hold on. This is fine. I can fix this. It's fine. Nope, that's not. Is it this one? Shift. No. Okay. So, hold on. Okay. So my hard drive is almost full, and I was accidentally recording the stream the whole time I was streaming it, which is, if my hard drive maxes out, bad things happen.
Because like the big bins.
So I had to delete the recording because the recording will still stay on the YouTube website, and then I'll just download that after the fact. It'll be exactly the same, basically.
Those are heavy. Some of them have like kayak boat anchors in them. Yes, plural. And a typewriter and lots of other stuff. They're very heavy. And so one of the things.
Oh, you can't see it. Where's my cursor? You still can't see it. Oh well, I tried.
I wish I would have filmed was when I am dragging them out to the car. Luckily they have wheels on them, but honestly it was easier to just lay it down flat and just glide it on the snow. Picking up one end and rolling it on the wheels was more difficult. So in that sense, the snow made things easier, especially with unloading. But hold on, before I get to that, the thing I was trying to get to is the thing that made it more difficult was loading them in, because I had to prop one end up and then slide it over to the van so that one end is leaning up where I'm going to like slide it into the door, and then get into like a deep squat and pick up the other end and try to slide it into the van. And sometimes it wouldn't go, and sometimes from that deep squat position my foot would just slide out and I'd drop the whole thing and go, ah! I'm honestly so tired that I don't even remember if I actually dropped them or if I just set them down a bit too quickly. But yeah, then on the other end of it, if I'm completely honest, they didn't do a very good job with the snow removal here today. But that's okay because I would just slowly
I have a follow-up video on that.
guide them down onto the snow, and then it was great because I could like put 2 hands on it and lean in and just go and just and that was amazing. And that was great. Like, I wish I would have had someone to film that. But I tend to be the type of person that I want to document everything. And honestly, the experience
Everything.
today would not be the
I mean, just look at the existence of this stream.
same if I had someone here helping me document. Want to document everything. And honestly, the experience of today would not be the same if I had someone here helping me document it. Or even if I had taken the time myself to set up my tripod and try to document it. It would have changed the experience. Because people do act differently when they're completely alone versus when there's other people around. For example, I'm even a little self-conscious talking to the camera when I know the neighbors are home upstairs and probably on the other side of that wall and probably the ones over there too. But definitely those ones are home right now. And it's like, can they hear me? I haven't heard them try talking yet. Or maybe they have been talking. I just can hear them, in which case they can't hear me and then I can relax because I'm completely alone. There is something fundamentally different about being actually completely alone. Having a camera with you changes that dynamic. Even though you're still alone, it is different. You notice this with everyone, even little children. Everyone just automatically acts differently when there's a camera around. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. For a long time, YouTubers would get complaints about that. Of like, that's not the real you. That's not how you act IRL. It's like, of course not. I'm not doing the things I do IRL. I am making videos. So of course I'm going to act a certain way. When I'm doing that, the same way you're going to act differently at a funeral than you would at a wedding. But like, anyways, to try to get back to the point is, as someone who likes the idea of documenting everything, I find it incredibly frustrating to think about the fact that I could not have documented today if I had actually put in the effort and tried. Because it is the unplanned moments that are the best. I have no better way of explaining that. I think that is the best way I know how to explain it. Is that, for example, like the exhaustion of dragging these tubs around, very heavy tubs, to the point where I was hoping I wouldn't have to take a shower today, but at some point I finally just kind of decided, you know what, I'm taking a shower today. And so then there comes a point where, even though I haven't cleaned these carpets yet, they could still be gross from the previous owners. At one point, when I was not done unloading even the first trip of the van, I literally just laid down on the carpet because I was just too exhausted and I just needed to let my hands warm up. We're also, of course, in a pandemic right now, and so a lot of people offered to help, and I declined all of it because I wanted to do this myself. I didn't want other people, whom I know are not as cleanly as me, to be handling all of my things. So this was incredibly frustrating and exhausting.
Yeah, that's the other part that's fascinating for me to see. The difference between the way I was handling the pandemic then versus now. It's not that different really, but there are some key differences that make a big difference. I think these changes came in when I kind of began to accept that it's probably going to become an endemic.
Oh, we did it. Wait, I didn't check the internet on the desktop. Is that going to work? Oh, please tell me that's going to work. Please tell me it worked. Please. Alright, still not quite what I'm paying for on the download, but that upload is good stuff. And that is plenty more download than I'll ever use. I'm going to fucking cry, dude, and I don't cry. This is insane to think that this is all mine, that this is where I'm going to live for the next year. And a year will go by quick. These last
It's going by fucking quick, dude.
2.5 years go by real quick. But I got a lot to do.
God damn it.
It's getting pretty late now. It's 9:21.
You got...
This is where I'm going to live for the next year. And a year will go by quick. These last 2.5 years went by real quick. But I got a lot to do.
You think you have a lot to do? Holy shit, do I have a lot to do. Look at this shit. I got a fucking lot to do. Fuck you, you had nothing to do. Watch YouTube all day. That's what I'm doing, literally.
It's getting pretty late now. It's 9:21. Right now, ideally, I'd be just finishing up my shower and getting into bed. But instead, I still need to do the entirety of today's edit, which is probably going to take me at least 2 to 3 hours embedding. But hopefully, I said everything I wanted to say. I did it. Sort of. Mostly. I still got at least another van load at my previous place to go get. I still got to go to my previous place to get my recliner, my couch, my dresser, my
There's
corners.
so much shit I want to do, and I'm so fucking excited to do them. But, God, there's just never enough time. Fuck, dude.
Surfing cabinet, my books, my board games, my motorcycle, which I won't be getting until the snow's gone. That'll be many months. My kayaks, which again, I'm not going to bother getting until the snow's gone and the ice is gone on the bay. And I'm sure there's something else I'm forgetting. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up this edit, try to get some sleep, and then not do it all again tomorrow. I'm going to do something tomorrow. I got so many video ideas, but I don't know what I'm going to have the energy to do. I didn't bring my chair. I'm going to have to kneel at my desk to edit tonight. Oh, and I totally forgot to mention, I completely dropped my monitor. I was carrying it by this little flap here on the bottom, the little base plate, and I didn't know that it comes off. It's removable. And the whole monitor just slammed down hard on the frozen ground and or concrete. I couldn't tell underneath the snow, but it went right through the snow. But it's fine. It works. Considering I also have just generally had very bad luck with monitors through most of my life. I've punched right off my desk and it didn't break then. This is a really good TV actually. I had like 12 years or something like that. But I had a different TV that I punched in VR and that one broke. I had a different monitor that I punched also in VR. Well, right, when I totally forgot the context of when I punched this one off my desk. It was while I was in VR. I punched a different one off my desk while also in VR. I never just punch monitors. I want to make that very clear. But yeah, I dropped it. It still works. I hope everything else still works. And worst of all, I forgot to plug in my microphone, so the audio is trash. That's hopefully a little bit better now. And I forgot all of my water. I don't know.
Oh, okay, wait.
So the audio is trash. That's hopefully a little bit better now.
Okay, yeah, so I remember when I edited this, I didn't notice a difference in the audio quality. I wonder if I was editing on my speakers instead of my headphones, because I definitely notice a drop in the noise floor.
Still works. And worst of all, I forgot to plug in my microphone, so the audio is trash. That's hopefully a little bit better now.
Oh yeah, that's so much better.
And I forgot all of my water. I don't know if the water here is drinkable, so I'm very thirsty. I have a long edit ahead of me, and I have tomorrow morning, so I was like, I really didn't want to go anywhere else. I really didn't want to go back there one more time tonight, but I'm gonna go get my jugs of water, because I'm thirsty. Oh, and not to mention, I couldn't even put my van in the garage
The water here's alright, but I use a Brita.
last night because of the snowstorm, and also because it's a very narrow garage. So
Wait, what?
Water,
Oh.
and not to mention,
Oh.
in the garage last night because of the snowstorm. It's a very
This.
narrow garage, so like I'm trying to get in, and it's like slipping and suddenly jerking around real fast. I'm like, I don't want to risk hitting the garage, so I just parked in my normal parking spot instead. And so then my side door froze up. So this morning I couldn't even open the side door. I had to park with the sun on that door for several hours for it to warm up before I could finally jar it loose. And also the back hatch, when I opened that this morning, a ton of snow fell into it. So there's just snow and ice all over the inside of the van, in the carpet. It's still in there. I can't get it out. I'm gonna have to wait for a warm day and let it melt.
I never got it out. It just, like, I just opened, I waited for it to, for a warm day. That way I could open them without, like, having ice rip the leather. I just opened them up and let everything air dry. I never, oh, God. It's fine. Probably.
So then I have to dry it up somehow, or wait for a day off, which won't be for like several days, and then maybe I can chip as much of that out of there as I can. Oh, and I broke my shoes on the side of the shoe where the bottom rubber and the fabric that goes over my foot, that's separated. On the other shoe, one of the lace holes ripped through, so I'm having to skip a lace hole on the other side so that the crisscrosses go properly. And I just have like one really wide criss.
I'm so glad I chose to go back and watch all these videos. It's so much more time consuming than going back and looking at all my old photos, but it has the same effect as that, but much more intense. So much more. Oh.
Because there's a missing lace hole there. There was also a moment while I was pushing one of my big tubs across the snow on the sidewalk that I glanced over and I saw my neighbor's Christmas lights glowing in the distance with the wind in my face, and I realized that looks awfully like the glow of the lights you would see on a ski hill, and I realized I could be skiing right now instead of pushing tubs. But yeah, next time I move, I better have a ton of videos prepared in advance, because making videos every single day and moving at the same time was a nightmare.
In general, I need to have videos prepared in advance, at least a week's worth.
There is definitely a ton more that I wanted to say. Things that I would think of while I was driving back and forth between the new place and the old place. Things I thought of while I was at work, etc., etc. So I know there's a ton of things that I am not at this moment able to remember that I did want in the video, but oh well, I have done plenty of rambling. So if you've made it this far in the video, you're an absolute legend. I appreciate you so much. Definitely check out my other videos and share them with anyone else you might find them interesting. Leave me a comment, let me know what you think about this video, and take care.
Well, that's nice. Me saying that to myself, appreciating myself, viewing my own videos. Okay, now this is where shit got rough.
Hello?
This is where shit got rough. I've got footage. Wait, no, actually, yeah, no, this is where shit got rough. I've got footage that you guys have never seen from slightly after this.
Hello, there is no video today. I'm trying to figure out how to wash my washer. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, so I had certain video ideas that I wanted to make, and I also needed things I needed to do in order to make my place livable. And I knew I wasn't going to have the time to make those videos, so I made this one. And then immediately went into trying to make those videos. That way, if I didn't finish them, that would be fine, because I already had a video. So immediately after this video is when shit hit the fucking fan. And I didn't even have enough time to edit that shit. To edit the footage of the shit hitting the fan, which I still have. Which I haven't watched since I recorded it, because it's going to be painful to watch. And then I made this instead.
So I'm really confused because this battery died last night, and I don't remember getting
Wait a minute. Hold the fuck up.
a battery that was not dead, but it's saying now that the battery isn't dead. So that's really weird. So last night I had what I can only describe as just straight up a mental breakdown.
Okay. No, this isn't what I was thinking of. Never mind. So everything that I said is still valid.
I tried to do laundry, and I couldn't do it, and I could not function. And I filmed the whole, but it's saying now that the battery isn't dead. So that's really weird. So last night I had what I can only describe as just straight up a mental breakdown. I tried to do laundry and I couldn't do it, and I could not function. And I filmed the whole thing. And the way I define a mental breakdown is basically any sort of mental blockage that renders you incapable of functioning like you normally would. The same way that a car breakdown is anything that goes wrong with the car, be it engine or transmission or suspension, anything that goes wrong with the car that renders it incapable of operating the way it's supposed to. That's what I render to be a mental breakdown, is any sort of mental blockage that renders me incapable of functioning. And I have them all the time, and then I'll just take a break from whatever it is that I was trying to do that stressed me out, and I'll find some way to calm down and just clear my head, and then try it again. And while I did fully intend to include that footage in today's video, I just straight up do not have the time to edit it. I do still fully intend to include that footage in a video eventually, but I am not going to have the time to edit it for a while because life is a hectic, crazy disaster right now. Oh, okay, now the battery is dying very quickly. Also, last night when the battery died on this, I switched to my phone because I can't find the other batteries. I don't know where anything is in this mess. And I filmed the rest of last night on my phone, but now my Google Photos storage is full, and so it's gonna take me time to clean out my Google Photos and download it all onto my computer and sort it and put it into my external hard drive in order to get the footage that I was gonna try to upload tonight. So yeah, I've been uploading every single day. And a lot of bigger YouTubers, when they burn out, they become too exhausted, they don't want to upload anymore, what they will do is they will stop uploading. What I wanted to do was the complete opposite. I would continue to upload it. When I work myself to the bone to the point where I can't function, I don't want to make videos, or I can't make videos, I would then hit record anyway and just sit there and do nothing, or talk about my inability to do the thing that I want to be doing. And I will just make videos about the fact that I do not want to make videos. And I will analyze that and try to figure out what's going on. That is what I was going to try to set out to do. And I did kind of attempt that last night, but like I said, I just do not have the time to upload it because I don't have the time to sift through it and cut out the like 20 minutes or 5 minutes, I don't know, where I'm just sitting there incapable of speaking to you, where I'm trying to recoup myself enough to explain what just happened. When I say that I don't have time to edit it, I'm not saying that I'm gonna like cut out all the moments of vulnerability and breakdown. I'm just gonna cut out some of the blank space, because when editing, there's a very fine line between presenting the story and removing the story. But that aside, I've been uploading every single day. I started off this channel with not wanting to do anything. So I sat and did nothing for a while until I thought of something I wanted to do. But recently, what's been happening is I've been too overwhelmed by all the things that I have to do to be able to do any of the things that I want to do. Which in a weird way, all the things that I have to do are technically things that I want to do because I want the thing that doing those things will get me. So like I have to do laundry because I want to have clean laundry. I have to take a shower because I want to be clean. The battery's dying really quickly, so I gotta speak quickly. But anyway, so technically like all needs. All right, let's try this other battery that I also thought was dead, but it probably has just a little bit of juice left in it. So technically in a weird way, I could say that all needs derive from wants, but regardless, there are things that I would say it's just like a more intense want. So like I really want to not get COVID, but I also want to play video games, but I just haven't had time. I haven't played video games in months, and I probably won't find time to do so for several more months. So yesterday being Sunday, normally I work about noon to 8:30 p.m. Because my job has found someone to replace me on the morning shift, getting up at 4 a.m. on most days of the week. The only exception is they have yet to find someone who's willing to get up at 4 a.m. on Sundays.
They have now. Yes.
So I still do that shift. Once a week, I get up at 4 a.m. on Sunday.
I cannot explain how much of a relief that is.
And I work until 1:30 p.m. I think. And so Sundays are always awful and also like a nice reset in a weird way if I do Sundays properly. What I did yesterday is I came home after work, I showered, and then I was too tired to do anything, so I laid down in bed for a few minutes, which turned into sleeping for 7 hours. I woke up at 9:30, which is when I normally am going to bed.
but I had only gotten 4 hours of sleep the night before, and I've only been getting like 5 to 6 hours of sleep these past several nights of moving. And so I tried to do the laundry thing. I quick uploaded that trash video last night just to keep up with the daily upload, because I knew that I was not going to have time to clean the washer and dryer and make a video about it all in the same night. So I was like, I'll just upload that real quick, and then I'll film this other video that was supposed to come out today. And then I had the breakdown, and then I just went back to sleep. I slept another like 8 to 9 hours, and then I got up this morning and I called the landlord about the fact that the washer is leaking all over the floor. There's a hole in the bottom of the tub.
I got a new one.
Aside from the drain, I mean, like ones that's not supposed to be there. Both of those things have to be fixed. Maybe the tub might even have to get replaced because it's like getting squishy, and
That's also been fixed.
it's like rotting out wood underneath the tub. This means I'm gonna have to continue to go to my parents' place to do laundry,
I was fucking furious.
and possibly even to shower, and then I'm having people in and out of this apartment when in the middle of a pandemic, when I don't want anyone in my place, not even my parents or my friends. No one is seeing the place. I'll just do video chats to show them. So this is all incredibly frustrating, because the entire purpose of me getting my own place was to have my own shower, to have my own washer and dryer, and now I don't have those things. Or
And I paid a fuck ton of money for it.
I like sort of have a shower for now. I definitely don't have a washer that I trust. The dryer was disgusting as well. I'm trying to clean these things, and I can't do it, and I don't have the right supplies to clean them. But my battery is about to die again, so to rein this all back in, I'd say this last month of experiments has been a failure, and I am going to begin again tomorrow with a fresh start, and we're going to begin again with doing nothing. I have to go do laundry tomorrow morning, so I'm going to just sit there and do nothing while I wait for the laundry. I'm not even going to go on my phone. I'm just going to just be peaceful instead of like continuing to pump my brain with more things to think about.
Right.
And we're going to start over again. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you're getting some sort of insight or entertainment, I guess.
Of course.
I don't
It's
know.
definitely what
I
you're
don't
going to
know why
do.
anyone would watch this. I am not really taking that into account yet in my video creation process. It's more so about just documenting what's going on. Like I said, I haven't had time to even begin to think about what my like target audience and all that kind of stuff is. So if you're still here throughout all this chaos, then thank you for watching. I genuinely appreciate you. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Subscribe if you want to see more. Share my videos with anyone else you think might find them interesting. And take care, as I'm going to attempt to. I'm going to go to bed early tonight, hopefully.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's totally what you're going to do tomorrow, right? Yeah. No. I think I ended up spending that whole day just talking to my parents.
So on today's episode of I'm an Idiot, I brought my camera, I brought my tripod, brought my dirty laundry to my parents' house, started washing it, and then I realized I forgot my SD card. So
That's
I didn't
what
film anything,
happened.
obviously, and I ended up not just sitting there doing nothing. I ended up talking to my parents, which was also good, and I ended up petting my cat, which is also very, very, very good. But on the
I almost never get to see him.
plus side, the inspection guy came to check out the crack in the tub, which I'll give them a benefit of a doubt and say, yeah, maybe they didn't notice it, because I didn't notice it when I was doing my inspection before I like signed approval to move in. So I didn't notice it until I took my first shower here. I doubt that they would take a shower here as part of their inspection, so that's kind of fair that they didn't notice it. And when I come over to the washer situation, it wasn't until the end of my second load that I noticed the leak. Maybe they only ran one load and it wasn't leaking enough for them to notice it on one load. I don't know. So I would like to give them the benefit of a doubt and say maybe they just didn't notice these things. That being said, not everything I own is moved here yet. I haven't moved any of those things I listed in previous videos from my parents' place. And I'm not going to until they fix the tub and the washer.
Yeah, I was 100% ready to fucking move out. Just like go somewhere else, because this is a bunch of bullshit.
Because if they're going to try to give me some sort of band-aid fix and tide me over for a couple months, and then when that breaks down they just do that again, I'm not putting up with that. I highly doubt they're going to be able to fix the problem with the tub.
I was impressed with what they did. I'll say it's probably still rotting out wood underneath the tub, but everything's like sealed up and fine. It's not going to affect me. It's just damaging the building, so it sucks for them and for whoever lives here next, or many years from now. But it works fine for me.
They're gonna have to replace the tub.
They didn't actually. They just patched it.
If they're not willing to do that, then I would like to think that legally I should be able to get my like security deposit back and all
I'm just glad I didn't have to go that far.
all that stuff, and like consider the lease void because they've given me a broken product, and then I'll have to go through all the hassle of getting a different place. So hopefully they won't do that, and they'll just replace the tub like they should. As far as
The walls being empty, I think, is what's getting me the most.
the washer, that's probably fixable. It's probably just like a loose hose or something, hopefully. But yeah, I didn't have time to film anything this morning because I forgot my SD card, and so I did my laundry, and then I went to work, and now I came back here, took my shower, and filming this, and then going right to bed, and then tomorrow morning I just wake up and go straight to work again, and maybe I'll have time to film something after work. Also, I had put in an application a while ago to get a second job, and I haven't heard back from them yet, so like...
Yeah.
This is real life. Life is difficult sometimes. Working a full-time job and moving and running a daily upload YouTube
Poor guy had no idea what he was getting himself into.
channel and trying to not want to kill myself all at the same time is very, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really not that much to say. So, yeah, I'm just going to drink some water and go to bed. So thank you for watching. Drop a comment down below. Sub for more is like part of my outro, but like I doubt a new viewer would be watching this. And take care.
Yeah, I don't really need an outro yet at that point. So you can definitely tell, as I said, that the videos are getting much shorter and we're moving much quicker. But I'm getting hungry.
Hey, alright. Finally a little bit of time to make a video. No, why did I do that? Why did I do that? What am I supposed to upload today? What am I going to upload today? I don't know what to upload today. Screw it, I'm going back to bed.
Yep.
So earlier today, I stopped back at my old place to pick up a few more things. I still need to get my foam off the walls and stuff like that. But anyways, one of the things that I was getting was my lamp. And as I was loading it into the back of the van to bring it here, I dropped it and broke a bulb.
Just last week I dropped it and I broke the bulb. My fucking ring light. Back then I broke regular little spiral bulbs, so what? Screw it. Who cares? Now I broke my ring light.
And that summarizes the entire last week. That's how the last week has gone. I tried to do things and then I break things and I tried to do things and I...
Yep. Yep. Now this is a good one. That's a long one. Why is it so long? Huh. So I was expecting this to be a short one, but this one I know is good. But I'm hungry, so I didn't really have a proper lunch. I just kind of made those, whatever they're called, the whatchamacallits, the cream of wheat. So it is break time. I'm gonna make some supper. I don't really have. Can you hear me? Yeah, a little bit quieter, but I don't have food to make for supper, really. I didn't really think this through. I should have bought like something supper-ish. Like I got food, but I don't have something that would be stereotypically a supper food. I mean, I could make more cream of wheat with peanut butter. I have nuts. I have more eggs and sausages. I have lots of cereal, but I was saving that for something. I think I'll just do more more eggs and sausage. Eggs and sausages. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. Eggs and sausages. Oh. I think I'll do eggs and sausages and cream of wheat and peanut butter. Now we're talking. And a hot chocolate. Got my cable tangled up. Oh yeah, I can use milk. Well, yeah. I'll use milk instead of water in my cream of wheat. Done that before. Oh yeah, salt. Shit. Ah, cable's hooked. Took off. And then stir, and then cover the beans. I'll be honest, I was really hoping that the thumbnail and title would have lured in, like, at least literally even one person, aside from, like one person that wasn't a subscriber, because I had that one subscriber tune in earlier this morning. Just like, appreciate that, that's very cool. But I put a lot of effort into that thumbnail last night. Stayed up later than I should have making it. And you know, I would have hoped it would have gotten at least one person that wasn't a subscriber. I'm gonna have to look at the analytics on this stream and see like how many impressions it got while it was live. While I was live. At this point, I'm basically not even bothering to move the webcam. I'm just gonna make my food and come back. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna clean up my garbage on the floor, because that's disgusting. It's only been there a couple days, but still, like, for just clean up after yourself. It's pretty easy. I usually do. You know, sometimes it'll take a minute. Okay. Spoon. This spoon is not clean. Ah, this spoon is clean, right? Yes. Yes. Don't worry, it was not on the floor. It was in the bowl. This is the same spoon I used earlier. It was in the bowl I used earlier. It's fine. I'm just using it to stir. And then I'll get a different spoon to actually eat with. It's there. Garbage in the garbage. Wash my hands, then I can crack the eggs. And I can wash my hands. Look at that. That wasn't so hard. It's just like any time I'm doing something for which I will want to immediately afterwards wash my hands, I'm hesitant to do it because I want to like batch a bunch of things for which I'm going to want to immediately wash my hands. That way I can do all of those dirty hand activities all at once and not have to wash my hands as often. Because in the winter, that's actually pretty important to kind of batch your dirty activities and clean activities together to minimize your hand washing, because your hands will dry out and get cracks and bleed, and it's just all around not a good time. But of course, this time of year, there's really no need for me to be that picky. It's just old habits. Now, brown the sausages. Fucking cables hooked again. Fuck off. Fucking cables. This goddamn trim on the cabinet under the sink. Fucking cables. Oh my god. So this is the first time I've ever had this cable stretched out this far, and oh my fucking god, am I going to have to do something about that piece of trim. That is literally going to damage my equipment over time if that keeps happening. There we go. That's a good egg. Buffet time. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't even take the headphones off and set them down because the cable's going through my shirt. Fuck off! Oh my god. It's a good thing this thing is here. Even though, like, don't look at this. That's a spoiler for a different video that hasn't come out yet. So many videos, so much unfinished business. There's so many unfinished videos. It's not even funny. Little bit crispy this time by accident. There we go. Nah. Oh my god. Hey, cables. I should have just fucking gone for the wireless earbuds, even though that probably would have caused problems. Okay. Let's get back to it. Who is Sir Yanthan?
So Sir Yanthan is my concept of my ideal self. It's similar to when Christians have the phrase, what would Jesus do? Anytime a Christian is presented with a situation which they don't know how to act, they think of how, well, if Jesus was in this situation, how would he respond? Because to a Christian, Jesus is like their ideal person, and they want to emulate him in everything they do. So the Sir Yanthan was kind of my version of that. It was my concept of
the ideal version of me. And so I can imagine any number of situations and see the difference between what I feel like this ideal version of myself would do. The difference between that and what I would just naturally want to do, the way I would naturally react in different situations. And I definitely am not Sir Yanthan in that sense. I have not lived my life in that way. I have not lived my life the way I wish I would have, the way that I wanted to. I am still me. I am myself. I am Anthony O'Hearn. And so Yanthan was Anthony, but the Y just went to the beginning. But apparently plenty of other Anthonys thought of that as well. And so it was already taken on pretty much every social media platform and video game and whatever. And so well over 10 years ago, I was playing RuneScape. And so that's when, anyone who's played RuneScape has heard of Zezima. He was the top guy in the game back then.
All good things start with RuneScape.
I want a cool username like that. And so I came up with Yanthan, and it was already taken. So then it's like, well, it's medieval stuff, so I will say Sir Yanthan, and that'll have to be good enough, because I just had no other choice. And that's where it came from. I've had that username for a very long time, but I was very upset that I could not have Yanthan. I wanted Yanthan. I didn't want to have Sir Yanthan. I wanted Yanthan. And so I went to great lengths to try to get Yanthan on like Twitch and Twitter and YouTube. Well, that back before YouTube allowed multiple channels with the same name. RuneScape as well. Like some websites like Twitch or Twitter will respect trademarks sometimes, but RuneScape isn't gonna care about a trademark on a username. It's not like a business name, whereas Twitter will respect trademarks on business names.
I noticed that in this video, I'm not nearly as confident in my delivery of the things I'm saying as I feel about the things that I'm saying. Which is sad, because good content, good words, bad delivery.
So that you can have your Twitter account with your business name. So I even went almost that far. Like I almost trademarked Yanthan. But then there's some other like company out of the UK, I think, named Yanthan. I think it's like a plumbing company or something.
Plumbing.
And then I think a while ago there was like a Japanese company about, I don't know what they did, named Yanthan. And that is another concern I have with the name. It's like, it sounds kind of Asian. And nothing against Asians, but I'm not Asian. That's just not what I am. And so it feels kind of misleading, but I don't know. I've gone through dozens of usernames over the years, trying to have my own like cool username like Zezima, and some of them people just plain couldn't pronounce. Some of them were...
No matter how many fucking times I say it right to their face and pronounce it properly, they just could not recreate the exact same fucking sound.
Kind of lame. Some of them were like descriptive words that the same, which is kind of weird because like names are just, it's a name. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a name.
Like John or Richard.
Versus a username that's made out of descriptive words. It kind of means something on its own versus like Sir Yanthan. That doesn't mean anything on its own.
Or Josh. That doesn't mean anything. You get to define what it means.
I get to define what it means. But if I have a username, like, I'll give an example. One of my really, really old usernames was Rickless Lunatic.
it's descriptive. You already get a sense of what I am based on that. And maybe I change over the years, and I don't want to be that anymore.
Granted, within certain projects that can be very, very good. Like, if I have a channel that's only about VR content, having the letters VR in the name would be great.
I want to act differently and not be a reckless lunatic. But then I'm kind of pigeonholed by that name.
This is also, you know, thoughts stemming from back before you could change a username.
So to speak. So I didn't like those. I had several different types of names where it was like descriptive words that I would put together. And they never lasted. I would get sick of them and come up with a new one. So after all these years, I've just gone back to Suryanthon. And I think it's good. The one thing I do need to do is go back and reclaim Suryanthon on Twitch, because I had switched my Twitch to my real name, and I want to go back and reclaim Suryanthon, so hopefully it will let me do that.
I think I did that already, but I should double check like immediately, because I was kind of dumb to oops, shit, to announce that that name was available and that I was wanting it back. Okay, thank goodness, yeah. I've reclaimed it. But I'm not streaming to it as I should be right fucking now. I should be streaming to Twitch at the same time as YouTube, but I'm just not.
Other than that, I think I have Suryanthon on every other social media platform. And it's not like Yanthon, where every other person named Anthony is going to make an account named Yanthon. I have yet to see any other social media platform or video game where someone has taken Suryanthon.
Can't wait for my channel to blow up and get famous. That way all my fucking viewers can steal my goddamn username on every brand new game that comes out. Fuck you. I'm saying that to anyone in the future that plans on doing that, because I'm certain that it will probably happen. So fuck you in advance.
So that's pretty cool. But yeah, that's what Suryanthon means to me. That's what it's about. It's this concept of my ideal self.
Hold up. Can we get some peanut butter appreciation? Where's my mouse cursor? Look at that. That's some sexy looking peanut butter. Oh, that's too much.
The person that my younger self thought I would be by now. The person that concept of my ideal self. The person that my younger self thought I would be by now. And I'm not. So that's what this channel is me going through the process, breaking down my life down to every tiny little aspect and reanalyzing everything to transform myself into Suryanthon, to do what it takes to become this ideal version of myself. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope I was gonna do this whole video unedited, and then I just like instinctually stopped. I was like, wait, no, hold on. What's happening? Am I gonna edit this or not? I don't know. I don't think I will. So thank you so much for watching. I hope this was informative, or what's the other word? Enlightening, perhaps? I don't know. Let me know what your experience is with this type of concept. Do you feel similarly? Do you have this like concept of an ideal version of yourself as juxtaposed to who you are or who you have been? Or is this a potentially harmful perspective that has been imprinted upon me by early 2000s Christianity?
Fucking course, as soon as I hit pause, I forget what I was going to say.
That has been imprinted upon me
by early 2000s Christianity. A potentially harmful is this of my ideal self.
My fucking computer, everything froze up again. Something's seriously wrong with this thing.
This of my ideal. A potentially harmful is this of my ideal self.
Okay. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, right. I was saying that now, God, fuck you. Looking back, it's fascinating to see the bits of progress that I have made over the last how many months. To see where the lines are beginning to blur. Actions that I have taken that are actions that Sir Anthony would have taken. And not necessarily the way I would have acted a year or two ago in that situation. So that's been really cool.
As juxtaposed to who you are or who you have been. Yeah, by early comments below. Thank you for watching. Subscribe if you want to see more. Share my videos with anyone else who you think might find them interesting. I gotta find a better way to word that. So it like rolls off the tongue a little bit better. But anyways, take care.
I was very tired in this vid. No! Probably copyrighted music. Alright. So, in the moving vlogs, I mentioned something about them not doing a good job with the snow removal around here. This is the follow-up video to that.
Today is finally my first day off of work since I moved in. And initially my thoughts were, this is great. I'm going to have the whole day to record videos. I'm going to record so many videos because for the entirety of my moving process, I have been making each day's video, the day that I make it, and moving. So, whereas before moving, I was usually like a day, sometimes two, but usually just one day ahead on videos. So it removed the stress of having to make a video because if I didn't make one, I'd be okay. I already had one ready. But by removing that stress, it allowed me to be a little bit more creative and just kind of make whatever I want. But
I keep finding way too often that I go to pause it and then I so I can say something and commentate, and then I unpause it and then I said the thing. Which is either good that the things that I was saying back then are clearly then true because I am still agreeing with them, or it's bad because then I'm still clearly the same person I was then and I'm not like changing and improving, or I don't fucking know. It's a very case-by-case basis thing.
this moving process, not having any videos
It's impossible to make that sort of judgment on a grander scale.
prepared ahead of time was a nightmare. And so, yeah, I was hoping to make a ton of videos today. I didn't make any. It's like 10:30 at night. And I'm just quick recording this to throw it up on the channel. I had a whole bunch
Puke content.
of adulting I had to handle.
As soon as I said that, I was like, that could be a meme. That's pretty much all that Gary Vee says. Puke content.
A bunch of like mail.
I wonder if I could not vocode, that's not the right effect, but like TalkBox. If I could digitally TalkBox a vomit sound effect into the word content. Cursed.
It's the open enrollment period for my insurance, and that's like something that is so far beyond the scope of what this channel is.
Fuck you. You should have documented that process anyway, because your lack of understanding would have been entertaining.
Right now, so I do not have the
Health insurance content. Give the people what they want. Health insurance content.
understanding of the American health insurance system.
ignore the time at
Exactly. The system's a fucking disaster. Vlog yourself being confused. It'll be relatable, dick shit.
this moment to make any videos about that.
Fuck you.
So I'm still not done with it. I spent pretty much the entire day on that. I mean, I did some other things first. And
The tricky part with that, and my hesitation with that at the time, was what can I say publicly without giving away personal information? That's tricky.
but yeah, most of the day was spent on that and some distraction watching YouTube videos of like the website or the like insurance website would link me to a YouTube video about insurance, and then I'd see a recommendation about motorcycles and I'd be like, ooh, that's a cool video. And then I'd watch that. Yeah, so that took up a lot of my day. Also, I would like to take back something I had said in a previous moving vlog about
This is the point of the video.
not doing a very good job about the snow removal around here with the new apartment. I was unaware of this, that apparently using salt to remove ice only works within a certain temperature range, and it's actually possible for it to be too cold for the salt to work on the ice. And so instead they use sand just to give you a little bit of extra grip on top of the ice, just to kind of tide you over until it warms up enough for the salt to work. I never knew this. So yeah, of course they did a terrible job removing the ice from the sidewalk because there was nothing they could do. The salt just wouldn't work, which explains why, like, not the highway, but the country back roads were atrocious. They were disgusting, and it was like everything was like
Because of the sand everywhere.
gross looking too because of all the sand everywhere and.
There's nothing for me to say. What's the point of this reaction stream? There's nothing for me to commentate because I've already said everything.
This was before I found out about this. What is wrong with the roads? They've never been this bad. I've been driving this road not my whole life, but like since I got my license. It's never been this bad. It's just never been this cold. Well, I mean, it's been this cold, but very rarely, and I guess I just never noticed, or maybe never drove on that road when it was that cold. Regardless, that's interesting. That's new, something I never knew before. What else did I want to talk about? There was a few other things. I didn't want to edit this video, but now I'm pausing. Fine, I'll do a little bit of editing. So I'll pause it, so I'll stop the recording. Try to think of what else to say and then start the recording again. Anyways. I also got a guy in here this morning to put in a temporary fix on the tub. For anyone who hasn't
We have an actual fix by now. Yay.
seen my other moving vlogs, there's a crack in the tub. And it's like squishy underneath there, and water like gets underneath the tub.
Also, I don't know if I ever mentioned this on the channel, but I got athlete's foot from that shit. And it's fucking finally cleared up last month. So that's very exciting.
So they put in a temporary fix because the guy who's going to come do the actual inspection, try to figure out how to actually fix it, is just really booked up right now. So that was nice, and what was also nice is this new guy that just came in to do the temporary fix today, with flex tape. I mean, I guess whatever works. He agreed with me finally that whoever did the inspection on this place between the previous renters and me did not do a very good job, because there was the crack in the tub, there was the washer that leaks, there was dog food still under the heat registers. Like, the profession, you're required to hire a professional carpet cleaner here before you move out. So like when I move out, I will have to hire a professional carpet cleaner. I don't know who they hired, but they did not do a good job. There was an outlet plate missing, cover. I haven't even gotten time to try the dishwasher or the oven yet. Hopefully those will work. But yeah,
They work.
Nice to have someone from the property management
Oh, and I found a receipt. That wasn't mine.
company that
And eventually, when I finally like scrubbed the floors, I pulled the fridge and the washer and dryer and the oven stove out to clean out underneath those. Fucking disgusting, dude. They definitely didn't clean under any of those before I moved in. I only been here for 6 fucking months before I went to clean them out. But like, there's no way that I made that much of a mess in 6 months. There was definitely stuff still back there from the previous renters. I mean, the fucking carpets still smell like dog from the previous renters. I intend on borrowing someone's carpet cleaning machine and just doing it myself. Like, I wanted to do that like a month ago. I wanted to do it when I moved in, but that didn't happen. So then I wanted to do it a month ago. Fucking hell, it'll be fucking next February. It'll be next February before. I just did the thing where I stopped and then repeated myself as if I was going to cut out the previous one. This is a live stream, you dumbass. No, that's what I was being like. It'll be February before I actually get around to cleaning this. There's so much shit to do. Ain't nobody got time for that.
That agrees with me. That way they are aware that these things... But yeah, that was nice to have someone from the...
Why am I not on 2x speed?
property management, the company that agrees with me. That way they are aware that these things are not my fault. I didn't cause them. I didn't drop anything in the tub. I hadn't fallen in the tub. The crack was already there before I got here. The washing machine was already leaky before I tried it. Today was also mostly food-free. Every once in a while, I'll just not eat for an entire day on purpose, because most of the time I eat a lot. Because for a couple of years, I was like going to the gym fairly consistently and eating a lot of protein and trying to like stay hydrated and build muscle. And it's not worked that well. It's done a little bit. I used to be like really chicken arms, but it's done a little bit. But it's a long, difficult process to put on muscle. Regardless, I've gotten into a habit of just eating a lot all the time. And yesterday, very long story short, I was on like 3 hours of sleep. I had my first caffeine in like 6 months, and I had a lot of it. I had like 200 milligrams of caffeine, which is equivalent to like 2 strong cups of coffee. And for anyone who isn't aware, caffeine is a diuretic, and it ravaged my intestines. So by the end of last night, I was really not feeling good, and I was like, you know what, today I'm going to just have water all day, no food. Well, I kind of gave in. I had a little bit for breakfast, and then I finished off a bag of pretzels, which I regret eating those. Yeah, that's something nice to do once in a while, to just take a break from food, and to know that you're physically capable of going a day without food, which sounds so silly to say, but when you're like me and you're eating all the time, and you rarely go 2 hours without eating, it oddly becomes an unusual experience to allow myself to not eat for long enough to actually feel hungry. And it's weird that that feels weird to me. And so maybe I'll just do it again tomorrow. It's probably been 8+ years since the last time I've gone like more than a day without eating. And it's only like every other month or something like that when I decide to just skip one day. And I just kind of do it at random whenever I feel like I need to. But yeah, what I was saying before is like, it's a good thing to know that you're capable of doing that, because like if something were to ever happen where suddenly I don't have access to food, what if like our transportation systems shut down, or the gas stations all don't, what if the power grid goes down and we can't pump gas and now we can't ship more food up here and suddenly there's no food available and I gotta like ration my food? You know, you never know what's gonna happen. It's good to like be ready for anything. And so if something like that were to happen, the panic obviously would set in and make the starvation so much worse, versus if I'm used to feeling hungry, then it's not gonna bug me as much. Another thing I've noticed since moving in is the echoiness, the reverb, the open sound of this room has been oddly unsettling, even though this is what most rooms sound like. This is what a normal room sounds like, mostly. And I guess it sounds a bit more echoey than it normally would because I don't have all my furniture here yet, but to me it just sounds way too echoey, and it's gonna take some getting used to, because for the last like 4 to 5 years I was living in my studio. If you look at my older videos, I had my acoustic foam in the background like you would see in a recording studio. I lived in that room, or not that room specifically, but like I had that foam on the wall. Every time I would move somewhere, I would put that up on the wall because it would make the room sound nicer on the camera. And I'm definitely aware that the audio probably sounds horrible right now. It probably has sounded horrible for like the last week worth of videos, but I just have not had the time to go get my foam yet, and I would rather have videos with not the best audio quality than no videos, but I've already said that in a billion other videos. Back to the point. Yeah, when I first created my like sound room, my studio foam, it was like unsettlingly quiet, but I very quickly got used to it, and it was just really nice and peaceful to be in such a silent room. And I got used to it very quickly, but anytime my friends would come over, or my parents at the time when I was still living with them, and they would come into my room, they would just get like very uncomfortable with how quiet it was. And so living in that intense quiet for such a long time, now like a normal amount of feedback is like unsettling to me in the way that the silence was unsettling to them, which is just interesting. But I definitely am bringing my foam here. I'm gonna have to experiment with some command hooks and figure out how to hang this stuff, because I don't want to be putting a bunch of holes in the walls, and I'm not gonna be gluing it to the walls, because not only does that ruin the walls, but it ruins the foam too, and you gotta throw it out my new foam every time you move, and that's expensive. So my foam is actually glued to like giant cardboard sheets. That's another video. I'll talk about that later. Anyways, I gotta bring more furniture here. I gotta bring my foam here, and that'll get rid of the echo mostly and make it sound like a normal apartment. I don't know. This is just kind of a little rambly video because today was, like I said, I wanted to make a whole bunch of videos, but I just kind of didn't. I just decided to take the time to just like settle in a little bit. I still have a lot of unpacking to do. I still have a lot more stuff to move here, mainly just the bigger furniture items, which hopefully I might bring some of that over tomorrow. Yeah, just took the day to just kind of settle in and get used to the place a little bit and do adulting, try to get health insurance. Because I guess that's the thing that I gotta do now. Oh yeah, and I have tomorrow off work as well, which is fantastic. To have 2 days off in a row, it's been a long time since I've had that, so I'm just gonna really enjoy that. How was your day? What you been up to lately? How you feeling? How you handling the cold, dark winter? Well, the days are getting longer, slowly and surely. I know it doesn't seem like it at all. Thank you so much for watching. hopefully better lately. How you feeling? How you handling the cold, dark winter? The days are getting longer, slowly and surely. I know it doesn't seem like it at all, but they are getting longer. Winter should be leaving soon. He's getting out of here. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully better content will be on the way soon. Now that I've kind of taken some time to just try to relax a little bit, just settle into the space. I have so many video ideas, but it's just a matter of time. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Subscribe if you haven't already and you want to see more, and take care.
Oh, yeah, this is the this is the weird
So
one.
this one's gonna be a little bit weird.
Yeah, this is the weird one.
This video is gonna be a little bit awkward, so Mom, don't watch this one.
Yeah, Mom, if you're watching, I mean, a billion% guarantee she's not watching the stream, but I'm just saying it for the meme of like, hey, Mom, don't watch.
No, it's not that awkward. So pockets. Do any of you out there have any information on the origins of pants pockets? Why did we invent them? The first obvious answer would be to put things in them, but it makes so much more sense to like make a bag or a
The first answer is just fucking Google it, dumbass. Don't make a video asking the internet why.
backpack or like just stuff our shirts with things and like just carry it that way. Like there's a billion other ways to carry things. Why would we make these bags built into our clothes? Now, of course, I can think of a billion reasons why we would do that, because
Because it's convenient.
convenient.
Yeah.
But I propose an alternative, which I highly doubt this is actually why we invented pockets, but you know, it gives me an excuse to talk about something that most people aren't going to care about and be
Also, the focus is wrong. I think for the whole video.
like, why are you talking about this? So in a completely platonic, non-sexual way, I find myself very frequently automatically just kind of, not to do anything, but just to have them there. And so, for the sake of demonstration, I shall put in between my pants and underwear, which looks just as bad,
Don't demonetize me.
but
Don't you dare.
it is not as bad.
Don't you dare.
Now, obviously, I'm not doing this in public. I do this when I'm at home, in the comfort of my own home. And I don't know why I do this, almost all the time.
Not anymore. But more on that later in this video.
They're just kind of there. It's like a very natural place for them to gravitate towards. That is
Gravitate. Why did I choose that
my
word?
resting position. You know, when you see in a video game, hold on, I don't like that camera angle. You know, when you see in a video game, when you're like looking at your character
Wait, I just thought of this idea earlier today.
to like put different clothes on them or whatever, and they're just like,
Their idle animation.
or whatever they do.
Their idle animation.
That's my standing position, just hands there.
Someone needs to put that into a video game. That needs to be an idle animation.
But as I've shown you, my desk is over there. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, I turned the wrong knob on my tripod. My desk, I have intentionally placed right by the patio windows that you won't focus. By the patio doors there. Because then I get the natural sunlight, oh hello, while I am sitting at my computer. Why do you not focus on it? What is wrong with this thing? I bought a Canon camera because they're supposed to have good focus.
Yeah, that was literally like the only reason anyone ever said to get a Canon camera was just amazing autofocus, but fucking everything else would be better with any other brand. And goddamn focus, I'm fighting with it all the time.
Focus, you piece of junk. And so,
Yeah, you can see at that point I'm still like not comfortable swearing on videos. Am I streaming? Yes. I've only been streaming for 19 minutes.
one of my neighbors was bringing their garbage out to the dumpster and saw me. No, wait, hold on. With my clothes on.
I wasn't doing anything. The hands were just there.
I need to clarify. It's just they saw the hands there. But they were not under the underwear. They were in between.
because this is something I thought about months ago. That's weird. And so a quick Google search actually made me discover
This video is fucking awful. If there's any video I want to take down, it would be this one, honestly. I don't have a problem with any of the things I'm saying. It's the way I'm saying it. Because I am doing the like, hold on, wait, let me explain type of thing, expecting the viewer to find this uncomfortable. But like, if I would just act comfortable, I would either be insane or it would kind of disperse the viewer being potentially uncomfortable, I guess. I don't know.
that this is surprisingly common, that guys will put their hands there as just a place to put them. Maybe it's just nice to feel warmth. I don't know. And I was like, well, I don't really want to do that anymore, because then, you know, your hand gets kind of sweaty, and that, you know, then it's gross.
It's not a good time.
So I think we...
And then, you know, you grab your mouse or your keyboard and it's just not a good look.
can all agree that, like, the ideal standing position would be just, like, arms at sides. You know, they always say to, like, not put your hands in your pockets, that this is better. But rather than jump straight to that, I thought I could kind of start slowly working towards that. What is wrong with this focus? I don't understand. I could just slowly
I really should just do a blooper video of every time I'm fighting with my equipment.
start working towards that. So I could go in layer. Levels? Whatever. I could go from under the underwear to in between underwear and pants to pockets to out of pockets. But what I've discovered actually is that going in between underwear and pants looks just as bad, but provides none of the effect that going under underwear would have, like the comfort. This sounds so wrong. I just don't know how to explain this.
It really does.
This is a completely not sexual thing
Genuinely, seriously, I'm not joking. It's completely platonic.
at all. And so I am resorting to hands in pockets. And I was like, you know what? Maybe that's why we invented pockets. Was so that maybe
I'm getting
maybe the ancient
headphone hair.
seamstresses invented pockets so that guys could keep their hands out of their pants because they were made uncomfortable by this. I don't know. I'm just word mind vomiting.
I left that in on purpose.
I don't know. Because my dumb ass decided apparently I'm gonna try to make 2 videos every day now.
Oh yeah, that.
I wasn't sure if I was gonna say that because I don't know if I'm gonna commit to it, but apparently like I'm actually gonna
I
try.
did. How the fuck did I do that? Holy shit.
It's the second day now that apparently I'm doing that.
How the
Anyways,
fuck
that's all
did I
fine.
do
So
that?
do you do this? Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Thanks for
Jesus.
watching. I don't know why you would watch this or what you would get out of it, so actually let me know about that down in the comment
Yeah.
section. Why did you watch this?
To watch
Thanks
all
for
of my
watching.
videos.
Take care.
Yeah, you can see like the concerned look when I say take care, like
Thanks for watching. Take care.
take care. Don't know why you watch something like this. I hope you're okay. Alright. This is probably one I'm going to skip most of.
Alright, so, if you haven't seen this video, I will simply explain what happened in that video. Is I tried to meditate every single day,
This is the really long one.
and
The reflection of meditation
I
one.
discovered that I hate meditation. Honestly, the video, or the editing on that video was pretty trash. I
Yeah.
could have done so much better. There's so much I should have cut out. The video could have been a lot shorter, a lot more concise. Regardless, yeah, I meditated every day. I filmed a couple minutes of reflection on it every day, and I determined that I hate meditation because I'm sick of not doing anything. I've spent the vast majority of my life, specifically the last 10 years, is like the chunk that I remember the most. But in general, I have spent my life not doing any of the things that I actually want to do with it. And so meditation annoys me because I want to do things. I want to live my life. I want to be a person and exist and not just sit here. But life can be overwhelming, and sometimes it's good to take a break from it.
It's weird to witness the way that I speak in this way. And to automatically see comparisons between it and how others speak.
Intentionally, not automatically, not unintentionally, like as a last resort where you just cannot function anymore, and so you have no choice but to take a break. That's kind of what happened in this video.
Which one was this?
So I'm really confused. 8:30 p.m.
Ah, that one.
But sometimes it's good to take a break intentionally, to do nothing, to rest and recover so that you can be better at the things that you do want to do when you do them. The same way that you can't be awake all the time, you have to sleep. And so this morning I slept in about 2 hours, and now I'm going to sit here and just do nothing for 30 minutes before I begin my day. And I'm going to begin to attempt to make meditation part of my daily practice again, starting with 1 minute a day. Hopefully focusing more on actually doing it for the sake of doing it, rather than recording reflections all the time and constantly thinking about it. Because the whole point of meditation is to achieve a calm, peaceful state where you aren't thinking. Not to reject thoughts, but just to, because like if you think of your mind as like waves on the ocean, rejecting thoughts is like pushing back against the waves and trying to break them down, versus calming yourself to a point where you just don't have thoughts in the first place is like calming the storm, calming the winds, so that calming the ocean currents to the point where you just don't have waves. And of course you don't want that all the time, but
Because that would be boring.
it can be a useful tool for when the waves become too much, to when your boat is capsizing and you're like, please, everything just stop for a minute. So that you have time to, what's it called, build your boat. Anyways, I'm using up a lot of time on it.
Fuck is that supposed to mean?
Instead of actually sitting here doing nothing. So, it's kind of a weird video, but I'm going to start my day off with this. I've already set a timer for 30 minutes because this Canon camera is only record for 30 minutes. And I have yet to clean my apartment, so I tucked my shirt in, that way I can just like take these paints off when I'm done, because they're probably gross from sitting on this carpet. I'm not putting my back up against the wall because I don't know. Judging by the rest of this apartment, they didn't clean it very well, so my back is already getting tired and sore. So this is going to be quite a challenge to try to sit up properly.
In retrospect, those sentences wouldn't make any sense to anyone who hasn't seen the moving vlogs and has no idea that I just moved in. They'd be like, what the fuck is he doing? Why would he touch the wall?
But anyways, I'm just going to start. Realized it's Friday the 13th, and I also wanted to mention too that rather than interrupting the meditation every single time like I just did, I'm going to allow myself to pause to write things down, so that I can come back to those things later. My back already hurts. And I don't remember if I have a pencil and paper here with me. I don't. They're in the other room. I'll go grab them if I need them.
done last night.
I had forgotten about how this is so much harder when there's a camera on me. Don't know why. Probably because I'm thinking about it. It's like that Alan Watts quote, if you can't meditate in a boiler room, then you can't meditate. So the idea is everyone makes it easy for themselves to meditate by sitting in a quiet room or listening to binaural beats or a guided meditation or something. But if you can't meditate in absolute chaos, then it means that you're not actually that good at meditating, which I am not. Clearly. But as we know, the brain is still constantly thinking and processing and doing things as we're sleeping. We're just not aware of it. So even then, oh my God, my back. I need to fix my chair. I guess I really do need that much sleep. So that's where I feel like with meditation, I go and I end up sleeping. Like if you sleep from
Why was I talking for so long?
in order
Bruh. Shut up and meditate.
sometimes I also feel like
What the fuck is this video?
it's important to
Ah!
in order
To what?
sometimes it's important to take a break from something
Yeah.
in order to understand the benefits that you were getting from the thing.
Yeah, I guess that could be an excuse as to why I took 2 weeks off from uploading, to remind myself of, like, God damn it. This is the fucking only thing. Well, not anymore. Like, I have other things, actually. A couple other things. But there's, like, one of the very few things I actually want to do with my life. Why am I not doing it?
So, like if you sleep at night, then you go at night without sleeping, then you realize, oh yeah, or you go at night with not enough sleep, then you realize like, oh yeah, I guess I really do need that much sleep. So that's where I feel like with meditation, I was getting used to having it, and it wasn't until I took a break away from it that I realized, like, oh yeah, maybe I do actually kind of want that in my life.
Yeah, and I keep yo-yoing on everything.
But man, once I in that last chunk there, I was just barely starting to get into it, and once I get to that point, then the back is just the worst part. That I don't know if it's just not as strong as as I think it is. It's just you do this. Oh, that is awful. That is everything about this is awful. Yeah, because I also think about often with posture. If stretching my back like this is a bad idea,
No, it's a good idea.
how meditation is supposed to work.
What?
I don't understand how meditation is supposed to work. I don't get it. I can't do it. Which is weird because years ago I felt like I was good at it. For example, neighbor just flushed their toilet, and I was like, okay, I should include the experience of what that sounds like, and just be aware of what it sounds like. Just listen to what it sounds like,
And that just like immediately led to me thinking about plumbing. Like, I don't understand how to exist without thinking. It feels like such a contradiction, like the brain thinks, it's just what it does. How am I supposed to just not think? I feel yeah, there's only a couple minutes left, and I'm not going to meditate right up to the point where the timer goes off, because then the recording stops at that point, and then I can't do an outro. So I think I'm just going to call it quits there. Everything about this is awful.
If you've never tried it, I highly recommend it. It's an interesting experience, and you'll learn a lot about yourself. It's fucking painful. I don't understand how or why. And also the last like 10 minutes, this neighbor of mine that usually every evening walks around his building. There he is. He's got headphones on, luckily. Oh, now he looked at me. For whatever fucking reason, tonight he started walking around my building. And I have my window open for fresh air. Why, bro? Just walk around your building. Because now I'm all self-conscious and not wanting to talk.
I hate it. 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 I don't want to do it. I think I genuinely actually feel worse
Yeah.
than before.
Yeah, I usually do after meditation.
Meditation's supposed to be like a calming, relaxing thing, where afterwards you're supposed to feel refreshed and energized. But
I used to feel that way after meditating, but now it just fucking hurts.
okay, not supposed to, but yes, supposed to. But aside from that, like that, I've experienced that before, where
Yeah.
I was like tired and angry before, and then I would meditate and I'd feel fine afterwards. Maybe I just did the opposite, where I felt fine because I slept in 2 hours today, and then I did this, and now I feel awful. It's just so frustrating. I don't want to meditate. I want to do things. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go do my workout, because I haven't done that in way too long. It's been definitely over a week, maybe 2 weeks. Because of this moving process, I just haven't taken the time to do that, in the same way that before I wasn't willing to take the time to do this for even a minute a day, when my workout is like half an hour a day. Now, man, I hope.
Yeah, fuck meditation. Okay. See, now we're starting to get back into some actual content.
I've already talked about water, because obviously you need
The tripod's way too high.
water to survive, but I haven't talked anything about food yet, because my previous place, literally all I had was a mini fridge and a microwave. I could not cook. Now, I did have like a little electric skillet thingy I can plug in. Not skillet, stovetop, whatever. But I just never used it because I didn't have a nice way of washing dishes there. And so for 2.5 years,
Oh, yeah. I brought my dishes to my parents' place, too. Every week I would bring my laundry and my dishes.
done microwave food and anything pre-packed.
I'm so fucking spoiled living here.
It's just pre-made, like granola bars. And so now, here in my new apartment, I have an actual stove
foot.
oven and like an actual fridge and freezer. And the pantry may have more than 2 days of food available at a time. I can go do normal grocery shopping and just like get
I haven't done much of that. I really, really should.
a week's worth. Whereas before, I had to be very aware of how much food and what food, and is it going to go bad, and do I have space to get more. And every time I go grocery shopping, I'd be thinking of a mini fridge and think of like, okay, how much space do I have? And even before I would go grocery shopping, I would count out like how many slots I could fit for microwave meals. How many of those can I buy? So this morning was the first time that I tried cooking food, and I should have filmed it because it was not good. I have some bacon that I bought a while ago, but it was basically frozen the whole time. My
I
fridge was
remember
set to
this.
maximum at all times,
And so
Yeah.
I've had this bacon for a while, but it was frozen. So I was like, it's probably still good. So I tried cooking it. It was awful. I'm going to have to throw it out. And I was cooking the bacon before my eggs because I didn't have any of the like spray stuff to make it not sticky. But then I realized, where am I going to pour the grease? I
What
don't
the
have
fuck
any.
is this ramble about? This is... Shut up and eat your cereal.
Empty cans because I just
This is
moved in. I need another
unrelated.
garbage can because right now I'm using my dirty laundry basket for my recyclables and my garbage can for my garbage, and I just threw away some shoes that were kind of falling apart, and so
Oh.
I just had the
Wait, hold on.
pile,
I
but it
skipped
was
over
frozen, so
something.
it's like,
I
it's
skipped over
probably
something
still
by
good.
accident.
So I tried cooking it. It was awful. I'm gonna have to throw it out. And I was cooking the bacon before my eggs because I didn't have any of the like spray stuff to make it not sticky. But then I realized, where am I gonna pour the grease? I don't have any empty cans because I just moved in. I need another garbage can because right now I'm using my dirty laundry basket for my recyclables and my garbage can for my garbage. And I just threw away some shoes that were kind of falling apart. And so I just had the weirdest moment of pouring bacon grease on shoes. I'm like, what am I doing with my life? Is this gonna combust? Well, let's give it a shot. I got nowhere else to put it. Yeah, so the bacon was disgusting. I'm pretty sure it's bad. I'm gonna throw it out because it says it expired like over a month ago. Well, no, it says Best Buy over a month ago, but I'm not gonna risk it. And then I made some eggs that I had just bought, and those were very good. It's been, I guess, 2.5 years since I've cooked eggs, but I still got it. I got them just right. And also, even though I said in yesterday's video that maybe I was gonna have today be another foodless day, I decided, nah, I did my workout. It was basically just lots of stretching today, and I decided, you know, I should have some protein after that. So I had my eggs, but I'm still hungry. So today, I'm gonna have some cereal. And not just any cereal. Oh no, I was gonna get the other box of something to show you, but I don't have it here. It's still in my old place. I still have things to go get from my old place. It's a good thing they're not like kicking me out over there. I got plenty of time to go get my stuff. But hopefully you've seen this video. Please go watch that and then come back to this because you need that for context.
Oh, that's not my video. That's someone else's. But yes, you actually need to go watch that.
It's hilarious. Hopefully I can find it to be able to link it. But yeah, the cereal in question that he's talking about in that video, I bought that just for the box. I of course ate the cereal because it's good cereal, but it was going clearance, which means they're not going to carry it anymore. So I like carefully looked through all the boxes on the shelf to pick the one that is the least like crunched or like creased or damaged or in any way. And I ate the cereal and then I kept the box as decoration, I guess. I don't know. And so that's what I'm doing today with this. Obviously I'm gonna eat the cereal and I'm gonna apparently do a review on it. My immediate impressions upon opening it is it's just Trix with marshmallows. Yeah, it's Trix with Lucky Charms and marshmallows. Well, vaguely Pikachu-shaped marshmallows. Oh, and Thunderbolts, that's what the other shape is. Here, I'll let you have another look at the marshmallows. Can you see? Yeah, you can see a Pikachu shape. You can see a Pikachu shape right there. Let me just, can you see a Thunderbolt? There's a lightning bolt right there. And whatever that nonsense is. Oh, it's a long boy.
I did it again.
That's something that I'm very excited about, that I am now able to begin experimenting with cooking, try different ingredients, try different ratios of ingredients, try making all kinds of different things. But I'm hungry, so I'm
And I just simply haven't.
to come out so I can show you. Oh, there's several different types of mutations. Here we go. Here it comes. Here it comes. Alright. Yeah, this is a fantastic... Why am I so dark? I changed my settings. I should not be dark. This is a fantastically nostalgic 90s breakfast with Pokemon cereal and this tiny little Winnie the Pooh spoon that I got at a secondhand store. Because apparently when I was really little, like too little for me to remember, I guess I watched a lot of Winnie the Pooh. I know the lighting isn't the best. This lighting should be coming from behind the camera instead of behind me. Oh, they got different colored marshmallows too. So here's the Pikachu. Oh, no. So here's that Pikachu. That one's a little deformed, but it's okay. Just don't make him self-conscious about it. And then we got a couple different colors of lightning bolts. Nice. And then we got this here long boy lightning bolt. That is epic. Oh, here, I can do this. There we go. Come on. Look at that long boy lightning bolt. Whole milk. Fun fact, whole milk is not 100%. God, stop with the lighting. Fun fact, whole milk is not 100% milk. In the same, well, I mean, it's all milk, but there's nothing else in here. It's just milk. You know how we have like 2% milk? What percent is whole milk? 3.5%. This is 3.5% milk. It's not like you're going from 2% to 100% fat. It's 2% to about 3.5%. So I feel like the way they name milk kind of gives a misunderstanding and steers people away from this, when it's really, in my opinion, not that bad for you. I should have grabbed a close-up shot of that for the sake of semantics. But anyways, I'm just going to sit here and enjoy. Oh yeah, that's just straight up Trix. It's very good, with marshmallows. This is genius. This is my favorite thing. That's an ancient meme. I haven't had tricks in a very long time. So now at this point I'm speaking directly to Markiplier. Markiplier, we all respect that you are the world's only Sour Patch review channel. But I'm coming for you. I'm going to review Sour Patch Kids eventually. Currently I'm trying to stay away from sugar. Unlike you, Markiplier, eating all those Pop-Tarts, well, what's going on? See, when I say I'm staying away from sugar, I'm staying away from sugar even if it means that I don't have Sour Patch review content. And yes, I will eventually make that video purely for the sake of annoying you so that you will no longer be able to say that you're the only Sour Patch review channel. This is war. I'm starting beef. I'm going to become the Sour Patch review channel. My reviews will be more thorough than yours. But in the meantime, I'm going to stick to what I'm actually trying to do, which is stay away from sugar for now. Unlike you, Mr. Pierre. No, actually, how much sugar is in this on second thought? Not bad, actually. Only 12 grams. I'm not staying away from sugar entirely. This has other things in it. It's carbs. It's not just sugar. Candy is just sugar. Pop-Tarts are basically just sugar. So yeah, I'm just going to enjoy my breakfast and then go back into full panic mode as I try to make as many videos as I can today because it's my day off work. And it's just the right consistency. I stalled just long enough for it to soak up the milk, but still be crunchy. That's the best. Oh, and the marshmallows are perfect additional touch. Like Lucky Charms, you eat it just for the marshmallows. I don't care who says hold on. I don't care who says otherwise. The actual cereal of Lucky Charms is disgusting. No, it's not actually, but it's just bland. It's fine. It's just bland. You eat it for the marshmallows. Come on, admit it. But Trix is fine on its own. It doesn't need marshmallows. And so adding the marshmallows, I'm talking with my hands and you can't even see. So adding the marshmallows is an additional touch. It's very nice. This is actually a great combination. Nice work, General Mills. I really appreciate this. If you could keep this going, I would unironically continue to buy this like on a regular basis. This is fantastic. And you got like very bold. Are there other flavors? Like, is this gonna keep going? Are you like you got your Pikachu? Are you gonna start like a different cereal for different Pokemon? That would be amazing. I would gladly become the world's only Pokemon cereal review channel.
I am very disappointed that I haven't seen this be a thing yet. Come on, guys. Come on, Niantic, Nintendo, General. Get your shit together.
That would be amazing. It was good stuff. It's fantastic, actually. See, now at this point, I'm debating. I'm so dark. I'm sorry about the lightning, guys. See, at this point now, I'm debating: do I eat the long boy lightning bolt, that massive lightning bolt, the epic one that you want to take a photo of, that goes all the way from the sky to the ground, and stretches out in a tree, and just lights up the whole sky? Do I eat that, this one, with the Trix, or on its own? I think I'll try a normal marshmallow on its own first. Remember, there's two different colors of marshmallows, so I'm eating the yellow one first. It's just straight up marshmallow. All right, now let's eat the orange one. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's marshmallow. All right, how about the cereal itself? There's red and blue. Let's eat the red first. Blue. There might be a subtle difference there, but when it's all together, one marshmallow of each color and a bunch of cereal of each color, that's art. All right, I'm going for the long boy. Ooh, I almost get like tastes like cotton candy at that point. That was awesome. So, General Mills, if you could just like accidentally include a lot more larger marshmallows, that would be great. Thanks. I'm getting chills and goosebumps, and I can't tell if it's because the cereal is just that good, or if the bacon is starting to hit my intestines and my body is rejecting it. No, I think it's the coldness of the milk, which, when you haven't had a bowl of cereal in a very long time, this is a spiritual experience. Yeah, no, that was definitely the bacon. I was just straight up not having a good time for a while there. So yeah, don't take risks with potentially expired meat. Even though, like I said, it was frozen for a while, it looked fine, it smelled fine. Even the first several bites, it tasted fine, and I actually swallowed a fair bit of it before I started to notice, like, oh yeah, maybe this isn't quite right. And also, I cooked my eggs in the bacon grease, so luckily it all just kind of slid right out and got it all over with right away. Yeah, and I'm not risking that again. I'm throwing that meat out. So yeah, if you're watching this, hold on. You have homework. You need to tag Markiplier. Send this video link to him.
I'm proud of that edit. What just happened? Oh, that freaked me the flunk out for a second. See how it cuts off my headphones there? For a split second, I thought that this was where the webcam ended, and then my headphones just like continued outside of the box of the camera. But no, it's fine.
Twitter, on Instagram, on...
As if it was a green screen effect.
He doesn't really use social media that much. I don't know. Do whatever it takes. Get this video to him. I'm calling him out. And if he doesn't, oops. And if he doesn't see this video, that's totally fine. But when I make that Sour Patch review video, you better blow that up. You gotta share it with everyone you know.
Who the fuck am I talking to? There's no one here to blow it up. I got no viewers. Yet.
You gotta share it on every social media platform. We gotta get as many people to see that as possible. Because when I make that video, he will no longer be able to say that he is the only Sour Patch review channel. And if he dare says that, we're gonna have trouble. So I'm just gonna enjoy my cereal.
I'm obviously exaggerating for the sake of the bit. Hey.
Don't mind pretzels and crunchy carpet. So I need to go get it back in. Come on, camera, focus. Have I been eating cereal for 22 minutes? I've been recording for 22 minutes. It's taking 22 minutes to eat my first pour of cereal. It's just that good. I just want to slow savor. Alright, it's time to go back in. And once again, immediately after I finish pouring, I forget that I should have done a close-up in the the lighting is wrong. I'm putting this way. You know what, Canon? I'm calling you out too. What the hell is going on with the camera? I put it in manual mode. This is manual video mode. I locked down all my settings. The lighting should not be changing at all. Why? I'm so stressed. I just need to eat some cereal to de-stress. The only thing that can make this better would be some Saturday morning cartoons. Alright, get out of here. I'm trying to enjoy my cereal. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Go buy this. Legitimately, it's great. General Mills, sponsor me, please. This is great. This is awesome. One of my coworkers, because I work at the store where I bought this from, one of my coworkers was saying that he heard that it's not that good, but nah, bro, I gotta find out who's dissing the cereal. I'm gonna have to have a serious chat about this.
I never did figure out who it was.
Yep, that's it. Video's over. Leave me alone. I'm trying to eat my cereal. This is a spiritual experience. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you think. Share this video with everyone. Everyone. Subscribe if you haven't already and you want to see more. Take care.
Everyone. Share the stream with everyone. What is this? Oh, that's a good video idea. Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do that? 2 years ago? What? No. What? No. No. What? No. No. What? No. What? No. What? No. Bullshit. Bullshit. I bought this summer. And I still have the cards somewhere. Don't know why I still have the box. Um, 2 years ago? What the fuck? Ugh. Yikes. I will adjust that later in my own time. Oh, you didn't even get to see the what the fuck. Actually, that's probably for the better, because I was clicking things. Never mind, it's fine. Carry on. So it's happening already. I'm getting scam comments on my videos. Comments that link to other websites where they can attempt to get your info and scam you in some way to get your money, to get your identity. I'm still getting this bullshit. Fuck those comments. In the end, they want your money. Don't give anyone your money. Don't do it. It's a trap. But I find this ridiculous. Not only why are they commenting on someone with a channel as small as mine? Like, there's no one here to click on their link. There's no one here to scam. I mean, there's a couple people here, but like, there's almost no one here to scam. Also, the fact that scams exist at all anymore. We live in the information age. We have unlimited access to all of human knowledge right at our fingertips, in our pockets. And we're still so stupid as to fall for these scams often enough that people still continue to try to scam people. What is wrong with us as a species? What is wrong with our education system? And this is not rhetorical. This is serious. We need more people to dive into understanding, to understand how understanding works, so that we can improve our education system. Not just with your standard stuff like reading and writing and basic math and things like that you actually need, but with life skills. And especially the more like woo-woo type aspects of life skills. For example, my grandma struggles with anything technological, and she uses the excuse of like, well, I didn't grow up with this. But she didn't grow up driving, and she learned that fine. She didn't grow up doing upholstery, and she's been doing that for 50 years. 70 years now? So that's a bullshit excuse. I don't care what you didn't have when you... Come on, say it. Don't be a wimp. You don't give a shit. You don't give a fuck. So that's a bullshit excuse. I don't give a fuck what you didn't have when you were growing up.
Just learn it.
No, I didn't have the video memorized. It was just like, I think that's what I said.
You're not stupid. Literal 5-year-olds learn how to use this stuff. Just figure it out. And my dad does this constantly. Everything he needs to know, the answers to all the questions he is asking me are literally right there on the screen. Just fucking look at the computer and read what it says. It's right there. And he just won't look at it because he has the mentality of, oh, it's complicated and I can't understand it. Because he believes he can't understand it, therefore he's right. And he can't understand it because he refuses to even just look at it and even attempt to figure it out. I'm a firm believer that barring some sort of literal physical brain injury, that anyone is capable of understanding anything. And the only thing that could ever stop you from understanding something is your own mentality of thinking that you can't understand it. And so to bring this right back around to scamming, the fact that we have people stupid enough to fall for scams, to not notice these blatantly obvious red flags, to not know how to handle the security of their own information, is also related to all of this. That they think this is complicated stuff. They think those IT security guys, they get paid 6 figures because it's complicated work. No, they get paid a lot of money because they put in a ton of extra effort in order to try to make these technologies as simple as possible so that you can understand how to protect your information.
so that you will not fall for scams. They do the hard things to make the technology easy. That's why the information you need is literally right there on the screen. Just read what it says and it tells you what to do. They took the...
I should have clarified a bit more that is the case for 99% of the time that I end up having to try to fix something for anyone. My parents, my grandmother, 99% of the time it literally tells them right on the screen what to do, and they just won't fucking read it and fix it themselves.
The time, put in the effort to make it as easy as possible. Because if their device, computer, phone, whatever, is easier to use than their competitors, then more people will buy theirs and they will make more sales. And people continue to fall for scams purely because they think they can't understand it, when they clearly can if they would just drop the bullshit attitude. And I am so sick of people like this. It's absolutely infuriating that the only thing that is stopping them from doing the thing that they want to do, from using the computer in the way that they want to use it, is their own perspective, and their perspective is based on their previous experience of being unable to use it, which that previous inability of being able to use it was caused by their perception of being unable to use it. And it's just a cyclical thing. And the only way I see to get out of that cycle is to just take it really slow, explain every single detail. Like, if you move the mouse to the left in the physical real world, then the mouse cursor moves to the left on the screen. This is what I do with my parents, with my grandma, with anyone that doesn't understand this stuff. I break it down to the absolute most literal infantile level. It doesn't matter if they're 30 years old, 70 years old, whatever. By breaking it down to this level, which is so beyond stressful and painful for me to have to deal with. But by breaking it down to this level, it actually does the opposite. It's like it loads their stress onto me and makes them calm and understanding of every little detail of what's happening, and then it breaks that cycle because now they're having a good experience with it. They're actually understanding every little detail that they refused to figure out before until I force them to by explaining it as simply as possible. And once they have a bit of a good experience, then they think, oh, maybe I can do this. And that opens the doorway to get out of the cycle. And so then the real progress comes when they learn to slow down themselves and just try to figure it out on their own. And to understand that the chances of them screwing something up are pretty small. Literally how I and most 5-year-olds learn how to use a computer is they just click everything. Literally 99% of the time, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I'm just clicking on absolutely everything possible and just seeing what happens. And so if I click here and then that happens, okay, now I know. And that's how you figure it out. You just mash buttons. Push this button, oh, it does that. Push this button, oh, it does that. That's how you figure things out. The same way a baby doesn't know what a ball does. It doesn't know how it rolls around or bounces, and so it just hits it and flails around and just observes. That's all that life is. But because they have that nonsense attitude, they lock up and they just won't do anything. They won't flail. They won't just figure it out for themselves, even though it's so simple. And I've also experienced this many, many times with my mental health, where when you are at rock bottom of depression for a long time, you not only forget how to be happy and forget what positive feelings feel like, you forget that it's even possible to be happy. And even if you see something really inspiring or whatever that reminds you that it is possible to feel joy, you forget that it's possible for yourself to feel it. It's like, oh, they're happy, but I'm not. I'm not capable of that. It's so easy for me, at least this is my experience, to forget that I am not only capable, but allowed to feel happy. I'm allowed to get like energetic and passionate about things, to get frustrated. And
this is related to how the last several videos were very toned back, toned down, almost unconfidently calm.
To channel that frustration into a good thing. I'm allowed to like jump around and be silly and just like, I don't know, and to make a fool of myself. Like,
to not care what other people are gonna say because their judgments genuinely don't fucking matter at all.
Like, we gotta stop taking life so seriously. None of us get out of it life alive type of thing. I went on such a tangent that I completely...
I'm also borrowing a lot of things from other people. I've also just not been mapping much the last many videos.
Completely forgot to loop back around to the beginning, to how this was related to scammers, is that if we can collectively as a society learn how to get ourselves out of these cycles, to break ourselves loose, to get rid of our mental blockages, to heal our psyche, I can envision a world where scammers just won't be a thing anymore, because we'll see right through their bullshit the way that I do. I have never been scammed. I will never be scammed, because what they're doing is so obvious to me, because I understand how it works. I understand what they're trying to do to me and how they're going to get my money from me. And so then they don't get anything from me because I just don't engage, because I realize that it's a scam, because I understand it, because I don't have any sort of mental blockages about my capabilities to understand that sort of thing. So if we can understand that we are capable of understanding, then they won't be able to fool us, because we'll already understand what they're trying to do. And scamming in general could just cease to exist. Like, that could just not be a thing anymore. That would be amazing. So yeah, let me know in the comments down below, where do you see this applying in your life? As I've explained, I see this applying with my dad struggling to understand technology, with my grandma struggling to understand technology, with myself struggling to remember that I am capable of and allowed to be happy and feel any sort of positive feelings, joy, excitement, whatever. And not only allowed to feel them, but to express them and to live that. Like, I watch these YouTubers living what I would consider to be like pretty close to my ideal life, and I automatically feel this distance between, oh, that's them, I'm here, this is my life, I'm not capable of that, but I am. Like, anyone, they're just another person. I'm capable of doing that. I'm doing it. I'm making 2 videos a day. What? 2 months ago, this would have been a fever dream. Even though I'm not getting views, just the fact that I'm actually making 2 videos a day is absolutely mind-blowing. And who knows how long I'm going to keep up with it, but I'm going to try my absolute best. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know down in the comments section, where does this type of dynamic apply in your life? What aspects of life are you struggling with? What aspects of life are you holding yourself back in, where you could so easily do the thing, but there's that mental blockage that just makes it impossible for you to do the thing that you could so easily do if you would just change your mind? Because that's the hardest thing to change, until you understand how to change it, until you figure out your loophole out of your cycle. And be sure to share this video with anyone else you think might find some value from this. Someone else who is stuck in some sort of cycle that they can't get out.
I can't wait for the channel to blow up, and then like people who understand popular psychology can watch this video and be like, bruh, we have terms for this, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, cool, this other dude already explained it better than I did. That'll be great, because then I won't have to like go seek out this information. The info can come to me.
Maybe this will help them understand it a little bit better, because this is an explanation that I don't know if I've ever heard it from anyone else. I think I kind of came up with this on my own, but it's an explanation that has helped me.
I have, but I drew a lot of examples from others.
And so hopefully by sharing this, you might help someone else. So yeah, share this video with anyone else you think might find this information useful.
Just because someone else came up with it does not devalue that I also came up with it on my own. Because there's so many things that I come up with on my own, and then I tell it to other people, and they're like, bruh, this philosopher like 7,000, no, I don't know, like 1,200 years ago said the same thing in this book. And I'm like, ah, dang it. I thought I came up with that.
Like if it was useful to you, and take care.
It was useful to me. It gave me content. Ah, this one.
So despite my interest in filmmaking and storytelling, I think that the generic concept of happily ever after
I trimmed my mustache.
is far more damaging to our culture than we first would think, because it's given us a distorted concept of.
This is starting to get to the point where I'm gonna have to redo it, but a little bit more spaced out and a little bit more condensed, and possibly review briefly bits of each video for the sake of filling in detail. And there's no fucking way I'm gonna get through all my videos today, but I am gonna possibly be approximately on par for getting through about half of them, so that's pretty cool.
Love. Now, love is already such an older culture than we first would think, because it's given us a distorted concept of love. Now, love is already such an overly complicated thing that we have many different versions of it. You love different people in different ways. You would love someone that you're in a relationship with differently than you would love your friends, and them differently than you would love a family member. But I go so far as to say that love just straight up does not exist at all.
Sorry, completely unrelated to what he's saying. I gotta say, this is so fucking cool to see this with my eyes instead of in my head.
That is not a thing. What we call love is a very overly complicated concept, which is really just an amalgamation of lots of other aspects. There is caring about and for another person. There is enjoying being with that person. There is tolerating the aspects of that person that you do not enjoy. There's a lot to it, and there's varying degrees and in different ways. There's bromance type love, where you've got a close friend that you're really close with them, kind of like a brother. There's family love, where you create a different bond with a family member than you would with someone that you meet like in college. And maybe they end up being a part of your life for a similar duration of time, but that bond is different. There's of course sexual love, which is a whole nother thing. And I'd say even entirely different than the stereotypical happily ever after love. And some religious circles have a concept of like all-encompassing like God love. And this is not even scratching the surface. There are nearly endless ways of explaining it. Everyone has their own perception of it, their own understanding of it, and it's all a little bit different. But the stereotypical happily ever after type love, that I think just straight up does not exist. And growing up, that was my understanding of love. That was the only concept of love that I had. And anything that did not match up to that standard was not love. And so that's why I say that love just straight up does not exist at all. Because if anything else that is not up to that standard of perfection is not love, then there is no such thing. Because no matter what, in the end, everyone you know will die or leave you, or who knows what. Life is crazy. The point is, there is no such thing as happily ever after, because every relationship you will ever have with anyone will end in disaster, no matter what. There is no alternative. There's absolutely no way that it will not. That is just how life works. And this is devastating when you initially realize it, but I realized this a long time ago, and when you can come to accept it, then you end up with, I think there was a quote by Bob Marley where he says something similar, that everyone will hurt you eventually. It's just about finding the ones that are worth suffering for. The ones that you are compatible enough with for the enjoyment of them to be a net positive, even when taking into account the inevitable pain that will come. And in today's modern world, with the ever-increasing and exponentially increasing complexity of life, various topics upon which you can have perceptions and opinions, it is getting increasingly, exponentially more difficult to find someone that you are compatible with and agree with on the major topics of life.
I'm agreeing with this stuff, but I just wanted to reiterate again, I really wish I had a secondary camera to just record this as I made it. That'd have been fucking cool. But no, I just had to start the stream right at 8 o'clock instead of going to Target to buy another webcam and then come back and start the stream at 8:30 or 9 or something instead.
Why does that matter? The core things where you're gonna like butt heads if you don't agree and it will ruin the relationship. In order to have a solid relationship, in my humble opinion, and take into account I have very little experience with this, to be honest, in my
very little
opinion, in my perception, is that in order to have
take this with a pound of salt.
Relationship, you have to agree on these fundamental things. This is why, as an atheist, I refuse to date Christians, because that is so fundamental to my entire understanding of all of existence that I struggle to even be friends with Christians, because I am just so completely incompatible with their mindset, with their perspective. And so, like, yeah, I'm in my middle 20s.
Because everything that they say or do in some way subtly reflects their perspective.
incompatible with their mindset, with their perspective. And so like, yeah, I'm in my middle 20s, so if there's a Christian that's interested in me, I'll give it a shot, but I highly doubt it'll ever work out. And I say that I give it a shot because of what I was just saying, that it is getting exponentially more difficult to find people that you are going to be compatible with, because life itself is becoming exponentially more complicated. There are just more things that you can have opinions on. And the older you get, the more you realize that those opinions are important, because they literally shape your life and the world around you. And so today is supposed to be a day to celebrate love and the ones you love. And I, being
Valentine's Day.
someone who has spent the vast majority of my life at the extreme depths of depression, where I am convinced that there is no such thing as love, and that I'm not capable of feeling good feelings, I'm slowly trying to work my way out of that, and to realize that I am capable of feeling positive feelings. Like recently I discovered that apparently my attachment style is dismissive avoidant. Yeah, not fearful avoidant, dismissive avoidant. So that was an interesting discovery. And apparently the only cure for that is to become more self-confident and to get to know yourself better, which is basically what I'm doing on this channel. So that's good news then. Maybe there is hope for me. But to circle back to the beginning of this, that is something that I think about a lot, is what is the cultural and mental impact of the type of content that we create and consume.
This is kind of circling back to something I said at the beginning. I feel like I didn't stress that enough.
A lot is what I'm doing on this channel. So that's good news then. Maybe there is hope for me. But to circle back to the beginning of this,
Yeah, that little snippet right there, I didn't stress that enough.
that is something that I think about a lot, is what is the cultural and mental impact of the type of content that we create and consume? What is the lasting effect on our perception of reality resulting from the stories that we choose to tell and the way that we choose to tell them? And that's something I need to dive into more in my own videos, is to try to at least theorize and hypothesize more about that. Because the stories that we tell ourselves affect the possibilities for the stories that we are capable of living. My entire life, the story that I was telling myself was that I am worthless and not deserving of or even capable of love because of my skewed perception of what love is. Because my concept of love was of an impossible version of love because of these stories that I was told as a child, these happily ever after fairy tales. But real love just is not that simple. It's very complicated and involves a lot of tolerating aspects that you hate in the other person. And of course, yes, I'm using a very strong word. And so these days, as we're all starved for touch, I think it's important to hug the ones you love while you can. I'm gonna hopefully get to hug my grandma tomorrow. I haven't hugged her in over a year. So I'm gonna wear clean clothes, wear my mask, hold my breath when I'm hugging her so that I'm not breathing on her, because I don't want to accidentally give her COVID, which I don't have it right now as far as I'm aware. But you know, that's just the reasonable precautions. So yeah, I'll hopefully get to give her a hug, because pre-COVID, her and I would hug every single day. She had read some sort of article or saw on TV or something saying that it's really good to hug every day, and so I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to oppose to that. She's my grandma, of course I can give her a hug. But yeah, this pandemic has had everyone starved for touch. The fact that not only have I not hugged my grandma in over a year, I haven't hugged my parents, I haven't been having high fives and fist bumps with my friends. There's been no accidental contact of just bumping shoulders or anything because of the social distancing. And it's weird how much that affects you, to where when you do accidentally bump hands with someone, where you're like handing them something and they brush the back of your hand, it's like, oh, touch. It's weird in a completely non-sexual way. It's like, ah. Yes, more please. And just brush my hand, please. And I also can talk a little bit about my experience with dating during COVID. Is non-existent, because I don't want to catch it. I don't want to be contributing to the problem of potentially spreading it, regardless of the fact that I'm young and healthy and would probably...
Hold up. I say non-existent because, yeah, basically non-existent, but I did kind of think about it a lot. Like, so with any person that you do not live with, you should be masking and keeping distance. But eventually, there would have to be a certain point in the relationship where you would both have to trust one another enough, or have confidence enough in one another's ability to avoid catching it from others, to then break those rules and treat that person as equal to someone that you would live with, which is, yes, a risk. But at some point you would have to mutually agree, okay, we're ready for that risk. And to go maskless around that person. And I mean, obviously, to be able to kiss them. There's more to that, but yeah, that's the main reflection on it.
Existent, because I don't want to catch it. I don't want to be contributing to the problem of potential.
Yeah, for me, catching it has just straight up never been an option. Like, it's so easy to not catch it. Just put your fucking mask on and stay away from people. It's so goddamn easy. Because, like, the less people that catch it, the sooner it can be over. So just fucking don't. I don't give, like, it doesn't matter if I'm young and healthy and would most likely survive it just fine. Doesn't matter. Just get this shit over with. Stop the spread, for fuck's sake.
Spreading it, regardless of the fact that I'm young and healthy and would probably survive it, no problem. I just don't want to be contributing to the problem, because the less people that catch it, the sooner it goes away.
Yeah, you're either contributing to the problem or potentially contributing to... No, fuck. You're either contributing to the solution or potentially contributing to the problem. You choose.
And so there's been a handful of people that I have had interest in, but I haven't really pursued. One, because I just haven't had the energy, because I've just been too exhausted and stressed. But two, because your mouth, I guess, has become the new private parts. Like when you have a new coworker and months go by before you see them with their mask off in the break room, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. That's not what I expected you to look like. But yeah, like dating in COVID, there would be no kissing. You can't cuddle and watch a movie. It's hard to do anything in the era of COVID because most things are closed down or shut down.
Mind you, this is all pre-vax.
And I don't want other people coming into my place, because then I'm going to clean everything they touched after they leave. It's like the only potential for getting to know someone is literally just that, getting to know them without actually doing anything. Like, you can't do things together. You can't go, I mean, I guess you could go for a walk in the park or something, but it's winter right now. There's snow everywhere. It's below freezing right now. No one wants to go outside. No one wants to do anything. We all just want to sleep and hibernate. But even in the summer, well, it was a little bit different for me because I was working third shift during the summer in order to stay away from the hordes of people. So yeah, I'd be fascinated to hear about anyone else's experience dating during the pandemic. What was it like? What did you do for dates? Did you kiss them? Or did you keep your masks on? Because of course, if a relationship is going very well, then obviously at some point you're going to have to make the decision to be like, yeah, I think we're going to take that risk and spend the time together without the masks and not do the social distancing between those two people, to trust that the other person is going to be taking all the proper precautions with everyone else, and to treat that other person as if you're living in the same household with them. I imagine at some point you would both have to mutually make that decision to trust one another, to not catch it from someone else. Because
why the fuck do I commentate when I've already said everything in the video?
then of course you would catch it from your significant other.
Yeah, so also the idea of having a roommate is also like a much bigger deal nowadays than it used to be. Because back like pre-COVID, having a roommate was whatever, you know, you stick to your room, they stick to their room, maybe you fight over who does the chores once in a while and whatever, it's fine. Having a roommate in the age of COVID, you have to have complete trust in that person's ability to not catch COVID, in their level of precaution. Because if one person, how do I phrase this? Like, there are certain people that I would absolutely never have as a roommate during the age of COVID because they don't take fucking precautions at all. They're very likely to catch it. And if I'm living with them, then I'm going to be very likely to catch it from them. So living with those people is not an option. I just won't do it. So to live with someone, or to even ask someone to live with you, is a big deal. There has to be that mutual level of trust in each other's ability and ability to avoid and level of precautions to avoid catching it.
Weird stuff, weird times. And I really can't wait for COVID to go away.
Yeah, same, bro. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I really hope it doesn't just become the new seasonal flu.
Yeah, probably.
Because I miss being able to have that closeness, not just metaphorically, but also literally, with anyone. And as I said earlier,
And like literally not having to distance yourself in a completely platonic way. Like just wanting to sit next to someone. Can't fucking do that.
in this video, I don't have much experience dating, to be completely honest. I wish I would have put more effort into that years ago.
Yeah.
And so going forward, I would like to begin to put more effort into that.
I have been, but it's been not going great. In some ways, yeah. In others, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Getting to know people, putting myself out there, trying to have relationships.
Those things I've done.
Because, like I said, the chances of finding someone compatible are already so incredibly small and are just getting increasingly smaller.
But there's fucking 8 billion people on the planet. The chances of there being no one that would be a decent match is basically zero. There's gotta be someone out there. You just gotta look, and it's gonna take a while because there's a lot of fucking people out there.
You never.
Luckily, I'm straight, so that cuts the population, or the potential dateable population, in half for me.
Just bump into
It makes it a little bit easier. Well, actually, it would make it more difficult because there's like less. I don't fucking.
do someone who's perfect.
I'm getting tired. It's been a long stream.
Compatible with you the way they have it in the movies. That's why we write stories like that. That's why.
Oh,
we write
sorry.
Getting increasingly smaller. And you never just bump into someone who's perfectly compatible with you the way they have it in the movies. That's why we write stories like that. That's why we write stories with the happily ever after. Because those two things, happily ever after, bumping into your perfect soulmate, the one, all these stereotypes, we write these in stories because they don't exist in real life. Because it's the fantasy that we wish we could have. And so if that's impossible in real life, at least we can pretend in a story. Because that's basically one of the purposes for stories. Like, I would even say that all romantic films technically fall under the category of fantasy films, like Lord of the Rings and that stuff. And I'm defining the fantasy film category as anything that does not exist in reality. Even though romance definitely does exist in the real world, it's the type of romance that we see in films that doesn't exist in the real world. At least stereotypically. I'm sure there are plenty of films out there that do portray realistic relationships. And so again, looping back to the potential cultural impact of the way it affects our perception of the world, is that maybe it would be a good idea to produce more films with a more realistic portrayal of relationships. Maybe that would be healthy for the collective, for us as a society. So yeah, if you dated during COVID, and actually I know one person that did, and I haven't taken the time to ask them about it. So I think I'll do that as well. I'm gonna ask them like what their experience was.
Yeah, I never got around to asking.
And if you dated during COVID, let me know about your experience down in the comment section below. I'm curious. So thank you so much for watching. Subscribe and stay tuned for more if you want to see more. Share my videos with anyone else you think might find them interesting. Ring the bell to turn on notifications, and take care.
It's hit me. I'm getting tired. I'm getting real tired. And I'm not even halfway through February. let's see. Where was I? That's where I was. Alright. Let's just keep on going. Also, I keep forgetting to put on the 2x speed, so that would help.
Alright, so I've already
Oh, God.
finished most of today's chores, but I need to get rid of this mustache. I decided to intentionally not get a haircut or trim my beard because of a specific video idea that I intend on doing, but I can't deal with the mustache any longer. As you can see in this footage here from this morning, I am brushing my teeth, and the toothpaste is just all up in the mustache, so it takes a lot more water to rinse all that out, and then it takes a lot more paper towels to dry it all out, and then my lipstick chapped, and it's just all around it all the time. So I'm going to try to trim the mustache today. I do not have very much experience with this, though, surprisingly. Generally, what I did for years, I never really did much wet shaving. What I always did is I just took this machine here with no guard, and it was just and called it good. That was my shaving. And then when the beard started filling in a little bit, then I started experimenting with different ways of trimming it, but I was kind of random with it. I didn't keep track of what I did each time and how to make it look different ways, and especially if I go a long time without doing anything with it, where I just let it grow, then I kind of forget what I've done before. So I got that. I also have this, which these are great. This one in particular is awful. It's really dull. So I'm going to attempt to trim the mustache today because I just cannot deal with the way it is. Here we go with no guard, and oh, right, I have my phone. No second takes on this video. I also have this tiny little brush. Also, the battery doesn't last very long in this either. So a trick that I learned is that when you're brushing out the mustache first, you want to keep a neutral face. You don't want to like stretch your face in any direction for probably long enough to get tangled knots. Yeah. You want to keep as neutral of a face as possible because then you're going to trim how your face is naturally going to be. Rather than trimming it to look good when you're smiling and then to look bad when you have a neutral face, you trim it to look good when you have a neutral face and then it looks kind of look decent all the time. Yes, that's by far the best tip I've ever had with this. Well, I guess I never charged this from last time I used it, so that sucks. Which means I'm going to have to use this. I don't have time to wait for this to charge. I could try using my big one that I used for my head. For the sake of the video, let's bust that out. I've never tried to use this on my mustache, so this will be interesting. That works surprisingly well. Why did that work so well? That was amazing. Obviously, this looks a little bit ridiculous because this is still long and this is short. I have to kind of like blend or fade it together. That's the trick part. I gotta figure out where I'm going to put my like part line, where it's going to go from short to longer, because I don't want to lose the connection between the mustache and beard. I think I'm going to try this again because that works way too well. Trimming your mustache is not really something that can be taught. It's 100% just experimenting practice. I'm curious when you get just a little bit of charge of it. And do a little bit. It's like surprisingly actually kind of still working. Basically, I see the goal is just to keep it out of your mouth, but having it also still looking good. And you don't want to trim too much. And then you find little tricks of like how to make it look more naturally grown, as if you haven't trimmed it and it's just grown out this way, like trimming up a little bit in the middle, just a tiny bit. It's so easy to overdo like all of these little details. And of course, along the edges here, I get all these straggles, so I just kind of stick out everywhere. And now it becomes a difficult thing to figure out like where do I draw the line between the nice clean edge here to keep my mouth free, and where this begins to blend into the chaos of the beard, because I'm not trimming the beard right now. Like I said, I'm saving that for a different video idea in the future. So subscribe if you haven't already. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah. That video is so fucking overdue.
Started to go a bit too far. I trimmed too much. Yeah, is this connection same thing? Notice I match, and then call it good. I don't know. I guess that's good enough. I'm only helping my parents. My friend kind of check it out, tell me how I did. I've also discovered through the years of making mistakes with trimming my mustache and my beard that the vast majority of the general public are pretty forgiving. Like they just don't notice at all. Yeah, this is way too thin. I do cut bad there, and this is like my beard is never even anyway. The right side is always thicker than the left side. And also, confession time. I have a bald spot under here.
It's surprisingly kind of starting to go away. It's not really bald anymore. It's just thinner than the surrounding hair. That's really cool and exciting.
So leaving the front long kind of covers that up, and no one ever notices that either. And these are just so straight. No, this looks alright. Now, the other final trick that I discovered is cleaning up your edges. So like under here, now you don't want to go like along the jawline like this. You cut all this out because then you use the bulk of your beard. The guys that have just this little strip on the front of their chin look ridiculous. You need to leave all of this under here, but there's a different line where your like under jaw connects with the neck, and then this stuff can go. That's kind of like getting rid of this stuff on the back of your neck. Like just to clean up the bottom edge there. You can clean up your bottom edge here, but just make sure make sure you're like going about here-ish where your neck and your beard connect and get rid of like this stuff that's on the neck. Not getting rid of any of this stuff. I've seen people do that all the time. They go along the jawline and they get rid of all the bulk of their beard, and then they look ridiculous. Which is not cut well with a low battery. Let me just use this. Now, if you're going to use this, there's a little trick with that too. If you swallow, and then just hold, like mid-swallow, you can see it pulls it up. You can do that here. So you can watch it pull it up, right? I'm going to do it again. You can keep my finger on it. And then I just hold, I can't talk like that, but I just hold it up there, and then I have a nice flat surface because the bump is moved. Now this thing's dead. And then you can do the opposite, where you just like push it down. Can you see? Yeah, I can do that, where I just push it down, and then I can get the other side. Which pushing it down is so much easier than pulling it up and holding it up there. I can pull it down easy. This is the first time I've ever used this on my beard. And I think this gets a little bit closer, but it's working surprisingly well. And normally I would do a lot more. If I was trimming up the beard, I would like comb it down, try to like flatten it out and shape it and whatever, and then leave it. Also, my phone's ringing background. Sorry, I'm not going to answer it. Well, yeah, fine, so let's do this. Alright, so that's looking much better than there. And then the other little trick, that as far as I'm aware, most people aren't aware of, that I have learned is cleaning up the top edge. And again, it's the same thing as everything else I said today. We have to be very gentle with it. It's very easy to go too far. Let's hope that the camera can focus. There are all these really tiny, come on, focus please, really tiny little white hairs. Come on, no, not on my nose, on my cheek. Little stragglers up here. So yeah, there's all these little tiny straggler hairs that just kind of make it look messy. So I'll clean those up. Like way up here towards my eye, like I said, it's just like little tiny white hairs that you don't even see. But getting rid of them probably does kind of contribute to a cleaner look. I know the tricky part trying to get the other side to be symmetrical, but I can try to show you before and after. There's the before, there's the after. Before, after. Honestly, this doesn't do that much. It's very much a detail. But this bottom side, clean that up makes a big difference. But yeah, it's very important to be very careful of where you're putting your line because you don't want to cut into the beard and then end up with just this without any of this on the front of your chin and end up with just the stuff underneath. That was bad. Well, I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's just not the look I wanted. It's more like how I should look.
It's more about, like, knowing what you have and how to work around it.
Alright. A little bit more detail work. It's a little bit better, I guess. I need to clarify as well. The reason I say that it's pretty much impossible to teach someone to trim their mustache, and that has to be all trial and error and figure out for yourself, because every facial hair is different. There are different techniques for different styles, and different styles that will or will not work based on the way that yours grows. The thickness, the length, the location, the pattern, the direction. For example, when you always goes off this way, so I'm always brushing it this way to kind of counteract it, make it look even though there's always going to be one hair that you missed. No matter how much time you spend on this, there will always be one more that's sticking up further than the rest. And you'll never get it perfect. So don't try. And then I can go absolute madman. The other goal is some of these top stragglers kind of go up in my nose and tickle my nose, but also the hairs growing from the nose itself. So I pluck some nose hairs, just the ones that are sticking out. You don't want to pluck a ton of nose hairs because that is part of your body's natural filtering system. Your mustache is your body's mask. Now, of course, our fabric masks that we can produce are much more efficient than a mustache would be. The same way that multiple jackets that you can put on more or take off as needed.
Not more efficient, more effective.
More efficient than having built in first.
Not more effective.
The thing that I noticed is, it must have been like 7 years ago now, 6, 7 years ago, I got pneumonia. My facial hair didn't grow very much back then. I was just starting to get a little bit of a mustache, and I'm like, just this bit, but none of this was here. And then I got pneumonia, and after I recovered from it, suddenly the mustache just grew like crazy, and it took a couple years for the beard to catch up. But that was fascinating, that the body was like, we need this filtering system so that we don't get pneumonia again. At least that's what I think happened. But it doesn't hurt that bad, it's just uncomfortable. Also, it makes the nose water. It makes the eyes water. It's like a knee-jerk type reaction. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not crying tears. Like, try it yourself, honestly. There's absolutely no way that you can plug those hairs and not water your eyes. Alright, I think that's good enough on the nose for today. That's enough talking for today. One other thing that I do is I get a bit of a unibrow, so I'll pluck those, which doesn't hurt nearly as bad because I'm kind of somewhat used to it by now. But I learned the hard way that you do not want to use something like this, just like trim these, because then when you trim them, it's leaving like a hard, flat edge on the end of the hair, and so when it goes back, it looks a lot rougher. It's the only way I know how to explain it, versus when you pluck them, whatever goes back will be a fresh hair with a nice, fresh, pointy tip. And those tiny, I guess, microscopic details are noticeable. I've never tried waxing my unibrow. It doesn't grow that bad. It's not really a unibrow. It's just like there's just a little bit more hair there, and there should be borderline unibrow territory. Versus when I do this, then you get a nice, clean, brow look. I see it. Why can't I grab it? There's not like this creases on it. I'll tell you that much. Yes. Come on. Doing this is honestly just more difficult than painful because I just don't have a great creases. I thought this was a pretty great creases when I first got it. But I guess it's not anymore. Must have worked or something. And now I'm not like collecting the hairs in my hand and just like wiping them off so like a nice flat surface. Really well, much better. Sure, that's good enough. So there we go. Basic little maintenance cleanup for the sake of my sanity. Even though I liked the look of it better before. I can't stand having the mustache in my mouth and in my food and in my drinks and just in everything and getting everything in everything. Alright, so that's it for today. Like, the beard trim video will be a different video. The other hairs. So thank you so much for watching. As I basically shared with you the most helpful tips that I've ever received. Trim the like button. Like if this was down below and or maybe something that I'm doing wrong that you know you'd like to do better. Share this video with anyone else who may find this useful and or interesting. And take care.
Alright. Cool. Yeah, here's another one of these where it's like, I'm sorry, there's no video.
Because it is 11:47 p.m.
I hate these ones so much. Also, that my lens is. It's seen better days.
I have like 4 minutes left of this edit to do, and then I have to like render it and upload it, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this video done in time. So I'm recording this as like my emergency backup video for like if I'm not able to finish the video in time. Sorry.
I failed. I didn't get the video done in time. That's a cool guitar. I think I've played that. Hold up. I think I've listened. Oh, on my other account. Right. This is a good one.
Alright.
This is a good one.
long last, I am finally 99% moved in. So I'm going to show you the mess. There's my computer setup. Here's some stuff. This is the disaster that needs to be dealt with. There's a table that my parents just gave me. There's a couple chairs that need to be recovered that go with this. There is this clutter and all my acoustic foam, food, dishes, instruments, retro gaming stuff. The cabinet that these cubes go in is with my dad, so we can fix that up. A couch that someone gave me. Miscellaneous stuff, laundry, toilet.
Couch. You can see the arm of the couch.
Retro gaming stuff. The cabinet that these cubes go in is with my dad, so we can fix that up. A couch that someone gave me. Miscellaneous stuff, laundry, toiletries. Oh, my garbage can. This is my only garbage can. I have to get another one because over here I'm using my laundry basket for my recyclables. Suitcase, an old recliner that was my parents, my bed, my old dresser. There's another dresser also by my dad that needs to be glued up. Sleeping bag, and then all of my...
What? Oh, that one. Okay.
clubs that you will have already seen in my movie vlogs and in my computer box. So that's it. That is everything I own, except for my van, my motorcycle, my snowmobile, the 2 cabinets that I said need to be glued, and the chairs that go with the table. That should be everything.
And my kayak, and my canoe.
Actually completely forgotten about. For example, these 2 tubs here is like holiday things. I completely forgot about them, and I discovered them today when I went to go get my couch and this table. But that being everything that I own, I would like to talk about minimalism, and more specifically, my experience with minimalism. Oh, wait a minute. That's the wall where I normally stand and speak by, but I can't stand there because there's foam in the way. You know what, how about with the mess in the background? Yeah, I think this is a good spot to stand and show the truth of my lies of being a minimalist. So I effectively became a minimalist long before minimalism was a thing, but long before there was a term to define what it is that I was doing in purging myself of all these things that I did not need, or did not want, or whatever. I was fortunate enough to have lots of toys. Certainly not every one I wanted. I even had this book growing up about how having too many toys can be a bad thing. There's a very well-written story that kind of got the message across to me. I was also fortunate enough to have a printer and lots of computer games, which means I would print everything. I can't see my body language here. I would print everything. And so very quickly, from a very young age, I accumulated so many things. You ever see in cartoons the stereotype of like opening a closet door and the closet is 100% filled, like there was no air, and everything just pours out, like breaking the bottom of a cup and the water just pours, everything just pours out. I legit had a closet like this, a full walk-in closet, granted with slanted ceilings. So like a third of the cubic footage of that type of room size did not exist because that was the roof. But still, and I'll say it wasn't 100% filled. It was like 80% filled. There was a little bit of room on top where I could like look and see there's something back there, and I got to climb over it, like literally crawl and climb over it. And I don't remember when I initially decided that this was a problem, but I do remember spending a lot of time during high school organizing everything I owned. It was also at this time that I discovered van life and just general nomadic living in vehicles. Since I didn't have a van, I had a sedan. And I loved the idea of having everything I own fit in a vehicle, so everything I owned would be with me at all times. Then I could go anywhere and do anything, and everything is just all right there, and I never have to worry about forgetting something. And I also used to watch the show Hoarders a lot because my mom would joke about being a hoarder, and she was not an actual hoarder, though she does have a lot of things that she does not need. And she got that habit from my grandmother, who lived through the Great Depression. My grandmother knows deeply from personal experience what it's like to go without, to not have, not just food, but anything in general. And so she keeps everything because I might need that someday, or there's nothing wrong with it. Why should I get rid of it, etc., etc. And there's nothing wrong with this mentality as long as it doesn't become excessive. As long as you have enough space to put the things in, and you're willing to pay to store and maintain these items, either in a storage facility or by having to rent a bigger apartment, or having to buy a bigger house, or having to build a garage, or whatever it is. Because if something is not adding value to your life, it is detracting value from your life, because it takes effort and time and money, not just to maintain items, but just to have them, because they take up space that you could be using for other things that are going to actually add value to your life. Anyways, I got a little bit of a tangent there. So I used to watch the show Hoarders, and they would talk about how ideally you would go through every single item and actually just sort it out. But of course on that show they never had time. They would go to the people that were getting evicted, and it would be like, you have 1 week, you have to get rid of everything, otherwise we're kicking you out. And so they would just in a hurricane bring in a huge team of people to sort through everything. Tons of stuff would go into dumpsters, and this really upset me because a lot of that stuff was still perfectly good. There was nothing wrong with it. They could have donated it. And so because I wasn't getting evicted or kicked out of my parents' place, and my closet and room had definitely achieved hoarder status, there was no floor to walk on. The vast majority of the time, over half of my bed was covered in clutter too. I couldn't sleep. I mean, I could, but I would literally just sleep on items. And it honestly amazes me that I had even managed to collect that many things. I never really thought about it that much. That how did I have so much stuff? By far, my biggest regret with my minimalism experience is not documenting more of it. I wish I had before and after pictures. But I never thought to take photos of a mess because it's a mess. And so like anytime family would be coming over for a holiday, my mom would clean up the house, and then she'd take a picture of the house when it was clean. And it's oh, it's gonna be months before I see the house this clean again, because the house will just naturally collect clutter over time, and then it won't get that thorough of a clean until the next time the family will come visit. And so that was my mentality: is you take photos of things when they're clean, not when they're messy. And also because when I started cleaning and organizing, I never thought of it as starting a process that would last for the next 15 years. I don't know if I really thought anything of it. It was like I just kind of started doing it. And so I went through every single item many times. So like I'd go through everything I own, incredible amounts of paper junk, and just like on the show Hoarders, I would sort out first everything that was just actually garbage or recyclable, and then I would sort out everything that I don't want but someone else could use, and I would put that somewhere else, or I would donate it, and I would just continue this process over and over and over again, continuously going through everything I own, resorting it, reorganizing it different ways, rearranging it in my room, moving my furniture around. I was that kid. I was constantly rearranging my room and moving furniture around and moving it between rooms. At one point I had one closet that was just for Hot Wheels tracks. I'm not talking about storing them, like I had it all set up in there, and that was the Hot Wheels room, and then I rearranged it again, and I put other things in there, and then I put my furniture there, and my bed there, and everything was just all over the place all the time. And I just continued to do this over and over and over again until I felt like I was living very minimalistically. I felt like everything was organized and had a place, and I had a reason for every single item that I owned and why I owned it. And then I moved to my cousin's place, where I had a smaller room and a tiny closet, and all of my things got condensed into this smaller space, and I realized, oh no, I still own so many things. And it also took me so many trips to be able to bring everything there with my tiny sedan. And it was during my time living there that I decided I really wanted to try nomadic like van life living, and I upgraded from a sedan to a hatchback. But there's still just too much stuff. There's no way it would all fit in that car. Luckily I had a friend with a truck and trailer to help me move out all at once. And so slowly, over years, I just continued this process all the time. And then quite recently, if you haven't seen already in my moving vlogs, I originally wanted to move cross country. And what I was trying to do is sort all my items into 3 categories. Things to donate, things to leave at my parents' place, and then 1 van load of all the items that I actually cared about and actually wanted. And I would take all of those items with me in 1 trip in my new minivan cross country. And those are the only items I actually care about. Everything else would be left behind. But I ended up not moving cross country. I ended up moving not even all the way across town. But regardless, I wanted to at least simulate this experiment, that experience of going cross country and having that 1 trip of all the most important items. And I admitted defeat. I just didn't have enough time to condense everything enough. And I was like, well, this is silly. I'm going to take multiple trips over here anyway, so why bother? But I am convinced that if I was actually moving cross country, I would have made it work. I would have been able to do it. Just by judging the amount of things that did fit in the van and how many things were in the van that I could have taken out to make room for other things. Like, I could have done it. Regardless, here I am now in my new apartment. This is by far the most amount of space I've ever had in my entire life. And despite living as minimalistically as possible, like hardcore minimalistically, hardcore for me at least. I know there are plenty of other people that go way more hardcore than me, but I went as hard at it as I could for as long as I could, for well over a decade, because I was very indecisive about what to keep and what not to keep and all that, and also I kept buying things. But after all of that, moving here was still a huge hassle, and I made many, many, many trips back and forth. And honestly, one of the biggest reasons that I was attracted to minimalism in the first place no longer applies to me, or it sort of doesn't anymore. Basically, I'm just another typical Gen Z kid. Technically, I'm a millennial, except I'm right on the cusp of I'm a zillennial. But anyways, I'm just another typical Gen Z kid who didn't want to go to college because it's way too expensive, and I'm not guaranteed that I'm going to be able to pay off my debts. And so I never got a good job. Also, I do my part to contribute to the fact that we are living in the greatest mental health crisis of all human history. I have been plenty depressed, and so also was unable to keep a good job because of that. Regardless, I had not had money to have an apartment, to pay for a moving company, to do things the normal way. Versus now, I've actually been able to keep a job for a couple years. I'm getting a second job, or I just got it this morning actually, after going through the massive pain in the butt that you can see in my moving vlogs of moving everything. Actually, you only saw a sliver of it. Now I'm just like, why don't I just work more at my job, earn more money, save it up, and the next time I move, I'll just have a friend come over with a truck, or I'll pay a moving company and they'll just do it all for me. Because despite having the biggest vehicle I've ever owned, a minivan, it still took me so many trips and so much effort. Like, if I can just pay someone else to do it for me, I think I would. Of course, I said this in many other videos, but one of the reasons I didn't want anyone helping me was because we're in a pandemic and I didn't want anyone touching my stuff. But I can quarantine my items. I can have 1 tub of all the things I'm actually going to need, and I'll take that tub with me. And everything else, I'll have a moving company do it. And if one of the people that was moving all of my items catches COVID, and it turns out that he was breathing all over my stuff and being contagious, being pre-symptomatic, it won't matter because everything that the moving company handles will just shove it to the other side of the room. I'll just not touch it for a week because COVID can't survive on surfaces for that long, and then it'll be fine. All my things will be sanitized by time, not spice or essential oil of thyme. I'm talking about time. Tick, tick, tick. Changing my light and ruining the video. There's also so much that I have not done because I did not have those items. There's so many items that I now need to buy because I have an apartment. I had to buy a plunger and a vacuum and a broom and dishes and pots and pans. Actually, I haven't had to buy most of these things that they've been given to me by people who had extras that they don't use anymore, which is very nice. But in general, like, I have so many more things now. I have a table and a couch and a recliner and a rug. For years and years, I swore I would never own a rug because it seemed like such a silly, unnecessary thing. Why would you take the resources that could be making clothes for those that don't have clothes and turn it into something that you're just going to throw on the floor? And then I got this new apartment, and I immediately realized every single time I come home, I'm tracking snow in. And so I would just leave my shoes in the entryway. But then the snow would melt off my shoes, and I just have this big puddle in the entryway. And so my parents gave me a rug, and it's nice. I can leave my shoes on the rug, and that like soaks up the water from the snow. And at this point, it's almost like I see minimalism as like the new vow of poverty. Except a vow of poverty is choosing to not have money or anything, versus minimalism is just a vow of not having items. But any sort of vow of lack, when taken to an extreme, is simply depriving yourself of life. Why would you want to do that to yourself? And life can be whatever you want. Now, of course, I'm still very glad that I've gone through this experience to learn what I've learned. I think it's completely okay to take something too far. The same way that my grandma went through the Great Depression, and so she went way too far with keeping everything. Even though there's so many of those things that could be donated to other people that will actually get value from those things rather than just sitting in a garage. And she understands this and is slowly trying to work on this. And this is not just my grandma. I'm not trying to throw shade at her at all. That's just like her entire generation. But yeah, in the same way that she way overcompensated for that, it's like my generation is now overcompensating for having grown up in excess, in having too much of everything everywhere all the time. And so, of course, with pretty much everything in life, the ideal is somewhere in the middle. And so I'm slow.
Just a little bit of everything all of the time.
I'm not trying to throw shade at her at all. That's just like her entire generation. But yeah, in the same way that she way overcompensated for that, it's like my generation is now overcompensating for having grown up in excess, in having too much of everything everywhere all the time. And so, of course, with pretty much everything in life, the ideal is somewhere in the middle. And so I'm slowly trying to become no longer a minimalist and just try to live like a normal life, to allow myself to have the luxury of a couch and not spend all of the time that I sit on it worrying about, oh, how am I going to move this when I move? What am I going to do with it? And I have to deal with the cost of hiring a rental company to move it for me, or who knows what. Because that's really not that big of a deal anymore. I just save up some money for my job. I'll just figure that out when I get there, I guess. If I need to give it away, then I'll give it away. The same way that's how I got this, is that other person just did not have the space in the new place, and so they're like, here you go for your couch. It's like, ah, cool. I should probably clean it. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you got some sort of enjoyment out of this and or got some information that you would deem valuable to you. Let me know down in the comment section below what your experience is with minimalism. I'd be fascinated to hear about it and discuss it. If you want to see more, then subscribe and ring the bell to stay tuned. Put a flag, because apparently that still matters in 2021. I don't know how YouTube algorithm works yet. That's something else that I'm going to explore in other videos. And lastly, if you want to help support me and my channel, then share my videos with anyone else you think might find them interesting. So thank you so much for watching. Take care.
That was a great video. I love that one.
Absolutely fantastic. A good title, a good thumbnail. Love it. And it did decent. It did actually very well for me at the time. That would actually still be pretty dang good even now. Yeah, definitely one of my favorites. And then we have this.
Just when life was starting to get pretty good, I got my own place, I got a second job, I got health insurance and all that crazy stuff. Life's going pretty good, and then, why am I talking like that?
I was just about to comment on that. Like, what am I doing?
Keeping up with twice-a-day uploads, although just barely keeping up with it. But like everything is going so amazing right now. And then I got a flat tire this morning. That was incredibly frustrating. You know how like every time the air pressure kind of decreases because of the I got the low tire pressure set light, and I just didn't get around to it for a while today. I had more air, and so finally I did. I put more air in, but I wasn't sure how much to put in. I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking the user's manual, the inside of the door frame, on the tire itself. The tire itself at 44 psi for the max, and so it's like,
I think I'll just go with 40 because I don't want to overinflate them, and I don't know, 40 seems good enough. And it was fine until like 2 days later, which was yesterday. The low pressure sensor came back on, which was really confusing and weird. I was like, okay, I'll check it out when I get time because I didn't make time. It made time for me. The first like quarter mile of my drive, it immediately sounded weird, and I thought, oh, that's just the snow. This is my first time driving this direction on this road, so it's like, oh, the snow just sounds weird. And then the whole car just starts, oh shit. So I get out to see what's going on. Immediately I notice the tire is off the rim. So maybe I overinflated them. Oh, right. What makes me think is that I may have overinflated them is then this morning, not only did the low tire pressure sensor come on, but it also said inflate the tires to 36 psi. But the tires themselves said they can take up to 44. So I was like, it should be fine, but I guess not. Long story short, I'm very fortunate that my sister married a mechanic, so they got to tow me, and they think maybe the tire might even still be okay, that they can just clean it all up and put it back on. But of course, if it's not any good, then I'll have to get a new tire. So that kind of sucks. But luckily, there's plenty of helpful people who are willing to pull over.
Yeah, no, I had to get a new tire.
Stop me, borrow their phone so I can call work and be like, hey, I'm gonna be late. And I can call because I forgot. I left my phone here. I stopped bringing my phone to work almost a year ago now because it's just one less thing to clean every day. So yeah, someone let me borrow their phone.
I bring it to work now, and then when I get home, I try to just not use it or touch it. I just leave it in the entryway.
And then I got to ride back to my place so I can get my phone. That was a frustrating day, but also kind of a reminder for me that it is okay for me to rely on other people once in a while. That I don't have to do everything all on my own, which I generally tend to default to doing, and that there are good people out there who are willing to help in the same way that I try my best to be a good person to help others. So a frustrating day. All in all, not that bad. It could have been so much worse. So I hope your day's gone better than mine. I hope you can at the very least use this as a very subtle reminder that there is still good in the world. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Subscribe and turn on notifications if you want to see more twice a day uploads. And if you want to help support my channel, then share all my videos with everyone you think might enjoy them. Take care.
Twice a day. That's wild.
After yesterday's chaos, I got my car back already, much quicker than I expected, and I didn't know how much it was going to cost me, but it wasn't too bad. It turns out it was my fault. I accidentally overinflated the tires. The tires themselves said they can take up to 44 psi.
This is a terrible intro. This is completely unrelated to the video.
So I was like, well, 40 should be fine, but then the inside of the door panel said 36. So yeah, it was my fault, which makes no sense to me. You'd think the tire
This is so unrelated.
itself would know what its maximum pressure would be, but I guess not, and I don't know why. But anyways, the lesson we take from that is that doing things wrong is worse than not doing it at all.
Okay, you got around to the point, but it took you a little bit too long.
If I had not filled up my tires and just left them
Still on the tire thing, bro.
under pressure, that would have actually been better than filling them up wrong by overpressuring them. And so I see the same thing with the maintenance of anything.
There you go. Fucking 44-second intro.
With cleaning anything, doing it wrong can be worse than not doing it at all. And I basically see 3 types of cleaning. There's decluttering, which is just moving things around and rearranging things. For example, in the other video from yesterday, you saw I had a giant mess all over here. It's gone now. Where'd it go? Over there. Over here now instead. Why? Because the previous renter damaged the carpet there. And so I just got a notice in the door saying that they're gonna come fix that tomorrow. So I had to take my huge pile of mess that's stuck out into the middle of the room and rearrange all of it to fit nicely over here in that corner. And so that's the first type of cleaning, rearranging. The second type of cleaning, I don't know what to label it, but it would be basically like removing grime, scrubbing counters, or removing dried on food off of dishes, washing mud off of your car, that kind of stuff. And then the third kind of cleaning would be sanitizing, actually killing the bacteria and viruses. And the third kind has a wide spectrum of to what degree. For example, I just discovered this recently, that apparently vinegar will actually kill a lot of bacteria, but it won't kill most viruses, and it definitely won't kill COVID. And same thing with Lysol. If you spray it instantly, it'll kill like 99%, but then on the label it says if you leave it sit for 3 minutes, then it'll kill this set of microbes. But also if you leave it sit for 10 minutes, then it'll kill this set of microbes. And obviously bleach is going to kill pretty much all of them. But my personal favorite method of sanitizing is thyme. No, not thyme, T-H-Y-M-E. Does it have an E on the other way? But thyme, like tick tick. And again, I said that in one of my previous videos, I don't remember which one. Because different types of microbes can only survive on different types of surfaces for certain amounts of time. Last time I checked, they said COVID can only last on a surface for like maybe at most a week. And so that's my favorite way of sanitizing things. If there's something that I just don't feel like cleaning, or I don't know how to clean it, like a piece of paper, you can't wipe that down with a Clorox. Then I can just shove it aside and don't touch it for a week or 2 or a month, and then I'll just go get it when I need it, and it'll be fine. Finally, for the first time in my life, I have a problem that solves itself by me just ignoring it. Which is also one of the reasons why it's taken me so long to begin to start settling into my new apartment. If the previous renter was pre-symptomatic with COVID and coughing and breathing all over this place, there theoretically could be COVID all over in the cabinets, in the carpet, on the faucets, in the shower. And so as I was moving in, I would just clean what was needed, wipe down the countertop, clean the washer, which I didn't really know quite how to do, and so I ended up just kind of avoiding the washer for over a week. And I went to my parents' place to do my first load of laundry since moving in. But now it's been a while, and I'm using the washer, and it's working fine. And same thing with the dryer. I didn't really know how to clean that either. Now, of course, that would be the sanitizing part. There's still plenty of grime in there that I had to try to scrub out, specifically around the door seal. Ugh. Whoever cleaned this place in between renters did not do a good job. Like, there's still dog food under the heat registers. I found a receipt from the previous renter. And so I got a lot of cleaning to do yet, but I'm just kind of doing the bare minimum as needed as I go along. Wipe down the inside of the fridge and freezer before I start putting food in it.
I forgot to do the 2x speed again.
So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. If you liked this video, press like. If you'd like to see more, then subscribe and turn on notifications
That could have been much more concise.
to stay tuned. And if you'd like to help support my channel, then share my videos with anyone else you think might enjoy them. Thank you so much for watching, and take care.
Okay. I'm gonna grab a drink of water, be right back.
Something I've noticed is that in the day-to-day playlist, the way I was doing things was simply I would wake up and then I would do things. Because when else are you going to do things? I wake up and I have nothing else to do except for these things. And so then I do those things, which I just kind of accidentally created a morning routine. But for anyone who's seen this video here, what I've been doing lately actually has been stretching instead of working out for those 24-second intervals. And generally stretching is something you do after a workout as a cool down or at the end of the day, aka a bedtime routine, which I think is something that I should begin to develop. Because as of right now, my bedtime routine is basically I wrap up whatever I'm doing, shut down the computer, brush my teeth, turn off all the lights, and then honestly watch a little bit of YouTube on my phone before I fall asleep, or a lot of it on YouTube. But like there's no wind down, there's just like constant panic work mode of like trying to crank out a video before midnight so that I can keep up with my upload schedule, and then okay, boom, it's done, now okay, shut off, and then the mind just keeps on thinking, it's not shutting off, it's like, hey, shut off. And so what's been happening is because I'm staying up later, I end up sleeping in later, and my whole day is just kind of shifted. So I think if I had a bedtime routine to be able to shut down at the end of the night at a proper time, then I would be able to get up at a proper time and I wouldn't feel rushed. So
Because every day, every morning begins the night before. If you want to wake up early and have a good productive morning as a way to begin your day, you have to get enough sleep. And in order to get enough sleep, you have to get to bed on time. And in order to get to bed on time, you have to have some sort of wind down. And in order to have a good wind down, you have to be exhausted by the end of the day. In order to be exhausted by the end of the day, you have to put in as much effort as possible throughout the day to use up all of your energy so that you will be tired and need sleep by the end of the day. And in order to have energy to put in to do that, you have to have a good start to your morning. In order to have a good start to your morning, you have to get enough sleep. In order to get enough sleep, you have to get to bed on time. You see what's happening here? You see why it's so difficult to get back into a good routine. It's much easier to maintain than to acquire. But it's so easy to lose a good routine. You know, you sleep in a little bit much. You stay up a little late working on something. You just keep going. There's never enough hours in the day. There's plenty of days in the week. There's just never enough hours in the days. That's a little teaser for something later.
I'm going to try my stretching, my workout at the end of the night. It's 11 o'clock at night. Ideally, I'd be going to bed at 9:30. But yeah, here we go. Also, today is February 16th, and I am at 8,400. We're going to make it up to 8,600 today. Timer and stretch. First, do a hamstring stretch. I'm trying to bend it just to the hips. This is as far as I can go. I'm not very flexible, so you can check out this video where I begin this process, and I've been working on it ever since making that video. Also, I have a timer volume turned way down because I've neighbors upstairs who probably are asleep or getting ready for bed.
This is a problem that I've learned that I didn't realize was a problem, which is those info cards are actually a really bad idea because they kill your audience retention graph because people click away and then they go watch something else and then it ruins the metric for that video. So it actually would have been far better for me to just include all that info in this video and have this video stand on its own and not need you to go watch those as a prerequisite video. And I've talked about that like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago.
Then left calf, then right bottom of foot, then left bottom of foot. I can already tell that this is going to be difficult to do at the end of the night because I do not have very much brain capacity left, and I'm trying to remember where I left off each time. So that was my first round, and my right foot is still significantly less flexible than my left foot, which means the left foot does not need to be stretched, but the right foot does. So this next round, I'm going to do, instead of hamstrings, right bottom of foot, left bottom of foot, I will do hamstrings, right calf, left calf. No, hold on. Where did I leave off? Oh, no. Hamstrings, right bottom of foot, left calf, right bottom of foot, left calf. I'm trying to remember what number I left off at, because that's why I'm going to what I'm doing.
The neighbor that walks around his building every night, he's back walking around my building again, still with his headphones on. Bruh, leave me alone. Every time he walks past, he looks in at my setup. Please don't rob me.
So I just finished, and that was surprisingly pleasant. The entire time I was doing it, it just felt like it was going a lot faster than in the morning. Maybe because in the morning, I'm constantly distracted from trying to remember what number I left off on by all of the exciting things that I want to try to do that day. Versus at the end of the day, I don't really have any mental energy left. It's very easy to only think of one thing, of just the number that I left off at, and just kind of focus on that and how my foot feels. Am I putting the right pressure on it in the right direction at the right angle? And next thing you know, the timer goes off. It's like, all right, well, the next one, back to it. Oh, great. I think that's actually a really good way to end the day. Very calm, relaxing, and I'm going to not watch any YouTube videos and just go straight to bed. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a lovely evening. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Subscribe and ring the bell for videos for today. And if you want to help support my channel, then press like and share my videos with anyone else you think might find them interesting. And take care.
Yeah. I like this one. This is a good one.
So I've been thinking about BTS, behind the scenes, like bloopers. In my day-to-day life, as I'm just doing things, as I'm at work or driving between places, or doing things around the apartment here, aside from video stuff, there are very, very frequently small moments where something funny happens, or something happens and I'm like, oh, what are the chances of that happening? And it's like, I wish I was just filming everything all the time, because I could compile all these little clips. Just living day-to-day life, there's just endless amounts of content oozing out of my day-to-day experiences. And so I'm trying to build these, filmmaking skills to get better at documenting these things. But
that was an awful sound effect.
Content oozing out of my day-to-day experiences. And so I'm trying to build these, filmmaking skills to get better at documenting these things. But, however, there is, sadly and unfortunately, certain types of things that, no matter what, could not be documented. Well, actually, hold on, I just thought of a loophole with one example of how I could document that. But there are some things that could never be documented, at least not with our current technology. The prime example would be how unbelievably frequently I turn on my camera, I press the record button, and I start talking, and 2 seconds in, I realize I didn't even put the SD card in the camera. Those would be fantastic blooper reel if I could just compile footage of every time I forgot to put my SD card in. But it's an impossible video, because I'm not filming, because the SD card isn't in. Of course, the only other way to do that would be if I had a second camera filming me at all times. Someday. Hopefully, maybe I could hire someone like Gary Vee did, where I just have someone follow me around and film me all the time, and then I just don't have to think about that. But I don't know how I feel about that, because I like making videos. I like learning and practicing these skill sets. That would be a very weird dynamic to offload all of that onto someone else. The same way that with any YouTuber, it's very, very strange to hire an editor. You have to have an incredible amount of trust in that person in order to surrender creative control within that aspect of the creation of your project. But it feels inevitable with anyone that gains any sort of success in an industry like this, or really any industry. It's kind of inevitable that eventually you're going to have to hire other people to handle certain.
So, this video I filmed quite a while ago and had just waiting because the mustache isn't trimmed.
That's why we have companies of massive amounts of people, because no one person can do everything, and no one person can see everything. The same way that you will sadly probably never get to see what I would deem to be a hilarious video of the compilation of bloopers of every time I forget to put my SD card in. So yeah, this is what I would deem to be impossible content, video that could not exist. And honestly, I just don't have additional examples. That was the example that I was kind of banking this entire video on, and of course, as soon as I start recording the video, I think of, oh, what if I just had an edit camera? So I'm curious what you think about this. Are there other types of impossible content that you can envision? And let me know down in the comment section below what you think of. Smash like if you think I should get another camera. That way I can document every single time I forget to put my SD card in. Share this video with anyone else you think might find it entertaining, and take care.
Yeah, more webcams, please. Webcam. Let's see. What's the top result? C920X. I have the regular C920. I thought there was a C920S. Oh no, the C922. That's only $75. This is only $60. Bro, I can buy more webcams. I can buy more webcams. The Razer mic is hold up, wait, no, whoa, hey, hold up. $60. The Razer webcam is only $60. You what? What do you mean it's only $60? I need more webcams. Alright. Alright. Let's just keep going.
there's this weird dynamic going on in my life that I've noticed resulting from the way that I've been making my videos. So in this playlist, I was doing it on like a day-to-day basis, a moment-to-moment basis, starting off with not one.
Ha! That playlist doesn't exist anymore because I rearranged all my videos and redid all the way that all my playlists were. Yeah.
So I went ahead and did nothing until I thought of something I did want to do, and then I did that thing, and then I did another thing, and I did that thing, and then I was like, well, I have to do this thing, so then I did that thing, and I made videos about each of these things. And I'm still doing that series. And then I have this series, which I've begun but haven't put very much time into yet, where I'm starting from birth, going up through all the ages, reanalyzing. Why did I pronounce that so weirdly? Every stage of life, building up through the years to the age I'm at now, and reanalyzing all of that. And then I have another series that I haven't started yet, which is another way of reanalyzing life. But what I've noticed as a result of this is that I frequently find myself thinking of something that I want to do, but then not allowing myself to do it because it doesn't fit in with the structure. Like in those two playlists, each video kind of made sense in order from.
Which this is where I began to realize that I was doing this. I already mentioned like 3-4 hours ago that in retrospect I can see here at where did this start to happen? Like way back here, even in January, I didn't even make. I'd say I made it like. Yeah, I made it a month before right here. January 23rd. So I made it a month and 2 days. No. 31st to 23rd. So not even a month before I started making videos, trash videos, because I just simply wasn't allowing myself to make the videos I wanted to make. Because they didn't fit within the structure, within this structure. Yet, prior to that point, I was doing so. Like, these two. Well, this one, this one, this one. This one, this one. Actually, almost all of these, really. Like, a lot of these. None of these fit within this structure. Freaking holidays. I haven't even gotten to that yet. That's planned. That is... Where was I going to put that? Holidays. Off of this one. Or off of here, approximately in this area of the map. You can't even see where I'm pointing. Approximately in that area of the map. Regardless, whatever. You don't care. Is where I was going to start putting that sort of thing. Where this would then fit within the structure. But boy, oh boy, did none of this exist at this point. It was just this little bit right here. None of this stuff existed yet. This didn't fit within the structure. Fucking rare praise for boomers. I haven't... Where? There's no boomer written here. There's nothing about generations written here. This is completely out of structure. But I made it anyway, because it was a good fucking video. And so then I get to this bullshit here. Where I even admitted in, I think, this video or somewhere that I knew at the time I should have been making videos about the process of getting my apartment, and I just didn't. Sorry, I gotta stop doing that because I got this cheap table on purpose because then I could hit it for dramatic effect, but the way this microphone, I think it's good to have the camera shake, but the microphone being connected to the table, it makes awful noises. I'm sorry. And so that was January 23rd where that began, and now it's February 18th. Again, not quite a full month where I finally begun to notice this pattern.
Reanalyzing, why did I pronounce that so weirdly? Every stage of life, building up through the years to the age. And then I was like, well, I have to do this thing, so then I did that thing, and I made videos about each of these things. And I'm still doing that series. And then I have this series, which I've begun to into yet, where I'm starting from birth, going up through all the ages, reanalyzing, why did I pronounce that so weirdly? Every stage of life, building up through the years to the age I'm at now, and reanalyzing all of that. And then I have another series that I haven't started yet, which is another way of reanalyzing life. But what I've noticed as a result of this is that I frequently find myself thinking of something that I want to do, but then not allowing myself to do it because it doesn't fit in with the structure. Like in those two playlists, each video kind of made sense in order from the previous. But then I think of something I want to do, and it's like, well, if I...
Yeah, and I had the rambling playlist and the random playlist and the miscellaneous playlist. which I keep getting random and miscellaneous mixed up. I forget which one's which, and I'm probably putting videos in the wrong playlist.
Continue down this path. The thing that I'm now wanting to do would be just so far down beyond the path, and so I delay it until I get to that point. But I don't like that, because that's not how life works. Life is inherently messy and chaotic, which is why I'm choosing to analyze every aspect of it in order, because by default, life does not come at you in an order that makes sense. You encounter information that won't make sense unless you have other information first, but you didn't encounter that other information first as you should have. So like school tries to put information in order. They try to figure out what concepts are built on other concepts and give you the foundational things first. And so I guess that's kind of what I'm doing with my videos. And this series that this video is in right now is the Rambling series, where I was allowing myself to talk about anything I wanted, things that did not fit into the structure of the other series I was doing. So this Rambling series kind of is that, where I'm allowing myself to talk about whatever I want to talk about, regardless of if I am up to that point in the previous series. Like each of these videos in this Rambling playlist would fall somewhere along the line in those other series. If I just continue to extrapolate those out, eventually I would get to this topic and every other topic within this Rambling playlist.
Exactly.
Because they're relevant to me now. But aside from talking about things, there are so many things I want to do, especially things that really kind of are running on a time limit. Things that I have to do while I still can. Things that if I delay too long, I won't be able to do them anymore. Some of which I'll be able to do later, like it's a seasonal thing where I won't be able to do it for the summer, but then I can do it next winter if I didn't do it this winter. But there are other things that once it's done, it's done. I'll never be able to do it again. I think it's important that I allow myself to take the time to do those things. So this is just kind of a reflection on what it's been like making videos on this channel and this weird side effect of the way that I've been making videos, and also kind of a heads up of like ideally things will start getting real weird. I'll start uploading kind of whatever I want and allowing myself to just do whatever I want alongside the series that I've already begun, where I'm doing things in an order that makes some sort of logical sense. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Share my other videos with anyone else you think might
Yes.
be interested in them. Drop a like if you're excited for me to just start kind of relaxing and doing whatever it is I want to do on this channel. And take care.
Yeah. Wait, which video was that? Not allowing myself. Okay. Ay. Really, the thing that always stops me every single time so far on this channel that I've taken an unwanted break, the reasoning is being questioning of my upload schedule. And that is on the map. I'm gonna take the time to analyze that more. But I just realized that we are 9 minutes away from a 12-hour stream. Wow. Ow! You bitch.
So I really don't want to come across as bragging, but I just wanted to document this moment where I just feel so incredibly good about pretty much every aspect of life right now. I mean, I'm far
Yeah. Good stuff is happening.
from content
Because I'm doing things.
with the way things are. I have a lot of
I'm doing what I want to do.
work to do, but like I'm in those processes about pretty much every aspect of life right now. I mean, I'm far from content with the way things are. I have a lot of work to do, but like I'm in those processes. I'm doing what I need to do. Things are changing in the way that they need to change. Everything's just going so incredibly good, and I don't want to jinx it, and I don't want to come across as bragging, but I feel like maybe if I took a bit more time to just pause, slow down, and acknowledge my accomplishments and my successes, maybe I might feel a bit more accomplished and successful.
Yeah, there's been many times throughout the course of this channel and prior that I have realized that I want to do a daily gratitude thing, and I've done that in the past. So I wanna do it again.
And so while today I technically could have made a ton of videos, I just kind of didn't, and instead I just enjoyed my new place. Even though I've got a whole year to settle in and enjoy this place, I took a bit of that time now. So whatever you've done today or recently or even 10 years ago, if you've done any
Yeah, just wait till you get a fucking concussion. You'll have plenty of time to enjoy your place then.
I've got a whole year to settle in and enjoy this place. I took a bit of that time now. So whatever you've done today or recently or even 10 years ago, if you've done anything good that you feel proud of, just take some time to be like, yeah, I did that. I was capable of that. Clearly I'm capable of more. I could do that again. I could do that, but a bit better. I could do that, but in this way. And I think that's a good place to start, to do things from a place of positivity rather than from a place of fear. Like if you do something
100%. Because if you believe that you're capable of doing the thing, you're going to be far more likely to at least attempt to do the thing, whatever that may be.
because you're scared that if you don't, that this other bad thing will.
And if you think that you can't do it, then you're not going to even try.
And I think that's a good place to start, to do things from a place of positivity rather than
And it definitely won't happen.
a place of fear. Like if you do something because you're scared that if you don't, that this other bad thing will happen, that can be a great motivator. But I find, at least with my videos, that when I'm worried about, oh no, am I going to have something to upload, then I'm not thinking of things to upload. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because I was worried about whether or not I was going to have something by the end of the day to upload that day, I then don't come up with an idea and then I don't have something to upload. So the fear becomes reality purely because I was afraid of that thing.
Yeah, so that's where the daily morning routine comes in handy, to try to clear my head and get into a excited, creative mind space. I'm getting really, really fucking... Oh, oh, what the fuck kind of vibe is going on there? I got... this is awful. So, okay, wait. Oh boy. So, let me just show you what the fuck is going on that just hit me all of a sudden. So I've got me, but then I've got this, which is... I mean, right now it's pointing at that. So there's me, and then this is also usually me because it's pointing at me. But then, so like that's my streaming software with my chat, and then there's me, that's the same thing that's there, and then this camera is there. That is that. You get the point. But then there's also hi. I just saw there's me over there. Right. Hi. I just saw that reflection, and suddenly my focus went from like being just on this screen to like zooming out, and I just see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so I just see 4 of myself. Awful. Here, can I give you the... Yeah, me. No. Yeah, that's when I'm pointing at me, but then like that looks better on camera. Looks more like I'm pointing at me, even though I'm actually pointing like off that direction instead of like over here, but then over there. That's weird. So like if I'm pointing at me, it looks like I'm pointing out there, but then that's when I'm pointing over at the wall. But then me. Ugh. I think I've had enough of myself for today. But we're still 4 minutes away from a 24-hour stream. All right, and also, not 24 hour, 12 hour, not 24. Oh god, I've never done a 24. I've tried it once and it's a nightmare. I've got just enough time to wrap this video, and then we'll pop into my streaming, whatever. And we'll see how close I actually am, because all the times that my computer crashed, that obviously deducted some time from my stream total.
Versus if I relax and just allow myself to think about whatever I want to think about, then I think of an idea, and then I can make that idea. And then I prove to myself that I had nothing to worry about in the first place, because the worry is what causes me to have a reason to worry retroactively, which is really weird, and I feel like...
Yeah, there's like 2 of the past me and then 2 of the present me. Awful.
This dynamic kind of applies to almost everything in life. I don't know. It's a new concept to me, and this definitely applies within...
Sorry, I
really
zoned
I
out.
feel like this dynamic kind of applies to almost everything in life. I don't know. It's a new concept to me, and this definitely applies within social interactions as well. If I worry that someone is going to not like me, then I'm going to automatically act in a more reserved way, and I'm not going to make that good connection with that person, and so then they're not going to like me in the way that I know we could have a good friendship. Versus if I just relax and open up and just enjoy existing or having someone to exist with and discuss things with and interact with in general, then they're going to see a more accurate version of myself. There's no wall. It becomes a window or an open door. They might still not like what they see, but that's fine, because I'm just being loose and like whatever. It's all good. But I find, through my own personal experience, it's far more likely that they will open up for themselves, and you'll get...
Yeah, so I do find often in life that, in my own experience at least, I feel addicted to the negative feelings. I feel addicted to the sadness, to the lack of confidence, to the low energy. And that's maybe not a bad thing.
to see a more accurate version of them. And so it's the same thing. Another way of phrasing it is that expecting a bad result causes a bad result, versus expecting a good result, being open and relaxed and be like, yeah, this will be fine, gives you a far greater chance of having a good result. So I'd be fascinated to hear from you about your experience with this type of dynamic. Where else in life do you see this applying? What is your experience with this? Or is this new to you? Because, as I said, this is kind of new to me. Something I'm just beginning to notice as I pay more attention. So yeah, let me know what you think down in the comment section below. If you like this video, press like. If you want more, then subscribe and turn on notifications. If you want to help support my channel, then share my videos with everyone you think might enjoy them, or just everyone, whatever. And of course, take care.
Alright. Let's see. We're still streaming, right? Oh, here we go. 11 hours, 58 minutes, and 19... You can't even see it. Hold on. Nope. There it is. 11 hours, 58 minutes, and 31 seconds. That's crazy. Apparently 8 people popped into the stream. That's pretty cool. Just no one said anything because it's not necessarily an interesting stream, I guess. That's crazy. So 12-hour stream is any second now. Do I do a 13-hour stream? Screw it. I can go for 13 hours.
I wanted to talk about the concept of young guru.
Shut up. 12 hours. What a day. I'm proud of this. It just looks like scribbles on the camera. I'm proud of this. 12-hour stream, standing desk. I've been standing this whole time. Pretty sure I said that before, but that's sort of a map of the channel. There's a different type of map of the channel that I still intend to make, that I should have been making at the same time as this, as this one, but I just wasn't. And you know, got some upside down notes there, some notes there, some notes there. I really expected that I would have written a lot more, but I kept finding that there wasn't much to write, which is very strange. I often wonder about, what if I move my webcam over here? Oh, it's too low. Definitely needs to be... Can I just put my webcam on my microphone? Oh, I kind of like that. Okay. Yeah. Really surprised. I expected to write so much more. Like, I was 100% prepared to just use this up. And that didn't happen. That being said, I still did so much more than nothing. So it's a win. Let's keep going.
Oh, many of my videos might kind of be interpreted that I am attempting to portray myself in that way, which I am definitely not. There's a lot that I do know, and there's a lot that I don't know. I will speak about the things that I do know, and document the process of me learning about the things that I don't know. That's what I'm doing. Nothing more. I'm not trying to make myself out to be this person who knows everything, who knows the answer to everything. A lot of my videos are me just trying on different ideas, just kind of putting them out there to see what kind of reactions they get in the comment section, and I think that's okay. I think that's actually really important, especially when you're really young, but even into your teens and like early 20s, and honestly, at any stage of life, to allow yourself to try on different perspectives, different ways of thinking about things, different ways of doing things, always searching for a better option, and never allowing yourself to become too content with the way things are. Just so long as it doesn't get extreme to the point where you're no longer able to appreciate the ways that do work. As long as you have that stable base, which I am building through this exploration process, then you can continue to explore without losing your roots, so to speak. Yeah, it was a really short video. There wasn't that much to say. I just wanted to make sure that that's very clear. That's something I never want someone to misinterpret about me and assume that I'm trying to portray myself as someone who knows everything or as a young guru or something, because I definitely don't, and I'm definitely not. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. If you like this video, press like. If you want to see more, then subscribe and turn on notifications. If you want to help support my channel, then share my videos with anyone else you think might find them interesting. And take care.
Gosh dang it. I'm trying to like grab this fuzzy off of my eyelid without putting my finger in my eye. There we go. 12 hours and 3 minutes.